Chapter 1. Thunder rumbled. It was unclear when the sky had become shrouded in dark clouds. For just a while ago, it had been a clear blue expanse. Standing before the window, Otto gazed calmly at the tumultuous clouds above, which reminded him of the monstrous waves he had encountered at sea in his youth. The sensation of being at the mercy of nature, where one could any moment be consigned to the depths of the ocean, was indeed terrifying. From that day forth, he had fled back to the shore, never again embarking on a voyage. He harbored a profound disdain for the sea, and thus he found himself equally repulsed by the current sky, with its roiling clouds reminiscent of the ocean's fury. Yet he was no longer the man he had once been. He would not succumb to fear. His eyes reflected only a serene composure. The transparent glass revealed a faint reflection of himself, a middle-aged man, portly and round, with short limbs and a plump head. Clad in a sharply contrasting black and white suit, he appeared almost comical, akin to a penguin. "Knock, knock." A soft rap echoed from behind. "Come in." Otto's voice, slightly sharp yet not harsh due to its raspy texture, filled the air. Creak. The solid wooden door swung open, revealing a youthno, perhaps more accurately described as a young imp. He appeared to be around 12 or 13, his face still imbued with the softness of youth. Yet he towered over Otto, standing just shy of 1.70 meters. He was dressed in a meticulously pressed black suit, complete with a tie, though his jacket was unbuttoned, exposing a crisp white shirt beneath. His sleeves, however, were casually rolled up. His long black hair cascaded down to his waist, tied into a high ponytail. His complexion was nearly pallid, but his features were strikingly handsome. Most notable were his sharp, crimson eyes, resembling blades. He was indeed an unforgettable youth. "Boss." Silently closing the door, the young man approached Otto's back, maintaining an impeccable distance, and bowed slightly. "Everyone is prepared." At this moment, his piercing gaze softened, as if sheathing a hidden blade. He was a proud boy, yet in the presence of this man, he willingly tempered his arrogance. "It seems rain is imminent," Otto remarked with a sudden sigh, his eyes still fixed on the gathering storm clouds. "That is quite fitting," the boy replied, a hint of a cruel smirk gracing his lips as he raised his head, his eyes gleaming with malice. "This city certainly requires a thorough cleansing. I detest rainy days." Otto turned, picking up the cane that rested nearby, while the boy deftly retrieved a coat from a nearby rack, draping it over Otto's shoulders. "Yet life is inescapably fraught with tempests." With that, he flung open the door and strolled down the corridor, greeted by the smiles and bows of the attendants, before stepping into the open air. Outside, a throng of dark figures had been waiting for some time. Then, Otto's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by an intensity sharper than that of the boy's gaze. Let the deluge come with greater ferocity. Behind him, the boy wore an expression of unbridled exhilaration. The eruption of battle occurred with startling abruptness, catching the adversary off guard. This was how it ought to have been. Otto had once been a pirate, a lifetime ago, nearly 30 years past. Now, he was a mafia boss, reigning supreme in this coastal city of the South Sea. Though he may not have attained legendary status, he led a life of contentment, the only vexation being the presence of another man who shared dominion over this territory. Their animosity had begun long ago, now reaching a point of irreconcilable enmity. Despite this, both sides maintained a semblance of restraint, aware that an all-out conflict would result in mutual destruction. Thus, Otto found it perplexing that recently, his rival had grown increasingly brazen, launching assaults on his enterprises with reckless abandon. Today, he had seized a prime opportunity, perhaps poised to reclaim the city in one fell swoop. Now, the reason for his rival's audacity became clear. In the vast emptiness of the building, Otto and his subordinates stood, yet there was no sense of crowding. This space should have been bustling with life. "Tell me why, Louis?" Otto spoke softly without turning. "Have I not treated you well enough? Or is it that, as your boss, I have disappointed you?" The boy's smile faded as he took a step back, responding quietly, "Mr. Otto is indeed an exceptional leader, but regrettably, I have been an undercover agent from the very beginning." Behind the boy, a circle of mafia members raised their weapons, aiming squarely at Otto's back. My family has been infiltrated to this extent. Otto sighed, and more mafia members brandished their weapons, this time aimed at the traitor. Ha ha ha. Otto, this little rascal, Louis, has been mine from the start. A triumphant voice boomed from behind, as more and more figures emerged from the shadows. Otto's side found themselves encircled, and parting the crowd stood a towering figure. Can you believe it? Just a lad like him approached me not long ago, seeking to join forces. I casually suggested he deal with you, and lo and behold, he succeeded. What a remarkable boy. Wouldn't you agree? To follow such a man. Otto turned, regarding the boy Louis with a hint of regret. Do you not feel a sense of injustice? Mr. Aldo will be a fine leader. Louis replied softly. What a pity, I had thought you would make an excellent successor. Otto shook his head, for he had no children and wished for none of his kin to be ensnared in such a world. Words are futile, die. Otto, it is you who must be washed away by today's storm. Aldo laughed heartily. Is that so? Otto shook his head, his gaze on Louis tinged with pity. Regrettably, you have chosen the wrong side. Whoosh! Otto's corpulent form surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball. Louis, unable to react, was struck by the cane upon his shoulder, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed into unconsciousness, his body propelled through several mafia members before crashing through a wall and disappearing from view, showing no mercy in his assault. Impressive. Aldo was momentarily stunned. Were you? Otto's displayed prowess far exceeded any expectations. One must always have a few aces up their sleeve. Effortlessly dispatching the traitors surrounding him, Otto remained unflustered and at ease. And now, it appears the one left bewildered is you. How infuriating! Cunning bastard, are you plotting something grand? Aldo felt humiliated, though he possessed greater power. He had chosen to remain concealed, maintaining a precarious balance with Otto. This man must surely harbor ulterior motives. Regardless, our numbers provide us with an undeniable advantage. Aldo drew a long knife from his waist. Everyone attack together and eliminate him. Yes, and thus the battle commenced. TCH. Otto gritted his teeth. He had yet to reach a point where he could disregard numerical superiority. The clash was brutal, unbeknownst to the city, as two formidable organizations vied for dominance. Ha ha ha. Panting heavily, the outcome of the battle became apparent. Otto stood with his foot upon Aldo's neck. While his subordinates had perished due to their numerical disadvantage, his own individual prowess had decimated Aldo's men as well. Despite the grim circumstances, Otto wore a smile, for he was the victor. You have truly ruined our grand endeavor, Mr. Aldo. I apologize, Boss Otto. Aldo gasped, unable to move, his voice a mere whimper. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I no longer wish to compete with you. The city is yours. It was all that rascal Louis doing. It has nothing to do with me. Do not utter such cowardly words, Mr. Aldo. Otto spoke with a gentle demeanor. As a mature mafia leader, you must learn to take responsibility for your actions. Crack. Otto's foot crushed Aldo's neck. Huh. With a hint of frustration, he raked his fingers through his hair, wiping the blood from his hands. Even he could not guarantee a clean victory when faced with such overwhelming odds. This complicates matters. How can I ensure my forces remain intact? Even if I subdue Aldo's territory, total domination will not come easily. Otto found himself troubled. Is it possible to complete it before the scheduled time? I believe, Mr. Otto, it would be wise for you to refrain from contemplating such matters for the time being. A dark shadow suddenly flickered behind Otto, and a steel fist was already descending towards his spine. What? Otto gasped in shock. The howling wind behind him made it clear he was up against a formidable adversary. The civilized staff was instantly raised to shield his back. Kara. However, it was to no avail. The sturdy civilized staff shattered in an instant, and Otto felt a searing pain in his back. Several bones fractured as his body was launched like a cannonball. Louis? You little brat. Struggling to rise from the ground, Otto could hardly believe that the one standing before him was the very boy he had initially sent flying, Louis. Do you seek vengeance for Aldo? Otto gritted his teeth and inquired, what could possibly attract you to him? No, please do not misunderstand, Mr. Otto. From the very beginning, my target has been you. Louis dusted off his clothes, Unfazed by being struck by Otto, he adjusted his slightly disheveled tie, restoring it to order. However, your personal prowess and the power you wield are not something I can easily shake. Hence I sought the assistance of Mr. Aldo. Who exactly are you? Otto suddenly sprang into action, closing the distance to Lewis in an instant, his iron fist striking out. Despite having sustained severe injuries in the previous battle and being ambushed by the boy, this full-force attack was still capable of shattering stone. Iron block. Lewis did not flinch, a faint smile gracing his lips. Bang! A dull thud echoed. What? Otto could scarcely believe that his fist was utterly ineffective against this boy. How could this be? Who are you, really? Iron block style. Lewis clenched his right fist tightly, a slight tremor coursing through his arm as it transformed as if forged from steel, delivering a heavy blow to Otto's chest. Carrara. Accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking bones, Otto was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground as blood erupted from his mouth. It appears you were truly gravely injured, Mr. Otto. Lewis strolled leisurely behind Otto, hands clasped behind his back, chuckling lightly. Under normal circumstances, I would not dare to directly withstand your full-force punch. Even with iron block, this is quite fortuitous. Ugh! Blood gushed from Otto's mouth. Even the mere act of standing was beyond his capability. Who are you? Did I not mention? Lewis picked up a gun, leisurely loading bullets, twirling the weapon with flair before aiming it at Otto's head. I am an undercover agent. Bang! At the tender age of 12, one is still but a budding flower. And even amidst this tumultuous sea, a normal 12-year-old should be nestled in the embrace of their parents, savoring a blissful childhood. Yet, naturally, where there is the normal, there exists the abnormal. Lewis is indeed one of those who dwell within the realm of the latter. At merely 12 years of age, Lewis accomplished something remarkable within 2 months. With merely a subtle nudge, he orchestrated the downfall of the 2 organizations that held the reins of power in this city. 2 formidable underworld titans now lay quietly on the ground, their souls having departed into the embrace of the divine. Feeling a touch of pride, Lewis' steps lightened, and he whistled as he returned home to gather his belongings, discarding anything that could reveal his identity into the fireplace, setting it ablaze until nothing remained. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he traversed the night towards his favorite restaurant. Ah, young Lewis, is it the usual today? Yes, the usual. Though his time in the city has not been long, the delectable flavors have drawn him back frequently, and he has grown quite familiar with the proprietor. During his final meal here, Lewis ate with great diligence, while outside, the streets began to descend into chaos. The owner locked the door as men in black suits scurried through the streets, and before long, violence erupted uncontrollably. Beasts, having lost their heads, relied on their primal instincts, showcasing their final ferocity in this city. Retribution, unrestrained vengeance. They all shared the same thought: eliminate those scum who killed their leader. Such was the mindset of both organizations. Thank you for the hospitality. Lewis smiled as he wiped his mouth, exchanged pleasantries with the owner, and turned to leave the restaurant. The once bustling street now lay silent, akin to a morgue. A few straggling gang members sprawled on the pavement, blood pooling around them. Shaking his head slightly, Lewis veered into a narrow alley, gathering momentum before leaping against the wall and landing atop a rooftop. He glided across the rooftops like a great bird, and before long, he had exited the city. Hey, Lewis, you were so slow. I thought you had perished. Not far west of the city lies a beach, where beneath the cloak of night, a grand vessel rests quietly at the shoreline, shrouded in darkness, resembling a colossal giant lurking behind the veil of the sky. Before Lewis could approach the great ship, a booming voice reverberated across the horizon, reaching his ears. Lewis remained silent, yet his body, which was initially merely jogging, suddenly surged forward with the swiftness of a cheetah. Even amidst the enveloping darkness, the intricate rocky coastal terrain posed no hindrance to his progress. He moved with the grace of a feline, swiftly reaching the underside of the grand vessel. With a powerful leap, he ascended, deftly navigating the ship's surface before gracefully landing on the railing. To his astonishment, the fool Dylan had managed to return before him. Lewis crouched at the ship's railing, hurling the bag from his shoulder towards the man across from him. Was this a hasty retreat? Hey, Who are you calling a coward? The indignant Dylan proclaimed. I executed my mission flawlessly. I was much swifter than you. He effortlessly caught Lewis's bag and slung it over his shoulder. At about 15 or 16, this brash youth was slightly taller than Lewis, with a sturdier build. His handsome features were accentuated by a confident, almost arrogant demeanor. And you, Lewis, he taunted, after being someone's subordinate for 2 months, how does it feel? I've heard many influential figures have rather peculiar tastes, heh. His gaze towards Lewis was lewd. And one could not deny that despite being only 12 years old and still quite innocent, Lewis's strikingly handsome visage was already apparent, perhaps appealing to certain individuals' preferences. I never imagined you would turn out to be such a person. Lewis leaped onto the deck, turning his head towards the other side. Wade, may I strike him? By all means. On the opposite rail sat a young man, around 17 or 18 years of age, his golden hair gleaming like scattered gold dust, softly illuminated by the dim moonlight. He was strikingly handsome, not inferior to Lewis in terms of looks, with a tall and athletic build, and adorned with a radiant smile. To be honest, Dylan was truly bothersome. I implore you to assist me in delivering this beating. Hey, wait, the young lad, named Dylan, exclaimed angrily. How can you be like this? Ha ha ha. All right, Lewis, how did the mission go? Wade inquired, approaching Lewis with a smile. It's done. Otto is dead. And I also took care of another gang leader. The city is now in utter chaos. Lewis replied. Very well, Wade nodded, in that case. The minister has been assassinated by Dylan, the general has been dealt with by me, and Otto has also met his demise at your hands. Thus, this rebellion shall be nipped in the bud. Our mission is accomplished. Ha ha ha, Dylan grinned foolishly. So, does that mean our graduation training is complete? We can go back? Indeed. Lewis nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief as well. Now, we are about to officially join him, as he puts it, in this partnership. Lewis is certainly not a mere gangster. He, along with Dylan Wade and another associate, belongs to an intelligence organization under the auspices of the world government, collectively known as CP. Recently, their year-long training at the South China Sea training camp has concluded, and they have been dispatched to undertake a mission. Upon successful completion of this task, they will qualify for formal inclusion within the ranks of CP. The task assigned to Lewis and his companions was to quell a rebellion in a certain nation in the South China Sea. The king of this nation, in a state of terror, came to the startling realization that he had lost his authority within his own realm. An insidious force had infiltrated his country, leaving it riddled with chaos. Consequently, he reported this dire situation to the government. As a member state, the mission was subsequently allocated to the CP sequence. Among all the assignments given to graduates, this one was deemed the most arduous, as it involved 3 pivotal figures in the insurrection, each a formidable adversary. Even the weakest of the ministers was a significant player in the nation's political landscape, always accompanied by no fewer than 20 bodyguards. Moreover, the true mastermind behind the turmoil was a general who had gained control of the nation's military before assuming a new identity and blending into this country. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million, possessing astonishing prowess. Lewis's objective was to confront Otto, one of the 2 notorious mafia bosses in the nation's most significant port city. As a mafia godfather whose operations spanned the entire country, Otto served as the primary source of funding for the rebellious alliance. His individual prowess, along with the strength of his followers, was formidable, a truth Lewis only truly comprehended after drawing closer to him. Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. Even the immensely powerful alliance within the country succumbed to the subtle machinations of the 3. Consequently, Lewis was poised to become a member of the CP sequence, officially recognized as an agent under the auspices of the world government. Reflecting on this, Lewis let out a faint sigh, uncertain whether this development was a blessing or a curse, for he possessed considerable knowledge about the CP, being a traveler from another realm. Lewis is not a native inhabitant, which indeed seems rather incredulous. The existence of time travel in this world is astonishing, especially when the destination is a fantastical realm he has long cherished. It is truly remarkable, and one could easily attribute this phenomenon to the boundless nature of parallel worlds, suggesting the existence of a parallel universe strikingly similar to the world depicted in the manga One Piece. However, such theories are of little consequence. What truly matters is the act of traversing realms itself. Lewis traversed into this world 3 years ago, when this body was merely 9 years of age, the sole heir of a wealthy merchant family. It was during the time when pirates ravaged and left his family in ruin that the original owner of this body, whether by fortune or misfortune, experienced 9 years of opulent living before meeting his demise. Regardless, Lewis himself found his fate rather unfortunate. Abruptly transported from a life of comfort in the modern world to a precarious existence adrift at sea. As a child, Lewis had contemplated the possibility of employing modern ideas to earn some coin. However, he soon realized that this brutal world exceeded his expectations. Even a mere thug was sufficient to chase him to the ends of the earth, and the prospect of engaging in commerce? Even begging failed to secure him a warm meal. Such is the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Lewis had resigned himself to his fate. Being a beggar had its own merits. His physique was indeed remarkable, and Dylan's words were not mere jest. In times of national decline, one is bound to encounter various aberrations. The original order of this world had persisted for far too long, and now all manner of demons and monsters had emerged. The identity of a beggar served as a perfect guise, for no significant figure would pay heed to a mere street urchin. A turning point arrived over a year after his arrival in this world. Upon grasping the composition of this realm and learning of the notorious 3 pirates of the seas, Lewis became aware of his surroundings. He began to hone his body, for in this place, the most effective means of altering one's destiny was to become a formidable force. It was then that he encountered Wade and Dylan, marking the first stroke of good fortune since his arrival. Wade was 5 years his senior, while Dylan was 3 years older. Both were orphans struggling to survive in the city, yet unwilling to languish in mediocrity. They too were engaged in physical training. And by chance, the 3 became acquainted, grew closer, and ultimately forged a deep friendship. Survival as an individual was indeed arduous, but together, the 3 found solace. Especially with Wade, the eldest, whose consistent training had rendered him as robust as the average adult. Life finally seemed to hold some promise. Subsequently, they were discovered by the CP, who, regardless of their consent, whisked them away to a training camp, commencing their lives as prospective intelligence operatives. The curriculum encompassed a vast array of subjects: physical conditioning, combat, linguistics, etiquette, customs, geography, history, mathematics, navigation, interrogation, stealth, assassination, reconnaissance, counterintelligence, and resistance to torture, among others. For an intelligence operative, the knowledge required was extensive. However, for Lewis, the paramount discipline was the Navy's 6 styles, the true techniques that could elevate one beyond the mundane to a superhuman realm. Regrettably, this South Sea training camp was designed merely to cultivate ordinary CP spies, and typical trainees were not privy to the 6 styles. Only those exceptional students who demonstrated extraordinary performance would have the opportunity to acquire the methods of mastering even a single technique of the 6 styles. Lewis is one of the outstanding trainees. Despite being the youngest, his relentless training, coupled with a touch of innate advantage, ultimately allowed him to master a technique from the 6 styles. He opted for a sturdy iron block, for survival is of utmost importance. Following the training, the graduation examination loomed. Only those who completed the exam could join the CP sequence. The unsuccessful would inevitably sink into the depths of the ocean, with no thought of escape. As reserve intelligence agents, the government's stringent control over them was no less than that of official operatives. The life cards they possessed rendered any attempt to flee futile. The grand vessel that came to greet them did not linger for a moment, directly sailing towards the training camp located in a concealed maritime area. Upon their arrival, the final deadline had yet to arrive. The time limit for the graduation task was 3 months, as the scope of the mission encompassed the entirety of the South China Sea. The time required for back-and-forth travel alone was considerable, and the execution of the formal task would likely demand even more time. 3 months was not an overly generous time frame. It could only be said that Lewis and his companions completed their task with remarkable swiftness. Faced with enormous forces capable of easily crushing them, they accomplished their mission in just 2 months without sustaining any injuries, a truly commendable feat after spending a few leisurely days at the training camp. Most of the trainees who had completed their tasks returned, with only a few stragglers making their way back. The fate of those who failed their missions was singular: death. Exceeding the time limit without completing the task meant only one outcome: death. Even those who completed their missions but failed to return within the stipulated time faced the same grim fate. Among those who participated in the graduation task, it was estimated that less than 1/3 would successfully graduate. On the final day of the 3-month period, Lewis and his companions arrived at the port of the training camp. Joined by numerous others, all stood in silence at the harbor, gazing at several ships racing toward them across the sea, each one hastening back against the clock. As most of the vessels drew closer to the port, the tolling bell signifying the end of time began to ring. Only one ship docked before the tolling ceased, from which several exhausted figures descended, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The remaining vessels slowed dramatically, and as they finally reached the port, the instructors aboard tossed down a few still warm corpses. The examination had concluded. Before dawn the next day, amidst the piercing alarm, Lewis rose as usual. A bucket of cold water was poured over Dylan, who had no time to complain. Clad in their ship attire, he swiftly joined Wade from the neighboring dormitory, and the three hastened to the training grounds. Everyone assembled, and indeed, many were missing. The ranks had thinned considerably. A line of stern instructors stood before them, led by a burly middle-aged man holding a folder. 1 year of training, with 1,381 trainees, the lead instructor began. The number of participants in the graduation assessment is 656, and the number of those who successfully completed their mission and graduated is 209. Congratulations. You are the fortunate few who have survived and can now join CP as esteemed intelligence personnel. Silence enveloped the crowd. No one spoke. The instructor continued, each year, the South China Sea Training Camp produces a significant number of exceptional talents for the entire CP sequence, contributing indelibly to global stability. I hope you do not forget the lessons learned here upon entering CP. For most, training concluded here. Their survival and future missions would depend on the skills acquired in this place. Now, I shall announce the allocations, he declared. The training camp was indeed fair, ensuring job placements for all. CP1, John, Jack, Donnie, Prin. CP2, CP5, Dylan, CP8, Lewis. He announced the allocations for over 200 individuals in one breath. The instructor licked his lips. There was no hierarchy amongst CP sequences 1 through 8. Only differences in function. Allocations were largely based on individual strengths, with a focus on ensuring that resources were utilized effectively. Then, only 2 remained unassigned. The instructor's gaze fell upon the 2 individuals whose names had not yet been called. Wade, standing resolutely beside Lewis, and a man across the formation, displaying a glimmer of joy. The usual rule applies, though this year there is a special exception. The top trainee of the camp earns a direct recommendation for the upper echelons of the CP sequence, qualifying for CP9. CP9, Frank. The instructor seemingly nonchalantly recited the name, then fixed his gaze on Wade, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he stated, and the special exception is Wade, CP0. The instructor's pronouncement swept through the assembly like a gust of wind, instantly dispelling all reason. The once quiet training ground was now filled with the heavy breaths of astonished trainees. The special exception this year allowed the top trainee to enter CP0, while the second place secured the CP9 position. Lewis suddenly raised his hand and spoke, while the instructor frowned slightly. I disagree. Lewis remarked, Wade is exceptionally formidable, indeed. I recognized this long ago. In the training camp, he has consistently dominated in martial prowess, maintaining a significant lead over the second-best contender. The CP series typically employs a measurement known as Dao power to assess strength. Wade's Dao power in the training camp is unparalleled, having exceeded 1,000 by a considerable margin, which is an astonishing standard. Generally speaking, a fully equipped naval soldier possesses a Dao power value of 10. A 100-fold increase in Dao power does not imply that Wade could face 100 adversaries alone. In fact, with sufficient stamina, he could potentially contend against 1,000 or even 10,000. In terms of Dao power, Wade's value surpasses that of the second-place contender by more than double, which is why he was recruited by CP0. His capabilities astonished everyone present, yet they were not surprised. Lewis's discontent is not directed towards Wade. Even if Wade lacked the requisite strength, he would not rise to challenge him, for Wade is his dear friend. Rather, Lewis's grievances lie with another individual, Frank. In terms of combat prowess, ranked second in the training camp. During the last assessment, his combat score reached 590, a remarkably formidable level. It is worth noting that over 2 decades later, Khalifa, an official member of CP9, possessed a combat score of merely 580. Aside from her sole proficiency in the 6 styles, Frank has already surpassed the threshold required to be considered a formal member of CP9. Lewis naturally feels discontented with this individual, who indeed possesses the qualifications. In comparison, Lewis's prowess stands at 480, which is over 100 points lower. The age gap is considerable. Lewis is merely 12 years old this year, while Frank is 18, marking a 6-year difference. The disparity between Lewis's developing physique and Frank's fully matured body is stark and evident. However, Lewis remains undeterred, considering the mere 100-point difference in prowess insignificant, as prowess does not dictate everything. The instructor's gaze darkens. Although CP is not a naval force, it still adheres to strict discipline, and Lewis's blatant defiance is decidedly displeasing. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Lewis was acutely aware that his actions would undoubtedly displease the instructor. However, he felt he had no alternative. The thought of languishing in CP-8, becoming a mere pawn in the government's intelligence apparatus, was far from his aspirations. He had no illusions about CP-0, yet he was determined to secure a position in CP-9. The more he delved into the intricacies of this world, the clearer it became that to seize control of his own destiny, he must continually strive upward. Instructor, I refuse to accept that he is worthy of entering CP-9. A fleeting flash of anger crossed Frank's face, quickly replaced by a palpable sense of schadenfreude. He understood all too well that for the instructor, a rebellious spirit like Lewis needed to be made an example of. Oh, the instructor closed the folder, tucking it under his arm as he strolled towards Lewis. He spoke in a low tone. Are you questioning me, questioning the decisions of all the instructors? Frank thought to himself that this boy was courting disaster. He and Lewis were not on amicable terms. On one hand, Wade overshadowed them in every aspect, while on the other, the youngest Lewis had displayed extraordinary talent. His only significant drawback was his irreparable youth, which left him feeling threatened as he witnessed the two others' relentless laughter throughout their time in the training camp. Yet now, he had reason to smile, having secured a place in CP-9. Observing Lewis's reckless behavior brought him close to laughter. No, instructor. I merely believe that I can contribute more to the government than Frank. Lewis proclaimed loudly, I am stronger than him. Ha ha ha, amusing, little rascal. The instructor laughed heartily. Are you suggesting that you understand better than I do? In this world, the strong advance while the weak retreat. It is as simple as that. Lewis spoke in a low voice. Indeed, this world is remarkably straightforward. The instructor regarded Lewis and remarked, You have completely altered my perception, young man. The instructor did not dispute Lewis's exceptional talent, which was undoubtedly on par with Wade's abilities. After all, he was merely 12 years old, the youngest in the training camp, yet ranked among the top contenders in terms of strength. However, he was still quite young and required further development. CP-8 was not an external agency. Lewis had ample time to mature within its confines. That had been his initial intention, but it now appeared that this lad was overly eager for immediate success. Instructor, I wish to challenge him. Lewis pointed at Frank, declaring that whoever emerges victorious would ascend to power. The instructor exhaled deeply, remarking, You truly are courting death. He lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to Lewis's chest. It felt akin to being struck by a speeding locomotive. Lewis was overwhelmed by a tremendous force that sent him hurtling through the air. As the head instructor of the South China training camp, this individual's prowess was astonishingly formidable. The instructor paused momentarily, then a smirk crept upon his lips. How intriguing. Instructor Dillon, sensing urgency, nearly dashed forward, but was restrained by Wade, who placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. Dillon turned his head to him. Don't be hasty, Wade advised, a smile gracing his face. That hurts. Lewis's feet carved 2 deep grooves into the ground as he remained steadfast, enduring an excruciating pain in his chest. Yet, it was merely pain. For one skilled in the art of iron, the instructor's casual strike could not breach his defenses. Do you concede now? The instructor inquired with a light chuckle. I do not concede, Lewis replied. Lewis stood tall and declared loudly. Frank, beside him, nearly burst into laughter. This young man was truly persistently courting disaster, showing no signs of restraint even in such a situation. Is that so? The instructor smirked. Then, what do you wish to do? I wish to challenge Frank. Lewis spoke bluntly, declaring that the victor would enter CP-9 while the vanquished would retreat. Lewis. Frank's low growl resonated with anger. He was no longer amused. Did this brat truly regard him with such disdain? With barely 500 in combat prowess, and merely a 12-year-old child at that. How dare he provoke him so brazenly? Just like that scoundrel Wade. He utterly disregarded Frank's standing. Ho, the instructor chuckled noncommittally. You certainly possess a bold spirit. Very well, today marks the final graduation assembly. Let us make it a lively occasion. Frank, what say you to this little one's belief that you are unworthy of CP-9's caliber? Will you accept his challenge? With utmost willingness. Frank grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He did not look at Lewis, but rather cast a challenging gaze towards Wade. Despite the evident disparity in their strengths, he could not bring himself to concede. The stubbornness of every sailor is a shared trait, if he could not best wait. Then seeking retribution against his brother would not be a poor alternative. Thus it shall be, the instructor remarked with a knowing glance towards Lewis. The opportunity to join CP9 will be determined by the duel between Lewis and Frank. Very well. Lewis nodded in satisfaction. He knew he must join CP9. No problem. Frank naturally believed in his certain victory, as his combat power was a full 1/5 higher than Lewis's. For both combatants, even a slight edge in strength could be overwhelmingly decisive. Do not kill. As Lewis passed by Wade, the fair-haired man moved his lips and uttered, Lewis nodded with an air of inevitability. He intended to teach this fool that one's martial prowess does not dictate everything. The setting was the South China Sea training camp of the CP sequence, where the two stood facing each other. A coach, holding a folder, stood to one side, while other academies gathered on the opposite side to watch the spectacle. What did Wade just say to you? Frank and Lewis stood very close, their faces adorned with a carefree grin, whispering, Did he tell you to kneel and beg for mercy the moment the fight begins? He said to spare your life. Lewis candidly informed, After all, you know that private duels among students are strictly prohibited and murder is the ultimate transgression. He chuckled, So, little imp, are you now seeking to shield yourself with rules? What happened to your earlier bravado? Frank believed that Lewis's words signified weakness, his tone growing increasingly ominous. Do not assume that I will spare you simply because you speak this way. The consequences of your provocation will be something you shall experience thoroughly. Rest assured. Even the instructor will find no fault, as it is inevitable that one may lose control in the heat of battle. Do you wish to take my life? Lewis lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the man before him, and spoke with assurance. Rest easy. I have no intention of taking your life. I shall spare you. Just as Wade suggested. The realization struck Frank that Lewis was indeed serious. This air of arrogance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the scoundrel Wade. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Lewis possessed the same audacity and strength to act without restraint. Nevertheless, I believe this should suffice to deal with you. Lewis displayed a smile. Ha 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 ha. Frank, filled with rage, responded with a mocking laugh. Very well, you are quite something. Have you finished your whispers? If so, let us commence, remarked the instructor casually. We may begin. Lewis nodded towards the instructor. No problem, or rather, I am eagerly anticipating it. Frank cracked his knuckles, recalling Lewis's words that the CP sequence forbade private duels. This meant that even if he eliminated Lewis here, Wade would not seek retribution against him later. The instructor glanced at the two and declared, Begin. Raging foot. Without a moment's hesitation, Frank leaped into the air, his body soaring as his right leg flickered like a phantom, executing a descending strike aimed directly at Lewis. As the second most powerful student in the training camp, Frank, while seemingly average in Lewis's eyes, would undoubtedly be capable of overpowering dozens of such opponents with a single hand by the time he turned 18. Nevertheless, he was undeniably a remarkable student, having also mastered the 6 techniques, and he chose the raging foot, one of the 2 offensive skills among the 6. The only technique that could launch a ranged attack at the basic stage. With a dull thud, the sharp strike cleaved the ground, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. However, it did not graze Lewis in the slightest. Had he evaded it? Frank, landing a short distance away, was momentarily taken aback. Such an obvious attack should have been impossible to evade. Lewis merely shifted his body slightly, deftly evading the elongated strike. The enhancement he acquired during his recent encounters rendered him exceptionally perceptive. And what of this? Frank's figure suddenly became somewhat indistinct, and in an instant, he had surged to Lewis's front. The Gale kick, a technique honed for leg training, unleashed the explosive power of his leg muscles, thereby significantly amplifying his speed. With his body nearly folded, his right leg arched over his head at a remarkable angle, generating formidable force. Frank's entire being erupted with power. Gale kick. At such a close distance, the strike barely had time to manifest, merely enveloping Frank's leg in a slightly radiant film aimed squarely at Lewis's neck. Undoubtedly, such an assault possessed the capacity to effortlessly shatter boulders. Any ordinary human struck by this would likely have their head sent flying. Just as Frank had indicated, he was indeed intent on eliminating Lewis with no restraint. The terrifying attack approached, yet Lewis remained unmoved. In terms of speed, he certainly could not rival Frank, who had dedicated himself to mastering the Gale kick. However, he invoked the iron block. Lewis's body appeared slightly swollen. When Lewis's body soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing steadily on the ground. Did he get hit? Among the onlookers, Dylan wore an expression of disbelief, wondering why that scoundrel Lewis didn't T-dodge. Even if it was a piece of iron, he shouldn't have taken it head-on. Don't worry, Wade chuckled. The unfortunate one is not Lewis. Oh, just as Wade had predicted, at the moment he sent Lewis flying, Frank stumbled and half-kneeled on the ground, unable to put any weight on his right leg. It seems that having a power level 100 points higher than mine doesn't make you particularly formidable. Lewis brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire, twisted his neck, and softly remarked that Frank's strength was insufficient to inflict harm upon him. Due to the constraints of his age, no matter how diligently Lewis trained his physique, he could only reach a certain limit, until his body matured further. He could not attain great strength. Therefore, he focused on refining his techniques and sought stronger iron blocks. Thus, the concept of the iron block style emerged, enabling him to harden specific parts of his body at will, balancing offense and defense, akin to a simplified version of the Conqueror's hockey. With this iron block, he could expand his body instantaneously, creating elasticity that would rebound the force exerted by his opponent, a technique reminiscent of the thorned halo. Damn it! Frank struggled to rise, a sharp pain coursing through his right leg. The moment he kicked Lewis, the initial sensation was akin to striking a steel plate. And then it felt as if his own strength had been instantly reflected back at him. Sustaining a fracture was an inevitable consequence. You little brat. With an unwarranted arrogance, Frank needed to comprehend his limitations. Lewis spoke softly, asserting that one's prowess does not dictate everything. Indeed, prowess does not determine all. Moreover, is the disparity in prowess between Frank and Lewis, as measured 3 months prior, truly as significant now? The instructor nearby nodded in satisfaction. Lewis's prowess may increase with age, yet that is inconsequential. The true talent lies in the understanding of the 6 styles. While the physical differences between the two are not substantial, the variance in their techniques is considerable. Advanced 6 style skills undoubtedly overshadow basic techniques. Very well, let us proceed. Lewis unfastened the button of his collar, slightly loosened his tie, and beckoned to Frank. Instinctively, Frank took a step back, his right leg still numb. Are you hesitant to advance? Then I shall come to you. Lewis abruptly pushed off the ground, his iron-like essence hardening his body through an explosive force, engaging in a similar display of power. Although it could not quite rival the Gale Step or the Moonlit Slash, it nonetheless provided a notable enhancement. His seemingly frail physique transformed during the sprint, akin to a heavy bomber, tearing through the air with a thunderous approach, charging directly towards Frank. Arrogant little brat. Frank gritted his teeth and leaped into the air, executing a flawless downward strike with his left leg, the Gale Step, with a powerful stamp of his right foot against the ground. Lewis propelled himself into the air like a rocket, his right fist clenched and slightly expanded. The advanced skills of 2 types of iron blocks converged, and his fist was launched forward. Boom! Thunder roared across the sky, a cacophony of sound reverberating. Frank let out a tragic scream as his body plummeted from the heavens like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Thud! Lewis was similarly struck down to the ground by the immense force of Frank, yet he fared much better, landing on both feet and leaving deep impressions in the earth as he dissipated the impact. Is this how it is for you as well? Watching Frank rolling on the ground while clutching his left leg, Lewis allowed a subtle grin to form on his lips. The iron block serves as both an unyielding shield and an invincible spear, at least in Frank's perspective. Once more, Frank was engulfed by despair, reminiscent of his initial days in the training camp, where he entered with unwavering confidence only to witness the remarkable performance of a certain individual named Wade. For a fiercely competitive person, encountering someone who surpassed him can either fuel his determination or plunge him into hopelessness. If the other excels merely a notch above, he may strive harder. However, if that individual remains perpetually out of reach, despair takes root with helpless inevitability. Today, Frank was once again confronted with the essence of despair. The prodigious talent of this young lad was beyond his comprehension. Within just half a year, he had distinguished himself among the trainees by mastering the 6 forms, while Frank had only recently become proficient in the Gale Kick. By the time he could wield it with ease, Lewis had already developed 2 advanced derivative skills based on the fundamental iron block. Such a disparity, even his arrogance could not ignore. Struggling to rise, he turned to glance at the instructor, who had never once directed his gaze towards Frank. Previously, it was Wade who commanded attention, and now it was solely Lewis. Frank understood why the instructor, who had once felt his dignity provoked and reacted with anger, had swiftly shifted his demeanor after delivering a blow to Lewis. It was evident that he recognized the young boy's superior talent. How painfully real this was. "Surrender, Frank." Lewis leisurely removed his suit jacket, carelessly tossing it into the crowd, where Dylan deftly caught it. Rolling up the sleeves of his shirt, he softly remarked, "If you kneel and plead for mercy, I might just let you off the hook. Look, I possess far more compassion than you." Suddenly, Frank erupted with fury, his body lunging forward like a cheetah, fueled by the pent-up frustration of being scorned by everyone. Wade, the instructor, and this insolent youth before him. The pain in his legs seemed to vanish under the surge of adrenaline. Then, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Lewis smiled contentedly, finding Frank to be quite an understandable individual. Frank's speed was indeed remarkable, like the swift rush of the wind, leaving Lewis unable to keep pace with him. However, there was no need for him to match Frank's speed. He merely needed to anticipate his attacks. With a series of clashes, Lewis emerged unscathed, while Frank, who had taken the offensive, suffered several blows, spitting out blood and momentarily retreating, his face ashen. "I concede, little demon, I have indeed underestimated you." Frank scoffed. "You possess considerable skill, and your mastery of iron techniques is profound, yet you are not as formidable as you believe." "Oh, is that so?" Lewis, taken aback, inquired. "Then please enlighten me. What are my weaknesses?" With a swift motion, Frank unleashed a powerful kick. Lewis, too weary to evade, braced himself for the blow, which shattered upon impact, leaving his attire tattered and marking his skin with a pale imprint. Another kick. Lewis was poised to advance, but Frank swiftly countered, leveraging his speed to create distance, followed by another powerful kick. "Oh, is that how it is?" Lewis shifted to the side, evading the strike of the storm, and softly remarked, "Indeed, the iron block excels in defense and close combat. However, when confronted with a ranged attacker such as yourself, I find myself at a disadvantage. I want you dead." Frank had shouted directly. Lewis's tone was laced with derision, as he appeared to regard Frank with utter disdain. "That, I'm afraid, may be beyond your capabilities." Lewis raised his hands in surrender, leaping to evade yet another strike from Frank. The battle reached a stalemate. Lewis struggled to match Frank's speed and could only continue to be toyed with like a kite. However, Frank's attacks failed to penetrate Lewis's defenses, not managing to land a single blow. Infuriating. After yet another attack was dodged, Frank let out a desperate roar. He was already grievously wounded, and his stamina could not possibly rival Lewis's, who merely avoided attacks and occasionally withstood a blow, even if Lewis could not harm him in the short term. Once Frank's strength waned, defeat would be his only fate. "Are you only capable of evasion? Then I shall end the charade. I loathe the notion of offering false hope only to plunge someone into despair. I far prefer to instill despair from the outset. Frank, your time is up." Lewis extended his right hand, the iron solidifying instantly, shattering Frank's strike with a mere flick. He then reached behind his head, releasing the hair tie that bound his tresses, allowing his cascading black hair to flow down like a waterfall, reaching his waist. "HM?" Frank was taken aback. With a resounding crash, the ground fractured as Lewis propelled himself forward like a cannonball, closing the distance to Frank in an instant. "Don't even think about it." Frank's reflexes were nothing short of remarkable. In a heartbeat, he entered an accelerated state, preparing to distance himself from Lewis. However, he was not successful. In the blink of an eye, he felt a tightening around his right leg, followed by a dizzying whirl, as he found himself suspended upside down. In utter shock, he bent at the waist, catching sight of the binding that ensnared his ankle. Hair? Extending from the back of Lewis's head, it had surpassed its natural length, ensnaring Frank's ankle like tentacles and hoisting him aloft. The previously indifferent instructor suddenly froze, his expression darkening. "What is this thing?" Frank gasped in alarm, quickly unleashing a kick with his free left leg. Raging Gale. At almost point-blank range, the strikes surged toward Lewis. Futile. Crack. The attack shattered instantly, as several black tendrils interposed themselves before Lewis. "How is this possible? It's merely hair." Frank was astounded. Hair had thwarted his raging gale. "What kind of hair is this? Forged from diamond?" "It's nothing, merely hair imbued with iron," Lewis casually remarked. "Iron block? Hair? What kind of nonsense is this?" Frank was utterly bewildered by the connection between the two. "Well, since you refuse to surrender, then," with a light chuckle, Lewis remarked, "I can only render you powerless." Several strands of hair coalesced into tendrils, slithering like serpents before Lewis, and then, in an instant, they lunged forth, effortlessly piercing through Frank's chest like the sharpest of spears. A cry of pain escaped Frank's lips. and the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant as blood gushed forth from his mouth. Lewis twisted his hair fiercely and forcefully slammed Frank onto the ground. The strands of hair retracted from Frank's chest, shaken vigorously to remove the bloodstains, and then began to shrink back, returning to Lewis's back. Instructor, I believe the outcome is now clear. Lewis gazed at Frank, who lay in a pool of blood, twitching slightly and entirely unconscious. He turned to the instructor beside him and proclaimed, I have emerged victorious. Indeed, the outcome is evident. You have triumphed, the instructor acknowledged with a nod. In an instant, he lunged forward, his finger poised against Lewis's forehead. Lewis was caught off guard. The instructor's finger, like a gun, could easily pierce his skull in the blink of an eye. Yet, may I inquire? How did you come to acquire that skill? He pressed. Life restored. Lewis felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a chilling breeze had surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. A warm fingertip rested upon his forehead, a gesture that could be mistaken for playful intimacy between lovers or a gentle reprimand from an elder to a younger. Yet, at this moment, the finger pressing against Lewis's brow felt akin to the scythe of death poised at his throat, ready to usher him into the realm of the departed at the slightest misstep. Wade held Dylan firmly, fully aware that even with his intervention, rescuing Lewis from the instructor's grasp was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. This instructor, who commanded the entire CP sequence and trained reserves at the Nanhai training camp, was undoubtedly a formidable figure within the CP hierarchy, far beyond the reach of mere newcomers like them. Moreover, they were surrounded by other instructors, their gazes sharp and predatory. Each a product of rigorous training in the 6 styles, each possessing remarkable strength. It was up to you alone now, Lewis. Wade gritted his teeth. On the ground, Frank lay, his chest pierced by Lewis, blood flowing profusely, rendered completely inconsequential in the face of unfolding events. Let the blood flow for a while. The resilience of humanity is astonishing, after all. All attention was directed towards Lewis. Redemption of life? What could that possibly mean? Lewis whispered, Instructor, I apologize, but I do not quite comprehend what you were saying. Lewis was acutely aware that any slight misstep in his response at this moment could lead to dire consequences. He understood what life restoration entailed. The Navy's 6 styles, although nominally consisting of 6 techniques, actually encompasses more than just those 6 when one disregards the multitude of derivative skills. The 6 styles comprise 7 techniques. Is this not common knowledge? The additional technique is indeed life restoration. Many believe that life restoration can only be comprehended upon reaching a certain mastery of the 6 styles. Yet this is a misconception. In truth, life restoration should be considered foundational to the 6 styles. Mastery of the 6 styles requires the practitioner to continuously refine their body, manipulate their physical form, unleash strength, contort their body, and harden it, all necessitating a profound command over one's physique. Life restoration embodies this very manipulation. The distinction lies in the nature of the control. The manipulation inherent in the 6 styles is passive, subconsciously executed under the guidance of specific learning methods, achievable solely while employing the 6 styles. Conversely, life restoration is an active process, achieved by infusing consciousness into the body, thereby enabling control over hair, skin, muscles, internal organs, and even bones. This is undeniably the 7th technique of the 6 styles, interconnected yet independent of the 6 style system. Lewis firmly believed that true mastery of the 6 styles could only be attained after mastering life restoration, akin to his prior technique involving the manipulation of his hair using iron blocks. The instructor's voice resonated with a low timbre, laced with an indescribable aura of menace, causing Lewis to feel a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. In a realm where the strong could effortlessly dominate with mere presence, the essence of killing intent was palpably real. This was life restoration. Were one to claim they could manipulate their hair solely due to being an ability user? The instructor was acutely aware that Lewis was not an ability user. The backgrounds of all individuals entering the training camp had been meticulously scrutinized by CP. It would indeed be a disgrace for a specialized intelligence agency to be infiltrated by enemy spies. Lewis's past had been thoroughly examined, and even during this graduation task, he remained under the vigilant watch of the instructor. So this technique is termed life restoration. Lewis, with a look of sudden realization, chuckled. I thought I was the only one who possessed this technique, believing it to be my exclusive skill. It appears I was mistaken. What you imply, Lewis? The instructor furrowed his brow. Is that you have come to comprehend the concealed maneuver of the 6 styles, life restoration, without any guidance or prior knowledge. Perhaps that is the case. Lewis nodded. The instructor suddenly burst into laughter, withdrawing the finger that had been resting on Lewis's head and clutching his stomach in amusement. Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death, little rascal? From nothing to something? Do you have any idea how much effort this has taken from countless individuals? Though laughter filled the air, a palpable aura of menace intensified. Lewis felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he responded with a hint of playfulness. Because I am a genius. Having traversed through dimensions, Lewis possessed his own unique advantages. While he lacked the convenience of a system or a mentor like others, his advantages were primitive yet effective. The first was this very body. Not to boast, but in terms of physical talent, Lewis feared no one, except perhaps the likes of Charlotte Lingling Kaido, who were in a league of their own. The initial advantage may not qualify as a true boon, but the second certainly did, his mental prowess. Perhaps owing to his reincarnation, Lewis possessed exceptional mental strength, which manifested in his memory, cognitive abilities, reflexes, and control. The ability to initially grasp the concept of life restoration was purely serendipitous. Given his young physique, mastering iron block was no small feat, however. His extraordinary mental acuity allowed him to meticulously examine every corner of his body, akin to an endoscope, thereby altering his exertion to accelerate his training. During his continuous observation of bodily adjustments while practicing iron block, he inadvertently discovered that by concentrating his attention on a specific part, that area became increasingly sensitive. Once his focus shifted, the heightened sensation would immediately fade. Yet, through repeated experimentation, by consistently directing his attention to one area over an extended period, a transformation occurred as if he had broken through a barrier of consciousness, constructing new neural connections. Previously unmanageable parts of his body became as nimble as his fingers. He soon realized that this was the essence of life restoration. With his exceptional mental strength, he had unwittingly achieved something remarkable. Perhaps the true advantage was not his mental prowess alone, but rather this newfound ability of life restoration. Of course, the areas he could manipulate were still limited, confined to his hair and certain sections of skin, as he was merely experimenting and had yet to refine his skills. A genius? How intriguing, mused the instructor with a chuckle. Are you serious? You do realize, I have a modicum of talent when it comes to controlling my body. Lewis nodded with an air of certainty, as my past was thoroughly scrutinized upon joining the training camp. Instructor, you are aware that I have had no opportunity to receive training from other organizations, let alone the fact that the Navy's 6 Styles is a closely guarded secret of the government, inaccessible to other entities. At this moment, the advantages of exhibiting extraordinary talent became evident. While it is indeed amusing to feign ignorance, the reality of such a situation complicates matters significantly. The instructor was certainly aware of Lewis's prodigious abilities. He was a genuine genius. Even Wade, after studying the art of paper drawing, had yet to demonstrate such a plethora of techniques. Lewis displayed remarkable aptitude in mastering the 6 Styles, which fundamentally revolve around the refinement and control of the body. In this light, Lewis's assertions were not devoid of plausibility. This is quite troublesome for me, the instructor remarked, clutching his folder and scratching his head. Your situation is indeed perplexing and difficult to ascertain. Perhaps it would be simpler to eliminate the issue altogether. Lewis's gaze suddenly sharpened, a cold sweat dampening his shirt. With a sudden jerk, Wade tightened his grip on Dylan's shoulder, causing Dylan's complexion to shift dramatically, as if his bones were being crushed. Yet, the ever-perceptive Wade appeared oblivious. His eyes scanning the surrounding instructors with a furrowed brow, his muscles beginning to quiver slightly as he prepared for the impending confrontation. After the initial panic, Lewis quickly regained his composure. His willingness to expose his ability to return life was certainly not due to a genuine weariness of existence. He was indeed a genius, grounded in reality, unafraid of scrutiny. However, it was somewhat regrettable. The instructor's side, the Navy had produced 3 formidable entities, ensuring a promising future for the next 2 to 3 decades, while our CP side seemed to lag behind. Lewis was certainly aware of the identities of the 3 formidable entities within the Navy. Before long, the Navy would usher in a golden era as the trio of red, blue, and yellow had begun to make their mark. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, the 3 esteemed veterans, were in the prime of their lives, followed closely by the likes of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, whose explosive combat prowess was unprecedented in the annals of naval history. The next peak in naval strength would occur during Akainu's reign. However, it ultimately bore little significance, for the seas would remain as tumultuous as ever. Thus, Lewis, tell me. The instructor gazed intently into Lewis's eyes. Are you truly a genius? Indeed. Lewis nodded with unyielding determination, affirming that throughout the past year of training, he had thoroughly showcased his innate talents. Despite his youth, there was no doubt that Lewis exhibited the fastest learning pace in the entire training camp. Being the first to master the 6 techniques, and the only one to demonstrate such a myriad of variations with them. Indeed, as you mentioned, I am acutely aware of your background, and your natural abilities are undeniably formidable. The instructor nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It would be a lamentable loss for you to perish here, and losing you alone would be significant. He glanced at Wade beside him, indicating that the repercussions would be even more pronounced. Let CP9's members grapple with that dilemma. Lewis, CP9. The decision was made. Yes. Dylan nearly leaped from his seat, the tension that had gripped him dissipating in an instant. He finally became aware of Wade's grip on his shoulder, which was excruciatingly painful. Was it about to break? Brother Wade. Oh, my apologies, Wade chuckled, retracting his hand with a beaming smile. I didn't realize you were so fragile, Dylan. Hey. Regardless, the allocation meeting had concluded, and all the trainees were set to embark on their respective journeys to create their own life's value. Of course, there remained orientation training before officially starting their positions. The instructor gazed meaningfully at Lewis for a full minute, then smiled with satisfaction before turning to leave, leaving the meaning of his gaze ambiguous. Life at the South Sea training camp had come to an end. Tomorrow, ships would transport the students to their designated locations, signaling the time for their farewells. Why did you hold back, Lewis? That scoundrel Frank truly intended to kill you. Why spare him? During dinner, Dylan expressed his discontent with Lewis's actions. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the bloodied Frank being carried to the hospital. In a training camp notorious for its high casualty rate, such medical facilities were indispensable, and the medical expertise was remarkably advanced, suggesting that the battered Frank would indeed survive. Didn't I say so? Lewis leisurely consumed his food, swallowing before he replied. CP prohibits private disputes, and causing death is the utmost violation of this rule. Adhering to the regulations is not a bad thing. Are you truly going to let him off the hook? Dylan exclaimed, exasperated. That bastard wants to kill you. Calm down, Dylan, Wade interjected with a smile. Frank has already sustained serious injuries, hasn't he? What does that matter? It's merely a scratch. Dylan clearly found such a conclusion unacceptable. No, Dylan. It's far from just a scratch. Wade smiled as he regarded Lewis. Huh? Dylan looked utterly bewildered. Indeed. Lewis nodded, since Frank had become his adversary. It was evident that he would not easily let him go, although he was merely a member of CP8. Lewis was resolutely unwilling to allow that individual to continue his growth. The final strike pierced through his chest, and I stirred within him. Even if he could recover, his lung function would never be restored. What does that mean? Dylan asked, blinking inquisitively. It means that. Lewis smiled, aware that his future physical condition would likely leave him breathless after the slightest exertion. Dylan paused momentarily before inquiring, so what? Honestly, how did I never realize you were this foolish? Wade chuckled, giving Dylan a light pat. Consider this. Would the government sustain such a useless individual? Wow. You really are quite ruthless. Dylan finally snapped back to reality. This could be seen as a metaphorical use of a dagger to kill. Spies like them, privy to numerous government secrets and possessing formidable expertise due to their specialized training, would not be allowed to go unchecked. With Frank rendered incapacitated by Lewis, would the government be willing to provide him a lifetime of support without compensation? I am, after all, quite benevolent. Lewis emphasized that, regardless of circumstances, he had spared Frank's life. That ruthless fellow, keep your distance from me. Dylan exaggerated. Rest assured, I shall set off for CP9 tomorrow. That will be far enough. Lewis shook his head. Dylan was momentarily taken aback, as the weight of reality dawned upon him. They were about to part ways. Iron block and paper drawing. Make sure to practice diligently. Once you leave the training camp, the constraints will be fewer. Lewis, resembling a benevolent father imparting wisdom to his son embarking on his maiden journey, cautioned, in the realm of CP5, where assassination is the art, do not become a mere pawn in the game. The 2 techniques and 6 styles shall suffice for your needs. Unlike Dylan, Wade did not have the privilege of mastering the 6 styles. Should anyone question your proficiency, Wade interjected, simply inform them that we were your instructors. I doubt anyone would dare to confront you. Even the commander of CP5 may not hold a rank superior to that of an official member of CP9, let alone CP0. The remaining techniques shall be entrusted to you once I have mastered them. Lewis continued. stating that one of the advantages of CP9 is the opportunity to be acquainted with the complete set of 6 powers. Therefore, he does not need to learn from Wade, as such practices are prohibited in the training camp. Life is precious, and one should be cautious during missions. It is imperative to neither charge to the front recklessly nor lag at the back. Completing the task is secondary. Survival must take precedence. Indeed, Wade nodded in agreement. Hey, that's enough, Dylan exclaimed, slapping the table. Wade, I can understand, but Lewis, do you really perceive me as your little brother? Not at all. Lewis shook his head. You are quite perceptive. Dylan chuckled with satisfaction. I merely regard you as my son. Is it not natural for a father to care for his child? Lewis chuckled. You scoundrel. Dylan leaped over the table, intent on tearing Lewis's mouth apart. Regardless, before their next reunion, the three were destined to part ways. That evening, Lewis experienced a rare bout of insomnia. His restlessness stemmed not only from the impending separation from friends, but also from an unsettling uncertainty about the future. The Nanhai training camp had been successfully completed, yet the upcoming CP9 training camp promised to be even more rigorous. Could he truly stand out among them? Lewis had never believed that someone from a civilized world like himself could possess greater combat prowess than those who thrived in a savage one. Failure equated to death. There was no alternative. It was utterly impossible to claim that he felt no pressure. Yet, he had to persevere. To survive, to truly live well, one must strive upward. To possess fists harder than anyone else's. This was a lesson Lewis had grasped during his days as a beggar. In this world, stagnation meant regression. If one did not take command of others' fates, they would merely await the domination of their own by someone else, with long-term goals still undecided. His short-term objective was clear, to join CP9. This goal must be realized, no matter the cost. Lewis pondered upon this. Although he had not slumbered, he still rose early the following day. His robust physique and formidable mental fortitude allowed him to maintain a radiant demeanor despite a night devoid of rest. In stark contrast, Dylan, his roommate, appeared exceedingly despondent. Unsurprisingly, he too had experienced a sleepless night. With his more profound emotional depth, Dylan found it even harder to come to terms with the impending separation. How so? Lewis gazed at his pronounced dark circles and casually remarked. Did you spend the night dreaming of spring? Get lost. Dylan, who had been listless, immediately perked up. Hey, Lewis, Dylan hesitated. Let us go. The dormitory door swung open, and Wade entered, beckoning the two to accompany him to the port. Without waiting for Dylan to voice his thoughts, Lewis nodded and followed Wade out of the dormitory, leaving Dylan behind. There was no need to bring any belongings. The higher-ups would ensure everything was properly prepared, and the items left behind would undergo rigorous inspection and be securely sealed. Hey, Dylan shouted, feeling abandoned, and hurried after them. You too. Can you please listen when someone is speaking? There was no time for breakfast. The transport ship for the CP was already prepared to set sail. The distance from the various departments to the South Sea training camp was considerable, leaving little room for delay. The journey to the port was eerily silent. Over 200 trainees converging from the dormitory area, forming a small stream that resembled a lifeless river, devoid of sound. Farewells often evoke melancholy, and those who are sad tend to withdraw into silence. Upon reaching the port, 10 ships awaited their arrival. The instructor team had arrived even earlier, standing at the entrance like towering iron sentinels, with the chief instructor at the forefront. All right, you lot, the year of training has concluded. It's time for you to leave. The instructor's voice was neither agitated nor cheerful, imbued instead with indifference. His attitude towards the graduates was one of apathy. Even Lewis and Wade, who were slightly more exceptional, were merely faces in a crowd. As a seasoned instructor of the CP series, he had witnessed too much. Brilliance that fails to mature holds little value. Form your departments and board the ship, one by one, the instructor instructed casually. The group quietly lined up, with the 8 factions of CP1 to CP8 being established, while Lewis and Wade were separately assigned into their own factions. Now, board the ship. A large vessel glided toward the shore, docking gracefully. The trainees assigned to CP1 boarded swiftly and orderly, the ship setting sail directly toward the horizon, followed by the second and third vessels. CP2, CP3, and CP4 departed in succession. Next, CP5, board now, the instructor remarked, as the CP5 line began to embark. Dylan lagged at the end, moving slowly, each step seeming as if he wished to imprint the ground with his weight. Each lift of his foot felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain, and at the moment he stepped onto the ship's deck, he abruptly turned back, his heart brimming with unspoken words. He spotted Lewis and Wade amidst the crowd below, their figures strikingly conspicuous, as both stood alone in their own formation. They lifted their heads, gazing in his direction, watching him. The tightly pressed lips of Dylan relaxed into a faint smile, although he intended to shout something. He simply chuckled and strode onto the deck, vanishing from his friend's sight. Even though the visual connection was severed, Dylan felt their gaze upon him, unwavering and constant. The great ship gradually departed the harbor, carrying Lewis's dear friends toward the distant horizon. "They've gone," Wade suddenly spoke beside him. "Yes, they have," came the reply. Lewis nodded. "Rest assured, Lewis. Although Dylan may be somewhat foolish, he will take care of himself," Wade remarked. "I am aware." Lewis nodded. Although Dylan was somewhat foolish, he was not entirely lacking in discernment. He understood the importance of self-preservation. Furthermore, while his abilities may not rank among the most exceptional of this cohort of trainees, he was certainly not weak, and his standing within CP5 was likely commendable. It was time to part ways. Wade's voice was barely audible, and Lewis nearly missed his words. Lewis nodded gently. "Will Lewis feel fear?" Wade inquired. "Starting today, he is all alone." "No, he will not." Lewis responded with a smile, displaying no trace of fear. "Is that so?" Wade exclaimed, slightly opening his mouth in astonishment. "That's truly impressive. As for me, I must admit, I feel a bit afraid." "What?" Lewis was taken aback. "I am so afraid." Wade gazed at Lewis. "Afraid that I may never see you and Dylan again." "That won't happen." Lewis promptly replied. "I shall not perish. Nor shall you, nor Dylan. We shall stand at the pinnacle of CP. No, at the very apex of the world." "Ah, truly, Lewis. Your ambition remains as unabashed as ever." Wade chuckled softly. "Huh." Louis chuckled softly. "CP9, Louis, it's your turn." Unbeknownst to us, aside from Louis and Wade, only the instructors remain here. "Let us board the ship." "Indeed." Lewis nodded slightly, casting a profound glance at Wade before turning to depart. "Lewis," Wade's voice echoed from behind. "Do your best." "Oh." Lewis responded without turning back, striding purposefully onto the deck of the grand vessel. A low hum resonated as the ship set sail, followed by a gradual increase in the wind's force, which filled the sails above. Leaning against the deck, Lewis gazed at the distant white clouds at the horizon. Suddenly, he turned his head. At the harbor, the man with golden hair continued to watch him intently. Noticing Lewis's glance, he immediately began to wave his arms vigorously. Lewis smiled gently, releasing a long sigh. The weather today was splendid. The CP9 training base is located in the Grand Line, and there are only 2 routes to reach that destination from the South Blue. The first is to directly traverse the doldrums, heading towards the initial segment of the Grand Line. In an era when warships lacked seastone, crossing the doldrums was tantamount to courting death, as countless sea kings inhabiting these waters formed an insurmountable barrier isolating the Grand Line from the 4 seas. Furthermore, navigating this windless expanse with wooden sailing ships posed an immense challenge. The vessel transporting Lewis to the training camp evidently lacked the capability to traverse the doldrums, so they were left with no choice but to take the second route, crossing the upside-down mountain to enter the first segment of the Grand Line. This alternative significantly enhanced safety, yet the sole inconvenience lay in the extended distance. Even with relentless sailing, the estimated travel time would be 3 months. Lewis did not feel disheartened by the 3-month journey. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. The time spent en route to the training camp provided him with an invaluable opportunity to further hone his abilities. 3 months was indeed ample time. From acquiring the iron block to inadvertently grasping the essence of life return, which birthed 2 distinct iron block techniques, Lewis had accomplished this in less than 6 months. Now, 3 months seemed entirely sufficient. Since he lacked other training methods from the 6 styles, Lewis naturally could not approach his cultivation from that angle. He began to contemplate how to address his most significant shortcoming. Lewis was acutely aware that his greatest shortcoming lay not in technique or tactics, but in his fundamental physical abilities, strength, speed, and constitution, essentially his age. At merely 12 years old, teetering on the brink of adolescence, he had yet to enter the phase of rapid development. This reality predetermined that, for several years to come, Lewis would find himself significantly disadvantaged in physical prowess compared to his contemporaries. The CP9 training camp harbored no mediocrity. Innate talent could not be swiftly transmuted into strength, leaving Lewis uncertain of his ability to emerge victorious among his peers. Thus, it was imperative for him to overcome the limitations imposed by his youth. To bridge the chasm of age, Lewis understood that only a devil fruit known as the age fruit could facilitate such a transformation. However, He also recognized that it was not impossible to subtly alter his physical condition. For the past 3 months, Lewis had devoted himself to a singular pursuit, the cultivation of life restoration. The essence of life restoration lies in the complete mastery of one's body through the infusion of willpower. Prior to boarding the ship, Lewis could only manipulate his hair and certain areas of skin experimented upon earlier. Now, he sought to extend his control to a third aspect of his anatomy. This was not muscle or any other external feature, but rather his internal organs, specifically his stomach, followed by the liver, pancreas, and subsequently, the small and large intestines, encompassing his digestive system. Even within the confines of his age, consuming more food would undoubtedly foster significant physical development. This was a natural conclusion. Lewis aspired to enhance the digestive capacity of his body and optimize the efficiency of nutrient absorption. His goal was to force his body into a rapid developmental phase through ample and high energy consumption, thereby compensating for the disparity in his age. Frankly, this endeavor proved to be considerably simpler than his initial attempts to control his hair. The average human possesses approximately 100,000 strands of hair. However, Lewis, blessed with a particularly lush mane, boasted nearly 120,000 strands, a daunting figure that left him dizzy and in awe during his early training. Moreover, controlling hair necessitated not only the manipulation of the strands themselves, but also the regulation of hair follicles to stimulate growth and instantaneously extend hair length, which nearly induced a sense of trypophobia in him. Despite these challenges, Lewis's progress was not swift. After all, the internal organs held far greater significance than mere hair. A moment's inattention could lead to irreparable consequences. Lewis exercised great caution, eschewing reckless ambition. He preferred a deliberate pace over hasty actions. Over the course of 3 months, Lewis led a remarkably fulfilling life, dedicating 18 hours daily to training, 4 hours to physical exercise, and practicing 6 forms to ensure his bodily functions advanced steadily. The remaining 14 hours were devoted to the meticulous control of his stomach, liver, and pancreas, while 6 hours were set aside for rest and nourishment. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was exceptionally robust, and his vitality was abundant. A mere 4 hours of sleep each day sufficed for him. Lewis felt like a specter aboard the ship, engaging in no conversations and merely tending to his own affairs. This behavior was not unexpected, as the vessel was a disguised merchant ship, manned entirely by agents of the CP sequence, a group not known for their warmth or hospitality. Silence enveloped the ship for 3 long months. After more than a month at sea, they entered the Grand Line, surging up Reverse Mountain and then plunging down into the ocean from its lofty peak. The fierce winds whipped against their faces, giving the sensation that their bodies might take flight. Ahead lay the vast expanse of the Grand Line, renowned as the greatest sea in the world. Once they entered this legendary route, the first change Lewis perceived was the unpredictable weather. Although he had heard tales of its volatility, the abruptness of the shifts caught him off guard. However, there was no cause for concern. The ship's crew included remarkably skilled navigators capable of maneuvering even through the harshest weather conditions of the Grand Line. Despite the fact that it was 3 years prior to the onset of the Great Pirate Era, chaos still reigned over the Grand Line. Lewis and his companions did not dock at any islands. Whenever they needed supplies, mysterious ships would appear to deliver provisions. With the aid of a permanent compass, they deftly avoided the initial 7 routes. Nonetheless, they encountered several pirate attacks along the way, all of which were effortlessly dealt with by the CP agents on board. It became apparent to Lewis that the ship's captain was a formidable figure, possessing a combat prowess exceeding 1,000, a guardian of considerable strength. With such a protector, Lewis could focus solely on his own training. 3 months passed in dedicated practice, and just as Lewis began to grasp the nuances of his digestion ability, a deserted island emerged before him. It seemed that the CP sequence favored establishing training grounds on desolate islands, much like the South Sea training camp. This island was no different. The surface lay barren, while the training camp was concealed beneath the ground. Guided by an officer from the ship, Lewis entered the underground through a passageway carved into the trunk of a massive tree. Before him unfolded an expansive training facility, fully equipped and resembling a small city. It was difficult to fathom that such a vast training ground was intended for merely a handful of trainees. Lewis was taken to meet the chief instructor of the training camp, a towering figure with a physique reminiscent of iron, his muscles taut and formidable. The instructor had little to say regarding Lewis's arrival, promptly directing him to the logistics department to collect his belongings. After placing his items in the dormitory, Lewis commenced his training. Seizing the opportunity to explore the camp while retrieving his supplies, Lewis was struck by its vastness. It was overwhelmingly large, with scarcely a training recruit in sight. Following the map, he reached his dormitory, and to speak frankly, it felt somewhat wasteful to utilize such a luxurious villa as a dormitory. Despite being a reserve for agents, the facilities were remarkably superior. The dormitory required no tidying up, as everything had been prepared in advance. Lewis found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and with a hint of surprise, he opened the door to find a peculiar sight: a cat. No, more accurately, a man resembling a cat. He appeared to be quite young, perhaps around 16 or 17. Yet his stature was impressive, towering over Lewis by a head. Lewis instinctively took a step back, as he preferred not to look up at others. His initial impression was that of a cat. His physique was somewhat rounded, and though his limbs were a tad plump, they seemed disproportionately long. His cheeks were particularly round, giving him a cherubic appearance, fair and pudgy. His short black hair had a slight curl, appearing somewhat tousled, while his eyes habitually squinted into narrow slits. The corners of his mouth turned upwards at an oddly peculiar angle, then slightly downwards, completing the feline resemblance. "Who are you?" Lewis furrowed his brow. "I hail from the West Sea, and I have just arrived. Noticing your presence, I thought it courteous to come over and greet you," he said. The man wore a perpetual smile, yet it lacked warmth, as if it were merely a customary expression for him. "My name is Zyro," he added, extending a hand. "Meow?" Lewis replied, "I am from the South Sea." Lewis extended his hand, and they shook firmly. His grip was solid, entirely unlike what one would expect from his seemingly plump exterior. The calluses on his hands were notably thick, indicating that he had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training. Even before he had become aware of Lewis, the latter had already taken notice of him. Despite arriving first, Lewis displayed an undeniable sensitivity that suggested he was far from ordinary. The top contender of the Shihai training camp was unlikely to be a weakling. "Lewis, what a splendid name," Zyro marveled. "You truly are remarkable. You must be only around 12 or 13, yet you've secured the top position in the Nanhai training camp. Quite impressive indeed." Lewis nodded, somewhat uncertain of this person's intentions. "Shall we dine together? Training begins in the afternoon, and it is imperative to replenish our energy," suggested Zyro. "All right." Lewis nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a splendid opportunity. The dining hall of the training camp was exceedingly luxurious, vast in its expanse. Given the already extensive area of the camp itself, it would have been discordant for the dining hall to be any less spacious. When Lewis and Ciro arrived at the cafeteria, there were already around 10 individuals dining, most of whom occupied solitary tables, their meals piled high before them like miniature mountains. The duo, having come together, appeared almost like outsiders. They found an empty seat and placed their orders. Lewis held the menu in his hand, which boasted an array of sumptuous dishes. Not only had he never indulged in such culinary delights since his arrival in this world, but even in his previous life, he had never experienced anything quite like it. In terms of indulgence, CP9 appeared to spare no effort. Was it perhaps a measure to protect their agents from the seductive allure of the enemy's sweet temptations? Lewis pondered this as he placed his order. He noticed that Zyro was constantly glancing around, his eyes, which were slightly squinted, opened just enough to reveal his somewhat elongated pupils. "What are you looking at?" Lewis spoke up. "You see, my dear brother Lewis." Zyro leaned forward, half reclining on the table, and chuckled softly. "These individuals are our future adversaries, meow." "Adversaries?" Lewis scanned the surroundings, observing that the patrons here were predominantly youthful, with the eldest hardly surpassing their 20s. Among them, those around the age of 16 or 17, like Zyro, constituted the majority, while Lewis remained the youngest of the group. Indeed, although the CP9 training camp recruits annually, as far as I am aware, dear Lewis. Zyro chuckled. This camp has not seen a single successful graduation for the past 3 years. Furthermore, if we look back an additional 3 years across 5 consecutive sessions, only one individual has managed to graduate. Such a dismal statistic? Lewis was slightly taken aback. The graduation rate of CP9 seemed remarkably low. Indeed, CP9 is an elite organization. Zyro elucidated. At its peak, the official number of agents never exceeded 20. He chuckled, suggesting that in some respects, CP9 might be even more rigorous than CP0. In terms of resources, CP9 is not necessarily inferior to CP0, considering that the personnel count of CP0 significantly surpasses that of CP9, which naturally leads to stricter demands. Zyro licked his lips, gazing at Lewis, his chubby cheeks pressing together, and added, "Moreover, I firmly believe that you, my dear Lewis, will prove to be far more exceptional than those who enter CP0. He was well aware of his own capabilities. In that instant, Lewis realized not only his own identity, but also that he was acquainted with Wade, who had joined CP0. This rotund individual likely had connections within the CP ranks. Are you familiar with these individuals? Lewis retorted. Indeed. Zero nodded as a matter of course, continuing. There are 4 trainees from 4 training camps across the seas, 1 from the Paradise base, 1 from the New World base, and additionally 13 survivors from the CP9 training camp. Thus, our cohort comprises a total of 19 individuals. Meow. 19 individuals? Lewis was somewhat taken aback. The number was not insignificant. Indeed, it seemed rather excessive. Oh. Within this session of the CP9 training camp, a remarkable individual has emerged, possessing a notable aura of leadership, which accounts for the increased number of survivors. However, fret not. My dear Lewis, for you are exceptionally formidable, remarked Zero with a light chuckle. Look over there. Zero gestured towards a certain individual across the way, muscles, pure muscles. The sight was dominated by a physique of sheer strength, with dark skin, full lips, and hair styled into dreadlocks, devouring his food with the ferocity of a tempest. Surrounding him at the table were several other trainees. Stewart, the man currently ranked first in the power index within the CP9 training camp, at the age of 19, boasts a power level exceeding 1,000, even surpassing our 6 external members. Lewis cast a glance at the man, whose ironclad muscles harbored explosive strength, undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Yet, he hardly resembled a mere 19-year-old. Of course, among us outsiders, there are also formidable individuals, meow. Zero chuckled mischievously. Aside from my brother Lewis, there is another noteworthy figure. He subtly gestured towards a woman seated a few tables away, a striking beauty in her 20s, with a voluptuous figure, cascading waves of brown hair, and a countenance as frosty as winter. Each bite she took seemed like a fierce act of tearing. Noticing Zero's gesture, the woman turned her gaze towards him, her eyes piercingly cold. Wow, how intimidating, meow. Zero awkwardly averted his gaze. It seems you do not garner much favor with women? Lewis chuckled. Perhaps it's best to steer clear of such women, he remarked. Zero shook his head and leaned closer to Lewis's ear, whispering, Erica from the New World. More than a third of the trainees in this cohort of the New World training camp have perished at her hands. She harbors a considerable propensity for violence. Yet her strength is equally formidable. Oh? Lewis gazed at the woman before him, her tall and slender figure a testament to her undeniable beauty. However, the fierce intensity of her glare was laced with a palpable animosity, as if she harbored a desire to end his life merely for having cast a few glances in her direction. Ah, dear Lewis, are you intrigued? Zero chuckled, amused by the situation. Truly, Lewis, at the tender age of 12, you possess such grand ambitions. Yet, it must be noted that this woman exuded an air of haughtiness, one that would not be easily subdued. Haughty? Lewis curled his lips. That is not necessarily the case. Why would someone truly deserving of pride find themselves ensnared in this hellish CP? Is it conceivable that one genuinely proud at their core would remain fixated on mere appearances? Well, it's undoubtedly true that none can rival Lewis, my dear. Zero chuckled. Among all present, it seems Lewis is the most formidable. I beg to differ. Just admit it. Lewis, a cat's intuition is remarkably sharp. He laughed. The most formidable challenge within this training camp is undoubtedly the rotund individual beside him. Due to his external enhancements, Lewis possesses extraordinarily keen senses, whether it be Stewart, who is reputed to have the highest combat prowess in the camp, or the menacingly fierce Erica. Neither instills in him the same level of trepidation as this corpulent figure. However, the fact that this individual places significant importance on Lewis is undeniable. Since arriving at the camp, he has sought no other companionship, instead opting to cultivate a relationship with Lewis, a testament to his genuine regard. As their idle chatter waned, a chef wheeled a cart laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes before them, promptly filling the spacious table. All right, let us indulge. The afternoon training session is quite lengthy. Zero grinned, then promptly buried his head in the feast. When he opened his mouth, Lewis was taken aback to see it filled with sharp teeth. Noticing Lewis's gaze, Zero flashed a grin, his eyes widening slightly. The narrow pupils and his toothy smile rendered him rather unsettling. Shaking his head, Lewis began to eat as well. He consumed his meal with remarkable swiftness, his hands moving like phantoms as they seized food from the table, shoveling it into his mouth without a second glance, chewing only slightly before swallowing. There was no need for thorough mastication. His esophagus, under deliberate control, effortlessly transported substantial morsels into his stomach. The copious gastric acid secreted began to swiftly break down the food, completing the initial phase of digestion. Next came the liver, secreting bile, and the pancreas, releasing digestive juices to further process the fats, sugars, and proteins that had been partially digested, culminating in absorption by the intestines. Lewis's digestive process was remarkably rapid. Although he had yet to master the entire digestive system, he had already gained a preliminary understanding of the stomach and liver through the power of life reclamation. He was able to swiftly digest the majority of his food, with the potent and abundant gastric acid allowing him to consume without restraint before the second serving arrived. His stomach had nearly processed the first. However, there lies a drawback. The potency of the gastric acid poses significant risks to his stomach. Despite Lewis's ability to manipulate his gastric environment, the stomach remains a mortal organ, necessitating meticulous control over his gastric acid to avoid self-inflicted harm. He could distinctly sense an energy emanating from his digestive tract, radiating throughout his body. While consuming food replenishes energy, the process is typically slow and subtle. However, Lewis had accelerated this process exponentially, coupled with his exceptionally keen perception, enabling him to fully grasp the transformation occurring within him. "I'm growing stronger," Lewis pondered, his body continually absorbing nutrients and converting energy into power. "Wow, that's incredible, Lewis," Zyro exclaimed, visibly astonished as he looked at Lewis, who continued to feast without the slightest sign of fullness. How can such a slender physique accommodate such a substantial appetite? Is this also a manifestation of life reclamation's power? He inquired. Should I interpret that as a provocation? Lewis kept his head down. Haha, my apologies, Lewis, my dear, Zyro chuckled. I meant no offense. I merely believe that you possess remarkable capabilities, and we could collaborate. Oh, pray tell? Lewis inquired, regarding the elimination system of this training camp. As lunchtime drew to a close, Lewis consumed an astonishing 20 portions of food under Zyro's astonished gaze, exhibiting the demeanor befitting a protagonist in terms of appetite. After a brief respite post-lunch, Zyro led Lewis to the training grounds for assembly. From training camps across the globe, 6 individuals were recommended, alongside the 13 remaining from CP9, culminating in a total of 19 participants. The gender distribution was heavily skewed, comprising 18 males and a solitary female. However, this proved inconsequential, for no man harbored intentions of seeking a romantic partner within the confines of the CP system. Although discord prevailed among the CP9 trainees, with a faction centered around Stewart uniting in opposition to the others, the rifts between these individuals and those from other bases were even more pronounced, as evidenced by the stark division in their positions. Have 6 more arrived? A middle-aged instructor, appearing to be in his 50s, bald and clad in a long coat that left his chest bare, showcasing numerous conspicuous scars, addressed them. You 6, come forth and attack me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lewis observed as a woman named Elika surged forward, her movements as swift as a female leopard, her finger aimed menacingly at the instructor's head, exuding a palpable aura of danger. Ah, finger gun, the instructor remarked with a hint of derision. Clang. Elika's attack struck him directly, yet he remained motionless, impervious to harm. Her eyes widened slightly in disbelief. With a mere indifferent push, the instructor sent the beautiful woman spiraling through the air, tracing an arc before she landed with a thud. Lewis took a step back, and Elika crashed heavily to the spot where he had just stood. Lewis beheld a pair of eyes, brimming with rage, hatred, and murderous intent. It was the gaze of Yelika directed towards him, as if she wished to eliminate him to conceal a secret that should never have been unveiled. Let me finish speaking before you react. The use of 6 styles is strictly prohibited, the instructor remarked casually, not even glancing at Yelika. Lewis nodded slightly. This was a test of spiritual strength. The 6 forms encompass numerous derivative techniques, one of which is known as the 6 forms of play, designed to assess one's spiritual prowess, requiring merely the ability to endure blows. Instructor, I'm here. Zyro chuckled, and despite his corpulent figure, he exhibited a speed that surpassed even Yelika's, swiftly delivering a kick to the instructor's abdomen. The instructor was propelled backward by the force of the kick, taking 2 steps back before nodding slightly. Zyro, 17 years old, spiritual strength 970. Excellent. Lewis was taken aback. This individual's power level was nearing 1,000, which was truly astonishing. He observed that when the instructor announced the figures, a man named Stewart from the former CP9 training camp began to fixate intently on Ciro, while the students around him wore expressions of sheer shock. In terms of power, only Stewart surpassed Ciro among them, with the others exhibiting considerable discrepancies in their values. However, Lewis was aware that Ciro must possess concealed strengths far beyond what was currently displayed. At that moment, three figures surged forward, their fists and legs crashing against the instructor. John, age 20, with a score of 460. Jack, 18, with a score of 490. Brown, 21, with a score of 480. TSK, yet another trio of inept individuals. The three students retreated with sullen expressions, reflecting the standard level of the 4Cs training camp. With a grunt, Yelica, having stumbled to the ground, sprang back up and swiftly delivered a kick to the side of the instructor's head, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. Yelica, age 20, with a power level of 730, was deemed a significant disappointment by the instructor's tone, though the former CP9 students did not share this sentiment, as such a power level was considered exceptional even among their ranks. Finally, the instructor turned his gaze towards Lewis. Lewis, no longer hesitating, propelled himself forward. His right fist clenched, landing a precise blow to the instructor's forehead. It was hard, remarkably so. This fellow had honed his strength to a terrifying degree. Indeed, at the tender age of 12, Lewis possessed a remarkable prowess. The instructor gazed at him, a grin spreading across his face, acknowledging his talent with a rating of 640. Truly, Lewis was a prodigy. Zyro narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Lewis with a peculiar gaze. The other students wore expressions of disbelief, astonished that this 12-year-old boy surpassed most of them in ability. Only Yelica regarded Lewis with a frosty stare, as if her animosity was not directed at anyone in particular, but rather that she viewed everyone as a potential target. Lewis nodded gently towards the instructor and returned to the ranks. He was somewhat astonished. The last test of his martial prowess had been 6 months prior, at which time his strength was just shy of 500. Now, after half a year, he had gained over 100, marking a significant improvement. Nevertheless, he felt confident that his progress could accelerate even further. With the testing concluded, formal training commenced. The instructor spoke, "The 6 newcomers shall proceed to the 5th training ground, where you will be taught the complete set of 6 forms." Given the name 6 forms of the Navy, it is easy to extract 2 pieces of information from it. First, that these techniques were conceived by the Navy, although the specific individuals responsible may never be known. What is certain is that countless efforts have coalesced into these techniques from their inception to their refinement. This explains why Lewis's previous assertion of intuitively grasping the life return technique elicited such a reaction from the instructor. Even the simplest technique, shave, cannot be executed without proper guidance on exertion and rhythm. One could practice endlessly without success, save for prodigies like Monkey D. Luffy. The second piece of information is, of course, the existence of 6 techniques: shave, finger pistol, galefoot, moonwalk, paper drawing, and iron block. They encompass both offensive and defensive capabilities, suitable for combat as well as retreat. The original creator of these techniques must have been a genius, while the intention is to impart the entire set of 6 forms. One should not naively expect to master them all at once. It is almost certain that one would not pass the assessment after just a month of training, even among those who previously trained in CP9. As far as I know, the only individual in the training camp who has mastered more than 2 of the 6 forms is Stewart. As they made their way to the 5th training ground, Ciro chattered incessantly behind Lewis. Of course, a prodigy like you is the exception. The assessment, occurring monthly, consists of both written and practical components. The written test covers essential skills for a spy, while the practical assessment involves combat. Both sections contribute equally to the final score. Ciro mentioned that if the 2 were to spar, they should hold back to avoid granting others an opportunity. With monthly assessments, those who rank last face elimination. This training period lasts 1 year, meaning that out of the 19 currently in the camp, only 7 will ultimately participate in the graduation assessment, excluding those who may drop out for various reasons. The instructors are known for their stern dispositions. Those who are eliminated but possess considerable strength may have the opportunity to be transferred to other departments, while the weaker individuals will inevitably return to the sea. The challenge lies in the fact that those with strength are not easily cast aside. The 5th training ground was not far off. The group of 6 arrived in just a few minutes. However, during that brief span, they had formed 5 distinct factions. Yelica led the way, followed closely by Lewis and Ciro, while the remaining 3 stragglers lagged behind, maintaining their distance from the leader. Disunity was quite normal, as each individual is, after all, their own greatest rival. An instructor awaited their arrival, and upon the group's assembly, he wasted no time in commencing the teaching of the 6 forms. Each participant was expected to possess at least one technique from the set. Lewis harbored doubts about Zero, suspecting he knew more than just a single technique. This rotund fellow had connections. Although everyone possessed varying degrees of proficiency, the specifics differed. The instructor, well-versed in his craft, meticulously deconstructed each technique, providing detailed explanations of the training process. The entire session lasted 6 hours, averaging 1 hour per technique, after which they were free to practice independently. Lewis comprehended why. Despite the opportunity to master the complete set of 6 styles, not everyone succeeded in doing so. The predicament faced by those who remained in the CP9 training camp mirrored the challenges currently confronting his group of 6. The instructor's explanations were precise, yet succinct, lacking in elaboration. While it was possible to learn all 6 styles through his teachings, only an extraordinary genius could achieve this. For the average individual, mastery required relentless experimentation and persistent inquiries directed at the instructor alongside diligent practice. However, the complication lay in the fact that starting tomorrow, Lewis and his companions would be engaged in regular training, leaving them with a considerably tight schedule. Thus, while other trainees were still somewhat bewildered, Lewis took the initiative to approach the instructor, intending to clarify all his uncertainties in one go. The instructor answered each query, subsequently revealing a faintly surprised smile. "You are Lewis?" Indeed. Lewis was not surprised. The instructors at the South China Sea training camp had already indicated that CP9 would handle the situation. Thus, the news must have spread long ago. The fact that he could still participate in training without any issues suggested that all was well. Indeed, it seemed true. This lad was undeniably a genius. The instructor sighed in admiration. Although Lewis had few inquiries, each one was incisive, targeting the very heart of the matter, addressing critical issues that could easily lead to complications in his training. As training concluded and they headed to the dining hall for dinner, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Yet, on the other side, the training continued unabated, with Lewis still able to hear the synchronized chants echoing from the training grounds. The spacious dining hall was sparsely populated, with only 6 individuals scattered in various corners, partaking in their meals. "Lewis, my brother, what technique do you plan to train first?" Zyro inquired during a brief pause in their meal. Lewis was engrossed in his meal, offering no response. He had come to a rough estimation of his current appetite, realizing that he could easily consume the equivalent of 20 servings. To avoid prolonging his dining experience, he felt compelled to accelerate his eating pace. The chefs of CP9, seasoned in their craft, were not astonished by Lewis's voracity. After all, this world was abundant with towering giants, often reaching heights of 6 to 7 meters. "Oh, my apologies, I was merely curious," Zyro said, scratching his head, appearing genuinely contrite. "Dear Lewis, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no intention of prying into your secrets." Whether there was any truth to that statement was known only to oneself. "And what about you, Mr. Zyro?" Lewis took a hearty bite of the chicken leg and retorted, "Which move do you intend to commence with?" "Well," Zyro replied with a naive smile, "I consider myself rather simple-minded, so let us tackle them all at once. I have heard that the 6 styles are interconnected and can enhance one's cultivation." Lewis distinctly recalled that this individual had previously asserted that practicing several techniques simultaneously was utterly inadvisable. He paid little heed to the notion that, due to his own clumsiness, he ought to adopt the most arduous and least efficient approach, which he deemed entirely fallacious. Lewis continued to indulge in his meal, while as a delightful diversion, Zero began to recount various clandestine anecdotes regarding the intricate relationships within the CP sequence, sharing tales of love and rivalry among different departments, as well as the historical enmities between CP9 and CP0. When animated by the conversation, this portly character would even rise to sing a couple of lines. Truly, he was a remarkable talent. Before arriving at the training camp, Lewis had already resolved which of the 6 techniques he would first master. It was neither the offensive gale kick nor the evasive moonstep, but rather the defensive paper drawing. While iron block serves to fortify oneself against attacks, paper drawing allows for graceful evasion. Lewis has always adhered to the principle of prioritizing survival. At this stage, paper drawing is undoubtedly the most suitable technique for Lewis's training. Among the 6 techniques, It is the most demanding in terms of bodily control. Even iron block, which similarly requires full body manipulation, cannot compare. Iron block solidifies the muscles, while paper drawing softens the body, enabling it to flow with the air and avoid blows. This, perhaps, is the technique closest to the essence of life return. Having mastered the concept of life return, Lewis found himself unencumbered by the struggles faced by novice practitioners of paper drawing. While others grappled with the elusive methods to stimulate bodily responses, Lewis's understanding, combined with his command over life return, propelled his progress at an extraordinary pace. Indeed, when it comes to bodily manipulation, life return stands as a superior authority. Through paper drawing, Lewis could adeptly control not only his muscles but also his skeletal structure. As he demonstrated now, standing before the mirror, Lewis gazed upon the unfamiliar visage reflected back at him. A smile graced his lips as he touched and pinched his face, marveling at its newfound softness, so pliable it seemed to shift with the slightest pressure. A week into his paper drawing training, he had made astonishing headway. If the instructors were to learn of his progress, they would no longer doubt his mastery of life return, while others were still fumbling in their attempts. Lewis had already completed his training, the disparity between them stark. Upon achieving a preliminary mastery of paper drawing, Lewis discovered that the combination of life return and this technique was truly harmonious. The essence of paper drawing lies in its unique ability to stimulate the body, rendering it malleable and controllable. With the addition of life return, this control was significantly enhanced, allowing Lewis to manipulate his physique and appearance prior to fully mastering the intricacies of muscle and bone control. This was indeed a skill befitting a secret agent. After attaining a basic proficiency in paper drawing, Lewis did not cease his training. Mastery of the 6 techniques is a long-term endeavor. The completion of foundational skills is merely the beginning. There remains considerable room for improvement in speed, control, and the specific areas of application. Another advantage of paper drawing is the unprecedented increase in bodily mastery it affords, facilitating a marked acceleration in his life return training. Lewis continued to marvel at his judicious choice. While refining his paper drawing skills, he also maintained focus on mastering his digestive system. With the enhancement of paper drawing, he had already conquered much of the spleen, and the intestines were next in line. Complete mastery was now within reach. A month passed as Lewis diligently pursued his training. Life at the CP9 training camp was grueling, with early mornings beginning at 5 o'clock, followed by 30 laps around the facility. After breakfast, cultural classes would occupy the morning, covering essential skills for spies. Compared to the training camp in the South Blue, the curriculum here was markedly advanced and specialized. Every CP9 member is undoubtedly a high-caliber individual, a stark contrast to the illiteracy prevalent among pirates. Afternoons were dedicated to physical training, where expert trainers guided Lewis and his peers in maximizing their physical potential. Combat training, encompassing various martial arts techniques, was equally crucial for an operative, necessitating the use of diverse tactics to conceal one's identity during engagements. Weapons training, ranging from knives and firearms to hand-to-hand combat and unconventional armaments, was all part of the regimen. Following that was the longest segment of the day, free training. From 5 in the afternoon until nightfall, each individual had access to a variety of training facilities, with no supervision, relying solely on self-discipline. Lewis now understood the vastness of this place. As a month slipped by, Lewis's mastery of his digestive system had progressed to the small intestine, with completion imminent in a few days, at which point his efficiency in digestion and absorption would reach its zenith. There were no altercations, dueling was strictly prohibited, and even the most temperamental among them, Erica, merely glared menacingly. Finally, the time for evaluation arrived. The first day consisted of examinations, though termed a written test. The content was minimal, largely revolving around cultural customs and basic skills, with a greater emphasis on practical exercises, such as scenario simulations involving interrogation, counterinterrogation, infiltration, and assassination. For a spy, such skills were often more critical than sheer physical prowess. "Oh no, it's over," exclaimed Ciro, emerging from the examination room. He lamented a detail he had overlooked, certain it would cost him points. "I'm doomed. I'm definitely going to be eliminated." Lewis remained non-committal, a trait he consistently exhibited, perhaps reminiscent of what was once termed a learned vixen in a past life. At long last, the day of the practical assessment arrived, and the format was straightforward, a series of duels, where the defeated would continue until a final loser was determined. The victors of the first round would receive full marks, while subsequent rounds would see a deduction of points, a rather lenient system, with the sole exception being the last place, which would be awarded a score of 0. "Oh dear. May the deities bless us, may the deities bless us," murmured Zyro, standing beside Lewis. "Please, let it not be Lewis. Please let it not be Lewis." Truth be told, Lewis harbored no desire to face Zyro. He was the only individual among all the trainees whom Lewis could not decipher. Even Stuart, whose spiritual power surpassed 1,000 and who claimed mastery of 3 styles and 6 techniques, paled in comparison to Zyro, who seemed to possess an extraordinary ability. The opponents for battle would be determined by a draw. With 19 participants, one would inevitably be left without a match. This individual was not fortunate, for even if they triumphed in their initial bout, they would still be counted among the victors of the second round. Once the participant to be exempted was established, 9 individuals would randomly write down their names, while the remaining 9 would draw lots. Those who drew each other's names would become opponents. "John, your opponent is Zyro," announced the instructor, glancing at the pale-faced John holding his slip of paper. Zyro's expression brightened. "Huh? What splendid fortune. It's not Lewis who has drawn me." His opponent, John, hailed from the Eastern Sea training camp, possessing less than half of Zyro's spiritual power, and it seemed implausible that he would find a reason for defeat. "Lewis," the instructor called out, pointing to Lewis's name. Lewis stepped forward and picked up a note that read, "Oh dear, Amiable," though quite a distance away. Zyro could still see it and exclaimed loudly, "Brother Lewis, is this not a guaranteed victory? How could the mere Yelica possibly be your match?" No sooner had Zyro's words left his mouth than Lewis felt a frigid gaze upon him. That woman was staring intently at him. Humph. A battle was unfolding on the scene. Zyro was clearly dominating John, with the tide of the fight overwhelmingly in his favor. However, this so-called dominance was solely in relation to John's relentless pursuit of Zyro. Zyro was shouting and darting about the arena, while the man named John relentlessly pursued him, delivering powerful blows that could create sizable craters in the stone-paved training ground. It was not that John was concealing his strength and had now unleashed it upon Zyro, leaving him defenseless. Rather, it was merely a case of cat and mouse. Lewis whispered that Zyro was far from the benevolent persona he projected, concealing a heart that likely harbored cruelty beneath his smiling facade, as evident from the current situation on the field. John was not an exceptionally powerful individual, a fact that was easily discernible. His combat prowess was merely average within the training camp, having only mastered one of the 6 techniques, Iron Block, relying on this singular move repeatedly, albeit with little finesse. Yet, this very individual was somehow able to chase Zyro, who wore a countenance of sheer terror, as if he could be vanquished at any moment. To John's astonishment, he appeared to revel in the chase, seemingly convinced that Zyro was merely a fade of strength, and that a little more effort on his part would secure victory. The game has worn thin. It is time to conclude. The look of panic vanished from Zyro's face as he grinned, revealing a glimpse of his sharp teeth, his previously narrowed eyes now slightly widening, devoid of any trace of mirth. "What?" John was taken aback. Smack! A punch landed squarely on his face, sending his body spiraling uncontrollably through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly silent. "Oh dear. I may have gone too far," Zyro suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. If so, Mr. John would be unable to participate in the second round. "Well, never mind. I shall remember to apologize later." With a cheerful demeanor, Zyro retreated to the sidelines, leaning towards Lewis, exclaiming how close he had come to defeat, remarking on how formidable Mr. John truly was. "Is that so? What a pity." Lewis casually remarked that he was quite curious to see the expression on your face if you were to be defeated. Lewis, you're going a bit too far." Zyro chuckled. Among all present, the only individuals worthy of Lewis's attention were Zyro and Stuart. The prowess of both was overwhelmingly dominant compared to their adversaries. Throughout the battle, Zyro's capabilities remained entirely unexposed. Lewis was left unaware of what techniques he excelled in. Fortunately, Stuart was about to be much more revealing. His opponent was one of his subordinates, and despite the subordinate status, he fought with utmost determination. Perhaps he shared Lewis's sentiment of desiring greater recognition, which necessitated the display of superior talent. Rumors had circulated that he had mastered several techniques, and it appeared to be true. He immediately showcased 2 techniques, swiftly dispatching his opponent. Chafe. His body accelerated abruptly, becoming imperceptible to the naked eye. Iron Body. He then hardened his physique, colliding with his unprepared opponent as though he were struck by a freight train. With a blood-curdling scream, the adversary was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. The battle lasted a mere second, Such a swift defeat was remarkable indeed, although he was merciless towards his subordinate. Lewis had heard from Zyro that privately, this individual had cautioned others to be wary of his subordinate, lest he show no mercy. It was no wonder that amidst the fragmented training camp, he managed to lead several subordinates. Lewis nodded slightly, acknowledging the impressive capabilities of this individual. His foundational strength is formidable, and his mastery of the 6 forms is remarkable. The speed of his shave technique is astonishing. It is not merely his opponents who find it challenging to act amidst such rapid movement. Even he himself can only engage in subsequent actions once the movement ceases. Yet, this fellow astonishingly manages to employ iron body concurrently with shave, indicating a profound depth of training. Wow, truly impressive. The combination of shave and iron body is extraordinary, exclaimed Ciro with a chuckle. Is this the same combination that you possess, dear Lewis? Lewis replied, is he an ability user? Huh? An ability user? Ha ha meow. Zyro laughed heartily, falling silent thereafter. Next group, Lewis and Elika. The instructor noted the scores and spoke directly. Good luck, my dear Lewis. Don't go easy just because she's a beauty, meow. Zyro encouraged Lewis. This year Lewis glanced back at him, a deep look in his eyes, 12 years old. Ha ha indeed. Ciro first smiled, then nodded in agreement, suggesting they should eliminate her at once. Lewis had begun to grasp the nature of Erica. As the sole female in the training camp, she had not enjoyed the adoration of her peers but rather faced considerable discrimination. Women, regardless of their strength, often find themselves in a disadvantaged position. Perhaps this was why her psyche was somewhat unbalanced. Lewis could discern this from the murderous glint in her gaze as she fixated on him. Even if she truly wished to kill him, such overt hostility was unnecessary. This woman seemed to bear the scars of past trauma, making her ill-suited for the role of a spy. Boss Stewart, who do you think will win? Inquired one of Stewart's underlings, undeterred by Stewart's earlier ruthlessness towards another subordinate. Need I say? Of course, it's that woman. That insufferable little brat, no matter how talented, is merely 12 years old. How formidable could she possibly be? I share your sentiments. Silence, Stewart intoned. Even at 12, her proficiency surpasses that of all of you combined. Indeed, the subordinates fell silent. However, the odds of that little brat winning are decidedly low. The gap in age is a chasm. Stewart sneered. The battle commenced. The instructor seemed intrigued. Compared to Ciro and Stewart's one-sided matches, or the other's trivial skirmishes, the confrontation between Lewis and Erica promised to be significant. Bang! The air trembled slightly as Erica soared into the sky. Moonstep, while not yet perfected, she demonstrated considerable proficiency. Her innate talent was indeed impressive. Bang bang bang. The air resonated with sharp sounds as Erica's speed was remarkable. With several swift maneuvers in the air, she transformed her position like a phantom, darting behind Lewis, diving downwards with her right index finger poised to strike directly at the back of his head. A combination of agility and power? A most astute choice. Lewis contemplated this. Without a glance back, he faced Erica's assault head-on. What? The seemingly inevitable attack was evaded. Lewis's body swayed like a willow in the wind, effortlessly dodging Erica's strike. Then, with a swift motion, his form distorted and expanded, transforming entirely into a leaf of paper, rolling backward and seemingly coiling around Erica's curvaceous figure like a serpent. What? Stewart, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Was this paper manipulation? How could it reach such a level? He suddenly gritted his teeth. This little brat. The instructor beside him was momentarily stunned. What a terrifying child. The softening of paper manipulation is inherently challenging to control. It is achieved through specialized methods to ensure bodily pliability. Executing intricate or grand gestures is exceedingly difficult. The last thing you should do is close the distance with me. Paper manipulation. Lewis's form resembled that of a serpent, rendering it impossible to discern the presence of bones within. He coiled around Elika like a rope, ensnaring her entirely. His head emerged from her shoulder, returning to its original state. A true serpent man. How astonishing. Truly a stroke of genius. Lewis, is this where it ends? Elika exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. Her right hand, previously poised for attack, was not bound and swiftly redirected towards her chest, targeting Lewis's back with fierce intent. In her paper-drawn state, her body softened to an extreme, enhancing her agility to its utmost limits. Even the gentlest breeze could provoke a reaction. Yet, she was acutely aware that such flexibility came at the cost of her defensive capabilities, which had diminished to their lowest point. Undeterred by this knowledge, she boldly launched her assault, fully aware that a successful hit could leave her with a gaping wound in her chest, yet simultaneously, Lewis's form would undoubtedly be pierced through. How naive! Lewis scoffed, slightly relaxing his right leg, which instantly snapped back like a rubber band, swiftly ensnaring Erica's right hand. Damn it! Erica gritted her teeth, yet no matter how hard she struggled, her right hand remained firmly restrained. This is it, then. Lewis spoke. His body partially shedding the state of paper, and the elasticity of his form was instantly diminished. Ah! A shriek escaped from Yelika's lips as Lewis's flexibility began to wane, which indicated that the ropes binding her limbs grew tighter. Yelika's right arm was forcefully twisted behind her back, dislocating her shoulder, while her heaving chest was compressed and her ribs creaked ominously. Die! Yet Yelika remained defiant, her mouth agape as she lunged to bite at Lewis's head resting upon her shoulder. A resolute woman. Lewis remained indifferent as he lifted his right hand, releasing the paper drawing state. A loud slap echoed, followed by a muffled sound of crying from Yelika. A hand emerged from her opposite shoulder, grasping her cheek. Still unwilling to concede, Lewis continued to augment the binding strength enveloping Yelika. With each exhalation she made, he intensified his grip. Before long, Yelika's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, her consciousness gradually fading into obscurity. Breathing became increasingly laborious, and ultimately, Yelika succumbed to unconsciousness. The battle had reached its conclusion. As if shedding a serpent's skin, Lewis completely relinquished the paper drawing state, his brow furrowed slightly, discomfort radiating through his body. Every muscle seemed to bear a strain, while the injuries were not severe. They indicated that such a technique was ill-suited for prolonged application. Moreover, relying on binding to induce asphyxiation proved to be rather inefficient, leading Lewis to silently dismiss this particular application of the Snake Man abilities. Although he had mastered paper drawing in a mere week, Lewis's training did not cease. In the following 3 weeks, he endeavored to enhance the paper drawing technique, broadening its scope of application. His strengthening efforts focused on 2 aspects. First, augmenting control, enabling him to manipulate his body to coil around Yelika like a serpent. It is worth noting that traditional paper drawing resembles actual paper, flexible, yet not malleable enough to alter its form at will. Second, he aimed to bolster the physical strength of his form while in the paper drawing state, allowing him to directly render Yelika unconscious. Of course, ensnaring a person was not the primary function of the Snake Man abilities. Lewis merely sought to experiment with his newfound capabilities. In truth, the Snake Man's development was originally intended for amalgamation with techniques involving solid projectiles, such as iron blocks or spears. One thing Lewis could ascertain with certainty was that no shackles or prison could now confine him. Remarkable. Truly extraordinary. After Lewis exited the stage, Cyril marveled. Is this also a paper-drawn cat? It's simply akin to the powers of a devil fruit. How on earth is this possible? It's utterly unimaginable. Lewis, my dear brother, you are truly remarkable. You effortlessly defeated that woman, Yelika. It must have been sheer luck. Lewis casually remarked, luck? How can this be attributed to luck? Zyro chuckled and replied, it is merely that Yelika, that foolish woman, threw herself right into your arms. Intelligence itself is a component of strength. Lewis smiled noncommittally. If Eureka truly relied on her moonstep to maintain distance and resorted to harassment tactics, he might only have the option of employing his life restoration technique with hair as an offensive measure. The disparity in their prowess was negligible. After a month of rigorous training, his physical strength had significantly improved, surpassing Eureka's progress. With his absolute advantage in the 6 techniques, there was no reason for him to face defeat. Regardless, the practical assessment concluded with Lewis emerging victorious in the first round. By evening, the results of yesterday's written examination were released. John, severely injured by Ciro and still in a state of unconsciousness, became the first student to be eliminated with a score of 0 in practical combat, coupled with an average written score. From that point onward, he was never seen again. As the second month arrived in a steady manner, Lewis's training unfolded as planned. He continued to employ life restoration to master his gastrointestinal control. Though progress was somewhat slower than anticipated due to the hindrances posed by his intestines, it took approximately half a month to achieve completion. From that day forward, Lewis officially entered a period of rapid development, sensing his body growing stronger each day. Upon concluding his work on the digestive system, Lewis set his sights on controlling body hair. Beyond the hair on one's head, the human body possesses numerous other types of hair, such as fine body hair. With the experience gained from controlling his hair, this process accelerated considerably, By the end of the second month, he had gained control over the majority of his body hair. While diligently practicing life restoration, he did not neglect his training in the 6 techniques. His practice of paper drawing reached a satisfactory conclusion, allowing him to commence training in shave, recognizing the necessity of acquiring a displacement skill to counter ranged opponents effectively. The focus of shave's training was explosive power, achieved by rapidly stomping the ground for swift movement. Technically, this was far less complex than paper drawing, making it relatively easy to practice. As the second month gradually passed, the second round of assessments arrived as scheduled. The written exam was straightforward, and this time, his opponent in the practical assessment was a forgettable character, whom he dispatched with a single strike, without even utilizing the 6 techniques. At this point, the training camp nearly unanimously recognized the 3 strongest students, Stewart, Lewis, and Ciro, although Ciro seemed to garner little faith from others. In the third month, Lewis continued to focus on body hair, having resolved to target the skin next. This undertaking would undoubtedly be extensive and possibly prolonged, yet it promised great utility. He completed his training in the shave technique, though he had not developed any advanced applications. It was merely faster and easier to control. He then began to practice moonstep. The tranquil rhythm of training was disrupted by the arrival of an unexpected individual. "Hey, kid, where's the restroom?" Standing before Lewis was someone he had never encountered in the training camp, fidgeting with their legs, face flushed, and body shifting restlessly. Lewis was somewhat taken aback. This individual had boldly intruded into his training facility and appeared vaguely familiar. Pointing towards the restroom, Lewis began to ponder the identity of this person. Ah, what a relief, finally at ease. Emerging from the restroom, the man regarded Lewis with a look of astonishment. "Wow, is there really such a young kid in CP9's training camp?" he exclaimed, chuckling. "Hey, kid, want to join me? I'm Spandam, the commander of CP9. The name struck a chord in Lewis's memory. He recalled who Spandam was. Spandam, he thought, the father of Spandam, the commander of CP9 2 decades later, had once served as a high-ranking government official with direct connections to the Gorisei. Though rather foolish, he mused. Was it already the time when Spandam was at the helm of CP9? Lewis hesitated, for the original work presented a rather superficial introduction to these supporting characters, rendering any judgment impossible. Nevertheless, more than 5 years hence, during the O'Hara incident, Spandam had indeed ascended to the position of CP9 chief. Whether he held such a status 5 years prior remains uncertain. "What? Do you doubt my word?" Spandam exclaimed, displaying a rather vulgar demeanor that utterly lacked the refinement expected of a government official. He resembled more a second-rate pirate. "You little brat, are you questioning me?" "No, not at all." Lewis spoke calmly. "Your presence here, unobstructed, is sufficient to affirm your identity, Your Excellency." "Ha ha ha, indeed, that is the case." Spandam wore an expression of great pride as he laughed heartily. Lewis couldn't help but think that having such a foolish superior as a part of CP9 might actually be quite advantageous. Suppressing him would likely not pose much of a challenge. "Hey kid, what is your name?" Spandam inquired, his curiosity piqued. "You look so young. How old are you?" "Lewis." "Your Excellency, my name is Lewis," came the reply. Lewis responded, his demeanor lacking in deference, while Spandam appeared utterly oblivious. As for his age, he would soon be 13 next month. "What? 13? Spandam exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you some kind of monster? 13? A mere 13 years of age. And yet you are a member of this training camp? Allow me to correct you, esteemed commander." Lewis firmly asserted that he was the most outstanding trainee. "Oh?" Spandam's eyes sparkled with interest. "Young man, take me on a tour of this training camp. It is my first time visiting this place." "First time?" Lewis felt a stir within his heart. It appeared that a new member had been assigned to CP9. This suggested that the claim regarding the commander of CP9 might indeed be an exaggeration. "Very well, esteemed commander." Lewis nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while it may not be the case now, it certainly will be in the future. Cultivating a good relationship with Spandam can only bear positive outcomes. This man possesses an astonishingly profound background. Although night has fallen, the training camp remains brilliantly illuminated. For the gathered trainees, it is still quite early. There are indeed those who train through the night. The consensus among all is that if one wishes to avoid elimination, relentless practice is the only path forward. Even the usually elusive Ciro is seldom seen during their respective training hours. Wow, this place is immense. It is far larger than the training grounds at CP5. Spandam's exaggerated astonishment belied the demeanor expected of an officer. Moments before, he had been at CP5. CP5. A stirring sensation enveloped Lewis. Oh, how exquisite. What a beauty. Spandon's body abruptly froze, saliva cascading down like a waterfall. Such descriptions Lewis had only encountered in extravagant novels. This was his inaugural experience in reality, a stunningly beautiful woman. Ahead, at the entrance of a training facility, Yelika emerged, towel in hand, wiping the sweat from her brow. Your Excellency, he is merely my defeated subordinate. Lewis spoke calmly. Ah, a defeated foe? My dear, such a magnificent beauty should not be referred to in such a manner. If one must say defeated, let it be in the confines of the bedroom. Spandon's lecherous demeanor was evident, and he was but 12. Utterly oblivious to the complexities of life. Hey, woman, would you consider becoming my companion? Spandane stepped forward with a brazen grin, clearly provoking Yelika's ire. With a swift motion, Yelika's fist was abruptly halted by Lewis, who grasped her hand and said, Miss Yelika, please remain composed. This gentleman, Spandane, holds the rank of chief in CP9. A scornful smile appeared on Yelika's face as she turned to leave. That woman, Spandane exclaimed, his shock morphing into fury as he seized Lewis's garment. Hey, Lewis, you must declare her your defeated foe. Eliminate her. Get rid of her. No, never mind, do not eliminate her. Spandon's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of admiration surfacing. Such ferocity is indeed enchanting. Chief, if you are to indulge in infatuation, please be mindful of your surroundings. Louis casually remarked that this woman is also an exceptional trainee in this session of the training camp, and she might potentially become a member of your CP9 in the future. Is it truly wise to let such talent go to waste? Spandane was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, sir, do you genuinely harbor any interest in the women within the CP ranks, these female operatives? Lewis chuckled softly. Indeed, those trained in Spandane appeared to have an epiphany. However, can we simply let her off the hook? Patience, Your Excellency. Lewis wore a smile that was not quite a smile. Once she officially became a member of CP9, would she not be at your mercy? If she did not join CP9, then there would be nothing more to say. Revenge would be unnecessary. How delightful. Lewis. You clever lad, Spandam nodded. After all, this training camp still belonged to that scoundrel. Very well, let us grant that wretched woman a bit of time. Thus, Lewis continued to meander through the base with Spandam until they encountered several men in black suits. Lord Spandam, please refrain from acting independently. The leader of the black suits stated with a rather brusque demeanor. Your actions are causing us considerable distress. Hey, you insolent wretch, are you trying to boss me around? Spandam retorted angrily. Enough, Lord Spandam. Please accompany us. The ship for your departure in the morning has been prepared, and you ought to rest now. The men in black remained unmoved and added, the beauty you requested has already been sent to your room. Oh. Spandam's previously furious expression shifted in an instant. Ha ha ha, you rascals are not so bad after all. He was completely at their mercy. Lewis sighed, thank you, little one. Until we meet again, CP9. Spandane eagerly bid farewell to Lewis, Your Excellency. Lewis stepped closer and whispered into Spandane's ear, I just heard you mention that you once served at CP5. I have a friend who has recently joined CP5, and I would like to discuss Dylan's matter. Not a problem, a trifling matter, Spandane replied grandly. Leave it to me. Everyone at CP5 is in my circle. Then, farewell. Lewis smiled. Goodbye, goodbye. Spandane waved eagerly and followed the man in the black suit. Before departing, the leader of the black suits cast a deep gaze at Lewis, who let out a faint sigh, realizing the trouble he was in. Hee. This time you've really gotten yourself into a big mess, my dear Lewis. The tone of Xylo, who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, was filled with schadenfreude. What do you say? Lewis pondered for a moment before retorting, expressing his need for further clarification. Dear Lewis, are you not yet aware? Ciro is quite willing to elucidate your uncertainties. Spandane was recently the commander of CP5, and not long ago, he was transferred to CP9 to serve as deputy commander. It seems there are intentions to promote him to the position of CP9 commander, which truly baffles me regarding the thoughts of those in higher authority. It is perplexing that such an individual is being considered for the pinnacle of the CP hierarchy. Strictly speaking, while CP0 still bears the CP designation, it has effectively become an independent entity, distinct from the CP series. After all, CP1-9 is directly under the world government, whereas CP0 is subordinate to the celestial dragons. The Navy dares to wield their extermination orders against CP9, yet the small leaders of CP0, under directives from their superiors, audaciously issue commands to the Navy's fleet admiral. This delineates the stark contrast in their standings. Consequently, with a significant rift between CP0 and the entire CP series, CP9 naturally holds the position of apex within the CP structure. The commander of CP9, therefore, stands as the commander of the entire CP. It is worth noting that formal CP9 members possess the authority to mobilize other CP members. Thus, the notion of elevating Spandane to the role of CP9 commander leaves many bewildered. Lewis casually remarked, "The commander merely needs to obey. Is the current CP9 commander disobedient? I cannot say for certain," sighed Zero. However, it is evident that the esteemed commander does not wish to withdraw so easily. Therefore, dear Lewis, I invite you to ponder. How do you suppose the commander will react upon discovering that one of the trainees has a close relationship with Spandam? Lewis chuckled. Take a guess. What should I guess, meow? Zyro was taken aback. What do you think the esteemed commander would think upon seeing the well-connected student in the training camp? Particularly the one who shares a close relationship with Spandane? Lewis replied. Eh? Zyro was momentarily taken aback. The training life continued at its own unhurried pace. Lewis paid little heed to the impending scrutiny of the commanding officer, as such matters would inevitably arise in due time. Worrying was futile. His focus remained on continuous self-improvement. The third-month assessment arrived as scheduled, and once again, Lewis faced an inconsequential opponent in the practical evaluation. After effortlessly dispatching this challenger, he secured the top score, allowing him to continue his training in the camp. The manipulation of his sweat glands had been accomplished the previous month, while controlling his skin proved to be rather arduous. To fully master this aspect would require several more months. However, once achieved, altering his appearance and age would become significantly easier. He had completed 4 of the 6 techniques. The training in iron block, paper drawing, and moonstep had progressed well. The final refinement of Gale Foot was nearing completion, largely due to the foundation laid by the previous techniques. To be frank, this particular move was the one Lewis held the least regard for among the 6. It seemed to lack developmental potential, but it would suffice for dealing with minor foes. The most notable progress, in Lewis's view, was in his foundational combat strength. After mastering the manipulation of his digestive system, both his digestive and absorption capabilities surged dramatically. His appetite had expanded significantly. The standard 50-person meal was no longer sufficient. The kitchen staff had begun crafting specialized energy recipes tailored to accommodate his voracious appetite. In compensation for this increased intake, Lewis's physique was rapidly strengthening. The meats of this world were inherently rich in energy, and even an ordinary individual would grow stronger with prolonged consumption. What then of Lewis, who could indulge in gluttony and maximize absorption? Though he had not retested his spiritual power, he surmised that he now possessed at least 900 points, with 1,000 not being out of reach. Within the entire training camp, only Stewart and Zyro likely surpassed him in this regard. As he turned 13 this month, Lewis was becoming increasingly formidable. Simultaneously, new courses were introduced. The afternoon physical training sessions were replaced with sparring sessions, allowing students to practice against one another or engage in duels with instructors. Lewis selected an instructor, for in terms of combat experience, these individuals were indeed more formidable. However, he soon realized that the instructor was not as impressive as he had anticipated. The morning's lessons progressed into a new phase, and on that day, Lewis received a notification instructing him to report to a designated location for a training course. The curriculum included specialized infiltration techniques, interrogation methods, and counter-interrogation strategies. Louis muttered the name of the course he had heard from the instructor yesterday, his face adorned with a mischievous grin that seemed to imply something. He caught sight of a woman named Yelika, her hand resting on the doorknob, her complexion pale as if she hesitated to push the door open. Noticing Louis's arrival, she shot him a glare, as if he had once again uncovered some scandalous affair of hers, her eyes brimming with hostility. With a determined grit of her teeth, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Ah, what a charming young man. Upon entering the room, Louis found it rather empty, save for a table with a chair behind it. Seated at the table was a stunning woman, gracefully painting her nails with her legs crossed. Louis could clearly see the view beneath her short skirt, and upon noticing his entrance, the woman's face lit up with delight. How fortunate indeed. Yes. Is this the kind of course? Louis began to grasp the essence of what special truly meant, nestled within the unique methods of interrogation. Ah, you are called Louis, are you not? The woman chuckled, her demeanor warm and inviting. You are indeed quite suited for this course. With a playful smile, she rose and approached Louis, scrutinizing his youthful visage. Despite his tender age, he possessed an extraordinary charm. Ha ha, do learn well from me, young handsome. This will undoubtedly become your formidable weapon. Yes, instructor. Lewis nodded slightly. Oh, calling me instructor is rather lacking in charm, the woman said, waving her hand and laughing gently. Just call me Anna. I will teach you well. Miss Anna licked her lips and whispered softly about how an agent should leverage her gender advantages and how to resist the allure of the opposite sex. She leaned closer to Lewis, her breath fragrant, assuring him that with experience, one would naturally grow indifferent to such attractions. Lewis seemed to have some understanding of why Miss Yelica appeared so pale just moments ago. This also elucidated why even Spandane displayed little interest in the female agents within the CP system. Lewis believed that Miss Erica would find it rather challenging to undergo such training. The regimen was meticulously organized, with Miss Anna serving as an exceptionally adept instructor, imparting knowledge on the nuances of interacting with the opposite sex and various methods of engagement, akin to a courtship course. Soon, another assessment loomed ahead. Oh, my opponent is Stuart? Ciro exclaimed. No, this can't be good. Erica, your opponent is Lewis. Meanwhile, Lewis's adversary was also revealed, as the pale and despondent Miss Erica fixated her gaze upon him. Ah, it is this woman once more. Lewis shook his head slightly. Miss Yelica has not been faring well lately. Unlike her male counterparts, who partake in the same specialized training, Miss Yelica is subjected to exercises designed specifically for women, which is evidently not a pleasant experience. This is clearly reflected in her increasingly somber gaze. During the sparring session 2 days ago, her opponent sustained severe injuries and is still confined to a hospital bed, thus missing this assessment entirely. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, that unfortunate individual is likely to be this month's casualty. Go for it, Lewis, shouted Zyro from the sidelines, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. Defeat that woman. Surrender now. Lewis ignored Ciro, gazing at the woman across from him, softly declaring, You cannot prevail against me. A few months prior, Yelica had been effortlessly defeated by Lewis, and now the disparity had widened. They were no longer competing on the same level. Without a response, Yelica clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed intently on Lewis. Is that so? Lewis nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. The competition begins. With the instructor's command, Yelica soared into the air, executing the moonwalk. In an instant, the woman's athletic physique had ascended into the sky. Having learned from her previous lesson, she wisely distanced herself from Lewis. Lewis's eyes narrowed slightly. There appeared to be little progress. Miss Yelica's proficiency in the moonwalk seemed to have changed little since a few months ago. That being said, with a flurry of movements, Yelica's feet swung wildly in the air, unleashing several crescent-shaped slashes that whistled through the atmosphere. This was indeed the Gale Step. Lewis nodded slightly. Having learned from previous lessons that the best approach was to maintain distance and employ ranged attacks, his proficiency with the Gale Foot technique had reached an impressive level. However, a deafening onslaught of slashes descended upon him, overwhelming his presence and shattering the solid ground beneath him into fragments. What? Is this the extent of his power? Below, Stuart exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that this individual has solely practiced the art of paper drawing? Lewis's performance is truly remarkable. In the face of Yelica's assault, he does not flinch. Her strikes slice past him, failing to make contact with his form. It is not due to Yelica's intentional misfire, but rather because his body flows like a serpent, continuously twisting and evading with each subtle current of air. He seems to be mastering the very essence of the wind. It appears that this is the extent of it. Lewis's body nearly transformed into a sheet of paper, then gradually restored itself. So be it. Whoosh. In an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Bang. At that moment, the air belatedly erupted with a thunderous roar. What a splendid moonstep. Outside the arena, the instructor marveled at the boy. Although it was the same moonstep, the disparity in execution among different individuals was evident. Lewis's moonstep transcended mere technique. Through extraordinary control, he had integrated aspects of the shave, propelling his speed to its zenith, rendering everything within sight a blur, the woman's figure now mere inches away. Die. Gale Foot. 100 Winds. Yelica screamed, her legs morphing into afterimages, undoubtedly having invested immense effort into her Gale Foot technique. Boom. A tempest surged through the air, the ferocious slashes leaving Lewis no room to breathe. Paper drawing, wind manipulator. He could feel the wind, each hair on his body, heightened by the mastery of life return, acutely sensing every gust with remarkable clarity. His body contorted. Lewis's form began to shift with the wind. even transforming into a black line that pierced through the gaps in Yelika's gale foot storm. It is over. His body shot forth. Ascending to a height slightly above Yelika's, Lewis raised his right leg high. Iron block. Whoosh. His right leg suddenly descended, aimed directly at Yelika's head. Yelika was not idle. She raised her arms to shield her head. Thud. Yelika's head took a direct hit, transforming into a black line that plummeted to the ground, creating a concussive crater as the earth was upheaved, and after a brief silence, a cloud of dust began to rise dramatically. What? What just transpired? Outside, murmurs erupted. Didn't Yelika block it? How was she struck? Truly, Lewis is remarkable. Ciro slightly opened his eyes, grinning, declaring his prowess. It's paper drawing. Stuart clenched his teeth and remarked that at the moment the downward strike was intercepted, the portion of his leg that was blocked utilized paper drawing, experiencing no force. And even after bending, it still struck Yelika. No, it can't be. Partial paper drawing? In such a critical moment? More importantly, he employed both iron block and paper drawing simultaneously. The simultaneous use of two entirely opposing techniques is astonishing. No, indeed, it is Lewis. A monster. This boy. Stuart listened to the surrounding voices, his eyes fixated on Lewis. By what right? Lewis heard the voice of a woman and looked down, astonished to find that she had not yet lost consciousness. She was screaming at the top of her lungs, her head bloodied and bruised, presenting a truly grotesque sight. Clutching desperately at Lewis's pant leg, she cried out, "Why should men have the right to torment women? Why must a woman's fate be dictated by men?" It seemed she was a person with a profound story to tell. You have misunderstood. Lewis kicked away her hand that clutched at his trouser leg, staining it with blood. It appeared this pair of trousers could no longer be worn. There was no distinction between men and women. Only strength mattered. The woman was momentarily taken aback. The victor is Lewis. The battle concludes here. Following this, a series of skirmishes ensued, of little significance, merely a contest of the inept. Finally, the main event arrived, Ciro versus Stuart. Stuart had long been regarded as the strongest individual in the entire training camp, having recently tested his prowess privately with the instructor. Boasting a combat power of 1,300 points, unmatched in this training facility. It was said he had mastered the 4 and 6 techniques, rendering him devoid of weaknesses. Yet, Ciro was no ordinary adversary. He had yet to reveal any of the 6 techniques, and always wore a cheerful demeanor. However, in the previous 3 assessments, the individuals eliminated were those who encountered him in the first round, unable to continue the evaluations, exiting with a score of 0, an exceedingly perilous man in every regard. Ah, Mr. Stuart, Ciro's expression was one of dismay. Please go easy on me. Lewis has yet to lose a single match, and I do not wish to be defeated either. Afterward, I shall give you 10 million berries. It is a substantial sum. No need, Stuart replied with a grin. You might as well reserve that for your medical expenses. He was never one to exhibit magnanimity, whether in strength, influence, prestige, reputation, or talent. He demanded to be first and required no second place. What a pity, Ciro lamented, scratching his head. He inquired, "Are you familiar with the novel pirate Spy Shadow?" Of course, Stuart replied nonchalantly. It's that story where the protagonist is strong. The author is poor, and the readers are handsome, right? Ciro smirked. I heard you didn't give a recommendation yesterday? Stuart, flustered, retorted, how can you accuse me unjustly? Forgetting does not equate to a lack of support. Regarding CP9, Ciro continued, this book has been signed, yet you did not provide a tip either. Stuart fell silent. Ciro declared, I will soon make you understand the consequences of not collecting, recommending, or tipping. He added, I initially intended to keep a little secret before my final showdown with Lewis, you understand, don't you? A man with secrets is the most alluring. However, Mr. Stuart, without exerting yourself even slightly, you cannot win. I wish not to concede in probability before even facing Lewis. Alas, Mr. Stuart, why must you be so disobedient? I am slightly vexed, so do not cry afterward. Ciro smiled, a warm, gentle smile, distinctly different from his usual stiff grin. Ha! Stuart's forehead bulged with veins. His fists clenched tightly, yet he laughed. How amusing. You are truly an interesting person, Ciro. But rest assured, your worries are unfounded. You will lose here. A wide grin spread across his face, his white teeth glinting savagely in his exuberant smile, his eyes wide and brows raised. This expression could hardly bring joy. That lad Lewis, I will help you defeat him. Eh? What did you say? Ciro was taken aback. What did you just say? I said, you will fall to my hands. Stuart reiterated, You are finished, Ciro. With the trivialities concluded, the instructor interjected, let us commence. Ciro faced Stuart. The battle begins. You claim you will defeat Lewis? Ciro lifted his head and smiled. Indeed, nothing you have said today has angered me more than that. Utter nonsense. Stuart scoffed, sorrow. His body surged forward, right leg raised high. Iron block. Guillotine. Boom. The already shattered arena from Lewis and Yelika's battle was further demolished, as a massive crater appeared beneath Stuart's leg. What? Stuart blinked. Ciro's corpulent figure vanished from his sight. Quite adept at Soru, are we? Ciro's voice echoed from behind. Let us compare who is swifter. How can a mere rotund figure excel at Soru? Stuart sneered as he turned around. Indeed, Ciro scratched his neck. Sorrow is my forte. Whoosh. Stuart's form instantaneously disappeared. Heh, Ciro chuckled lightly, his body also vanishing. Swish, swish, swish. The two figures flickered across the arena, the sounds of their strikes resonating. Impossible. Can Ciro truly contend with Stuart at such a level? How astonishing. Both are remarkably swift. My eyes cannot keep up. Such foolishness. Both are superhumans with combat powers exceeding 1,000. Lewis remained silent. It seemed highly probable that Stuart was no match for Ciro. Just how formidable was that rotund figure? How infuriating. Two silhouettes clashed in midair before retreating. Stuart's legs left deep gouges in the ground, his attire tattered, and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth. Alas, he appeared not as swift as one might have imagined. Ciro, unfazed, landed gracefully on the ground, his own garments somewhat ragged but unscathed. Lewis had spoken wisely. Spiritual power did not equate to superiority. I shall vanquish you. Stuart unleashed his full combat potential, shave, finger gun Gatling. His hands became a blur, countless ephemeral arms emerging from his shoulders, launching a barrage akin to a Gatling gun towards Ciro. Pray tell, Mr. Stuart. Ciro opened his eyes, his golden pupils narrow and piercing. In terms of agility, which do you believe excels, humans or felines? Fine fur began to sprout upon his visage. Crack, crack. With two soft sounds, the storm of Stuart's finger guns vanished, his hands seized by another pair of hands. What? Stuart gasped in disbelief. It appears that felines indeed possessed the upper hand. Ciro had undergone a profound transformation. His face was now adorned with dark fur, a more pronounced snout, large ears with sharp tips, and a white mane below his face. His once corpulent body had slimmed considerably, his stature unnaturally elongated, his lower limbs transformed into reverse joints. Gripping Stuart's arms tightly, he had become a great cat, a devil fruit user. Stuart exclaimed, astonished. He was not alone in his surprise. The onlookers gasped collectively. Lewis understood well that devil fruit users were exceedingly rare in this world. Perhaps only a few thousand among billions possessed such powers, comparable in rarity to those who wielded Conqueror's hockey. Snap! As he clutched Stuart's arm, Ciro bared a mouthful of sharp teeth and sank them into Stuart's shoulder. Stuart cried out in agony, but soon a fierce glint flashed across his face as his right knee struck towards Ciro's abdomen. Whoosh! Ciro vanished in an instant, his agile form reappearing gracefully a short distance away. Such sluggishness, Ciro remarked leisurely. And you believe you can defeat Lewis? Is it a zone type? Stuart gritted his teeth. A cat fruit. Below, Lewis felt a chill run down his spine. Zone-type powers provided the greatest enhancement for martial artists. If Ciro's spiritual power was barely over 1,000 when dormant, it might now be around 2,000 or more. Not to mention the enhancements in other areas. Ciro could likely match the likes of Wade, a monster capable of entering CP0. Allow me to demonstrate what true speed looks like. Ciro chuckled, his form disappearing entirely. What? Stuart looked down at the sudden wound appearing on his chest, completely unaware of when it had occurred. Ciro had not yet manifested, using shave repeatedly. Stuart's mind was consumed by a single thought. This was absurd. How could his reflexes reach such heights? Could his eyes truly keep pace? Could his body respond adequately? Thud. In an instant, wounds erupted upon Stuart's body, blood staining him crimson. I told you, I excel at shave. Ciro's disembodied voice echoed from all directions, and in an instant, Stuart's injuries multiplied. Iron block. Unable to keep up with Ciro's movements, Stuart could only adopt a passive defense. Sizzle. Sparks flew from Stuart's body, a dazzling display. Well, iron block is so tough. This is troublesome, he thought. Then I must resort to finger gun cat claw. Swish. A massive gash appeared on Stuart's back. His screams now uncontrollable. The iron block had been shattered. The overwhelming disparity in spiritual power had rendered Stewart's defense ineffective against Zyro's finger gun. Boom. Zyro finally materialized. His right hand pressing down on Stewart's head, lifting the man effortlessly and driving him into the ground, creating yet another crater. Ugh. Stewart could only wail, utterly immobilized. What are you, I wonder? Zyro chuckled. You dare compare yourself to Lewis? You're merely a rat, thinking you could escape from the clutches of a cat? Whoosh. Grabbing Stewart's body, Zyro hurled him with great force, crashing him against the wall at the edge of the training grounds. Stewart fell silent. Next, Zyro stood tall, gazing beyond the arena, where everyone stood in stunned silence. No one anticipated that the highly anticipated Stewart would be so easily defeated by Zyro. This man was undoubtedly the strongest contender in this cohort. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he extended his right hand, pointing his finger at Lewis with a manic grin. Lewis, my dear brother, it is you. Next, it is you. Zyro pointed at all those who did not offer recommendations or follow. Just kidding, he added with a laugh, scratching his head as he walked towards the cafeteria, explaining to Lewis, we are good friends. If we ever face each other, we shall decide the victor with rock, paper, scissors. What camaraderie? Lewis responded with a warm smile. Ha ha. Of course, meow, Zyro chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight, for we are good friends, after all. Lewis found it perplexing to fathom the thoughts of this individual. However, one thing was certain. Should he ever encounter this person, his chances of triumph would be rather slim. The zoan-type cat fruit, though its precise form remained a mystery, undoubtedly augmented one's physical prowess. Compared to Stewart, Zyro's abilities appeared somewhat inferior. Yet, upon harnessing his powers, he could effortlessly overpower Stewart, highlighting the stark contrast in their strengths. Lewis could not conceive of a better strategy. Zyro's prowess was multifaceted, making the prospect of defeating him a formidable challenge. The training regimen persisted. Yet the atmosphere within the camp had undergone a profound transformation. The once unofficial champion, Stewart, had been utterly vanquished by Zyro. This formerly proud man had succumbed to a state of extreme agitation, inflicting severe injuries upon his sparring partners on multiple occasions. Consequently, the camp was compelled to assign an instructor to spar with him, as the once loyal followers had vanished. Having lost both his status and influence, he found himself isolated. In stark contrast, Zyro's standing sword, now recognized as the preeminent figure in the training camp, to the extent that Lewis found his own rank diminished, now usurping the position that had previously belonged to Zyro. Several trainees even aspired to follow in Zyro's footsteps, akin to how they had once trailed Stewart. This exchange occurred in the cafeteria, where Lewis overheard Zyro's retort. My apologies, but a cat need not befriend a mouse. Observing the students depart, their faces etched with sorrow and indignation, Lewis understood all too well that this man had never exhibited kindness. He was not a friend to him. Having completed his training in the Gale foot technique, Lewis did not foresee any profound applications awaiting exploration. He could only attempt to utilize various parts of his body, including his hair. Upon mastering the technique of life restoration, Lewis gained the ability to manipulate his hair at will, even hardening it with iron blocks, much like the CP9 character, the lion, who could wield his hair as a spear. With these precedents established, employing hair in the Gale foot technique seemed entirely reasonable. By the 5th month, Lewis had perfected the Gale foot technique and finally commenced training in the final move of the 6 forms, the finger gun. At its core, the finger gun technique involved hardening the fingers and unleashing explosive force, transforming delicate fingers into the most formidable spear capable of piercing through human flesh. The process of hardening was straightforward, merely an application of iron block manipulation. Mastering the iron block flow allowed Lewis to effortlessly control the hardening of his fingers. The only aspect requiring further training was the explosive power. Merely possessing hardness was insufficient to penetrate the human body. The true essence of the finger gun lay in the instantaneous eruption of muscular force, endowing the hand with the propulsion akin to a bullet's discharge. As Lewis practiced his spear-like strikes, he pondered the possibility of applying such explosive force in other techniques, such as punch spears and leg strikes. While the penetrating spear technique was formidable, it lacked versatility. Ultimately, Lewis's hypothesis proved to be feasible. He realized that by refraining from hardening his fingers during the execution of the spear technique and instead hardening his entire wrist and fist, he could accomplish the punch spear with remarkable power. The force of his fists surged dramatically, and although the leg strike presented a bit of a challenge, with some effort, it was also achievable. The spear technique was soon perfected, and thus Lewis mastered all 6 forms. significantly enhancing his strength compared to when he had just entered the CP9 training camp. At that moment, there were still 7 months remaining until the completion of a year of training. In the 5th month of combat, Lewis faced yet another weak opponent, easily dispatching him. As always, Zero engaged in a cat-and-mouse game. However, what piqued his interest was the transformation of two individuals. Stewart had become exceedingly volatile, seemingly intent on exhibiting his brute force, brutally shattering his opponent's body with overwhelming strength. Lewis began to comprehend Stewart's mindset. The second individual was Yelika, who, after her previous encounter with Lewis, had transformed from a tempestuous woman into a figure of calm composure, devoid of her earlier demeanor. With the training of the 6 forms reaching a conclusion, Lewis devoted his entire focus to the mastery of life restoration. The training concerning his skin progressed slowly. Manipulating the skin that covered his entire body proved to be nearly as challenging as mastering his digestive system. Achieving the same level of free manipulation as he could with his hair was still a distant goal, especially considering that the term skin encompassed not only the outer layer but also the underlying fat. As the 7th and 8th months gradually passed, the routine of training remained undisturbed, with Lewis immersed in his practices. The skin covering his body began to be controllable bit by bit. Then, on a certain day in the 9th month, he encountered an instructor in a secluded corner after just finishing a lesson with teacher Anna. "Excuse me, instructor. Is there something you need?" Lewis inquired. "Lewis, you are only 13 this year, correct?" The instructor remarked thoughtfully. "Yes," Lewis replied. Lewis nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed reached the age of 13, marking his entry into the tumultuous period of adolescence. Under the influence of life's rejuvenation, his physical development progressed at an astonishing pace. "What a prodigy!" the instructor exclaimed, marveling at the fact that at such a tender age, he had already become the 3rd strongest contender in the training camp, surpassed only by Zero and Stewart. As for Stewart's words, Lewis pondered for a moment, then decided to let it go. "Oh, ha ha ha, how amusing you are, my boy," filled with such pride. "Yet, one might argue that a genius is entitled to such arrogance." The instructor laughed heartily. "That fellow Stewart is indeed inconsequential to you. To be frank, Lewis, Lord Skylo holds you in high regard. He has requested that I convey to you that his CP9 would warmly welcome your participation." He placed particular emphasis on those 2 words. "Lord Skylo?" "Indeed." Lewis endeavored to project an air of hesitance. "Lord Scarolo is the current commander of CP9, and he shall be your future superior," the instructor elucidated. "Is that so? A person of such stature is actually paying attention to me?" Lewis displayed a genuine smile, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, instructor, I shall become the finest CP9 agent." No, Lewis," the instructor interjected. "What that esteemed individual means is that he hopes you will emerge as the preeminent agent within the ranks of CP9 under his command." "Indeed." Lewis smiled, for that esteemed individual was indeed the commander of CP9. However, the instructor's smile gradually faded. "No, Lewis. What I mean is that I hope your loyalty to CP9 stems from the fact that the commander is that distinguished person. Is it not the same?" Lewis retorted. "Is that so?" The instructor raised an eyebrow and replied, "Lewis, you may return for now. I have noted your attitude and hope you achieve your desires." Observing the instructor's retreating figure, Lewis arched an eyebrow, contemplating that joining the Skilo faction now was akin to enlisting in the National Army during the year 49. While it was not impossible to feign compliance, it was essential to demonstrate a stance to Spandane. "Votes come forth. The heavens did not bestow upon me the essence of floral dew, and the eternal road of votes stretches like a long night." On this day, the serpent grass floral dew once again entered the realm of the vote-seeking fanatic. "Ha ha ha. Lewis, my dear brother, have you also refused?" Zyro laughed heartily. The next day, during breakfast, Zyro took the initiative to mention that an instructor had come to recruit him on behalf of a man named Skilo, and candidly stated that he had directly turned down the instructor's proposal. Lewis offered no response whatsoever. The man, engrossed in his own dialogue, began to assert that Lewis had also declined, entirely neglecting to inquire whether Lewis had experienced a similar situation, or indeed, whether he had refused at all. "So, why, Zero, why would you choose to refuse?" Lewis inquired with great interest. "Isn't that obvious?" Zyro chuckled softly. No matter how arrogant that Skello fellow may be, he could never possibly rival Spandane. After all, that fool has powerful backing. Even a dog, when its master holds significant authority, can become an invincible creature. Huh. Lewis smiled noncommittally. However, dear Lewis should brace himself. As Zyro chuckled, for having declined, a minor form of retribution is in order, meow. Lewis comprehended that, for those in positions of power, the will of those beneath them held little significance. In the presence of their own authority, the desires of the lower echelons were scarcely worthy of consideration. Conversely, should the subordinates dare to slightly oppose their wishes, a minor reprimand would swiftly ensue, although such reprimands could easily lead to the utter ruin of the subjugated. For the elites, these actions might merely serve as a mild admonition amidst a greater lesson. Lewis was not surprised. By the end of the 9th month, he had finally completed the transformation of his skin, experiencing a profound metamorphosis that resonated throughout his entire being. The essence of paper drawing lies in softening the body while evading attacks through the sensation of airflow. Lewis had mastered the art of manipulating his skin and body hair with an extraordinary level of sensitivity, far surpassing the ordinary. Previously, he had evaded Elika's attacks through paper drawing, but now he had progressed even further. Moreover, prolonged wear on human skin can lead to the formation of calluses. Although their strength may be modest, increasing their thickness would undoubtedly enhance his defensive capabilities, a feat Lewis could now accomplish. Lastly, there was the ability he coveted most, the power to whimsically alter his appearance and the age reflected in his exterior. As a spy, what could be more advantageous than this? Yet, there still appeared to be a slight discordance. Lewis gazed into the mirror, observing a visage that had metamorphosed entirely. His forehead was lined with deep wrinkles, his complexion a dull yellow, his nostrils flared, and his nasal hair abundant. His eyes bore a slanted shape, his lips were full, and a scruffy beard adorned his face, which appeared slightly plump. The skin appeared deliberately dulled, the forehead creased, the subcutaneous fat caused his cheeks to swell, and the hair transformed into a beard, with the nasal hair flourishing. Yet, as he pressed his hand against his cheek, it felt somewhat hollow. Despite the fat's prominence, the muscles remained unchanged, resulting in an odd sensation. The next question arose. Was it time to focus on muscle? Lewis set new goals for himself. The assessment for the 9th month arrived as scheduled. The written examination had already introduced an additional subject when teacher Anna began her lessons with him. Each student underwent evaluation under the guidance of their respective instructors. Lewis shared a pleasant rapport with teacher Anna. Though one aspect caused her a tinge of regret, Lewis excelled in every regard, save for one minor detail, his age. The following day marked the commencement of practical assessments. Lewis was once again among those drawing lots, and this time he found himself at the very end of the line. Observing the instructor's expression, Lewis sensed that a minor reprimand was imminent. Lewis, the instructor remarked with a smile as he cast a glance at the slip of paper in Lewis's hand. Your opponent is Stuart. As expected, Lewis was not taken aback. Turning his head, he met Stuart's gaze, which was filled with fervor. Lewis understood that Stuart was eager to reclaim his standing within the training camp. Though he had not had the opportunity to avenge his previous defeat against Zero, facing an opponent of his own caliber was almost as satisfying, especially since he still bore the title of a prodigy. My dear Lewis, our first chance to determine a victor is upon us. Zero chuckled. Just be careful not to be outdone by this little mouse. If that happens, I would be quite upset. The battle between Lewis and Stuart is set to take place in the final round. Now in the 9th month, 8 competitors have already been eliminated, leaving 11 participants in the training camp, with 1 person receiving a bye. Lewis is scheduled for the 5th match. There is little to discuss about the preceding battles, as the other trainees appear somewhat distracted, all eagerly anticipating the climactic showdown. Zero, unusually, did not toy with his opponent, dispatching him with a single strike, leaving him conscious but defeated. Yelika's recent performance continues to astonish Lewis. This woman is rapidly gaining strength, training diligently. In giving her all, she is truly transformed. At last, the highly anticipated main event of today has arrived. Ha, go for it, meow. You got this, Lewis, Zero exclaimed, laughing heartily as he cheered for Lewis. Lewis stepped onto the stage, and Stuart could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed forward. At long last, the day had arrived. Stuart's voice was laced with an unusual fervor. Lewis. Oh, Lewis casually replied, after you, it's Zero. Stuart chuckled mischievously. I will let you all know who truly deserves to be the unrivaled champion of this training camp. Lewis raised an eyebrow, remarking, your perspective is indeed quite limited. Stuart gritted his teeth fiercely, thinking, this is the moment. Go ahead and remain obstinate. Then, Lewis, with the instructor's gaze upon him, smiled and waved, signaling the commencement of battle. Whoosh. Stuart moved swifter, evidently having dedicated considerable time to studying the elusive technique after being struck by Ciro's intangible slashes. Stormfoot. Lewis sensed a sudden gust of wind. As he executed a swift movement, Stewart raised his leg and delivered a whip kick aimed at Lewis's head. Although he couldn't use the technique as freely as Ciro, nor could he change direction mid-execution, Stewart was still capable of employing other techniques during his maneuver. The fierce wind generated by his kick bent Lewis's head backward, as pliable as clay, allowing him to effortlessly evade Stewart's strike. What? He dodged it. Stewart was taken aback. Astonished by this seemingly impossible feat, how could this be? Lewis retracted his head. Was it all over? Damn it. Stewart's eyes reddened, and the anger within him could no longer be contained. Finger gunstorm. His arms became mere phantoms. As every inch of space within Lewis's line of sight was enveloped by Stewart's finger guns, leaving no room for anything else. However, Stewart was swift, yet Lewis was swifter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if devoid of physical form, Lewis's body contorted and twisted at an astonishing speed, continuously altering its shape, no matter how hard Stewart tried. His attacks could not reach Lewis. Aya! Stewart let out a mighty roar, launching a punch toward Lewis's abdomen. Was that truly all there was? Lewis spoke calmly. His right side caved in as if a great hole had been opened. Stewart's fist passed through this void without ever touching Lewis's body. Stewart staggered back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Paper drawing Windmaster. I shall grant you this opportunity. I permit you to strike me for 1 minute. Lewis spread his arms wide, as if yearning to embrace Stewart. I shall not retaliate. So come forth, Stewart. Exert your utmost effort, and attempt to touch me. It is imperative to underscore that although a man named Skylo has managed CP9 for many years, not all formal members are his staunch supporters. In truth, the ability to adapt to changing circumstances is an essential skill for all government officials, universally applicable. Even if Spandam is akin to a dog, he is a dog of considerable pedigree, and everyone is aware of the choices that lie ahead. After losing the support of his superiors, the once mighty Mr. Skylo could only fade into obscurity. Skylo is acutely aware of this reality. Nevertheless, his insatiable lust for power and disdain for Spandam have rendered him unable to halt his relentless pursuit, akin to a cornered beast fighting for survival. He craves greater strength, more accolades, and an abundance of talent. Thus, after Lewis showed signs of resistance, the lesser Stewart came into focus, and this time, he succeeded. The man named Stewart stood in stark opposition to the other two. Incompetent. Naturally, when the instructor observed the unfolding situation, he could not help but curse inwardly. Despite exhausting all efforts and failing to land a single hit on Lewis, Stewart's rage had clouded his judgment, causing him to lose all control over the battle. How could he possibly achieve victory? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Stewart's thunderous roar echoed across the arena, his body flickering with rapid movement. He executed the sixth technique. Shave, without pause, though not to the extent that Zyro could remain completely invisible while maintaining high-speed motion. His intervals were minimal, yet each application of shave left Lewis with a conspicuous vulnerability, an unsettling sight indeed. Hey, Zyro, is the minute up yet? Lewis's shoulder dipped, effortlessly evading Stewart's strike once more. The prowess of the Wind Rider stemmed largely from the heightened sensitivity of his fur and skin, rendering him acutely aware of every subtle shift in the air around him. Notably, Lewis possessed an exceptional command over his body, his reflexes astonishingly swift, making it quite challenging to land a blow upon him. He believed it would be relatively easy to master the observation hockey. The more ferocious the attack, the greater the pressure of the wind generated, which, paradoxically, made it easier for Lewis to evade. Such was the simplicity of the matter. Oh, we have just reached the 1-minute mark. Zyro deliberately hesitated for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. It's time to counterattack, dear Lewis. Boom. Lewis's iron fist struck with thunderous force, and in the air, Stewart's body abruptly materialized, receiving a powerful blow to the face. He was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground, which shattered beneath him, sending debris flying in all directions. If he did not concede defeat at this moment, Lewis tilted his head, warning not to blame him if he dies. The technique of shear is formidable, its speed almost imperceptible, yet its weaknesses are equally conspicuous. Everyone's reflexes are limited. Amidst such rapid movement, it becomes challenging to control one's body. Shear is perpetually in a linear trajectory. Even the agile Ciro, capable of continuous and immediate direction changes, finds it impossible to react at the moment of initiation. As for Stewart, he cannot even attempt to change direction before the sheer advance is completed. The gale produced by high-speed movement leaves him utterly exposed before Lewis, rendering him incapable of controlling his body. Lewis's reaction speed is astonishing, making it hardly surprising that he could strike him out of the sheer state with a single punch. On the sidelines, Ciro's smile began to fade. Just as he had proclaimed, his expertise lies in sheer. How is this possible? Rising from the ground, Stewart's bloodied face bore an expression of incredulous jealousy. How can this be? How can it not be? Lewis's voice emanated from behind him. So quick, Ciro exclaimed, incredibly fast. A roaring wind howled overhead, and Stewart barely had time to raise his hand in defense before a gentle touch grazed his arm, followed by a heavy shadow crashing against his face. Wow! Stewart cried out in agony, a flash of realization striking him. This was the very technique Lewis had previously employed against Yelica, using paper drawings to render his opponent's defenses utterly ineffective. Storm guillotine. The force was formidable, yet not potent enough to render Stewart unconscious. Nonetheless, he could sense that. In terms of strength, this little imp was slightly weaker than himself. As his body tilted backward, he suddenly began to spin, delivering a powerful kick toward his rear. Boom. The ground shattered beneath the impact, yet Lewis remained untouched. Have you not yet learned your lesson? Lewis's body became exceedingly slender, effortlessly evading Stewart's strike, and delivered a kick to Stewart's chest. Blood gushed from his mouth as Stewart soared into the air, since he was unwilling to concede. There was no other choice. Lewis sighed, his body soaring into the sky. Moonwalk. Bang, 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 bang. Lewis's speed in the air surpasses that of Stewart being propelled away, a fusion of the moonwalk and a swift strike, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. The spear attacks the city like a cannon. Lewis clenched his fist tightly. Iron block. Stewart bellowed. Boom. The ground erupted as if it were made of foam. Debris soaring through the air, and the tremendous tremor caused the surrounding students to struggle to maintain their balance. Lewis fell to the ground, yet his expression was far from pleasant. His defensive and evasive skills had reached their current limits. However, with a mocking laughter, Stewart emerged from the smoke, wearing the most fervent smile. Wasn't he just boasting a moment ago? After taking a punch from Lewis, this man appeared to be unscathed. The thrust of his finger and the gale kick were merely conventional techniques of the Six Styles, unable to unleash the power necessary to breach Stewart's formidable defenses. Judging by their recent confrontation, the disparity in their spiritual energy was minimal, with Lewis still slightly at a disadvantage. Lewis had never been so eager to enhance his offensive capabilities. Perish, you metal windmill. Stewart executed a split, his body rolling incessantly, his feet striking the ground in rapid succession, resembling a wheel hurtling towards Lewis. It seems you have misunderstood something. Lewis sighed. The fleeting moment of triumph could not endure. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the hair tie binding his hair shattered, sending his raven locks cascading wildly. Boom. Stewart's foot collided forcefully with Lewis's shoulder. A cry of agony escaped him as Stewart's foot was deflected, a surge of force rebounding painfully against his leg, even with the weight of iron. Such pain could not be disregarded. Iron block, empty wood. Whoosh. Several dark serpents flickered forth from behind Lewis, ensnaring Stewart in a vice-like grip as he lost his balance. What is this? Stewart struggled incessantly, but the bindings felt as if they were composed of countless intertwined wires, utterly inescapable. The iron strands, 100,000 locks of hair intertwined with the iron, possessed an unimaginable strength. One last inquiry, Mr. Stewart. Lewis's voice was barely a whisper. Are you willing to concede to me? A mocking laugh escaped him. Concede? Stewart retorted with a hearty laugh. Come and try to defeat me. In an instant. A black serpent-like arrow pierced through his mouth, blood gushing forth. Stop. At that moment, the instructor's intervention arrived belatedly. Apologetically, Lewis tossed the trembling Stewart to the ground, disdainfully severing the strand of hair that had penetrated Stewart's oral cavity. I'm truly sorry, he said to the instructor. Stewart is incredibly formidable. I had to give it my all, and in my moment of recklessness, I lost control. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Lewis had indeed asked Stewart to surrender several times, and given his opponent's unwavering resistance, he had acted in good faith, albeit with unfortunate consequences. A symbolic fortnight of confinement was imposed, and although a mark would be noted on his record, it bore little significance as the era of Schuyler's rule was nearing its end. Poor Stewart, the unfortunate soul, was among the students eliminated this month. The only lamentable aspect was that someone of his caliber should have been reassigned to another department, where he might have been recommended for inclusion in CP9. How cruel. laughed Ciro as he approached Lewis with mirth. As soon as your confinement ended, you went ahead and eliminated Stewart. I thought you would incapacitate him and spare his life. How merciless indeed. Lewis shook his head, pondering how a fellow trainee could commit such an act. Stewart must perish. Unlike Frank, Stewart had powerful backing. If he were to survive now, the uncertainty of his future demise would weigh heavily on Lewis's mind. A soft chuckle escaped Ciro, his shoulders shaking as if he had heard an exceptionally amusing joke. By the way, my dear Lewis, Ciro inquired, fixing his gaze upon Lewis. Would you also take my life? Lewis cast a deep glance at him, reassuringly stating that as long as he surrendered promptly, there would be no issue. Though they were not friends, the two had become quite familiar with one another. How confident he was in his ability to triumph over me. Ciro chuckled mischievously, assuring him that cats possess remarkably keen reflexes. Lewis smiled. The previously established rankings of the training camp had now been disrupted by Lewis himself. Stewart, who was initially considered to be in second place, fell to Lewis's prowess. Like Ciro, he displayed an unparalleled strength, even more exaggerated than Ciro's. Throughout the battle, he was struck only once by Stewart, and that was a tactical necessity. Following that blow, he seized the opportunity to decisively eliminate his opponent. The disparity was strikingly evident. The question of who was stronger, Lewis or Ciro, is not only a matter of curiosity for the students, but also a topic of discussion among the instructors. Ciro's advantage lies in his devil fruit, the enigmatic cat fruit, which significantly enhances his capabilities. On the other hand, Lewis's strength resides in his extraordinary mastery of the six powers. Throughout a battle, should he choose, his opponent would scarcely be able to touch him. However, his drawback is a notable deficiency in offensive power. This inadequacy in attack strength is not lost on Lewis himself. He has recognized this shortcoming. It has been over a year since he began to master his gastrointestinal functions, and after a prolonged period of indulgent eating, his physical prowess has reached impressive heights, comparable even to Stewart, who has consistently held the top position in training camp. Yet, he still lags behind Ciro, who wields his abilities with remarkable skill. Even breaking through Stewart's iron-like defenses proves to be a challenge, let alone overcoming Ciro, who has the enhancements of a Zoan-type devil fruit. With only 3 months remaining until the graduation assessment, Lewis intensifies his training. His life restoration technique begins to extend into the realm of muscle control. Lewis is confident that mastering his musculature will significantly augment his individual strength. He starts with the muscles of his arms, the deltoids, triceps, brachialis, and biceps, each muscle representing a small yet formidable challenge. By directing all muscular efforts towards a unified goal and minimizing any extraneous exertion, he contemplates the extent of his potential enhancement. Lewis felt a tinge of regret. His life restoration had yet to find its way home. It was as if the entirety of his visceral essence, organs, skin, muscles, could be controlled, yet the deeper muscle fibers and even the very cells of his body remained elusive, too minuscule for him to grasp. He could only rely on time and prolonged observation to achieve such mastery. Sometimes he would ponder what it would be like when he finally commanded all his cells. Would it be akin to blood rebirth, or perhaps immortality? Perhaps such feats were not beyond reach. In the realm of life restoration, he began to gradually master the muscles of his right arm. In his pursuit of the 6 styles, Lewis embarked on researching new techniques that could significantly enhance his prowess, particularly the 6 Kings Spear. This ultimate technique, unique to Rob Lucci, was not merely one of the existing moves within the 6 styles. It concentrated all bodily strength and released it in a powerful shockwave, capable of impacting not only the surface, but also the internal organs. Even Monkey D. Luffy, impervious to many attacks, nearly succumbed to the might of the 6 Kings Spear. While the concept of releasing all one's strength in a shockwave seemed straightforward, Lewis struggled to comprehend the intricate transformation of power into impact. His control over the muscles of his right arm progressed steadily, yet his training on the 6 Kings Spear had come to a near standstill, leaving him utterly perplexed. Thus, the 10th month elapsed, and he had gained substantial control over the muscles of his right arm. The 11th month arrived, unremarkable at first. On the 5th day of the 11th month, he fully mastered his right arm's musculature, effortlessly unleashing explosive strength directed in a singular trajectory, leading to a natural augmentation of power. Simultaneously, his exploration of the 6 Kings Spear finally bore fruit, thanks to the completion of his right arm's muscle control. With his arm's musculature responding as he desired, Lewis began to realize that the power of the 6 Kings Spear might stem from vibrations, muscular oscillations that emanated strength, akin to a flying finger spear, striking the air to create a long-range attack. The essence of the Six Kings spear likely resided in this principle. Rapid muscle vibrations transmitting force layer by layer until it burst forth from his hand, striking the air with an all-pervasive impact. Indeed, this was the pinnacle of mastery attainable only by those who had honed the six styles to perfection, without life restoration. None could hope to grasp it. He wondered if the eight-fist technique from the flower country bore a similar essence. After a prolonged stagnation, his training on the Six Kings spear finally began to progress. Lewis started to comprehend the formidable nature of the future Rob Lucci. His life restoration had reached an impressive level, enabling him to control not just muscles, but also internal organs. It was no wonder he could keep pace with the protagonist's growth, having matched Monkey D. Luffy evenly 2 years prior, and now standing toe-to-toe with the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. Lewis found it hard to imagine how powerful Lucci would have become had he not spent 5 years as an undercover agent in Water 7. However, Lewis was stronger. Lucci's life restoration had merely reached the level of muscle, bone, and organ control, and his manipulation abilities paled in comparison to Lewis's. Lewis could distinctly feel that as he aged and his body developed, his mental fortitude was simultaneously growing, indicating that the depth of his life restoration would continue to enhance. As time flowed gently onward, the 11th month concluded with Lewis training in the Six Kings spear and mastering the muscles of his left arm. The final month of his training period began without encountering the anticipated hurdles. The man named Skello proved to be remarkably stable. The 12th month arrived, heralding the final assessment. In the spirit of tradition, I humbly request a wave of recommendations, rewards, and a collection of reading lists. Speaking of seeking recommendations and rewards, it reminds me of the journey of Tang Sing in Journey to the West, who traversed vast distances to obtain the true scriptures. Reflecting on Journey to the West, this year has blossomed into a dual success. Perfection. This time, it is indeed a full score. A stunning woman, with delicate cheeks flushed, rested her face against Lewis's shoulder, arms wrapped around him, her right hand playfully entwining his hair, occasionally teasing his chest. Truly, Lewis had performed flawlessly. Surely, a normal woman would be utterly enchanted and lost in his allure by now. Such a striking appearance feels almost like cheating. I am deeply grateful for your care all this time, Anna. Lewis remained utterly still, akin to a wooden statue or a clay effigy of a Buddha. This notion of serene composure amidst temptation perhaps encapsulates the essence of such noble sentiments. No, Lewis, it is I who ought to express this sentiment to you. The woman, enraptured, embraced Lewis, inhaling deeply as she chuckled softly, her voice deep and resonant. To encounter a student of your caliber is truly a rarity. Haha. What an exquisite teaching experience. After you, I shall resign from this course. How could I possibly find any other students worthy of my attention following your presence? In essence, have I inadvertently caused you to lose your position? Lewis smiled gently. I truly apologize. Indeed, you are utterly perplexed by the intricacies of a woman's heart. Lewis. Anna chuckled softly, her arm rising to encircle Lewis's neck. He felt a slight discomfort. Her embrace was rather forceful, with her face pressed against his. It would have sufficed for her to simply say, "Allow me to take care of you." Is that not so? Lewis turned around, seizing Anna's right hand and pulling her up against the wall. Despite his youth, he managed to tower over her, their gazes nearly aligned, his eyes almost merging with her radiant ones. Anna, allow me to care for you. Indeed. Anna's face beamed with a brilliant smile as her left hand, somewhat entranced, caressed Lewis's face. Will you not delve into more profound theories with me? She licked her lips, a particular method of interrogation. I must respectfully decline. I am but 13. Lewis chuckled, shaking his head as he took a few steps back. If one were to speak of friendship in this training camp, only this woman could be deemed as such. Alas, it is truly a pity a man like Lewis encounters but one such individual in a decade. Anna feigned a dramatic sigh, shaking her head. When you grow up, be sure to inform me. But do ensure you do not perish. Lewis casually remarked, rest assured. Even if I were to die, I would claw my way back from the depths of hell. Anna's smile radiated like a blooming flower as she pressed her hand against her ample bosom, yearning intensely for Lewis's corporeal form. Is it merely the body? She mused. I had thought you were more captivated by the intrigue of my soul. Lewis does not mind jesting with such a beauty, for I am a pragmatist. Anna waved her hand, suggesting that an amusing spirit is better left to other women. Thus Lewis nodded slightly. Therefore, Lewis, do not perish either. Anna has mentioned this. You are aware, correct? That little imp is not as benevolent as she appears on the surface. Our paths may not necessarily cross. Lewis said so, No. You will definitely face each other, Anna chuckled. That is destiny. I suppose so, Lewis mused. Destiny, by its very definition, refers to events that are bound to transpire. It is inevitable that Lewis will confront Ciro during the final assessment. Thus, this is indeed fate. Lewis was indifferent to the kind of woman Anna was. Merely being able to engage in conversation with her was sufficient. The assessments proceeded at a measured pace, extending over a significant duration. This time, the evaluation encompassed not only the skills acquired over the past year, but also the knowledge gleaned from the training camp at the Four Seas, which became focal points of the examination. The competition spanned 3 days, and Lewis felt invigorated. His formidable mental acuity allowed him to absorb information effortlessly, ensuring his academic endeavors were met with success. In contrast to the competitions, the practical assessments required progressively less time. Currently, only 8 participants remained in the training camp, 5 from the original CP9 training group, and 3 from the Four Seas Paradise New World camp, Lewis, Ciro, and Elika. Yet, it was widely acknowledged that these 3 were the strongest among the 8. Ultimately, it would take merely 7 battles to determine the final loser, with the entire process likely to be completed in less than 2 hours. This marked the final assessment for this cohort of trainees. As Ciro's name was called out by the instructor, who read the slip of paper, a commotion ensued. Although the number of participants was dwindling, the shock of the announcement elicited a flurry of chatter among those present. Lewis and Ciro, the 2 most formidable individuals in the training camp, are finally poised to determine the ultimate victor. In this final assessment, the true champion shall be revealed. Are these indeed the 2 contenders? Certainly, aside from Lewis. Who else could possibly stand as a worthy opponent for Ciro? However, even Lewis may not be able to contend with Ciro. In terms of power, Ciro, wielding the abilities granted by his fruit, would undoubtedly overpower Lewis. Indeed, Lewis triumphed over Stuart primarily by evading through clever maneuvers. Had Stuart not opened his mouth, he would have been unable to inflict harm on Stuart, who was fortified by iron. It seems that the general consensus among onlookers is not in favor of Lewis. Alas, it appears dire. The opponent is none other than young Lewis. Yet the seemingly favored Ciro bears an expression of trepidation. This does not bode well. Perhaps it would be wise for you to concede. Lewis spoke candidly, suggesting that some wish to witness our mutual destruction, which we ought to evade, should we not? It certainly appears so. Yet, dear Lewis, Ciro has opened his eyes fully for the first time. His elongated pupils are particularly sharp. I have never known defeat, and the notion of surrender is simply unfathomable to me. As you have stated, Lewis sighed softly, you are doomed. Ha 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 ha. Ciro merely chuckled. I await eagerly. Enough of the idle chatter. The battle has commenced. The battle between Lewis and Ciro is reserved for the final confrontation. Following 2 earlier skirmishes, the scene shifts to Elika, a formidable woman whose prowess has become quite impressive. She has mastered at least 4 of the 6 styles, exhibiting remarkable proficiency in both the moonwalk and the gale foot techniques. Ascending into the sky to create distance, she unleashes a tempest of gale foot attacks, leaving her opponent battered and incapacitated upon the ground. You speak truthfully. The inequities of the world are fundamentally a matter of strength and weakness. As she passes by Lewis, she halts, locking her gaze onto him, and declares in a low voice, "Thus, I shall be stronger than you." Lewis nodded slightly and stepped into the examination room. He. I heard that. Lewis, my brother, has that woman taken a fancy to you? Ciro chuckled, a teasing grin adorning his face. Despite being colleagues, Elika is indeed a remarkable beauty. How infuriating. I suddenly feel a twinge of envy. Give it up. It is merely a disparity in looks. Lewis casually remarked. Ha ha ha. Indeed. In this regard, I must concede that I am not as adept as you, Miel. Ciro laughed heartily, scratching his cheek in acknowledgement. But it is only in this aspect, dear Lewis. I have awaited this day for a considerable time, Miel. Ciro narrowed his eyes. So, shall we disregard our agreement on rock, paper, scissors? Well, since I have been eagerly anticipating this moment, let us defer it to next time, Miel. Who? Lewis exhaled a sigh of relief. It was to be expected. The battle commenced. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, 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 boom. 2 figures had already vanished from sight, and the solid ground began to crack in every corner. The final showdown had begun. How swift. My eyes could scarcely keep up. Both combatants exhibited extraordinary proficiency in their techniques, employing them in rapid succession with barely a pause, their forms merely flickering before disappearing once more. Is this truly the extent of their prowess? Shouldn't the focal point be that their clashes transpired amidst the execution of their techniques? Such reflexes. To maintain such fierce offense and defense amidst such high-velocity movement. What inhuman level of control is this? Suddenly, I felt an increasing sense that Stuart's demise was not in vain. This was the final assessment, having endured to this point. Even the one who ultimately faltered would be reassigned to another department, thus alleviating the psychological pressure on the trainees. However, the weight of pressure brought by Lewis and Ciro was indeed considerable. The scene was surreal. Two figures flickered continuously, accompanied by the relentless shattering of the ground. Resembling a scene from a supernatural tale, it truly seemed that a victor would not emerge from this encounter. Ciro leaped into the air, his body twisting as he unleashed the gale-foot tornado. The whirlwind formed in an instant, resembling a funnel piercing through heaven and earth as it surged towards Lewis. It seems the warm-up is nearing its conclusion, does it not? Lewis's figure suddenly materialized in the distance, effortlessly evading a strike of astonishing power. He raised his foot and unleashed a similar kick, a tempestuous wave of force that surged forth relentlessly. The spiraling assault resembled crashing waves, capable of piercing and tearing through even the sturdiest of edifices. Here I come. Lewis's lightning-fast kick was instantly shattered as a massive feline came rushing from behind. It was a colossal cat, its face adorned with black fur, while its body was cloaked in white. Its ears were large, with slightly pointed tips. A Siamese cat, indeed. Lewis understood everything in his heart. Do not lose focus, my dear Lewis. In the blink of an eye, the great cat vanished from the ground, and in that instant, Lewis's body contorted. The upper part of his chest twisted sharply to the left, as a fierce gust of wind howled past him. It was only at this moment that Ciro's attack resonated. In such a brief span of time, he had unleashed 5 strikes. How swift! Lewis appeared to leisurely evade Ciro's attacks. However, in reality, he found himself in a passive position, renowned for his exceptional agility. Coupled with the enhancement from the Nico Nomi, his speed and reflexes surged dramatically. Ciro's movements became almost too swift for Lewis to keep pace with. And once this individual initiated his onslaught, Lewis had no choice but to endure the blows. Let him emerge first. As Lewis pondered, the hair tie binding his locks snapped, causing his dark tresses to cascade freely. Has life finally returned in the form of a cat? However, in terms of speed, I cannot possibly be compared to that fellow Stuart. Ciro's voice wafted from all directions, asking if he could catch me. There is no need to catch me. A large fissure emerged from Lewis's waist, narrowly evading Ciro's strike in a moment of dire urgency. The iron block clanged. As Lewis's hair sprang forth from the back of his head, it transformed into hundreds of black, elongated blades, stimulating the hair follicles to grow rapidly. Coupled with the hardening of iron, Lewis now wielded the technique of 100 swords. What an astonishing display! Ciro instinctively distanced himself from Lewis, sensing the imminent danger that loomed. The storm of blade feet. What spectacle would arise from the simultaneous dance of hundreds of long swords? What chaos would ensue from their collective slashing strikes? A tempest. Undoubtedly, it was a tempest. Quickly, take cover. The area of effect is far too vast. At that moment, the onlookers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This technique would ensnare them all. Slashes. Slashes. A deluge of slashes enveloped everything. Oh my, this is simply too brutal. Even with Ciro's incredible speed, there was no room left for evasion. He could only brace himself for the onslaught. Iron block. The great feline rose to his feet, adopting his beastly form, crossing his arms protectively over his chest as he activated the iron block. Clang, clang, clang. The strikes from Lewis's hair, though not particularly powerful, merely caused Ciro's body to tingle. However, the sheer volume of attacks was overwhelming. Ciro felt a numbing sensation coursing through his entire being. The relentless onslaught was beginning to wear down his hardened muscles. Suddenly, the storm of slashes came to an abrupt halt, and Lewis materialized before Ciro. His right fist raised high. Utilizing a paper-thin technique to soften his shoulder, he began to rotate his finger like a drill. Too slow, you say? As Ciro attempted to evade with a swift maneuver, he found himself thwarted. How despicable to strike while I am defending. On his ankle, he felt the grasp of black hair, extending from the ground. It became evident that one of Lewis's strands had burrowed into the earth, ensnaring him as he activated the iron block. Iron block Lewis clenched his fist, and with the newfound ability to control his arm muscles, he unleashed the full force of his political prowess. The power surged dramatically, and combined with rotational force, the concentrated finger strike pierced through the iron block with unexpected ease. Truly, the progress is astonishing. I cannot afford to be hit. Zero gritted his teeth, extending his right claw, ready to unleash the finger strike. A glint of cold light flashed as Lewis's grip on Zero's hair was severed. Even the iron strands offered no defense against Zero's claw. Moonstep. Zero's figure vanished once again, demonstrating extraordinary agility even in midair. Finger strike hell. Lewis suddenly erupted in fury, a genuine manifestation of rage. His hair standing on end like that of an irate hedgehog, before launching forth with fervor. This was an extensive and unrelenting assault. A mere strike from Lewis could effortlessly transform an ordinary individual into a sieve. Do not even contemplate it. The movements of Zero were virtually imperceptible. Yet Lewis could feel his hair incessantly snapping, as the sharp claws combined with the thrust of his fingers proved to be as formidable as a renowned blade. Alas, not only did the attack fail to achieve its intended effect, but Lewis also felt a piercing pain in his scalp as Zero seized his hair, yanking him forward. The combination of the finger thrust technique and the alloyed feline claws was indeed an unstoppable force. What would ensue when the Galefoot technique was added to this formidable blend? Lewis was overwhelmed by a profound sensation that he would be shattered into fragments by Zero's strike, not merely an illusion. The moment he was hit, the battle would reach its conclusion. In terms of strength, the beastly Zero possessed an overwhelmingly formidable power. The Wind Rider. However, the mightier the attack, the more ferocious the winds it generated. Lewis felt every hair on his body stand on end, his skin, now acutely sensitive to the gentle breeze, reacting instantaneously. In that moment, the extraordinary paper art capable of bending reality was unleashed, causing his body to contort and evade Zero's formidable blow with remarkable ease. No way. Are you serious, Mio? You actually dodged that. Zero exclaimed in frustration, his form vanishing in an instant, while Lewis's hair was swept up in the ensuing tempest. Lewis's hair flowed like a torrential river, swirling and scattering as it relentlessly pursued the silhouette of Zero. Yet, the resilience of his hair could not withstand Zero's assaults, and it was continuously severed, soon blanketing the arena with strands. Lewis, dear brother, just how much hair do you possess? Is it not costly? Zero's breaths grew heavier, as the exertion took its toll. Maintaining such a rapid pace of shaving, even with the enhancement of the Zoan fruit, was beginning to deplete his stamina. It was enough to render him immobile. Lewis asserted that the growth of hair necessitates energy, and he himself was already quite fatigued. Nevertheless, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness. Let us give it a try, Miel, exclaimed Lewis. Zero gritted his teeth, once again severing the hair that Lewis had let spread in all directions. Who, after all, would endure until the very end? Zero was formidable, indeed, exceptionally powerful, with a terrifying speed and indomitable claws that exhibited extraordinary agility. Except for Lewis, everyone present, including the instructor, could only meet a swift demise in his presence. Yet, it has come to an end. Zero. Lewis suddenly looked up. Huh. Zero was taken aback, then exclaimed, what? My feet are ensnared. Despite the rapid pace at which Lewis had been moving, his hair could hardly keep up, yet his legs were entangled. The sudden force of the pull caused Zero to slow down, and soon, more strands of hair wrapped around him. How is this possible? Zero gasped in astonishment as the hair he had severed began to writhe, ensnaring his legs, while even more hair surged toward him, swiftly binding him in a tight embrace. This is the end. The hair at the back of Lewis's head curled around, binding Zero even more securely, while the razor had already been deployed, its blade whistling through the air toward Zero. Don't even think about it, Lewis. Zero bellowed, his voice filled with unprecedented fervor. Suddenly, a gash erupted from the right side of Zero's hair, revealing a shimmering claw that glinted ominously. Prepare to receive my strike. The icy light surged straight toward Lewis's chest. Paper drawing. Lewis's body bent as he evaded Zero's strike, his fists clenched and stacked above, already aimed at Zero's form. Simultaneously, Zero's hair was rent asunder, creating a gaping hole. 6 King Spear. Alloy Cat Claw. Zero. Lewis. Zero. Lewis. Aura, 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 aura. Muda, 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 muda. The sole reason for your defeat is this. You failed to cast your vote. Buzz. An ominous, muffled sound echoed. Ah. Zero let out a piercing scream. Behind him, an invisible shockwave coalesced into a column of air, extending far into the distance. The hair that bound him shattered instantaneously, and his clothing bore massive rips both front and back, blood gushing forth. Huff, huff, huff. Freed from his hair's restraint, Zero reverted to his human form, collapsing limply onto the ground. Lewis's legs weakened, instinctively retreating 2 steps, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Six-King Spear unleashed a concentrated burst of power, leaving Lewis utterly drained. Huff huff. What kind of technique is this? Ciro struggled to lift his head, his gaze completely unfocused. Truly, one strike and I can no longer rise. His internal organs had sustained grave injuries, and even the act of breathing had become an arduous task. Despite the enhancement from his Zoan-type devil fruit abilities, he could no longer withstand the assault. 6 styles, huff. With great exertion, Lewis exhaled deeply, invoking the essence of the Six-King Spear. Essence? Cyril's head fell to the ground, rendered immobile. Just a fraction more, he thought. Gasping for breath, Lewis gradually regained some strength. He glanced at his right arm. The blood had yet to coagulate. Even though the immense wound had forcibly closed due to the restoration of life, it remained a distressing sight. Lewis spoke, Cyril, just a little more. One must admit. Cyril's reflexes were exceptionally formidable. In the moment of the final strike, when he failed to injure Lewis, his left hand executed an agile maneuver, grasping Lewis's right hand. What is that? Cyril inquired with great difficulty. I thought I could sever your arm. Guess. Cyril's claws were remarkably sharp. Employing the technique of the gale of spear and claw, even steel would be effortlessly torn asunder. While using the Six-King Spear, evasion was impossible for Lewis, leaving him no choice but to defend with a block of iron. Yet, it was insufficient, still lacking. Lewis understood that Cyril's prowess was overwhelmingly superior, and his iron defense would not suffice. Cyril shared this sentiment, but he noticed something peculiar on Lewis's arm, an unexpected resilience that significantly obstructed his assault. Cyril was oblivious to the nature of this anomaly, yet Lewis was fully aware. It was a thick layer of callus, or perhaps a keratinous sheath, a result of his ability to manipulate his skin. Thus, Cyril. Lewis stepped forward, his hair beginning to flutter in the breeze. I concede. Cyril's voice carried a hint of amusement. TSK. Lewis smacked his lips and stepped down from the arena. The expression on the face of the victor, this esteemed instructor, was one of sheer astonishment. Lewis, did you truly win? This must be a jest. Your opponent was Cyril, a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, a creature of monstrous strength. Cyril was indeed a beast, but was Lewis not equally formidable? Undoubtedly, Lewis possessed an extraordinary power. Although his combat prowess paled in comparison to Cyril's, his mastery of the 6 styles was nothing short of exceptional. Paper drawing allowed him to evade Cyril's attacks effortlessly. And the final blow, the Six-King's gun, struck down Cyril decisively. His victory was well-deserved. Yet, how did he manage to activate his severed head? If he couldn't restrain Cyril, that final strike would have been impossible to land. Was this the return of life? Indeed, it was the return of life. What, then, is the essence of this phenomenon? It is the infusion of consciousness into the body. But what constitutes consciousness? Lewis began to ponder this question after he first gained control over his hair. According to theories from his previous life, it likely pertains to brainwaves. By reading brainwaves, one could indeed achieve telepathy. Thus, the so-called return of life might stem from the intensity of brainwaves permeating the body, forcibly connecting parts devoid of nerves and enabling manipulation. For instance, hair, which inherently lacks nerves and sensation, gained awareness and sensitivity through the return of life, allowing Lewis to control it. However, the hair and the body remained disconnected in terms of nerves. It was the brainwaves, essentially consciousness, that facilitated this remote control. So, why could severed hair not be manipulated? Lewis discovered something remarkable after cutting off his blood-stained hair following his last encounter with Stuart. He realized that the severed strands still possessed a form of sensitivity, retaining remnants of his consciousness. It dawned on him that he had perhaps unlocked the gateway to a new realm. The ability to manipulate his detached hair from a distance was merely a rudimentary aspect. What intrigued Lewis more was the lingering essence of his own awareness within those strands, an even more fascinating prospect. Having triumphed over Cyril, Lewis's battles within the training camp had come to an end. He had decisively defeated several of the most outstanding trainees of this cohort, undeniably establishing himself as the strongest among them. The forthcoming battles proved to be rather uninspiring. The only noteworthy highlight was Cyril, despite suffering grave injuries, showcasing the formidable prowess of an animal-type devil fruit user. With all his might, he unleashed a powerful kick that sent his opponent flying, securing a victory before succumbing to unconsciousness, a testament to his remarkable tenacity. The final assessment concluded, marking the end of a year-long CP9 training program. Out of the 19 participants, only 7 endured to face the last evaluation, which would determine their eligibility for entry into CP9. Zero recovered swiftly, his animal-type abilities manifesting in his remarkable resilience, allowing him to rise from his bed the very next day to engage in light-hearted conversation with Lewis. Truly impressive, Lewis mused. Zero bore no bandages, which was unsurprising given that he had no external injuries. It was Lewis who bore the wounds, although his injuries were subdued by the life return technique. They had yet to heal to a full extent. I thought victory was mine for certain, Zero remarked, displaying little despondency. But next time, luck may not be on my side. This time, I fell victim to unfamiliar tactics. As long as you find joy in it, Lewis replied. Zero was correct. Had he understood Lewis as well as Lewis understood him, the outcome would have been far less predictable. How could Zero, with his speed, ever evade the slower Six Kings spear? Not joining CP0 was indeed a wise decision. Zero chuckled, and Lewis noted the sincerity of his smile, more genuine than ever. Not only am I free from the celestial dragon's scrutiny, but I also have the pleasure of meeting someone like you, my dear brother. Is that so? Lewis inquired. Yes. I have always yearned for a worthy opponent, yet I could never find one. Upon reading your profile, I thought, wow, a genius. This is precisely the person I have been searching for, Zero beamed. Your world seems rather small, Lewis observed. Lewis shook his head, pondering the multitude of monsters that inhabit this world. The impending graduation assessment loomed ahead, and with a playful tone, his companion Zero warned him to tread carefully. Unlike me, you lack the advantage of a high-ranking CP family member, he said with a mischievous grin. This is the perfect opportunity to sabotage you, you know? Is that so? In the fabled realm of legends, there exists a man who possesses it all, Snake Grass D, Flower Water. His words before the update sent everyone rushing to the starting line, urging them to seek what they desire. With your recommendations, collections, and rewards. Thus commenced the era of great voting. Who would have thought that someone like me would still be called upon after all these years? I nearly forgot that I am still an intelligence officer. It has been 40 years since I arrived here. I have settled down, married, and raised children. Now at 65, my grandchildren have reached adulthood. I thought my life would simply pass by like this. His voice was frail, filled with a sense of wistfulness. The government has clearly not forgotten you. It merely hadn't needed your services until now, a younger voice interjected, cool and detached. You must understand, even the most trivial items can find their purpose in due time. That metaphor seems rather harsh, my friend, the older voice retorted, but you do make a valid point. The government ultimately has not forgotten me. They have finally sought me out. The elder's tone carried a palpable bitterness. In the beginning, I spent 10 years wondering when the higher-ups would call upon me, when I would be utilized for a significant mission, to join CP0 and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, as my children grew, my thoughts altered drastically. I began to have nightmares, worrying about what would happen if the government suddenly came for me. Could I still risk my life for a mission as I had envisioned? Eventually, I found myself wishing the government would never return to seek me out. And before I knew it, decades had slipped by, and I had grown old. Once a member of the government, one cannot simply sever ties, the younger voice remarked after a brief silence. Indeed, that is the nature of CP, the older voice chuckled. You, my friend, are remarkable for taking on a mission in the new world at such a young age. Enough with the small talk. How prepared are you for the task at hand? The younger voice queried, maintaining its calm demeanor. Well, take a look. This individual is the one I have selected for you. His physique closely resembles yours, so blending in should be rather simple, the elder replied. He is an orphan with a notorious reputation on the island, leaving him with few acquaintances. The only one he knows well is me. So the risk of exposure should be minimal. Excellent, the young man responded. The older voice hesitated momentarily, perhaps due to age. Maybe I'm overstepping. But consider this a rambling of an old man whose children are no longer by his side. You must be vigilant. From now on, you are a pirate. You are simply a pirate. Ah, came the young man's light-hearted reply. The scene shifts to the new world, far from the Navy-controlled waters. In one of the most chaotic corners of the world, here lies a small island, undoubtedly among the most tumultuous regions, where countless pirates, civilians, and Navy personnel meet their demise daily. Yet, this small island stands as an exception. At its port, a towering flagpole stands adorned with a skull and crossbones flag. Exuding a lion-like ferocity, the flag of the Golden Lion. All who dwell in the New World understand that while they may disregard the Navy and the government, they must never underestimate three formidable men, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and GOLD, Roger. The infamy of these three pirates in the New World is enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. Even Roger, with his single ship, could bring a nation to its knees with but a word against his crew. The man represented by the flag that flutters at this island's port, Golden Lion Shiki, is the most powerful and brutal among the trio, with countless pirates sent to the ocean's depths at his hands. The mere presence of this flag is sufficient to deter all would-be intruders. All know that the lion's territory is sacrosanct. Behind the port lies a town, its center dominated by a tavern, a haven for the ever-flowing tide of pirates. The tavern's owner, now an elderly man, reportedly established this establishment nearly 40 years ago when he arrived on the island, which was then but a small village. The tavern is steeped in history, with leaky roofs and worn-down walls being commonplace. What sets this tavern apart from the newly renovated ones is its legacy. After 4 decades, it boasts a cellar filled with decades-old fine wines. After all, what pirate does not enjoy a drink? Today, the tavern buzzed with life, the gray-haired proprietor smiling behind the counter, a cigar perched between his lips. A thriving business signifies prosperity, and he was undoubtedly pleased. The raucous laughter of pirates mingled harmoniously with the local patrons, while the inebriated lay sprawled across tables in a drunken slumber. With a creak, the tavern door swung open, and a man entered, draped in a tattered coat, beneath which lay a yellowed white t-shirt and work pants, barefoot, with a logbook on his wrist. His unkempt mid-length hair and scruffy beard framed a weary face, an appearance that belied his youth. Upon entering, he casually tossed a drunken patron off a table and unabashedly took a swig from a half-empty bottle. Revived, the weariness evaporated from him. He plopped down in the spot once occupied by the inebriated, leaning back in his chair and calling out, "Boss, give me a drink." "You again, Mario?" The proprietor's smile faltered slightly. "You owe me 135,000 berries for your drinks. I want to serve you more until you settle your debt." "Oh, come on, don't be so heartless, old man," Mario pleaded, resting his chin on the table with a grin. "Haven't you watched me grow up? Surely that friendship is worth a few bottles of liquor? It's precisely because of that friendship that you owe me 100,000 berries, you rascal." The proprietor blew a smoke ring, scoffing, "You ought to find a proper job. If nothing else, you could work as a bartender here." "Exactly, Mario. The old man has been more than generous to you," chimed in a familiar voice. "Remember last month when you fainted from hunger in the street? He cared for you for days." "Shut up, you fools," Mario snapped, his demeanor suddenly hostile. "I am destined to become a pirate, so why would I bother with any job? Rest assured, my dear uncle, I shall repay you for the drink with the treasures I will find in the future. A pirate, after all, is a man of his word." "A pirate? You, my boy?" The proprietor shook his head. "Ha ha, a pirate?" A drunken man laughed heartily, rising from his seat to confront Mario, slamming his hand down on the table before him. "You? What's the matter, uncle?" Though Mario bore a face adorned with stubble, he still appeared to be merely 17 or 18, quite youthful indeed. "Any doubts? Don't make me laugh to death. When did it become so easy to be a pirate?" The drunkard's heavy fist struck the table, shattering the well-worn surface into fragments. "A brat like you should simply return home and suckle." "Oh?" Mario raised an eyebrow. "Ha ha ha, truly, the captain is inebriated again. Pay him no mind. Whoever tries to intervene will be the unfortunate one. Let him make a scene." Meanwhile, those seated with the drunkard remained unconcerned. "Hey, uncle, this table is quite expensive," Mario remarked, gazing at the shattered pieces strewn across the floor. "Can you afford to pay for it?" "Humph, ha, little brat, if you aspire to be a pirate, allow me to enlighten you," the drunkard bellowed. "Pirates are a reckless bunch." His fist flew toward Mario. Whoosh! The fist grazed past Mario's ear, the gust of wind sending his slightly greasy hair swirling like tendrils. "Uncle, you strike so suddenly." A smile of excitement spread across Mario's face. "Hey, patron, cease at once. This territory belongs to Admiral Golden Lion," the proprietor behind the counter declared sternly. "Your actions now provoke Admiral Golden Lion." "Ha ha ha, Golden Lion?" The drunkard laughed uproariously. "I will take that scoundrel down one day. And what better place to start than here?" "Oh?" In a corner of the tavern, the inebriated man lifted his head. "To take down Golden Lion? You certainly have the audacity to say so." Mario clenched his fists, the sound of cracking echoing. "Just based on you, uncle? Does inebriation render one fearless?" It must be said that alcohol indeed has a profound effect on the heart, capable of reducing the greatest of heroes to tears while transforming the most timid of cowards into valiant challengers of dragons. "Little brat." The drunkard swayed unsteadily, belching as his fist came barreling toward Mario. "Ha, With a soft chuckle, Mario twisted his body, effortlessly dodging the drunkard's strike. Then pressed his hand firmly against the back of the drunkard's head. Forcefully Pu Lewis let out a faint sigh. This graduation assessment truly felt like a brush with death. The man named Skilo was indeed a formidable opponent. When he struck, he left no room for escape. Mario, of course, was Lewis. There was no need for elaboration. With the assistance of numerous undercover agents from the CP sequence, he had infiltrated this vessel and assumed the role of a pirate. His singular mission was to ascertain the reasons behind a certain individual's unusual activities. This task appeared straightforward, as there was only one subject of investigation: a person of significant notoriety. In theory, uncovering his movements should not have posed much difficulty. However, the sole complication lay in the fact that the man Lewis was tasked to investigate was none other than Shiki, the Golden Lion, admiral of the Golden Lion Pirates and one of the three great pirates of the New World. Infiltrating the Golden Lion Pirates to monitor Shiki's actions was tantamount to courting death. Even one of Shiki's subordinate captains could likely eliminate Lewis with ease. Thus, it was undeniable that Commander Skilo was exceptionally ruthless. Lewis was acutely aware of the peculiar movements of the Golden Lion. As numerous pirate crews under his banner began to converge, all with a singular objective: Roger. Indeed, it was Roger. The year was 1495 in the Sea Circle calendar. And it seemed that the pivotal battle for dominion over the New World, the Battle of Eitvor, was imminent. The Golden Lion was on the brink of calamity. However, could Lewis directly report this intelligence? Naturally, he could not. Thus, the covert infiltration mission was orchestrated. The operatives from the CP series were formidable, effortlessly securing an identity for Lewis and creating an opportunity for him to board this vessel belonging to a pirate crew under the Golden Lion's command. "Hey, Mario, you rascal!" A boisterous voice called from behind. "Are you still reminiscing about your distant homeland?" "No, Captain. How could that be?" Lewis's smile adorned his face. "A man destined to set sail one day. I can only anticipate what breathtaking scenery awaits me at the bow of the ship. The vast ocean is indeed a place of exhilarating allure." "Haha. Indeed, Mario." The tall middle-aged man, Captain Rod of the Bloodhand Pirates, laughed heartily, declaring that you are truly born to be a pirate. It is precisely this magnificent sea that continuously attracts heroes from ancient times to the present, urging them to venture forth. The world is beautiful because of adventure. The essence of life is a relentless pursuit of daring exploits. With a bounty of 150 million, one of the pirate crews under the Golden Lion is currently responding to his call, which is precisely why Lewis chose this crew. "Hey, Captain Newcomer." "Ships spotted ahead," shouted a bearded middle-aged man from the Crow's Nest, the first mate, Cutter Barrow. Oh, a merchant ship. Oh, ha, business is here." Rod patted Lewis on the shoulder. "Mario, the opportunity to fight as a pirate for the first time has arrived." "Ah." Lewis's lofty response, for he is, after all, a pirate, merely a pirate. Once upon a time, there was a handsome prince who fell into a deep slumber due to a witch's curse. Enchanted by his beauty, countless princesses flocked to him. Yet no one knew when he would awaken. All they could do was lament in helplessness until one fateful day, the supreme deity issued a divine decree. If enough recommendations were sacrificed, the prince could be roused. Recommendations? But where could one find such recommendations? No one knew their whereabouts. And thus the prince remained forever asleep. To this day, aged princesses still linger outside the prince's castle, mourning, "Where are the recommendations?" Ah, blood splattered across Lewis's face. The knife in his hand was not particularly sharp, yet combined with his immense strength, it was capable of severing an opponent's arm with a single blow. "Hey, what are you doing, newbie?" The blade glimmered as the head of the screaming man was swiftly severed, a mere stroke to the neck requiring little effort. "Haha, don't mind it, Barlow." With iron-forged gloves adorning his hands, his 10 fingers were sharp and lethal, easily piercing flesh, and with his colossal strength, he could tear a person apart. This was the origin of the title Ravager. Rod laughed heartily. "Mario, this is your first time taking a life, isn't it? Take your time. Being a pirate entails not only romantic adventures, but also the inevitable bloodshed and carnage. Haha. If you wish to be a pirate, mastering this is essential." "Ah, I understand." Lewis curled the corners of his mouth, displaying a somewhat forced smile. Of course. With a swift flick of the blade, several guards lunging towards him were instantaneously deprived of their lives. Although not particularly adept in swordsmanship, Lewis was nonetheless an exemplary student, having excelled in his combat courses. His foundational sword techniques remained impeccably refined, rendering it exceedingly simple to deal with these feeble guards. Conducting business in the New World is indeed a formidable endeavor. Luck plays an exceptionally significant role. Without it, misfortunes are bound to ensue. The guards aboard the merchant ship were swiftly dispatched, marking Lewis's first experience of taking so many lives. It was ironic that these were government subordinates, yet they were executing orders that were fundamentally anti-government. Lewis was utterly powerless. The spoils are abundant. The goods that compel merchants to risk their lives for transport are certainly not trifles. Most are unique specialties from various islands. Although they may appear unremarkable, they are, in fact, extremely valuable treasures, accompanied by a modest amount of wealth that constitutes a fortune. This haul is indeed a remarkable windfall. Let the banquet commence, Rod proclaimed loudly. For pirates, feasting is a commonplace affair, celebrating both sorrow and joy alike, a standard practice among their kind. Hey, Mario, why aren't you drinking? Rod, with a flushed face, clasped Lewis's shoulder and laughed at the sight of Lewis devouring food voraciously. As a pirate, how could one abstain from alcohol? Rod, as a pirate captain, undoubtedly fulfilled his role, having shielded his crew from danger several times during the recent battle, emerging unscathed himself. He demonstrated a commendable care for his subordinates, and when it came to taking lives, he was equally resolute, showing no mercy. No, Captain, I. Lewis licked his lips, betraying a hint of hesitation, and with a wry smile remarked, I don't feel like drinking right now. Captain, don't pressure him. The first mate Barrow interjected, laughing heartily. Newcomers are always like this. It gets easier with experience. Let loose, Mario. Rod joined in the laughter, affirming that for a pirate, such behavior was entirely natural. Killing, plundering, triumph. Then comes the revelry, eagerly anticipating the next battle. Such is the life of a pirate. Indeed, a competent pirate embodies this spirit. Of course, Lewis's reluctance to drink stemmed from the heavy burden of having taken so many innocent lives. However, a more pressing reason was that he could not afford to become intoxicated. His face was not as it appeared now. Lewis's true visage was far more handsome and youthful. After utilizing life restoration and mastering muscular control of his arms during training, he chose to focus on manipulating the muscles of his face. The ability to alter his appearance would undoubtedly prove advantageous in future endeavors. Thus, even without the exceptional makeup skills of the CP series, Lewis's portrayal of Mario was seamless. Yet, should he succumb to intoxication, the control afforded by life restoration would dissipate, causing his face to change instantaneously, thereby exposing his true identity. Lewis, while asleep, would tightly wrap himself in his blanket, remaining acutely vigilant. The moment he became exposed, death was the only fate that awaited him. There was no second chance. He was unlikely to be a match for Rod, who possessed the formidable dual-color prowess and a bounty exceeding 100 million. The banquet continued late into the night. Providing Lewis with a precious opportunity, he required only a modest 4 hours of sleep each day. Taking advantage of the pirates' revelry, he managed to rest briefly. Once the festivities concluded, Lewis commenced his training on the deck. Whether as a pirate or a member of CP, possessing formidable strength was of paramount importance. Moreover, Lewis believed that cultivating an image of relentless self-improvement in the presence of Rod could prove advantageous. As expected, in the midst of the night, Rod, emerging for a late-night visit, stumbled upon Lewis, drenched in sweat while performing push-ups. Wow, Mario, you rascal, still training at this hour? He exclaimed. Since we are at sea, it is imperative to grow stronger. Lewis kept his head down, thinking that one day he too would possess the strength to earn the captain's reliance. You rascal. In an instant, Rod felt no pain, bursting into hearty laughter. Good, very good. Mario, you truly are a born pirate. By the way, Captain. Lewis raised his head and inquired, how did you manage today's battle? That move where your arm turned black and effortlessly blocked the blades, what exactly was that? Oh, did you notice? Young one, are you astonished? Although we are in a new world, this is your first encounter with it, isn't it? Rod winked and remarked. That ability is known as haki. It resides within the bodies of all individuals. It is a power that ordinary people can wield to confront the users of devil fruit abilities. Haki. Lewis endeavored to display a look of astonishment. Is that so? Can I learn as well? Captain, would you teach me? Oh, do you have aspirations for prowess? Rod chuckled heartily, then let us see what you are made of. Young lad, he remarked with utmost seriousness, this is not a skill that everyone can master. Even Barrow possesses merely a superficial understanding of armament haki. Look, is this not a fortuitous discovery? As time progressed, 10 days had elapsed since Lewis boarded Rod's ship, and the pirate vessel sailed into a certain maritime expanse. What is that? Though Lewis's expression may appear somewhat exaggerated, he is genuinely taken aback. An island? Suspended in the sky above the sea, an island that soars over 1,000 meters high. This colossal landmass, with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers, is no trivial isle. Haha. Surprised, are you, Mario? Captain Rod laughed heartily, declaring, "We have arrived. The Golden Lion pirates." Suddenly, the Golden Lion grew anxious. Dispatching his crew to enlist pirate factions across the New World and even beyond, capturing the attention of the world government. To be blunt, in this new world, the repercussions of the Golden Lion's every action resonate far more profoundly than the directives of the government. Lewis was tasked with investigating the motives behind the movements of the Golden Lion. It was likely that government agents had already infiltrated the Golden Lion pirates. And it was entirely possible that someone close to the Golden Lion had been a spy under government orders for decades. Lewis felt no surprise at this notion. The idea of assigning such a crucial mission to a newcomer like him seemed almost absurd. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Mr. Skylo was indifferent to whether Lewis could procure accurate intelligence. What mattered to him was that Lewis, who did not heed his directives, could no longer return to the benevolence of Spandane, a prodigy who had been cast aside. He required not the likelihood of success, but rather the assurance that the task would be exceedingly challenging. Lewis found himself unable to resist, and escape was utterly out of the question. Every prospective spy entering the CP ranks would not only undergo rigorous scrutiny regarding their background, lineage, and potential abilities, but they would also be meticulously examined from the moment of their birth to ensure a seamless integration into the CP framework. Subsequently, the indoctrination process was indispensable. Furthermore, to maintain the organization's integrity and eliminate any possibility of rebellion, the CP ranks were equipped with specially designed life cards. With merely a fragment of a fingernail, one could create a life card that would eternally indicate the location of its owner, leaving traitors with no avenue for escape. Lewis could only face the challenge ahead, even though what awaited him was the astonishing marine battle at Ite Wall, where the Golden Lion pirates would confront the Roger pirates, resulting in the near annihilation of the Golden Lion crew. However, at this moment, the audacity of the Golden Lion pirates appeared utterly formidable. The enormous floating island suspended in the sky served as the stronghold of the Golden Lion pirates. Haha. Surprised, aren't you? Mario, Rod laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This is the power of Captain Golden Lion. Is this truly the capability of a mere human?" Lewis exclaimed, "It is truly as if he is a deity, isn't it? Admiral Golden Lion possesses an almost divine strength. He is destined to be the hero who dominates these vast seas." Rod's eyes sparkled with excitement, overflowing with enthusiasm. Captain Lewis, with a hint of astonishment, inquired whether one admired the Golden Lion admiral. "Ha! You are a newcomer, and you remain unaware," chuckled the first mate, Barrow, as he leaned against the ship's railing, smoking a cigarette. "Our Captain Rod set sail solely upon hearing the legends of the Golden Lion. Ha! It is simply too romantic." Rod squinted his eyes, reveling in the vastness of the sea, soaring through the azure sky, where both the heavens and the ocean bowed before the man. "It is indeed too romantic. This is the essence of a maritime hero. What is freedom? What are family ties? Such trivial notions pale in comparison. A true man must pursue the highest power and status. Otherwise, what claim does he have to masculinity?" Humph. Lewis marveled as the grand vessel advanced forward, continuing its journey. Beneath the floating island, numerous ships had already congregated, all unmistakably adorned with the Jolly Roger of pirate crews. Observing this seemingly tranquil scene, it was evident that these were all subordinate crews of the Golden Lion pirates. The question now lingered. Shall we ascend? Lewis expressed his bewilderment. Are we to ascend? Just wait and see. Mario, the power of Admiral Golden Lion exceeds your imagination. Captain Rod chuckled heartily. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and astonishing changes unfolded. The sea began to stir, and something colossal emerged from the depths, casting a shadow upon the surface. Something is rising from the seabed. Honestly, it was quite challenging for Lewis, who was typically rather aloof, to feign such exaggerated astonishment. Haha, don't be frightened now. Rod laughed boisterously. It was not merely a small island, but rather a large platform that had been meticulously engineered. It was a smooth, circular structure with a concave center and raised walls, featuring carefully designed drainage channels. Gradually, it ascended like a spoon, enclosing all the vessels gathered within, while the surrounding walls effectively prevented the ships from being swept away by the water. though it initially emerged from the depths with deliberate slowness. Once all the vessels were encompassed, the platform swiftly ascended, shooting upwards like an elevator. We are soaring. Although Lewis's astonishment may seem exaggerated, it is by no means feigned. The prowess of the Golden Lion is indeed overwhelming. Ha ha! Behold the might of the Golden Lion Admiral. Rod spreads his arms wide, laughing heartily, exuding an unmatched power. The platform ascends into the sky, soaring until it surpasses the floating island, before gradually shifting towards it and finally descending gently. This celestial sea above. Lewis's eyes widened in astonishment as a more breathtaking spectacle unfolded before him. This floating island was not merely a solitary landmass. It was surrounded by an azure sea that enveloped the island like the celestial Milky Way. Platforms, laden with numerous pirate ships, gracefully descended upon the surrounding waters, before sinking further, allowing the ships to be cradled by the waves, thereby separating them. Ha ha ha! Don't be astonished. Come, let me show you. Rod raised an eyebrow, evidently pleased with Lewis's reaction. Admiral Goldlion. The grand vessel continued its voyage, for this island boasted no fixed harbor. The pirate ships docked directly along the coastline, unconcerned about potential ambushes from foes, leaving them haphazardly moored. Rod led his crew ashore, only to encounter another band of pirates disembarking. Well, if it isn't Captain Rod. A man at the forefront, adorned with sunglasses, stood with his hair styled into a small mountain, short and rotund, hunched over in a garish floral shirt, presenting a rather ludicrous appearance. His demeanor was far from amiable. So, you have arrived too, huh? Rod merely smirked disdainfully, striding past the man without a word. Just a piece of trash. Pay him no mind, remarked the first mate, Barrow, yawning as he seemed to sense Lewis's curiosity. Lewis suddenly came to a realization, nodding thoughtfully. He recognized the man. His name was Flog, once one of his infiltration targets. Like Rod, he was also a formidable force under the banner of the Golden Lion Pirates. With a bounty of 115 million. Flog, a Zoan-type frog fruit user, did not share a cordial relationship with Rod. And despite being part of the same crew, they had clashed on numerous occasions. Continuing forward, a rough path meandered through the lush forest. As he ventured deeper into the island, the scenery opened up to reveal a vast complex of buildings. The structures, predominantly redwood in architecture, harmonized with the surrounding landscape of wind, flowing water, and covered walkways. Let us proceed. The Golden Lion Admiral awaits within. Lewis could discern the palpable excitement in the man's voice. As they entered the complex, following Rod through a maze of corridors, they eventually arrived at a grand hall already brimming with pirates. The hall was spacious and, perhaps thanks to the prowess of the Golden Lion, it had not collapsed. The arrival of Lewis and his companions garnered no attention. They found a spot to sit. Rod positioned himself at the forefront, while Lewis and Barlow settled behind him on the floor. Despite being newcomers, Lewis's displayed strength far surpassed that of the surrounding rabble. In pirate crews of slightly greater numbers, strength became a crucial metric for hierarchy. Meanwhile, another group led by Flog cast a resentful glance at Rod before taking their seats nearby. After a brief wait, a boisterous voice erupted from the entrance. Ha 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 ha. Are we all gathered, lads? A man, striding in with the confidence of a lion, commanded attention. This man, with flowing golden hair that shimmered like liquid gold, embodied a commanding presence. While many might find golden locks ostentatious, for him, the hue accentuated his dominance. Some individuals are simply destined to be rulers. Ha 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 ha. Are you all ready for a grand spectacle? He bellowed, striding to the far end of the hall and taking a seat behind the only table that stood out. With an air of nonchalance, he held a cigar between his lips, and though not particularly tall, an undeniable aura of power radiated from him, compelling silence even from the most audacious of individuals present. This time, our adversary is none other than Roger. Let the celebrations commence, you rascals. Inhaling deeply from his cigar, the Golden Lion, Shiki, laughed heartily. Oh, oh, oh. The uproarious cheers nearly threatened to lift the roof off the hall. The majority in attendance had never encountered Roger, let alone faced him in battle. He was no gentle soul. Over the decades, countless pirates had fallen at his hands. When provoked, his ferocity was unmatched across these seas. Yet, these pirates willingly chose to follow in the footsteps of the Golden Lion, even if they themselves could not reach the pinnacle. They were content to stand behind a man who could. What was wrong with entrusting one's dreams to a fellow man? Oh. Lewis understood clearly that his captain was roaring like a child, as if such outbursts were the only way to vent the excitement within. Was he finally going to take action against Roger? Barrow chuckled, The Golden Lion Admiral is on the verge of becoming a king. No one could have anticipated that the victor of the war would be the seemingly weak Roger, while the formidable Golden Lion faced near total annihilation. Haha. Indeed. Let the cheers resound. Scoundrels, the era of the wretched is upon us. An intangible aura spread with the Golden Lion's maniacal laughter, and Lewis felt a surge of fervor, almost succumbing to the urge to join the jubilant crowd. A born ruler, a mere glance, or a single utterance from him could ignite the passions of all. Such was the nature of the Golden Lion, and even more so, that of Roger. "Hey, kid," Lewis heard a voice from his left and gently turned his head. Flog, with keen interest, observed him from behind Rod, a face he had never seen before. "Hey, are you held in high regard by Rod? What do you say? Come over to my side, and I shall make you the first mate." "Hey, Flog, are you looking for a fight?" Rod remained unresponsive, as Barrow's deep voice interjected. "Oh?" Barrow the Cutter, Rod's right-hand man. "What is this? The hound wishes to pounce before the master has even spoken?" Flog scoffed. "How enviable it is to see such a loyal dog eager to curry favor with its master." "Hey, Flog." Rod turned around, his eyes wide with fury. "Do you wish to meet your demise? Huh? Threatening me?" Flog retorted with a cold laugh. "Hey, kid, what do you think?" He glanced at Lewis. "Me?" Lewis controlled his muscles, a faint smile gracing his lips as he referred to others' companions as hounds. Does this imply that he views those trailing behind him as mere dogs? "I must apologize. Rather than scavenging behind a fool for scraps, I personally prefer to seize my prey and savor the flesh." "What a spirited lad." "Ha." Flog's smile vanished in an instant, revealing a certain intensity. "Well said, Mario," Rod remarked with a grin. "In the vast ocean, nothing is reliable, not morals, laws, or regulations. Only companions, those who share life and death, are truly worthy of trust. Whether they be foes or allies, anyone who can safeguard the lives of their companions deserves respect." Indeed. Lewis nodded heavily, sipping the broth with great enthusiasm. However, the newcomer, Balro, spoke with a hint of schadenfreude, warning, "Now that you've caught Flog's attention, you must tread carefully." "It's all right," Lewis casually remarked. "Isn't the captain still around?" "Indeed, I would never allow anyone to harm my companions," Rod replied, casting a serious glance at Flog. Flog chuckled lightly. The gathering soon transitioned into a banquet where the Golden Lion, as the most powerful pirate lord in the New World, was lavishly resplendent with wealth, exquisite cuisine, fine wines, and enchanting beauties in abundance. After indulging in hearty libations, the revelry concluded, and the pirates retired to their chambers with their chosen ladies. Lewis, prioritizing his training, chose to decline at the tender age of 13. He had not yet reached the level of mastery required to control such indulgences. Moreover, he recognized the necessity of rigorous practice. Rod imparted knowledge regarding the cultivation of hockey. Although his methods were unconventional, they sufficed. Armament hockey, which serves as both an impenetrable shield and an unyielding spear, alongside observation hockey, which allows one to perceive attacks and even foresee the future, are essential for true strength. A formidable warrior may lack devil fruit powers, yet cannot afford to be without both types of hockey. Rod excelled in armament hockey, while his ability in observation hockey was limited, nonetheless. His guidance was more than adequate for the inexperienced Lewis. The cultivation of armament hockey required a robust physique and the willingness to endure and inflict blows. Devoid of any extraordinary techniques, the sole pathway was relentless self-discipline. Observation hockey, however, demanded a greater degree of innate talent. Some individuals learn through gradual exposure, honing their senses by evading attacks, while others experience sudden awakenings. Lewis was uncertain to which category he belonged, yet he could only pursue a methodical approach to his training, blindfolded. He sought to attune himself to the surrounding auras, a task that was neither unexpected nor overly challenging for him. Captain Rod was deeply moved by Lewis's dedication and subsequently retired for the night with a companion, while First Mate Barrow took 2 ladies with him. As the night deepened into silence, Lewis continued his training, delivering punch after punch against the wooden post. The territory of the Golden Lion provided ample training grounds. The only sounds that persisted were the thuds of Lewis striking the post. Feeling fatigued, he paused to sip some water and catch his breath. Lifting his hand, he gently flicked the recording pointer, causing it to spring open, revealing a small snail within. With a soft click, the line was connected. Silence enveloped him. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Had Lewis not known that the click indicated a successful connection, he would have assumed the phone snail was malfunctioning. The rhythmic sound of tapping echoed in the stillness. Lewis gently tapped the metallic edge of the telephone bug in a rhythmic manner. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, a sound reminiscent of flatulence emerged from the other end, equally rhythmic. The Pride of Lions commenced their hunt, with Roger as their target. After verifying the identity of the caller, Lewis concluded the conversation after a couple of sentences. Further instructions would follow. He covered the device once more. This telephone bug was an internal tool, impervious to external eavesdropping and incapable of dialing out, serving solely for clandestine communication between spies and headquarters. Upon receiving it, the astute Commander Spandane had even taken the time to call Lewis, expressing great confidence in him, assuring that this mission would undoubtedly be executed flawlessly. Lewis found himself at a loss for words. Although this device was impervious to external eavesdropping, it was evident that internal surveillance was, inescapably, a different matter altogether. Furthermore, it was delivered by someone from Skylo, and Lewis harbored no doubts that it would malfunction precisely when he required assistance. Nevertheless, could it be said that the mission was deemed accomplished under these circumstances? Was retreat an option? Clearly, seizing an opportunity would be imperative for any withdrawal. Mario, was that you speaking just now? A somewhat drowsy voice emerged as First Officer Barlow, who was initially supposed to escort 2 women to their quarters, ambled over. Lewis's eyes narrowed slightly. The first mate? Lewis displayed a look of astonishment. Are you still awake? Barrow subtly rubbed his waist, his expression slightly awkward, as he pondered over various matters. But what about you, newcomer? Who were you conversing with just now? The first mate's gaze suddenly sharpened. With whom? Is there anyone else here? I was merely speaking to myself. Lewis waved his hand, appearing somewhat lost in thought. After all, the vice-captain, when mentioning Roger, was referring to the very individual who stood in equal regard with the notorious Captain Shiki. The captain had tasked us with locating him, and if we truly succeeded, it would mean confronting the formidable might of the Golden Lion pirates, who, despite their undeniable supremacy in the New World, found themselves somewhat unchallenged in the face of Whitebeard's disinterest in the power struggle and Roger's long-standing concealment. The Golden Lion pirates represented the most potent force in this realm. However, this did not imply that Roger was weak. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Odin, each of them was a terrifying entity in the New World. For the crew, the Roger pirates reigned supreme in the pirate world, unmatched by any other. Furthermore, it must be reiterated that Roger was never a benevolent figure. The Pirate King epitomized the essence of freedom, which meant a lack of constraints, and a lack of constraints allowed for indulgence in one's desires. If Rod's bloodthirsty pirate crew were to find Roger, Lewis genuinely feared for his life. Is that so? Barrow squinted slightly, observing Lewis before breaking into a smile. I see you are quite the introspective man, enjoying your own company in the solitude of the night. Lewis scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You should get some rest, he said. Barrow turned and walked away. As for Roger's matters, just follow the captain. Oh, very well, First Officer. You too, he replied. Lewis suppressed his smile and advised to rest well. The following day, the Bloodhand pirates set sail aimlessly, their sole objective being the locations where the Roger pirates might appear or had previously made their presence known. The single vessel of the Roger pirates seemed nearly invisible upon these vast seas. The Bloodhand pirates, akin to leisurely travelers, meandered forward until they discovered an island, where they commenced their respite. Lewis inquired of Rod whether he was truly indifferent to the commands of the Golden Lion. Rod's response was intriguing. He expressed his willingness to perish for the Golden Lion's ambitions, yet he refused to die in such a meaningless manner, deeming it utterly devoid of value. Lewis nodded in understanding, aware that no one in this world is a fool. Thus, he recognized the necessity for heightened caution. After spending a night on the prosperous island within the territory of the Golden Lion, the pirate crew set forth once more. While there was no need for reckless abandon, neither was it wise to display any semblance of negligence. Rod, at 35 years of age, was a seasoned veteran who had navigated the New World for many years. He appeared fervent and exhilarated, yet the course he charted led through the most bustling areas of the Golden Lion's domain, balancing work and leisure harmoniously. The only notable regret was that another individual shared this sentiment. Captain, there is a ship approaching from behind. Lewis exercised at the stern of the ship while simultaneously surveying his surroundings, demonstrating unwavering dedication to his duties. When playing the role of a pirate, one must fully embrace the essence of piracy. Lewis was taken aback. It was Flock. The enormous pirate ship loomed closer, far larger than the Bloodhand pirate cruise vessel. Their ship's side barely reached the midsection of the opposing ship. It's good to see you again, Rod. What a coincidence. Flog, a diminutive figure atop the grand vessel, laughed heartily as the ship drew nearer. Suddenly, the Bloodhand pirate crew's ship shook violently. The turbulence created by the other ship nearly capsized them. Flog, what do you mean by this? Rod exclaimed, stepping forward with narrowed eyes, questioning whether he intended to defy Admiral Shiki's orders. Despite his inherently ruthless nature, it was unlikely that the Golden Lion would allow his subordinates to engage in reckless brawls that would undermine their strength. Personal battles were strictly prohibited within the Golden Lion's fleet. Ha ha ha. My apologies, Rod. I didn't notice. But isn't your ship a bit too shabby? It certainly tarnishes Admiral Golden Lion's reputation, Flog said mockingly. Boom. The Bloodhand pirate crew's ship trembled again as the opposing vessel collided with them once more. Had it not been for the timely maneuvering of First Mate Barrow, they might have truly sunk into the depths of the sea. Oh dear, another unfortunate incident. Flog laughed. It seems challenging to approach without risking capsizing you, which must be rather distressing for a powerful crew like yours. Oh, are you implying? Barrow, his expression unyielding, relinquished the helm to a fellow pirate. With a swift motion, he unleashed a cutting strike that whistled through the air. You consider yourself a strong one? And us, the weak? Clang. Flog's mouth opened, his tongue flicking out like a serpent, enveloped in a domineering aura, effortlessly dispersing Barrow's strike. Hey, Rod, is this a provocation? I will report this accurately to Admiral Golden Lion. Hey, Captain. Lewis, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Go ahead. Eliminate this wretch. He is but a foul toad. Such arrogance was intolerable to Lewis. A toad? Flog's countenance darkened, a vivid green hue blossoming across his face. The repulsive slickness was all too apparent. I am a frog. Have you not observed my smooth and alluring skin? Does a toad possess such exquisite beauty? He seemed rather perturbed by the remark. Just a mere toad. Lewis scoffed. Imp. Flog fixed a steadfast gaze upon Lewis, his tongue darting out momentarily before retracting just as swiftly. He then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, cunning little imp. Do you wish for me to strike first? Have you had your fill of games? Flog, Rod replied coldly, I must attend to the mission assigned by Admiral Golden Lion. Ah, is this how you treat an old friend? Truly, you embody the essence of a ripsaw. Flog leaned over the ship's railing, gazing down at Rod with an air of superiority. Very well, if you dare not engage, then I shall take my leave. Whoosh. Though he spoke of departing, in an instant, he turned his head back, his tongue launching forth with astonishing speed, landing right before Lewis in a flash. Lewis instinctively took a step back, his arms reflexively guarding his front, assuming a defensive stance. Ah, little one, quite alert, aren't you? Flog chuckled, retracting his tone. Next time you utter disrespectful words, I shall take your life. With that, he strode away. Barrow observed Lewis's posture, narrowing his eyes slightly, despite wielding a sword. His initial reaction was to raise his hand in defense. Fear not, for I am here, Rod laughed, patting Lewis on the shoulder. Indeed. Lewis nodded heavily, gazing at the distant silhouette of the departing ship. Personally, he was not fond of being threatened. However, at that very moment, he felt a jolt at his wrist. And then it vanished. Hidden within the dial was a phone bug. The call had arrived. While this was of little consequence, the troublesome part was that his hand rested on the ship's railing, and the sudden vibration caused the wristband of the dial to collide with the railing, producing a dull thud. What was that sound? Barrow furrowed his brow. Mario, what are you wearing on your wrist? As Huai-Ji updated his work. The other authors looked on and laughed. Huai-Ji, you've been overshadowed by other new books again. He did not respond, but addressed the readers, seeking a bit of recommendation and a touch of patronage. He then released an update of 4,000 words, and they deliberately raised their voices. Your ranking on the new book list must have plummeted once more. Huai-Ji widened his eyes in disbelief. How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? What reputation? One retorted. I saw with my own eyes yesterday that your new book in the two-dimensional category was continuously overshadowed, mercilessly beaten down by the big shots. Huai-Ji's face flushed crimson, veins standing out as he argued. The ranking of new books cannot be solely defined by the recommendations. Being surpassed by big shots does not equate to being mercilessly beaten. Then came a series of incomprehensible remarks about readers not voting and a lack of collections leading to dire consequences, which provoked a wave of laughter among the authors, filling the group with a lively atmosphere. A chill enveloped Lewis as he pondered the nature of the CP sequence's covert operations. Typically, communication in such missions is a unidirectional channel from the spy, designed to minimize the risk of exposure. However, The deliberate choice to make contact at this particular moment left him perplexed. He could hardly fathom how the operative had been trained in the fundamentals, unless, of course, someone had orchestrated this action. This, you say? A pointer, perhaps? Lewis raised his left hand, the three hands of the watch swaying incessantly, a symbol of great significance. Was the sound that resonated the result of the wristband's friction against the ship's railing? The band was crafted from leather, its surface texture rich and tactile. Indeed, the contact with the railing would produce a sound. The more one feels the weight of tension, the more one must maintain composure. Lewis had grasped this principle long ago. Yet it was only upon arriving here that he truly applied it to his life. A slight misstep could lead to one's demise. At this moment, Lewis's heart raced. His mind whirred with activity, yet his smile remained carefree and untroubled. The hands? Barrow raised an eyebrow and approached, having never seen you utilize them before. As I said, they hold sentimental value. Whether they are used or not is of little consequence. Lewis revealed a sweet smile, imbued with nostalgia, a poignant reminder of my youthful days. Oh. Rod burst into hearty laughter, playfully patting Lewis on the shoulder, exclaiming, I understand. Every man harbors a tale of such a luminous muse. A romantic narrative that echoes the dreams of his youthful years. Lewis nodded in agreement. Compared to Barrow, Rod is indeed a much easier man to deal with. However, Lewis spread his arms wide, as if reciting a lyrical ode. What men yearn for is not a gentle harbor, but the magnificent expanse of the ocean. In comparison to the boundless beauty and mystery of the sea, human charm appears woefully inadequate. Ha ha. Hey, Mario. Ha 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 ha. Rod's eyes widened. You rascal. You truly resonate with my sentiments. Indeed, what is a so-called beauty? Compared to this stunning ocean, even a single drop of seawater pales in significance. How true. Lewis firmly grasped Captain Rod's hand. Yes, Mario. The four hands were tightly intertwined. Mario, Barolo beamed with a bright smile. May I have a glimpse of your pointer? First officer, Lewis's muscles began to tense, yet his expression remained one of perplexity. I understand. It is your treasure, Baylor said with a hint of embarrassment. To be honest, I have never been in love, so I am curious about what a cherished memento filled with affection looks like. Rod burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Poor Baylor. Hey Mario, why don't you show him? Let this unfortunate man see what love truly is. Oh, very well. Lewis could hardly conceal his smugness. A rather challenging feat given that his persona was that of a competent yet somewhat arrogant newcomer pirate with a boisterous character. In this context, every expression and movement required careful consideration. He cautiously and swiftly detached the compass and handed it to Barrow, the first mate, advising him to be careful. Oh, this truly appears to have been frequently handled, Barrow remarked, gently weighing the compass in his hand. The strap felt as though it had been often caressed, indicating the professionalism of the CP in logistical matters. Is the base made of solid metal? Barrow inquired, tapping the base of the compass with his fingers, producing a somewhat muffled sound, clearly surprised by its solidity. Unlike the record compasses of the New World, which differ from those of Paradise, this one was divided into 3 territories, 3 compasses, and 3 bubbles. The base of Lewis's compass was indeed metallic, and beneath the central support of the compass, a small snail was cleverly concealed. While it was certainly not solid, the sound produced upon tapping did not resemble that of a hollow object. Crack. Barrow grasped the compass with both hands, attempting to pry it open for a closer inspection. Hey, first mate, Lewis exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing? Hey, Barrow. Rod, at a loss for words, slapped Barrow on the shoulder. Is it because no one loves you that you seek to ruin others' mementos? How petty. Oh, my apologies. I couldn't help myself, Barrow chuckled, scratching his head as he returned the pointer to Lewis. It's solid, unbreakable, and indeed, there's nothing inside. Am I being overly suspicious? He pondered, noting the stark contrast between the careless captain and the meticulous nature of the first mate. Truly, the first mate. Lewis cautiously seized the pointer, inspecting it meticulously from every angle to ascertain that there were no damages before he finally exhaled in relief and adorned it on his wrist. It is no wonder that none find favor in you. Many young women now gravitate towards gentler types, while the domineering ones require a handsome visage for support. He hurriedly employed the life restoration technique to reclaim the hair that had been tightly ensnared within the pointer, which had inadvertently trapped the snail and filled the entire space, simultaneously obstructing and suffocating the switch. If he did not retrieve it soon, Lewis feared the snail would suffocate to death. Oh, is that so? Barrow exclaimed. Indeed it is. Rod replied, shaking his head before breaking into a broad smile. Setting sail, my little ones. Lewis let out a sigh of relief, considering this a pass. However, that rascal Barrow and the Bloodhand pirates set sail once more. Yet, this voyage did not endure for long. Merely a day later, news from the Golden Lion pirates arrived. The whereabouts of the Roger pirates had been uncovered, seemingly just returned from the Four Seas, and were now resting on some island. The Golden Lion, overjoyed, issued a call to summon all the pirates under his command to return, as war was imminent. Lewis was somewhat astonished, having not anticipated such ease. He speculated that perhaps Roger had not intended to evade detection, otherwise, considering that the man possessed the terrifying ability to hear the voices of all things. Coupled with Rayleigh's capacity to effortlessly envelop an island and instantly discern the essence of all living beings upon it, Lewis found it hard to fathom how they could be discovered by mere petty pirates, unless they were indifferent to the possibility. After all, Roger was a man who never shied away from challenges and would never retreat. The Bloodhand pirates began their return journey, this time significantly swifter than their arrival. As the Golden Lion was, after all, exceedingly eager. The unease within Lewis's heart never ceased. He felt as insignificant as an ant caught in a whirlpool, swept away by the Gold Lion pirates in their tumultuous rivalry with the Roger pirates. His sole aspiration for survival was to ascend continuously and live in peace. Yet, the current trajectory of events had completely contravened his desires. He yearned to establish contact with his superiors to ascertain whether he could withdraw. If he did not seize the opportunity soon, he might inevitably become embroiled in the Battle of White Wall. However, the predicament lay in his fear. A certain man had been watching him, and Lewis could sense it. On that starry night, he gazed skyward, questioning why his path was obstructed. Action was imperative. The Bloodhand pirates returned to the headquarters of the Gold Lion pirates, once again ascending the grand elevator to the floating island under the influence of the Gold Lion. Awaiting them was a magnificent banquet. With war looming on the horizon, the Gold Lion was in dire need of a grand feast to bolster morale, inspiring his crew to fight with unwavering resolve. This banquet was far more opulent than the last. It was Lewis's first encounter with such a high-caliber celebration in 2 lifetimes. Despite his inner turmoil, each spy was required to report to their superiors at fixed intervals, detailing their mission's progress and, more crucially, affirming their survival and loyalty. Typically, the interval between communications could not exceed half a month, although certain exceptional missions might extend to a month. Time was of the essence for Lewis. Although CP9 was no longer dominated solely by the Skylo family, he was compelled to adhere to established protocols. This adherence meant that any transgression on his part could preclude any chance of self-preservation. Yet, he understood that haste could lead to errors. Patience was paramount. Luffy revels in the banquet, savoring exquisite delicacies and fine wines from across the seas and the Grand Line. This feast, a spectacle of opulence that perhaps no royal court could muster, is a privilege reserved for the celestial dragons alone. Thousands of pirates and dozens of pirate crews indulge in wild merriment upon a colossal platform conjured by the Golden Lion in mere moments. Above them, the sky is adorned with countless stars, while below, the atmosphere is filled with unrestrained joy. Amidst the raucous celebration, a drunken chuckle escapes from Frog, seated nearby. As he jests, "Little brother, have you never tasted the finer things in life?" Lewis did not pay him any heed, engrossed in filling his mouth with food. The rapid growth induced by the return of life mandated that he replenish himself with copious amounts of sustenance. Only when satiated could he attend to matters at hand. Flog chuckled. You've learned your lesson, haven't you? Indeed, this is the way it should be, little imp. In the world of pirates, one cannot merely rely on bravado to thrive. It is far better to keep a low profile. He reached out and patted Lewis on the head, to which Lewis made no further response. Casting a triumphant glance at Rod, Flog finally fell silent. After indulging in food and drink, the lion-hearted man soared into the sky, his movements devoid of excess, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Keek. At long last, the moment had arrived. The whereabouts of that scoundrel Roger had been discovered. The voice of the Golden Lion reverberated across the land, reaching even the heavens above. Do you understand, little ones? The war that will determine dominance over the new world, nay, the very world itself, is about to commence. As long as we eliminate that Roger fellow, we shall become the most formidable pirate crew in existence. We shall reign as the unparalleled kings of the new world. We are the pirate king. No, we are the sovereign of the world. The Golden Lion raised his arm in a fervent call, his boisterous laughter echoing with earth-shattering intensity. The sovereign of the world. Captain Rod, seated before Lewis, leaped to his feet in fervor, his fists clenched and wildly gesturing, the sovereign of the world. The cries surged like a tidal wave, piercing the heavens. "Let us battle, you scoundrels! Keek. Let the world tremble and wail in fear because of us." The Golden Lion laughed heartily, filled with pride. While these individuals may seem weak individually, together they formed a formidable force. Once the banquet concluded, the captain gathered his officers for a meeting to discuss the forthcoming strategy. The Golden Lion was a man of great arrogance. Yet he understood that Roger was not an adversary to be taken lightly. That man had been his nemesis for decades. A meeting with Admiral Golden Lion? Does this mean I can have a close encounter with that esteemed individual? Lewis instinctively sensed that this was a splendid opportunity to ascertain the strategic maneuvers of the Golden Lion pirates, which would undoubtedly enhance their confidence in the impending battles. "Captain, please take me along as well." "What's this? Mario, are you interested too?" Captain Rod turned his head to inquire. "No, Captain," Mario replied. "I believe that." "Well?" The first mate cast a knowing glance at Lewis. "Perhaps you are still a tad too inexperienced, having just joined the crew. Do you think it wise for you to accompany us? Wouldn't Admiral Shiki be displeased if he learned that the captain whimsically took a newcomer along? Is that so? Would it truly upset the Admiral?" Captain Rod exclaimed in surprise. "Then perhaps we should forego that idea, Mario. Let's save it for another time. This journey will be undertaken by Barrow and me." "Ah, I see. Very well then." Lewis could only nod helplessly. "Then I shall make a trip," he said. First Officer Barlow gazed at Lewis with a cheerful smile. Lewis sighed inwardly, realizing that certain matters could no longer be postponed. "Captain, I need to visit the restroom," Lewis remarked. Ha. Is that all you can drink?" Rod laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Go on. You must continue to practice your drinking capacity in the future, Mario." Lewis nodded, departing from his seat and maneuvering through the pre-constructed passageway off the platform. He meandered into a secluded corner and activated the device. Although he could not accompany Rod to meet the Golden Lion, the entirety of the island's inhabitants was currently engaged in the festivities, making this an opportune moment to establish contact with his superiors. Following the customary coded exchange, Lewis's voice, though hushed, remained resolute and unwavering. "The task is accomplished. What are the subsequent instructions? Please elucidate the rationale behind the refusal of communication 3 days prior." On the other end, a man's voice emerged, deep and resonant. "That, in fact, is a question I wish to pose." Lewis said indifferently, "Are there traitors? Because of that one contact, I nearly exposed myself. I shall lodge a complaint." After a moment of silence on the other side, the response came, "Suit yourself. But your mission is not yet complete. I have already gathered intelligence on the movements of the Golden Lion. He has discovered Roger and has decided to initiate combat." Lewis stated, "I have completed the task." The individual opposite him spoke without any superfluous words, coordinating with the Navy amidst the conflict between the Golden Lion and Roger. "You comprehend the significance of this operation. I shall provide you with a channel. Remember, this is the Navy's communication channel." Lewis comprehended that he had become ensnared in a vortex from which he could not escape. Roger and the Golden Lion undoubtedly posed a significant threat to the government. This conflict between the two was indeed the government's finest opportunity. Lewis need not speculate further. It was not only the Navy that was involved, but perhaps CP0 had also mobilized, lurking in unseen corners. "Do you wish to defy orders?" The man intoned solemnly. "No, I understand," Lewis replied. Lewis closed the lid of the pointer. His large hand, still tightly gripping his heart, showed no sign of loosening. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Was that Mario's voice? Or were you conversing with someone else? Huh. Lewis turned back and let out a long sigh. "How foolish of me," he mused. "I only thought readers wouldn't tip, yet I didn't expect there to be no recommendations at all." Rod was drinking, his face flushed, as he poured bottle after bottle of fine wine down his throat. "Oh, back already?" A man returned to his side. It was his first mate, Barlow. "Is there something wrong with that lad, Mario?" "He went for training," Barlow said, grabbing a chunk of meat from the table and stuffing it into his mouth. He was indeed a young boy, yet he worked hard beyond measure. "Isn't that right?" Rod laughed heartily. "I've always said that boy was born to be a pirate. Furthermore, that statement isn't quite right, my friend. It is precisely because he is young that he must strive relentlessly. Isn't that how true strength is forged? That fellow, Mario, seems to be perpetually pursued by something unseen. I believe it is this very anxiety, this indomitable will to advance, that will surely make him a remarkable pirate." "Is that why the captain brought him aboard?" Barlow inquired. "Ha. I've said it many times, certainly not for that reason. You remain as suspicious as ever, Rod chuckled. It's simply because I feel a kindred spirit with that lad. Isn't that reason enough? For a pirate, is there anything more exhilarating than that? Ah. Barlow chuckled lightly as he continued to pour himself more wine. All right, let us move on. The banquet has concluded. It's time to find Admiral Golden Lion. Rod stood up and yawned. Indeed, Barlow followed closely behind. A multitude of pirates had already collapsed on the platform. This banquet was nearing its end, and only the captain and a select few officers remained sober to convene with Golden Lion. Barlow trailed behind Rod as they descended from the platform. Making their way along the path, numerous pirate captains converged into a torrent heading towards the towering keep in the heart of the island. Ah, Captain Rod. Have you only brought Barlow with you? Flug, accompanied by several formidable men, looked at Rod with a mocking glint in his eye. It seems the Bloodhand pirates are indeed in a bit of a predicament, no? I believe quite the opposite, Barlow retorted coldly. Flug, you know me. And many others do too, yet we are unaware of the names of the men trailing behind you, associating with such riffraff. One could say you are indeed a mere frog. Flug's eyes bulged, veins pulsating on his forehead, as he overheard the raucous laughter of surrounding pirate captains. Indeed. As Barlow had stated, Barlow, as Rod's first mate, held considerable renown among these men. While Flug did not share the same fortune, his crew consisted of nameless fools. Huh. Barlow, Rod stifled a laugh. Though it's the truth. Must you be so blunt? Apologies, Captain Flug, Barlow grinned. I suppose I was too direct. Should I have been more tactful? Perhaps remarking that a frog ought to be cautious while parading with tadpoles to avoid being trampled? Grr. Flug gritted his teeth, then began to laugh. Very well, Mr. Barlow. I now understand where that lad learned his wit. Flug grinned and strode ahead. Splendid. My friend. Rod gave a thumbs up. Barlow merely smiled. Upon entering the keep, in the grand hall, Golden Lion sat cross-legged in the high seat, laughing heartily. Come now, let us begin. That fellow Roger is no easy adversary. The meeting commenced, for a lion on the hunt never strikes blindly. His actions are always calculated, prepared, and organized. A prize as formidable as Roger necessitates even greater preparation. The more arrogant a man, the more cautious he becomes when it is time to fight. With over 50 pirate crews, the combined number of elite pirates approached 10,000, including the outer cannon fodder from various crews. Tens of thousands of pirates were not an issue. The fleet consisted of over 100 ships, indeed a terrifying force. However, these were undisciplined pirates, and coordinating them effectively was no simple task. Golden Lion had devised a detailed plan, grouping 5 pirate crews to act in unison, maximizing their numerical and firepower advantages. No matter how formidable Roger's crew may be, they ultimately possess only one ship and cannot soar into the skies. A single broadside from Golden Lion's fleet would suffice to send the entirety of Roger's crew to the depths. Golden Lion's strategy was straightforward. Without the intent of hiding his forces for a surprise attack, such tactics would bear no fruit before Roger and Rayleigh's keen observation. It was better to charge forward, to enter range, and unleash a barrage. Of course, the elite's overwhelming power would need to be countered by Golden Lion's crew, for it was a king versus king battle. And the Bloodhand pirates were merely fodder, the greatest advantage for the Golden Lion pirates. Thus, the focus of the meeting lay in how to coordinate the ships, encircling Roger's crew completely, maintaining the advantage of barges, while also rehearsing potential counterattacks from Roger's crew and strategies for turning the tide once at a disadvantage. To Golden Lion, Roger was a lifelong rival. The meeting stretched into the night, and by the time Rod and Barlow returned, the moon was beginning to set in the west. Ah, I am so tired, Rod yawned. I'm off to sleep. I must remain energized before the great battle. I'll check on Mario. Barlow licked his lips. I'm still a bit uneasy. Hey, Barlow. Rod, watching Barlow's departing figure, felt exasperated. Really, can't you trust your comrades a bit? But he shrugged it off. Ah, Captain. Just as he was about to shake his head and prepare for sleep, Lewis's voice emerged from the side. Have you finished the meeting? He was drenched in sweat, panting, with a bare upper body, looking as if he had been training for quite some time. Mario, you're back? Rod couldn't contain his laughter. Haha, Barlow just mentioned he was looking for you. Is that so? It seems I missed him. Lewis raked his fingers through his hair, amused by the first mate's evident concern for him. Haha, of course, Rod chuckled. We're all comrades here. Well then, Captain. I shall return to my quarters for a bath and some rest. Lewis stated that he was quite fatigued. Indeed, I too am feeling drowsy, he replied, yawning profoundly. Good night. Mario, Rod waved his hand as he retired for the evening. Sigh. Lewis exhaled deeply, clutching his chest in agony. The pain was excruciating. Yet this was not the moment for respite. As he observed Rod's retreating figure, he murmured, "Next, it seems, will be another actor." The following day, the lifeless body of Barlow was discovered. "Damn it!" the man bellowed, his body trembling, his mind a chaotic haze, incapable of coherent thought. Barlow lay silently on the ground, entirely exposed, his body marred by grotesque wounds. Many of these injuries appeared meaningless, not indicative of a struggle, for instance. One would not find the word "whore" etched upon a face in the aftermath of combat. His arm had been severed, legs contorted at unnatural angles, his chest gaping open. Innards shattered, his neck torn apart, crimson blood vessels laid bare, and his genitals removed without a trace. This was a blatant act of desecration. When Rod, having received the news early that morning, forced his way through the crowd of onlookers with the Bloodhand pirates, the scene that met his eyes was one of horror. First mate Lewis endeavored to contort his expression into one of fury, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. In an instant, he unfastened a great coat draped over him, squatting down to envelop Barrow with it, and turned to bellow, "Get away from me. Do you all wish to perish?" "Huh," scoffed a pirate from the onlookers. "You sound just like a helpless pup howling for its deceased mother's milk." That pirate never had the chance to finish his derisive remark, for the furious man seized him by the throat. "Do you wish to die?" Rod had never experienced such wrath in his life. He could accept the death of his comrades in battle, but such an ignominious demise was utterly intolerable. "Enough, Rod. It is our fault." The captain of the insolent pirate placed his hand over Rod's. "I apologize for my subordinate's foolish actions. I understand your sorrow. But what is paramount now is to uncover the murderer." Rod forcibly suppressed his fury, releasing his grip and casting the trembling pirate aside. "Do you have any leads?" "Get lost." The pirate captain kicked his insolent subordinate away and regarded Rod. "I'm not certain if it's connected, but I saw Flog return from this direction last night." "Are you certain?" Rod seized the pirate captain by the collar, his voice sharp. "There has always been a rift between you. If not for being under the command of Admiral Shiki, a brawl would not be surprising." The pirate captain shrugged. "I have no reason to provoke you. This is merely what I witnessed. Then, I also saw Vice Captain Barrow heading this way last night." Another voice chimed in from the crowd. Before long, Flog followed suit. Rod released his grip, his fists clenched tightly. "I also witnessed it. The meeting had concluded long before, and Flog returned to his quarters alone." Yet another spoke up. "Captain." Lewis turned around to gaze at Rod, and it was him. Rod lifted his head, exhaling slowly, his tone notably languid. "Ellie, gather a few men to assist Barrow in tidying up. He has always been a man of dignity. Let us not allow him to depart in discontent." "Yes, Captain." With reddened eyes, Ellie clenched her teeth, wishing to remain at the captain's side. Yet some tasks must inevitably be undertaken by others. "Mario." Rod donned his gloves. "Gather the crew. We shall set sail." "Ah." Lewis drew his blade and rose to his feet. "Let us proceed," he declared, as the pirate captain who had initially informed Rod stepped aside, allowing them to follow. They needed to maintain a low profile, for this was a crucial moment in the strategic maneuvers of Admiral Shiki the Golden Lion. "That makes sense. I too am eager to witness the unfolding spectacle," he added. "That scoundrel Flog is truly courting death." A multitude of pirates followed the Bloodhand pirates, both to contain the scale of the incident and to indulge their curiosity. They had not yet reached the stronghold of the Flog pirates when they encountered each other on the road. "Ah, Captain Rod. I hear Flog," despite wearing a mocking grin, betrays a hint of panic. Clearly, he has heard more than mere whispers, Lewis remarked. "Go die, you toad," Rod retorted, showing no intent to engage in idle chatter. He launched himself forward with the swiftness of a cannonball. "Hey, Rod, what are you implying? Do you wish to disrupt Admiral Shiki's regulations?" Flog, evidently prepared, transformed into a massive frog, propelling himself into the air and landing some distance away. "You can discuss regulations in the afterlife," Rod shouted. His formidable strength was palpable. Even 2 decades later, a bounty of 150 million was sufficient to classify him among the most formidable of the supernovas, renowned even within the New World. "I know the reason behind your actions," Flog snarled, his resolve firm despite the predicament. "It was not me. I had no reason to kill Barrow. Spare me your nonsense." Rod leaped forward, declaring, "You can explain to Barrow in hell." Onward. The captains of both sides began to clash, and of course, their crews were quick to follow. Lewis, brandishing his long sword, bellowed as he advanced. Clang. The sound of blades colliding resonated as Lewis led the charge, urging his comrades to vanquish their foes. Oh. The morale of the Bloodhand pirates soared, their combat prowess amplified as they overwhelmed Flogg's crew, who struggled to lift their heads. Within mere minutes, the ground was littered with fallen pirates, predominantly from Flogg's side. Boom. Meanwhile, the battle between Flog and Rod intensified. Rod, a master of armed combat, faced Flog, an adept of Zoan-type abilities. Both were formidable in their own right. "We cannot allow this to continue," exclaimed the one observing pirate captain. "Admiral Shiki is likely on his way." "Apprehend Flog." "Stop, Rod. We shall await the Admiral's judgment." "Agreed. Let us unite." The 20 or so pirate captains watching rushed forward, most boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Even Rod, in his fury, could not withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, he found himself restrained, while Flog was swiftly subdued, pressed to the ground, and rendered immobile. "Captain." Lewis, too, was blocked from advancing, unable to approach. "It is time to cease this nonsense." "Rod," one of the pirate captains shouted, "we have captured Flog. Now we await Admiral Shiki's decision. Release me, you scoundrels. Let me go." Rod struggled fiercely, but faced several adversaries of comparable strength, rendering him powerless. "That kid." The pirate restraining Lewis gasped, momentarily distracted by Rod's predicament. Seizing the opportunity, Lewis slipped free from their grasp and, in an instant, propelled himself towards Flog, his long sword descending. "Die, you bastard!" Lewis bellowed. "This man must perish." Had it not been stated to cease? Yet, a blade interposed itself before Lewis's own. As a pirate captain helplessly exclaimed, "Admiral Shiki has arrived. Everyone, stand down." Suddenly, a voice thundered, "Rod, do you not trust Admiral Shiki?" A pirate, restraining Rod, declared loudly. Following a brief silence, Rod lifted his gaze and commanded, "Halt. Mario, wait for Admiral Shiki's decision." How infuriating. With a furious exclamation, Lewis was ultimately a step too late. He plunged his dagger into the ground, its blade mere inches from Flog's throat. Approaching Flog, he seized the man with a vice-like grip, declaring, "Prepare to meet your end." Flog finally exhaled, relieved to have the opportunity for a defense. Is it merely a moment's negligence that has led to such a commotion? From the heavens above, a figure descended. Humanity possesses its limits. Throughout my extensive journey of creation, I have come to realize this truth. The more intricate the plot I devise, the more I sense these constraints, unless, of course, one possesses recommendations. Jojo, I implore you for recommendations. Just how many do you require for your updates? Will you remember how many slices of bread you consumed in your life? The Golden Lion, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, gazed down at the lifeless body of Barrow and sneered, quite ruthless indeed. He cast a sidelong glance at Flog, who was firmly grasped by Lewis. "Was this your doing?" "And no, I would never." Flog hastily protested. "How could I? The prohibition against dueling is a decree you have steadfastly enforced, my lord, let alone committing murder. How could I dare to transgress?" Lord Golden Lion, Lewis seized Frog and exclaimed loudly, "Many witnessed him chasing Deputy Captain Barrow last night. Do not heed this scoundrel's excuses." "Oh, is that so?" Golden Lion raised an eyebrow. "Many saw it?" "Indeed, Admiral." At that juncture, someone stepped forward to speak. "I distinctly saw Frog pursuing Barrow last night. I too observed it. Though I did not witness the chase itself, I certainly saw Frog returning alone to their quarters." "Is that so?" Golden Lion nodded in understanding. "Pray tell, did your captain venture out last night to pursue this Barrow?" He directed his gaze towards Frog's subordinate, his eyes narrowing slightly. And an invisible wave of tension spread through the room. Frog's underling trembled, stuttering, "Why yes, Admiral Golden Lion, the captain did indeed go out last night. And he returned after quite some time." "Oh, then, Frog," Golden Lion's gaze remained fixed on him. "Do you have anything to say?" "Yes, Admiral Golden Lion. I indeed went out last night, and I did pursue Barrow," Frog gritted his teeth, "but it was that fellow who instigated me first. Although I chased after him, I was unable to capture him. After a while, he simply vanished." "Are you implying that?" Lewis gritted his teeth and inquired, "Have you truly returned empty-handed?" As a Zoan-type ability user, is it conceivable that the enhanced jumping prowess granted by the frog fruit cannot surpass that of first mate Barrow? "Oh, indeed. That makes sense," Golden Lion exclaimed, a look of sudden realization dawning upon him. I am at a loss as to the matter," Frog stammered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In an instant, he vanished from sight. "Oh." Golden Lion narrowed his eyes slightly. "Admiral." Rod pushed through the crowd obstructing him, imploring, "Please do not listen to his excuses any longer. Our two pirate crews have always had a tumultuous relationship. Just recently, during our voyage, he attempted to capsize us. Relying on the sheer size of his vessel, we narrowly escaped a watery grave. Furthermore, we had a minor altercation last night. Barrow severely insulted him. Surely that must be the reason. Is what he claims true? Golden Lion queried one of Frog's subordinates. Why, yes, the subordinate responded, trembling. Upon returning last night, the captain insisted that we must eliminate Barrow and someone named Mario. Ah, the plot thickens. Golden Lion chuckled. Hey, kid, release him. But Lewis hesitated momentarily. Hey, you little brat, are you looking down on me? The Golden Lion's gaze pierced through him, and Lewis felt an overwhelming aura of terror wash over him. Instinctively retreating 2 steps and releasing his grip on Flog. Not bad. The Golden Lion cast a surprised glance at Lewis. Do you have anything else to say, Frog? The Golden Lion exhaled a puff of smoke. Admiral, I am innocent. Flog, who had been wailing in despair, suddenly sprang into action. Seizing the sword Lewis had embedded in the ground and lunging directly at the Golden Lion's chest. Admiral, be careful. In an instant, Lewis regained his composure and delivered a powerful punch to the back of Flog. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Does a mere frog dare to taunt a lion? The Golden Lion laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected by his surroundings, as if merely a gentle breeze brushed against him. Flog let out a horrific scream, his limbs fracturing simultaneously, blood gushing forth. At the same time, he was struck by Lewis's formidable blow, sending him soaring through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. After a tumultuous roll, he found himself beneath Rod's foot. What sheer ferocity! Lewis exclaimed with genuine astonishment, noting that the 2 swords at the waist of the Golden Lion appeared to have remained entirely motionless, yet they had effortlessly severed Flog's limbs. Unbeknownst to Lewis, who stood just behind Flog, the Golden Lion was terrifyingly powerful. What is happening? What on earth is this? My body moves on its own. Reduced to a mere human stick, Flog cried out in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. Captain, I am innocent. I am wronged. Still attempting to defend yourself, you wretch? Rod stomped heavily on Flog's back, casting a glance at the Golden Lion. Captain, I leave him to you. The Golden Lion, seemingly disinterested, waved his hand, soared into the sky, and shot a final glance at Lewis before departing. Just ensure tomorrow's voyage is not delayed. No. Captain, I am innocent. I am wronged. Flog could only scream in despair. Frog, this is what you have brought upon Barrow. Now, let us see you experience it for yourself. Rod's gloves shimmered with an aura of dominance as his hands, like phantoms, reached out toward Flog. Oh, blood, accompanied by flesh and entrails, began to splatter. A man who cherished his companions, when seeking vengeance for them, could transform into the most merciless executioner. Lewis let out a sigh of relief. He had finally resolved the situation, putting an end to both the troublesome individual and the nuisance in one fell swoop, rendering his injuries not in vain. The incident's origin was rather straightforward. Barrow was initially captured by Lewis. At the conclusion of last night's banquet, Lewis feigned an exit, prompting Barrow to follow. Barrow, being a formidable adversary and Rod's right-hand man, boasted a strength roughly equivalent to 100 million, making it uncertain whether Lewis could best him in a direct confrontation. However, combat transcends mere numerical prowess. The human body is inherently fragile. A sword through the heart could fell even the mighty Whitebeard Roger. Lewis's advantage lay in his understanding of Barrow's techniques, while Barrow remained oblivious to Lewis's capabilities. In the early stages, Lewis feigned weakness, allowing Barrow to inflict superficial wounds, leading Barrow to mistakenly believe he had the upper hand. At the critical moment, Lewis deftly evaded Barrow's inevitable killing blow, subsequently binding his hair, and employing the Six Kings spear to conclude the battle. It was as simple as that. With Barrow unconscious, Lewis bound him, administered a dose of medication, and concealed his injuries beneath revitalized skin. He then hid Barrow away, sabotaged the training grounds, donned Barrow's attire, and transformed his appearance. In the midst of this, he even found time for a quick bath before accompanying Rod to the banquet, during which he incited Frog. Once the banquet concluded, he excused himself to find Barrow, quickly shedding his clothing to revert to his original form. By manipulating his skin to simulate the appearance of having trained, he returned from another direction and coincidentally encountered Rod. He then swiftly changed back into Barrow's guise to lure Frog out. Frog, possessing frog-like agility, was indeed swift, yet with a mere change of attire and appearance, Lewis could easily deceive him. After evading Frog, he hurried to eliminate Barrow, desecrating the corpse while ensuring to inflict damage on the internal organs to provoke Rod's wrath, without revealing the injuries sustained from the Six Kings spear. He then dealt with his clothing before returning to rest soundly. This encapsulated all of Lewis's actions from the previous night. It must be said, fortune favored him. The timing, location, and circumstances were all perfectly aligned. The banquet had been impeccably timed, with everyone in attendance, allowing Lewis to conduct his covert operations without attracting any attention. Thus, this morning, his task was simple: assist Rod in eliminating Frog. An enraged Rod would certainly dismiss any explanations from Frog. Anger requires no facts. Merely a rough sketch of a narrative suffices to spur action. With his cooperation, eliminating Frog would pose little challenge. The only thing Lewis did not anticipate was the profound reverence the onlooking pirates held for the Golden Lion, which enabled him to decisively subdue them in an instant, thereby saving Flog's life. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Flog remained at a loss for words, while Lewis also provided him with a final journey. Flog's frenzied assault on the Golden Lion was undoubtedly orchestrated by Lewis. The essence of life restoration lies in the infusion of consciousness into the body, allowing for complete control over it. Therefore, is it feasible to imbue one's consciousness into another's body? The answer is indeed affirmative. Lewis possesses an extraordinary imagination, even extending to the realm of hair. If he can manipulate his own strands, why could he not exert influence over the bodies of others, devoid of any neural connection? Upon the arrival of the Golden Lion, he swiftly seized Flag, causing numerous strands of hair to penetrate Flag's being. The resurgence of life was set into motion as his consciousness, or rather his brainwaves, were continuously infused into Flag through the hair. There was no necessity to control any vital parts of Flag's anatomy. A mere tug on his ligaments sufficed. After considerable time and effort, Lewis managed to exert a tenuous influence over Flag's right-hand ligaments, prompting his hand to move, drawing the sword to strike at the Golden Lion. This seemingly simple act, however, left Lewis utterly exhausted. The flaw in this technique is that the hair must penetrate the target's body, close to the manipulation area, to save time, yet it still proved time-consuming. Had Flag not been previously rattled and significantly wounded, success would have been far less attainable. Nevertheless, Lewis believed this ability held great promise, for even hair, severed from the body, possesses its own consciousness and can be manipulated. The atmosphere within the Bloodhand Pirates was notably oppressive. The cutter, Barrow, served as a commendable first mate, while the captain, a man of grand dreams and little attention to detail, relied on Barrow's keen decisiveness and execution. In this pirate crew, Captain Rod stood as the pillar of strength and the guiding light, whereas the first mate functioned as the practical navigator and helmsman, steering the ship's course. However, that man was now dead, met with a grim fate and subjected to the most despicable indignities, even posthumously. Although the murderer was slain, the same fate befell him. Yet, if the cost of vanquishing a nemesis is the loss of a dear friend, such a transaction inevitably appears unwise. On this day, Captain Rod was unusually silent, lost in thought. At this moment, Lewis stepped forward. Despite being a newcomer, his demonstrated prowess had already positioned him as the second strongest on the ship, enough to command respect. While Rod remained in a daze, Lewis began to take charge of the ship's affairs. The day after Barrow's death, the Golden Lion pirates set sail. The Golden Lion would not alter his strategic plans due to the demise of one of his crew members. Rod and Lewis had no time even for a funeral, for the Golden Lion would lead all ships directly onward, leaving no opportunity for a sea burial. Rod wept bitterly, incinerating Barrow to ashes. "Captain, it is time to depart," Lewis announced as he opened the door to Rod's cabin. Indeed, the room was tightly sealed, cloaked in darkness. The man rose from his bed and sat at the ship's edge for a while before standing, rubbing his temples, and moving to the door. Though only a day had passed, weariness etched itself deeply into his features, and stubble adorned his face. "Let us go," Rod declared, leading the way. Lewis followed closely behind Rod, whose robust figure appeared particularly desolate at this moment, greatly affected by the loss of his dear friend. Lewis forced himself to conceal a smile. The sensation of quietly obliterating everything for others was truly exquisite. Upon boarding the vessel, all the crew members were already in anticipation, each maintaining a solemn silence. Rod sat quietly at the ship's railing, gazing up at the sky. "Captain, it is nearly time, is it not?" Lewis leaned against the ship's railing, arms crossed, and spoke. "What awaits us next is a brutal battle. Do you wish to lead us all to our demise?" Rod turned his head to gaze at Lewis, expressing, "Captain Mario's fate has left us all profoundly sorrowful." Lewis gazed intently at Rod, candidly imploring him to temper his emotions. "Our adventure is far from over. A more exquisite and magnificent landscape awaits us. Do not succumb to embarrassment. Loss is indeed agonizing, yet it is also irrevocable. How can we forge ahead while dwelling in the past? How can we follow in the wake of Admiral Golden Lion? Captain, at this moment, Admiral Golden Lion requires our strength. Please, gather your resolve. I believe this is also the wish of First Officer Barrow. Mario, you rascal. A smile began to unfurl at the corners of Rod's mouth. Am I truly being admonished by a mere child? No, my only desire is to survive the impending battle. Captain, do not forget, you are the cornerstone for us all. Lewis was not speaking falsehoods. He was their sole reliance. Rod surveyed the deck, where all the pirates gazed at him with eager anticipation. Ha 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 ha. Rod suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, nearly forgetting that wallowing in loss could lead to despair. Yet he had almost lost even more. How truly pathetic I am. No, realizing this is already quite remarkable. Lewis chuckled. Suddenly, the ship quivered violently and began its ascent into the sky, followed by a succession of other vessels rising into the heavens. At the highest point in the sky, a base of earth and stone supported a grand ship, its prow adorned with the colossal head of a lion. This was the flagship of the Golden Lion Pirates. Soon, dark clouds enveloped the sky, each ominous cloud representing a massive pirate ship. We have set sail. Rod laughed, gazing at the sky, which was always breathtakingly magnificent. No matter how many times he beheld it, over 100 pirate ships were present, with nearly 10,000 pirates gathered in this area alone. Furthermore, numerous large pirate fleets had already made their way to the Sky Island, leaving the Golden Lion Armada to embark with perhaps a staggering 30,000 crew members, an utterly formidable scale. You were right, Mario. Barrow is no longer with us, Rod sighed, retrieving a small box from his pocket that contained Barrow's ashes. I must not allow myself to succumb to despair. In the past, Barrow was by my side. But now I am alone, and it is imperative that I strive even harder. No, Captain Louis chuckled. How could it possibly be just one person? There is still me. And all of us, right? Ha ha. Indeed, Rod burst into laughter, lifting the lid of the box and leaning down. The ship had already soared away from the Sky Island, revealing the solemn expanse of the ocean below. This shall be the end. Farewell, my comrades. The ashes scattered in the air. It must be noted that the Roger pirates did not flee. They showed no inclination to evade. They leisurely cruised upon the sea. Even in the face of the formidable Golden Lion fleet, Roger would never shy away. He has always been that kind of man. The opponent is Roger. Lewis diligently trained on the deck, understanding that mastering the hockey of observation requires relentless perseverance. Even a prodigy like Monkey D. Luffy, under the tutelage of the Pirate King's first mate, Silvers Rayleigh, took over a year to attain proficiency. Lewis did not believe that a sudden burst of effort could yield swift results. His focus lay on enhancing his observation hockey and fortifying his mental fortitude. He felt that awakening this ability should come relatively easily to him. His training method involved blindfolding himself and allowing others to attack, thereby honing his ability to sense their presence and movements through heightened perception. Progress was steady, yet the actual awakening of his observation hockey remained a distant goal. Despite minimal results, Lewis could not cease his relentless efforts, for his adversary was Roger, and death could come at any moment. The calmness on his face belied the turmoil within. All he could do was quell the anxiety in his heart through fervent training. As time slowly passed, by the third day, Lewis had recovered significantly from the wounds inflicted by Barrow, aided by the restorative powers of life-returning abilities. The Golden Lion pirates finally caught up with the Roger pirates in this maritime expanse known as the Sea of Eight Wall. Ha 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 ha. Roger. A boisterous voice echoed from the descending ship. It has been a while, hasn't it? Lewis gazed down from the ship's railing, observing another vessel rising and falling amidst the waves. When does one truly meet their end? Is it when pierced through the heart? Is it upon succumbing to an incurable illness? Or perhaps after consuming a deadly mushroom stew? No, it is when one lacks endorsements, collections, and rewards. The height of the pirate ship gradually diminished, yet Lewis's vision remained keen, allowing him to discern the figures aboard the ship below, their faces becoming clear to him. Gold. Roger. He appeared unremarkable, lacking the flamboyance of the Golden Lion. Unlike the lion-like demeanor of the latter, Roger resembled the most commonplace pirate of the four seas. Adorned with a horned hat and sporting a pair of prominent mustaches, wielding an inconspicuous blade. His features were neither handsome nor ugly, but rather it was his companion, the Dark King Rayleigh, who exuded the aura of a great pirate more profoundly. Yet it was this man, this unassuming figure, who single-handedly ushered in the grand era of piracy, universally acknowledged as the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. We meet again, Roger. The booming voice of the Golden Lion resonated. How have you fared recently? If not for our encounter, I trust it would have been splendid. Roger replied with a sardonic smile. The two men, one towering and the other shorter, conversed across the expanse of the sky. What do you intend, Golden Lion? Roger's voice was thunderous, akin to a tempest, echoing even to the furthest reaches of the pirate ships. I have stated numerous times, Roger, although we have had our share of encounters during our youth, let us now draw a line beneath it. I no longer care. The Golden Lion extended his right hand in a forceful grip, as if to encapsulate the entire world within his grasp. Together, we shall harness the ancient weapon capable of obliterating the world, known only to you. Combined with my military might and the perfect plan I have meticulously crafted over the years, this world shall soon be ours. More pirate ships converged from all directions, not merely from the skies, but the sea was also obstructed by their presence, enveloping Roger's crew in a tightening noose. I harbor no interest in dominion. Shiki, you have misconstrued my intentions from the very beginning. As a pirate, if one cannot revel in freedom, then what joy remains? Roger's voice surged with intensity. Do you still wish to see me yield? No matter the pressure, no matter how many times you inquire, my answer remains steadfast, Golden Lion. I refuse. Lewis felt an overwhelming aura approaching him, not the domineering presence of a conqueror, but merely a pure, formidable force. This man was a creature that could rival even the Golden Lion. Well, Captain, just indulge him a little, will you? There are dozens, no, hundreds of ships here. Lewis could faintly hear a piercing voice roaring. Ha 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 ha. This exclamation signifies that Roger, the Golden Lion, boasted with resounding laughter, questioning whether he intended to perish right here. No, Roger brandished his sword, raising his hand with great force, unleashing a sweeping strike that soared skyward, akin to a galaxy cleaving the heavens and earth, directly aimed at the flagship of the Golden Lion. The intention was to annihilate you here. Ha 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 ha. The flagship of the Golden Lion responded with a striking counter, a similar breathtaking slash descending abruptly, colliding with Roger's attack. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the realm, shaking the very fabric of the sky and earth. Lewis shielded his face, feeling as though the fierce winds generated by the clash would sweep him away. Facing such an onslaught, he could not help but chuckle. Fear not, Mario, Captain Rod spoke beside him. We are not the primary combatants. For now, we merely require artillery support. Roger, since you have spurned my goodwill, bellowed the Golden Lion, then prepare to meet your demise. Boom. Without a trace of hesitation, the colossal cannon on the flagship of the Golden Lion began to unleash flames. The oversized shells, surpassing even the fortress cannons in caliber, flew with such velocity that they were imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving a trail of fire in their wake, like the trigger of a starting gun being pulled. All the pirate crews under the Golden Lion's command commenced their bombardment simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous roar of the cannon fire echoed across the heavens, as a dark mass of projectiles hurtled towards the Roger pirates. Fire! Fire! Lewis shouted from aboard the Bloodhand pirate's ship. Spare no ammunition. Do not give them a moment to breathe. The numerical advantage became evident, as the Golden Lion's formidable fleet merely needed a single volley. The sheer volume of cannonballs launched in an instant eclipsed the size of the Roger pirates' vessels, carrying with them an overwhelming force. Even if only a fraction struck true, it would be sufficient to reduce the Oru Jeksen to mere splinters, regardless of its construction from the legendary atom wood. Wow, we're doomed. On Roger's ship, a little imp with a red nose cried in despair, we'll definitely sink this time. Buggy, be quiet. The red-haired youth with a straw hat pressed down on his comrade's head, urging him to hush. We each take one side, all right? Roger stepped forward, his blade sweeping with renewed vigor, transforming his strike into an insurmountable barrier that instantly obliterated the incoming shells. Without pause, his might swept away several pirate ships in a tide of devastation. Then I shall handle the left. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and drew his long sword. I'll take the right, said the man with a ponytail and sunglasses, glancing to his side. Then I shall guard the rear, replied the gentleman clad in a kimono. Turning around. What on earth is this? Lewis marveled at the extraordinary firepower, astonished that it had all been countered in a single strike, even leading to the sinking of over 20 ships belonging to the Golden Lion pirates. Was the Roger pirates' crew comprised entirely of monsters wielding swords? One could not help but acknowledge that, in terms of top-tier strength, The Roger pirates were unmatched in the New World. Rod let out a sigh, but quickly rallied, declaring that despite everything, their demise was inevitable today. Haha. Well done, Roger. A yellow streak dashed across the sky as Golden Lion soared upwards. But how about this? Boom. A spiraling slash descended from the heavens, resembling a tornado as it hurtled toward the Oro Jackson. Roger, we can't allow this to continue. We are too passive, Rayleigh exclaimed, unleashing another slash that ignited a series of explosions in midair. Haha. As for that scoundrel Shiki, leave him to me. Roger laughed heartily, leaping lightly onto the mast, then propelling himself skyward with a powerful stomp. The moonwalk was not an exceptionally difficult technique. Many of the formidable powers in the New World could perform it. You rascal. Rayleigh chuckled, chiding him playfully. Ha ha ha, Mr. Rayleigh, let us indulge ourselves. A large cat, bearing a grin and shouldering 2 tridents, accompanied by a large dog, chimed in joyously. Ha ha, then let us have some fun, Rayleigh responded, preparing for a full-speed charge. They plunged into the enemy fleet, where firepower was their advantage, but close-quarters combat was an entirely different matter. The Oro Jackson, braving the terrifying artillery of the Golden Lion fleet, began its charge toward the armada on the sea. Oh no, we're doomed. A man with a big red nose on the Oro Jackson held his head in despair as cannonballs fell like rain. Hey, Buggy, isn't this thrilling? Beside him, a young swordsman with a straw hat laughed heartily, occasionally leaping up to deflect cannonballs with his sword. Haha. Such naval battles can only be truly experienced when fighting the Golden Lion. Cannonballs rained down from every direction, crashing into the massive ship and sending towering geysers of water erupting skyward like a colossal giant. Yet, they could not be deterred. Despite the dense barrage, the Oro Jackson continued its advance. Ha ha ha, Shiki. It seems your setup cannot hinder my comrades. Above in the sky, aboard the flagship of the Golden Lion pirates, Roger brought his sword crashing down, shattering Shiki's sword in his right hand, then delivering a powerful punch. Clang! Golden Lion raised his left arm, blocking Roger's iron fist with his sword, then kicked Roger in the abdomen. Unable to stop me, Golden Lion rested his sword on his shoulder and waved it casually, summoning a massive torrent of earth that surged upward, forming a gigantic earthen dragon racing towards Roger. Do not presume too much. Buzz. The earth dragon collapsed instantly as Roger's brilliant slash enveloped Golden Lion. Then let us await the outcome. Whoosh. Figures descended from the flagship like meteors, plummeting directly toward the sea. Finally, the officers have made their move. Rod observed from aboard the Bloodhand pirate's ship. This is the pride of Admiral Shiki's Lion Pride. Lewis meticulously sought to discern the identities of the 4 figures plummeting from above, the most capable subordinates of the Golden Lion, fearsome entities even in the New World. Cease not the bombardment, Roger bellowed, urging the crew to provide adequate cover. As the war escalated, the Roger pirates found themselves in a perilous position. Encircled by the formidable fleet of the Golden Lion, their relentless artillery keeping them on the brink of exhaustion. At last, the tide of battle began to shift. Block their advance. Prevent them from breaching our lines. Scatter. All vessels, disperse. Create openings. Do not allow them to escape the fire net. The O.L. Jackson, swift as an arrow, matched the speed of the Navy's most advanced warships. Every crew member aboard the Roger pirates was a master of the sea, with a helmsman equally formidable. Even amidst the dense barrage, they navigated with ease, bolstered by the protection of several monsters, as the O.L. Jackson surged into the heart of the enemy fleet. Ha! Now it's our turn to shine. The massive feline, wielding a double-headed trident, hailing from the dreamlike realm of Zo, laughed heartily. Its corpulent form belied an extraordinary agility. As it leaped onto an adjacent ship, charge forward. Prepare for close combat. The pirate captain on that vessel drew his blade. Thud. The trident pierced his chest, and the feline licked the blood from its lips, deftly evading several thrusts aimed at it, roaring with laughter. Did you think we were just anyone? Fool. Stay alert. Cat's belly serpent. A large dog darted in from behind, akin to a flash of lightning, its sword creating a cascade of crimson blooms. The blade's brilliance was invisible. Only the scattered limbs of foes flying through the air could be seen. Let us see who can claim more enemies today, Dogstorm. The cat's belly serpent chuckled, swatting aside an attacking pirate with a casual flick of its paw, turning to snap the sword aimed at its back, and then plunging its own weapon into the opponent's chest. Interesting. Dogstorm grinned. Help. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The small, red-nosed imp was dragged onto another pirate ship by the Straw Hat Kid, wailing, Shanks. You bastard. I won't let you off even in death. Hey, Buggy, didn't you just say you wouldn't be cut down? The red-nosed kid, pressing his hands on the straw hat, leaped to evade an incoming sword strike. And with a swift glint, his opponent's throat was expertly slit. Though his youth rendered him physically weak, his swordsmanship and resolve were far from lacking. Wah! Shanks, you bastard! Save me! While Shanks dealt with other pirates, the red-nosed kid found himself targeted by others, a powerful strike aimed at him. I'm going to die, Buggy cried. His body suddenly cleaved in two. Huh? Oh right, I can't be cut down. His halved form swiftly reformed. Buggy blinked in realization. Haven't I told you that you can't die from blades? Shanks leaped, severing the neck of the pirate attacking Buggy, then kicked another pirate away. Ha! Invincible. Buggy laughed heartily. Bring it on, you scoundrels of the Golden Lion pirates. Hey, you Buggy, Shanks exclaimed, incredulous. Weren't you just trembling with fear? You bastard Shanks. Stay out of this. Buggy had already filled his hands with flying knives, declaring, these pirates are my prey. A shadow hurtled through the air, crashing onto the deck with a resounding thud, sending dust flying. Buggy, Shanks shouted in alarm. This is not a place for you. A bespectacled man stood at the ship's railing, holding Buggy aloft, surveying the smoldering hole on the deck, and casually tossed Buggy back to Shanks. Kid should play elsewhere. Really? Buggy exclaimed as Shanks caught him, still in a state of bewilderment. Let us go, Buggy, Shanks said, leaping from the deck to swim toward another ship. Hey, Shanks. You bastard. I can't swim. Come on, Buggy, get a grip. A deep voice resonated from the gaping hole in the deck. The right hand of the Golden Lion. The giant, Zaro. Do not hesitate. Continue firing. The same command echoed through the transponder snail aboard every ship. Ignore those vessels. Fire indiscriminately. Do not give the Roger pirates a moment's respite. Crew, mobilize. Do not let Roger's men grow too arrogant. Mario, are you ready? Rod stood at the ship's railing. How could I possibly refuse, Captain? Lewis sighed. Stop speaking nonsense. Get ready. Admiral Golden Lion is watching us from above. Rod laughed heartily, gazing at Lewis. Lewis could only manage a resigned smile as he leapt from the ship, realizing that once the storm arrived, this place would be even less secure. Oh! What a raucous laughter erupted from above, filled with Rod's exuberance. Following that, it would be a battle for survival. A life should be lived in such a manner. When one reflects on the past, there should be no regrets for having squandered time, nor shame in having led a mundane existence. Thus, in the face of death, one could declare, my entire life and all my energy have been devoted to striving for the most magnificent cause in the world. To support the new book of floral dew with fervent votes and rewards. The wind howled fiercely in his ears, his hair whipped wildly about him, and his clothes flapped incessantly. The intense sensation of falling sent his heart racing in disarray, and the powerful gusts nearly forced Lewis to keep his eyes shut. Yet, he resolutely opened them. The ocean loomed ever closer, its deep azure surface seemingly within reach, threatening to shatter him upon impact. Damn it, Lewis cursed inwardly, acknowledging that he had inevitably been drawn into this war, utterly entangled. Whoosh! A shell whistled past, and with a barely perceptible push of his foot against the air, Lewis altered his trajectory just enough to evade the projectile that grazed him. Let it come. Lewis's gaze sharpened suddenly, and he declared to all who wished for his demise, let them perish first. With a firm grip, he seized the corners of his coat and flung it open, causing the resilient fabric to swell dramatically. After a moment of intense discomfort, his descent slowed significantly. With a swift bend of his legs, he landed upon the mast of a ship, propelling himself forcefully into the air. Harnessing the momentum of his fall, he descended upon the deck like a cannonball. A piercing scream echoed across the deck as Lewis descended from above, his sword impaling a pirate directly into the planks. Ah, salvation! The pirate, slumped on the ground and clutching his sword, gasped heavily, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Thank you, he uttered, his voice laced with gratitude as he gazed up at Lewis. Do not mention it. We are comrades now. I am Mario of the Bloodhand pirate crew. Can you still rise? Lewis unsheathed his sword and extended his right hand. The man grasped Lewis's right hand and rose to his feet. Do not let yourself perish. Lewis chuckled, remarking that a person's life is but a singular journey. To falter here would indeed be a tremendous pity. The man nodded gravely in agreement. Should one succumb to fear, Lewis stated that it is perfectly acceptable to hide away. In the midst of this tumultuous battlefield, finding a refuge may indeed be the swiftest path to survival. With a physique akin to that of a cheetah, he leapt onto the ship's railing, deflecting a cannonball with a single thrust of his sword. Now, indiscriminate bombardment had commenced, and even the formidable Golden Lion fleet showed no regard. As cannonballs whistle through the air, Lewis has come to a clear realization, in the midst of such a war, for a mere pawn like himself to survive. The most prudent course of action is to seek a refuge. Yet, can one truly hide from the chaos? Lewis raised his head, above in the sky. Dark clouds had already gathered, suggesting that it would not be long before the monumental storm that would aid the Roger pirates in turning the tide would arrive. This tempest alone had already obliterated more than half of the Golden Lion fleet's pirate vessels. The best strategy that Lewis could conceive would soon become ineffective as well. Lewis required a vessel capable of liberating him from the tempest, along with a crew proficient in navigating the ship. Boom! The hull was struck by 2 consecutive cannonballs, causing the already modest craft to tremble violently, as if on the verge of sinking. "Abandon ship!" Lewis shouted loudly. "Those who wish to survive, swiftly swim to other ships." How infuriating! Have we truly been forsaken? Enough of this nonsense. Watch out for the cannonballs, and be even more wary of the Roger pirates. Damn it! This is my pirate ship. It was all for the ambition of Admiral Shiki. Regardless, all pirates, abandon your small boats and commence the evacuation. Those who cannot fit on board should leap into the water. After all, there are numerous half-sunken vessels nearby, and seasoned pirates who have long weathered the seas need not fear drowning. As Lewis leapt into the water, he resembled a mermaid breaking through the ocean's surface, plunging deep into the depths. Suddenly, the surroundings seemed to fall into a profound silence. With a forceful thrust, Lewis propelled himself forward like a swift fish. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted nearby, and Lewis barely had time to roll away, simultaneously hardening his body with iron. The immense impact sent him tumbling. With a mighty effort, Lewis burst through the water's surface, launching himself into the air. His hands plunged into the hull of the ship before him. With a powerful push, he flipped over and landed on the deck. Pain! A shell exploded close by, and despite his timely evasion and iron defense, the overwhelming force inflicted a sharp ache throughout his body. Crack! Just as he steadied himself on the ship's railing, a fierce slash hurtled toward him, a blinding light slicing through the air. The once sturdy vessel was cleaved in two, tilting abruptly as it began its descent into the water. The underworld beckoned. Lewis leaped lightly onto the mast, gazing towards the direction of the fierce clash. 2 men were engaged in a fierce duel, and the colossal ship lay in ruins. Rayleigh. The sea, which had been cleaved apart by the strikes, began to slowly mend. Blades of energy surged skyward from all directions, periodically shattering pirate ships on both the sea and in the heavens above. There were strikes from the enemy and from his own side, causing Lewis to let out a sigh. Was this gathering truly a congregation of the world's finest swordsmen? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Golden Lion, Roger, Rayleigh, Odin, each of them a master of the sword. Damn it! Lewis muttered under his breath, kneeling down and propelling himself into the air with great force. Throughout the final month of training in the journey to this new world, he had devoted all his energy to mastering the control of his facial muscles. Though he had not honed his leg muscles in the process of returning to life, the ample nutrition he had consumed rendered his strength formidable. Like a rocket, he soared into the sky, tracing a graceful arc before plunging into the water. With a swift motion, he gathered his strength underwater and surged upward, leaping out in a magnificent splash. A gentle press of his foot against the ship's hull propelled him further, landing on the deck of another vessel. To his surprise, he immediately spotted an individual whose features stood out strikingly. "Ha! I have proclaimed my invincibility," laughed the man with the red nose, flinging his throwing knives with such force that they pierced several pirates. Yet, when he was attacked, he appeared to suffer no harm at all. No matter how swift the blades, they would simply pass through him as his body instantaneously split apart, rendering him impervious to injury. Damn it! What is happening? This guy is a power user. Immune to blades? Move aside. Lewis landed on the deck, exerting a forceful stomp that shattered the surface beneath him. His body surged forth like a charging cheetah, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. "Ha! Here comes another." Baki laughed heartily, approaching without a hint of concern. "Get lost." With a fierce roar, Lewis twisted his sword, striking Bucky across the face. A piercing scream erupted as Bucky's body was sent hurtling through the air, spiraling off the deck. "Damn you, Shanks. Help!" he cried, plummeting into the sea. The blade was ineffective. Lewis sighed. Accepting the situation, let us resort to the sword's blade then. The pirates felt an acute sense of shame, as the officers aboard had departed to confront the members of the Roger pirates elsewhere, leaving only these lesser beings behind. their combat capabilities in serious doubt. Buggy. At the ship's stern, a figure leaped directly into the depths of the sea. That fellow. Lewis spotted a straw hat. With a swift leap, he turned around. Now is not the time to seek trouble. Is the helmsman present? Set sail. Depart from this waters. Lewis exclaimed loudly. This ship is remarkably intact. Excellent. Splendid. Amidst the crowd, a pirate nodded fervently, aware that cannonballs still whistled through the air. If they did not flee now, their chances would soon dwindle. The grand vessel began to gradually veer away, navigating towards the periphery of the barrage. Lewis sighed with relief. Once they left this place, their safety would be greatly assured. The ship was sufficiently large, and perhaps it could weather the impending storm. Hey, you think you can just leave after injuring my comrade? A man, drenched and donning a straw hat, crouched at the ship's railing. Ah, this is truly. Lewis turned his head to gaze at the little imp, who was a year his junior. The boy, with his bright red nose, dangled over the ship's railing, gasping for breath, copious amounts of seawater spewing from his mouth, mixed with a small fish. This is precisely why I would never want to become a wielder of abilities. Shanks, with his crimson hair, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Isn't it utterly embarrassing for a pirate to be unable to swim? But as long as I don't fall into the water, I'll be fine. Buggy lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Lewis. I thought you would suggest that if you fell into the sea, your comrades would come to your rescue, Shanks replied, somewhat regretfully. Who would do that? Buggy retorted angrily. Relying solely on others? What kind of pirate would I be? Is that so? The red-haired one mused, stroking his chin. I rather believe that relying on comrades is beneficial. The things I cannot accomplish, you shall undertake, and I shall do my utmost in my own responsibilities. Isn't that what a pirate crew is all about? Don't even think about it, you bastard, Shanks. Buggy's large red nose nearly pressed against Shanks' face. I would rather die than depend on you. Yet just a moment ago, I saved you, Shanks chuckled, shaking the water from his straw hat. I refuse to acknowledge that. Buggy gritted his teeth. With a sudden movement, Shanks forcefully pressed Buggy's head against the ship's railing, causing him to cry out in pain as his nose collided heavily with the wood. Simultaneously, Shanks raised his long blade and deftly deflected a bullet. What is this all about? Lewis observed the two individuals performing their antics, waved his hand, and opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Behind Lewis, the pirates aboard the ship were already seething with rage. Two mere youngsters were wreaking havoc on this vessel. The uncanny abilities of the red-nosed imp and the exquisite swordsmanship of the red-haired boy rendered these seasoned pirates, who had long navigated the treacherous seas, utterly powerless against the two rascals. It was an abject humiliation. Now was the time for retribution. Dozens of pirates opened fire simultaneously, their barrage forming a thick curtain of bullets. TCH. Shanks gritted his teeth, forcefully sweeping his sword across the deck. Several wooden planks were propelled into the air, serving as shields to deflect the pirates' projectiles. HM? Lewis was momentarily taken aback when the wooden beam that concealed the two individuals with crimson hair finally descended. They had vanished without a trace. Be cautious. They have entered the cabin. Lewis immediately discerned the gaping void torn open by the crimson-haired swordsman. In an instant, chaos erupted. From the throng behind, a shadow surged forth, brandishing a sword that radiated an enchanting luminescence akin to the moon's embrace. A chorus of anguished cries filled the air. And in the blink of an eye, the ground bore witness to a new circle of victims. You scoundrels, perish, perish, perish. The diminutive figure with a crimson nose pursued closely behind, deftly hurling a flurry of throwing knives, creating a formidable barrage that caught the unsuspecting pirates off guard, leading to yet another cascade of fallen foes. Ah, truly, what a scene. Lewis let out a helpless sigh. The ragtag crew of the fish pirate gang was truly more inept than he could have ever imagined. Although Shanks, with his red hair, had already ascended to one of the 4 emperors of the New World in his 20s, he was merely a 12-year-old child now. To be utterly overpowered by such a young boy was undeniably humiliating. Swish. He could not allow these two to continue their arrogance. Lewis relied on this vessel to navigate through the impending storm, and a well-structured crew was indispensable. Lowering his body, the surroundings became increasingly blurred. The howling wind whistling in his ears, and the figures blocking his path seemed to stretch ominously. Thud! With a heavy stamp on the ground, his body suddenly sprang forth, sword firmly in hand. Watch out, Buggy! Shanks shouted, kicking his companion aside, his sword raised high. Clang! Lewis's sword ascended like a venomous serpent, slicing directly towards Shanks's neck. The crimson-haired warrior's blade cascaded downwards with the force of a waterfall, delivering a formidable downward strike. What? The sheer might was astonishing. Shanks was sent flying as if struck by a powerful blow, while the hand gripping the sword felt numb, overwhelmed by such immense strength. After all, he is merely 12 years old. Lewis understood clearly, much like his former self, his body had yet to formally enter the phase of development. No matter how exceptionally gifted one might be, unless they possessed an innate destructive prowess akin to Charlotte Lingling, the disparity in physical attributes would remain overwhelmingly pronounced. This fellow, Shanks, retreated 2 steps on the deck, his gaze fixed intently on Lewis, filled with fierce determination. Was there still an opportunity for admiration? Seizing the advantage, Lewis would show no mercy. With a swift step, he propelled himself forward at remarkable speed, his sword descending with formidable force. Beneath his garments, his right arm's muscles had already swelled. TCH. Shanks barely had time to position his sword defensively before him. The sound of impact echoed sharply as the red-haired youth was sent sprawling, his grip on the sword slipping away, his body crashing against the mast like a cannonball. Gritting his teeth tightly, blood surged from his throat. The red-haired warrior felt an instantaneous void in his mind. His strength had intensified. Perish. Lewis's assault was swift. Leaping into the air, his sword poised to impale Shanks upon the mast in an instant. Yet, it was not over. The red-haired pirate clasped the mast with both hands, exerting force through his arms, and executed a graceful somersault, landing in a handstand. With a decisive thrust, his sword penetrated the mast, but the target had already eluded him. Lewis lifted his gaze, realizing that a direct confrontation with this foe was futile. Shanks, contemplating this, suddenly propelled himself off the mast with his legs, launching into the air and descending into the throng below with a fierce rush. He landed atop a pirate, seizing the blade from his grasp. Shanks crouched low, evading the onslaught of weapons from all directions, and with a powerful swing of his sword, he sent another wave of pirates tumbling to the ground. Do not even think of escaping. Lewis would not show mercy simply because his adversary is a significant figure of the future. The present holds precedence over the future. With a slight application of his shaving technique, the velocity of his strikes had reached a pace almost imperceptible to the naked eye, akin to a bombarding assault directed at Shanks. Such astonishing speed. Shanks, gripping his sword with one hand, placed the other upon his straw hat, executing a roll on the ground. Indeed, the opponent's speed was formidable, yet since the attack was aimed directly at him, evasion posed no difficulty. A clever fellow. Louis fell onto the deck, while Shanks had already blended into the crowd, making it a formidable challenge to catch sight of him with mere eyes. Clear the way. Give me some space. Die, you bastard. Lewis shouted vehemently. With great effort, the large-nosed man regained his footing and hurled his flying knife with force. Tilting his head slightly, he effortlessly dodged the knife that came from behind. Lewis turned to face Bucky, who flinched and instinctively took a step back. As for a recommendation ticket, the esteemed would nonchalantly share it with others, while the lesser beings shamelessly beg for votes. I cherish recommendation tickets. I am not an esteemed figure. I merely wish to write my book and humbly seek recommendations, rewards, and to be added to reading lists. Machi D. Floral water. I shall commence with you. The weak are destined to suffer misfortune. Lewis opened his mouth. Hey, you bastard. Don't look down on me. Buck, initially filled with trepidation, unleashed a furious shatter. With a swift motion, he hurled his right fist towards Lewis, a dagger firmly grasped within. Click. Lewis effortlessly seized Buck's fist. The teenager had not possessed his powers for long, and his physical prowess and mastery of abilities were still lacking. He had essentially delivered himself to Lewis. With the muscles in his right hand tensing, Lewis began to tighten his grip. It hurts. You bastard, Buck exclaimed, jumping around like a puppet, tears streaming down his face like noodles. I shall crush your hand. With a cold smile, Lewis's palm began to contract continuously, the explosive power of his arm muscles enabling him to unleash strength far beyond the ordinary in an instant. Release Bucky at once. Shanks could not stand idly by and watch his comrade's hand be crushed. He propelled himself from the crowd, his long sword aimed at Lewis's chest. This is merely. As if foreseeing the impending confrontation, Lewis suddenly pivoted, his long sword descending with a swift and decisive motion. Had he truly emerged unscathed? The force that surged through the blade was utterly overwhelming, rendering it nearly impossible for him to maintain his grip. In terms of sheer physical prowess, Lewis already eclipsed Shanks, his muscles erupting with a fierce intensity as he channeled the entirety of his arm strength into a singular point of impact. The resulting force was nothing short of ferocious. The back of the blade struck Shank's shoulder with a resounding impact, the audible crack of bone accompanied by Shank's anguished cry. The red-haired youth was propelled like a cannonball, tumbling across the deck and colliding with several pirates before ultimately slamming into the ship's railing. "Hey, you bastard, Shanks," Buggy shouted, seemingly unaffected by his earlier pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Lewis, however, was swift to enlighten. Lewis raised his right hand and gently gestured to open fire. "Yes, Mr. Mario." The remaining pirates aimed their guns at the two young boys and unleashed a barrage of bullets. This is the end," Buggy cried out in despair, lamenting that he had advised the captain to show a little compromise. "Enough of this. I will protect you, Buggy." The red-haired boy picked up a knife and stood in front of Buggy. "You scoundrel." The sound of continuous explosions echoed, yet, as anticipated, the bullets did not strike the two boys. A man descended from above, shielding them with his presence. What? In an instant, Lewis stumbled backward a few steps. Hesitating not for a moment, he leaped into the air and plunged off the deck, diving into the sea. Truly, his reflexes were astonishing. That little rascal. The man flicked his long sword with a light laugh and simply dashed away. Such decisiveness is not characteristic of an ordinary individual. What is this fellow doing here? No, it can't be. Why is he here? Run. Run for your lives. The pirates, upon catching a glimpse of the man's face, were already in despair, exclaiming in terror as they sought to escape. "Mr. Jabba!" exclaimed the red-haired Shanks, filled with joy, truly arriving at the most opportune moment. "Incredible! Two little rascals have actually infiltrated enemy lines." The man, Jabba, a high-ranking officer of the Roger Pirates, wielded his sword with a mere flick, and the fleeing pirates found themselves stripped of everything amidst his dazzling strikes. Must we not have a moment's peace? Uncle Jabba, and that fellow, and that scoundrel. As Lewis plunged into the depths, the hand of Buggy, tightly grasped by him, naturally followed suit. Upon releasing his grip in the water, Buggy's hand was swiftly retracted. Although his hand returned, it did not signify that Buggy was free from anger. "Let us take down that scoundrel," he exclaimed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Coming to rescue you is already a diversion. There is no time to waste now." Jabba lifted his gaze, observing the clouds above, which had coalesced into ominous dark masses. Descending to a touchable proximity, the wind began to stir, and the sea gradually transformed. "Buggy, Shanks, return to the ship promptly. It is time to strike back." Jabba rested his sword upon his shoulder, a smile gracing his face. Truly, the moment had been long awaited. As he pulled his companion away from the vessel, the red-haired youth glanced back at the surface of the sea where Lewis had plunged. That fellow, was it Mario? Damn, a storm is imminent. Lewis emerged from the sea, lifting his head to gaze at the sky. The clouds had gathered ominously, dark and foreboding, while the waters began to churn violently and the sea breeze grew increasingly tempestuous. Suddenly, a loud clap echoed as large droplets cascaded from above, striking Lewis's forehead and bursting into a delicate spray. It was coming. No, he must find a vessel. Lewis floated on the surface of the sea as the waves began to grow increasingly tumultuous. If he remained immersed in the water any longer, his fate would indeed be sealed. "It is you." Lewis set his sights on a vessel, a grand ship that appeared to be in remarkably good condition. With a swift plunge into the depths of the sea, he propelled himself towards the ship with astonishing speed. Utilizing the technique of moonwalking combined with the shaving skill, which he had mastered, he found it even more effective underwater despite the considerable resistance of the water. His velocity was nothing short of extraordinary, perhaps rivaling that of the merfolk. Like a cruise missile, he burst forth from the water and landed deftly on the deck. However, the scene that greeted Lewis upon the deck was utterly unexpected. It was a tableau of death, a veritable graveyard of pirates, all lifeless with grotesque expressions frozen in their final moments. Most bore wounds inflicted by blades, and the ship itself was in a state of disrepair, with the deck shattered and scarcely a sound section remaining. Upon closer inspection, the mast appeared precariously unstable, with a conspicuous gash at its base suggesting imminent collapse. Damn it! Lewis gritted his teeth, pondering whether this was a place where the Valiant had fought. It was evident that this vessel had lost its capacity to navigate, teetering on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Suddenly, the dimly lit surface of the sea was illuminated as a resounding thunderclap echoed through the heavens. Lewis witnessed with his own eyes a colossal bolt of lightning descending from the sky, striking a large ship not far away. It was likely that the ammunition hold had been hit, leading to a violent explosion that sent the entire ship soaring into the air. Was it too late? Lewis's gaze fluctuated like the shifting skies as the tempest had finally arrived. A fierce wind began to howl, and the already precarious mast of the ship snapped, crashing heavily into the depths below. Shortly thereafter, the vessel itself began to sway violently, while the waves surged higher and higher, their crests reaching astonishing heights. Suddenly, a torrential downpour commenced, the rain striking the skin with such ferocity that it rendered one numb, reducing visibility to mere meters ahead. The storm that would alter the entire course of the pirate world had unequivocally arrived. Golden Lion, your time is over, echoed a thunderous voice from the heavens. What shall be done? Lewis clung desperately to the weathered hull of the battered ship, his body swaying in rhythm with its erratic movements. Towering waves surged perilously close to his face, crashing against the vessel. The tempest at sea grew ever more ferocious, with the howling winds threatening to sweep Lewis off the deck. A mere glance upward revealed several unfortunate souls being whisked away by the gales, their futile struggles culminating in a plunge into the abyss. Lewis understood that this dilapidated ship could not endure much longer. Although the broken mast and torn sail mitigated some of the wind's wrath, the monstrous waves remained a formidable peril, each crest more menacing than the last, poised to send the vessel to the depths. The fate of other ships on the tumultuous sea illustrated this grim reality. An overwhelming numerical advantage had turned into a liability, as the tightly packed vessels became vulnerable to collisions. With a single ferocious swell, several ships, even dozens, could collide in a cataclysmic embrace. The seafaring ships of the New World were indeed crafted from the sturdiest timber, yet even they succumbed to the violent impacts, splintering apart, decks shattering, and laden with excessive munitions, igniting into fiery explosions, sending multiple vessels skyward. The Golden Lion pirate crew, Lewis raised his head, and the situation in the sky grew increasingly dire. It was a calamity. The power wielded by the Golden Lion was known as the float fruit, which enabled him to nullify gravity's hold on himself and other non-biological objects through mere touch, allowing them to levitate and be manipulated at will. In essence, the Golden Lion's ability was the antithesis to gravitational forces. The objects he levitated were devoid of weight, subject to his unbridled control, and could be easily swept away by a gust of wind. Thunderous roars echoed. The aerial chaos far surpassed the turmoil at sea as vessels in the sky collided relentlessly, akin to willow catkins caught in a tempest with no room for evasion, while ships on the ocean could maneuver under the helmsman's guidance. Those aloft remained utterly immobilized without the Golden Lion's control. Presently, he found himself locked in a fierce clash with Roger, making the notion of deftly directing dozens of warships in the sky seem utterly ludicrous. The Golden Lion's fleet was doomed. It was only a matter of time. Lewis activated the tiny communication device on his wrist, contemplating the slim hope that now rested with the Navy. Forced onto the battlefield, he found himself ensnared in a life-or-death crisis. The Navy appeared to be his only potential savior from these treacherous waters. Haha, still not conceding, are you, Gold Lion? Above, immense warships trembled as vessels continuously crashed against the flagship of the Golden Lion pirates. Despite the deft control of the Gold Lion, the ship swayed perilously. Roger laughed heartily, his terminal illness failing to diminish his remarkable speed, which far surpassed Lewis's own abilities. Die, Roger? Boom, boom, boom. A colossal spear of earth plummeted from the heavens, obliterating the already fragmented deck. Haha, I told you. Roger nimbly evaded all of Gold Lion's attacks, leaping into the air with his sword slicing through the atmosphere. You're finished. Clang. Gold Lion raised his twin swords in defense, but Roger's overwhelming force drove him deep beneath the deck, shattering several layers. Just admit it, Gold Lion. Your fleet, your ambition, your very existence, all of it is doomed, Roger proclaimed, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Don't be ridiculous. The surroundings trembled as an overwhelming conqueror's hockey began to tear apart the already damaged vessel. Roger, Gold Lion roared, unleashing a fierce attack with his dual blades, propelling Roger skyward. You think your mere fleet can challenge me? Oh, truly, this doesn't phase you? Roger spoke from above, a hint of frustration in his tone. Your resolve is astonishing, Shiki. It seems I must get serious now. Once I deal with you, I will possess even greater power, even if I stand alone. You shall meet your end. Gold Lion soared into the skies, declaring, I am the man destined to rule the world from above. Clearly, you still do not understand, Shiki. Roger descended, his eyes shimmering with determination, as the climax of their decades-long rivalry approached its conclusion. Bring. The deck, buffeted by fierce winds, was home to a man with a round head of hair and braided beard. He retrieved the restless communication device from his pocket. Have they arrived? Click. The call connected. and a thunderous voice resonated from the other end. "Is this CP?" The man, draped in a justice cloak, the Navy headquarters' highest authority, Admiral Sengoku, spoke gravely. "Yes." A youthful voice responded cautiously, followed by a jumbled string of code, the prearranged password. "Is this Admiral Sengoku?" "It is I, and I have been waiting for some time." Sengoku exhaled, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. "You have made contact, which means the situation has escalated to a point where we can intervene, correct?" "Indeed. The fierce storm has decimated Gold Lion's fleet. The pirates that remain are like frightened birds, and Roger's crew, having endured this fierce battle, is surely exhausted. Now is indeed the opportune moment for the Navy to step in." The voice on the other end sounded anxious. "I hope the Navy arrives swiftly. If Gold Lion regains his senses and withdraws, this operation will be in vain." "Understood. Now, young one, what is your name? Where shall I send someone to retrieve you?" Sengoku inquired, recognizing the necessity of protecting those who risked their lives to infiltrate enemy lines for intelligence. "Yes, Admiral Sengoku. My name is Lewis, affiliated with CP9. What Lewis awaited had finally arrived. My position was difficult to articulate. "Once the Navy arrives, I will signal." A piercing sound abruptly replaced Lewis's melodious voice. What transpired? Sengoku, the great general of the warring states, furrowed his brow. Was it a communication failure? Never mind. It is merely a CP. Sengoku's brow relaxed. There was no need to disrupt the strategy. "Hey, Carp, wake up. We are on the move. Kazan, are you ready? Clear the path for us. Sakazuki, unleash a fierce bombardment." The resplendent Navy is poised for battle. Lewis stared vacantly at the withered telephone bug in his hand, his body nearly frozen in place. He released his grip on the ship's railing, and a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept him into the air, spinning him around before plunging him into the sea. Splash! Lewis emerged from the depths of the sea, the veins on his face trembling. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, submerging him once again. This vast ocean would not permit him to surface. Is there any gentleman who possesses a reading list? Or perhaps knows someone well-versed in such matters? I merely inquire, with no ulterior motive. I seek a reading list. What is the most dreadful thing in the world? Is it the most fearsome adversary? The loss of a loved one? The uncertainty of the future? The inevitable approach of death? Yes, yet also no. All these matters ultimately distill into a singular truth, the loss of hope. Is it not the most terrifying experience, to lose hope precisely when one has finally grasped it? In those moments of greatest gratitude, Lewis felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, not merely due to his immersion in the sea, which he could hardly endure. For the surging waves would soon thrust him back beneath the surface. Even the most frigid waters could not extinguish a fervent heart, only despair could achieve that. The signal of the telephone bug had been severed, not merely obstructed, but rather, the device itself was malfunctioning. The specially crafted telephone bug, designed by CP, was inherently subject to the eavesdropping of higher authorities. Even if the intelligence operatives did not connect the call, numerous sounds would still be transmitted. At moments deemed necessary by the superiors, it was not unusual to sever the connection. Skylo had executed his plan with remarkable finesse. Although Lewis was not particularly favored in his eyes, he did not act impulsively to eliminate him. Rather, he chose to strike only after Lewis had fulfilled his mission and reported the intelligence to the Navy. The task had been deemed complete, leaving no room for reproach from the higher-ups. Unfortunately, it was Lewis who bore the brunt of this misfortune. What to do? What to do? What to do? What to do? Lewis bobbed in the water, his mind ceaselessly echoing a few phrases. Undoubtedly, he found himself in an unprecedented predicament. He faced three formidable adversaries, the Roger Pirates, the Tempest, and the impending Navy. Within the ranks of the Roger Pirates, numerous individuals could easily dispatch him. The notion of disguising himself to infiltrate their crew was nothing short of a delusion. Even Rayleigh could effortlessly discern the presence of every ferocious beast on an island. Surely, he would recognize those he shared a vessel with, let alone Roger himself. As for the storm, it need not be elaborated upon. Currently, Lewis struggled in the sea. Each attempt to surface for air required immense strength. The depths were far more turbulent than the surface, with surging currents wielding overwhelming force. He was, after all, not of the fisherman race, and Lewis could not fathom how much longer he could endure submerged in the water. Then there was the third adversary, the Navy, who would have originally been his potential saviors, but were now undoubtedly his foes. He found himself unable to prove his identity. If only he could meet Admiral Sengoku or the higher echelons of the Navy, perhaps the recent phone call might afford him some leverage. Even if he could not be fully trusted, at the very least, There would be room for negotiation. Verification from CP would suffice. However, the troubling question remained. Would Lewis truly have the opportunity to encounter the upper echelons of the Navy? Lewis estimated that his most probable fate was to be sunk to the depths of the ocean by the indiscriminate firepower of the Navy. Was death inevitable? Lewis made a desperate leap from the depths of the water, soaring into the sky. Absolutely not. He had no desire to perish, no wish to meet his end in this place. He yearned for survival above all else. Such a simple aspiration must be realized at any cost. Moreover, there were two individuals awaiting his return. He simply could not allow himself to die here. Furthermore, he was resolute, utterly determined to eliminate that man. Moonstep. He could not afford to dwell on the details any longer. Lewis employed the moonstep technique, deciding that his identity could be altered later. For now, all that mattered was survival. Besides, the torrential rain rendered visibility to mere meters, making it far more difficult for him to be discovered. There, Lewis beheld a vessel. Modest in size, particularly when juxtaposed with the grand ships of the New World. It could accommodate a few dozen souls, aimlessly drifting upon the sea. Yet, for Lewis in this moment, it sufficed. With a resounding thud, he executed the moonwalk and shave technique, which Lucci aptly dubbed razor. Lewis, however, found no need for nomenclature. Its swiftness spoke for itself. In a mere heartbeat, the vast distance was traversed under Lewis's fervent onslaught, and he descended from the heavens. Yet, there was no one in sight. Lewis gritted his teeth, surrounded by the lifeless bodies on the vessel, remnants of the havoc wrought by the Roger pirates. He possessed the skill to navigate, yet it was evident that mastering a ship single-handedly posed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. Time was a luxury he could not afford to squander. In an instant, he propelled himself upward to the mast, swiftly unfurling the sail. The small craft surged forward, propelled by the fierce winds, and Lewis landed deftly behind the helm, his hands gripping the wheel. A mere tempest. Do not even think of besting me. Lewis had never experienced such exhilaration. The grim reaper held his heart in a vice-like grip. Thus, his sole purpose now was to pry open death's hand. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, its towering crest surpassing the height of the little boat's mast. Ha 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 ha. Lewis erupted into laughter, a display of emotional abandon that was exceedingly rare for him. The helm was forcefully turned to its limit, and the small vessel became more agile. Lewis did not shy away. Instead, the boat surged directly towards the towering wave. As it approached the crest, he once more adjusted the helm, causing the boat to pivot sharply and glide along the peak of the wave. With his head raised, Lewis could gaze upon the murky depths of the sea, where fish were swimming about. Lewis murmured, "Survive." Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to an avalanche crashed upon the surface of the sea. Yet it did not affect the small vessel itself. Lewis skillfully maneuvered the boat through the tsunami, and indeed, he had survived. Gasping for breath, he was drenched in cold sweat. Although he had undergone sailing training during his time at CP, navigating a boat under such perilous circumstances was a first for him, and the most treacherous one at that. Fortunately, he had succeeded. It was indeed possible. A smile graced the corners of Lewis's lips, a sign of hope. Suddenly, Lewis caught sight of something rising and falling upon the surface of the sea, right beside the boat. The torrential rain obscured his view, but after careful scrutiny, he finally discerned that it was a person. That was. A look of surprise danced across Lewis's face as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The sea remained relatively calm, and like a flash of lightning, he darted to the side of the boat, retrieved a coil of rope that had fallen to the deck, and cast it forth, ensnaring the creature lurking in the depths. "Come up." With a powerful tug, the man soared onto the deck, landing right before Lewis. Lewis had no time to spare. He pressed his foot against the man's chest and exclaimed, "Captain, you're still alive." It was Rod, the captain of the Bloodhand pirates. His vitality was indeed remarkably resilient. Despite sustaining serious injuries, he managed to regain consciousness after expelling a considerable amount of seawater. "Mario? That's splendid," said the captain. Lewis returned to the helm, genuinely elated. With Rod's words, the probability of survival had indeed increased. This individual possessed formidable strength. With your assistance, success was assured. "Was it you who saved me? I recall being struck into the sea by a member of the Roger pirates. Ouch, how it hurts." He clutched his chest, pondering the several broken bones. Truly impressive, that great cat. No matter, as long as I am alive. Lewis lamented that this storm had arrived at the most inopportune moment. "Where are we headed?" Mario, struggling to rise, asked. "Can you still navigate the ship?" "I have studied for a while." Lewis declared with urgency, the tempest is too fierce. If we remain here any longer, we shall surely perish. I believe we must first extricate ourselves from these treacherous waters. Captain, please assist me in maneuvering the sails. The winds are too violent, and I fear the vessel may capsize. Leave? Rod paused momentarily, then exclaimed, why on earth should we depart? What are you saying, Mario? The battle against the Roger pirates has yet to reach a conclusion. Admiral Shiki has not issued a ceasefire order. We must return and continue the fight. Return, Captain. Lewis exclaimed in astonishment, Captain, are you jesting? Returning would only lead to our demise. With such turbulent winds and waves, and facing the Roger pirates. This is our responsibility. The Admiral has yet to issue a command. How can the soldiers below abandon their posts in the face of battle? Mario, you have truly disappointed me. Rod rebuked fiercely. As pirates, how can we disregard our principles? Yet, the captain replied, but, Captain, has not Admiral Golden Lion already forsaken us? Lewis exclaimed vehemently, utterly disregarding our fates. What nonsense are you uttering? Isn't Admiral Golden Lion still engaged in combat with Roger? Rod pointed skyward. Where the air was still rent with the sounds of battle, the clash between Roger and the Golden Lion intensified. We have already sacrificed so much. The crew members remaining aloft may be but a step away from victory. If we return and continue the fight, we shall surely triumph over Roger. Mario, let us hasten back. Lewis sighed. Is this your resolve, Captain? Indeed, Rod replied solemnly. I am willing to fight to the death for the dominion of the Golden Lion. I see. Lewis licked his lips and said, my apologies, Captain, but I am unwilling to wager my life for the dreams of others. Rod's eyes widened in astonishment. Ultimately, Lewis holds the helm, the Golden Lion Admiral, and bears no relation to me, does he? He is certainly not my idol. Mario, you are the captain of the ship. I shall not return. I yearn to survive, for my voyage has only just begun. Lewis was straightforward. Well, I understand and respect your choice, Rod nodded. However, given my current circumstances, it is impossible for me to return on my own. Please, Mario, I implore you, grant me a ride. He bowed deeply. Lewis gazed at the man before him, realizing that the very existence of such a character was perhaps the reason he had been so profoundly moved by this comic in his youth. However, I must apologize, Captain. I have stated unequivocally that I shall not return. Mario Rod raised his head, his expression particularly grave. Is this truly your stance? I do not wish to coerce my companions, yet I find myself compelled to return. In the name of the captain, Mario, ensure my return. This is an order. Do not provoke my ire, Mario. Ah, it appears that your resolve is unyielding, and I comprehend now that our opinions are irreconcilable. Thus, one must inevitably choose a side. Mustn't one? Lewis cast a deep glance at Rod, then nodded. Captain, I have perceived your resolve. Very well, Captain. Please assist me in steering the ship while I observe the surrounding currents. In such a tempest, a reckless turn could surely lead to our vessel's capsizing. Is that so? How splendid. Rod replied with a smile, moving to Lewis's side and placing his hand upon the ship's wheel. Shall I simply hold it steady? Rest assured, Mario. As long as you return me safely, I shall grant you your freedom. Indeed, Captain, I comprehend your intent. I cannot alter your determination. Lewis's voice was faint. Indeed. The awareness of a man, Rod chuckled, is utterly unchangeable. Yes, that is undeniably true. The gun Lotus. Ah, indeed. My resolve is also one I am absolutely unwilling to alter. A chapter of 3,500 words, you understand, right? Crack. Thunder reverberated across the sky, a blinding white light instantly illuminating the expanse of the sea, shimmering reflections dancing upon the surface as the small boat bobbed amidst the waves, buffeted relentlessly by the sea breeze. Yet, the vessel, bereft of its helmsman, had spiraled into chaos, teetering on the brink of being overturned by an impending surge. The rain fell in torrents, each droplet striking the deck like delicate glass beads cascading to the ground, the sound sharp and piercing. Thud! A man tumbled on the deck, crimson quickly staining the waterlogged surface. Bang! A black serpent followed closely, descending like a drill. Slice! The man leapt, his body soaring into the heavens, nimbly landing back on the deck, where the black serpent had left gaping, dark voids in its wake. Mario, what on earth are you doing? Rod gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his mouth, yet he was acutely aware that the injury within was trivial compared to the deeper wounds penetrating his abdomen, where several gaping holes had pierced his insides. Blood flowed uncontrollably, mingling with the rainwater, perhaps now forming a river of crimson. What am I doing? Can't you see? Lewis's hair danced in the air like tendrils, effortlessly dividing into two strands, one to steer the ship and the other to hoist the sails. I initially intended to escape this peril alongside you. Indeed, a wielder of abilities? Rod observed the undulating hair behind Lewis, speaking in a low tone. I never anticipated that the newcomer would be such a formidable individual. Moreover, his hand pressed against his back, triggering the wound, causing a fleeting grimace to cross his face. A finger gun? If memory serves me right, let's cease the trivialities, Captain. My time is limited. I implore you, perish here. Lewis had no time to waste. If he hesitated even for a moment, the Navy fleet might have already arrived. Bang! The deck trembled slightly as Lewis vanished from sight, leaving behind the longsword he was unaccustomed to, which was now embedded in the deck. With a surge of power, he propelled himself forward. 6 styles. Indeed. After decades of navigating the seas, Rod recognized Lewis's techniques all too well. He spat out in fury, Mario. You wretch, you're an undercover agent. Whoosh. The air was sharply sliced as a glowing whip-like leg struck towards Rod's neck. Clang. The severely injured Rod barely had time to react before being sent flying. Yet almost instantly, he changed direction mid-air, launching himself off the ship's railing with renewed force, propelling himself towards Lewis. Armament hockey. Lewis gazed at the phenomenon on the man's neck, resembling black paint. Without a doubt, it was the manifestation of armament hockey, rendering his attacks utterly ineffective. The strength of an iron block paled in comparison to the potency of armament hockey. It appears you have yet to master it, Mario. Rod's voice thundered. I cherish my comrades above all, yet I detest betrayal, you scoundrel. The claw, encased in a layer of dark hockey, lunged directly toward Lewis's head. Lewis let out a sigh, choosing not to employ the iron block for defense. The disparity in strength was far too great. Attempting to withstand an attack imbued with overwhelming power using mere iron would likely result in instant obliteration. Whoosh! The clawed gauntlet traced a brilliant arc through the air, the resultant wind pressure etching deep marks upon the deck. What? Rod's eyes widened in shock. The strike missed. A blow that seemed certain to land had failed. What could this possibly mean? Lewis's body resembled that of a serpent, extraordinarily supple, as it swiftly coiled around Rod's arm, its touch utterly repulsive, writhing with an unsettling fluidity, transferring from Rod's arm to his back in an instant. 6 King's Spear. Armed. Buzz. An invisible wave of energy surged forth as Lewis entwined himself around Rod. 2 fists effortlessly targeting Rod's lower back, activating the 6 King's Spear. Ugh. Even the formidable armor of hockey could not wholly withstand the jarring impact directed toward his innards as blood, mingled with shattered organs, erupted from Rod's mouth. Damn it. You scoundrel. Rod's claws instinctively raked toward his own abdomen. Lewis, lacking hockey, was utterly defenseless against such an assault, especially in his current state of complete relaxation. Crack. His body suddenly contracted, reverting to human form, evading Rod's strike, bracing himself against the ground, and flipping to an upright position. Galefoot. Shattered rock. With a howl of wind, he delivered a crushing blow. Clang. Rod's reflexes were nothing short of remarkable as he swiftly turned, his arm raised to block Lewis's attack, while his other hand tore through the air, lunging straight for Lewis's chest. Futile. The chest caved in abruptly, like drifting fluff, evading Rod's strike by the grace of the wind. What on earth is this? Rod had never encountered such a technique. Could it be a power? Captain. You are truly feeble. Lewis whispered softly, his hair swirling like a shadow. Rod had no time to change his tactics. His superficial observation of the Conqueror's hockey was insufficient to reach a prophetic level. His arms were swiftly bound, and then his hair, akin to iron, hardened. Both his strength and agility diminished significantly, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to even remain standing. Thus, victory would be mine to seize. With clenched fists, he unleashed the 6 King's gun. The sensation of impact upon his insides was undoubtedly excruciating. A typical attack might only harm the body. Yet the 6 King's gun struck directly at the internal organs. After enduring 2 consecutive blows, even with the mitigation of armament hockey, Rod could no longer withstand such ferocity. You bastard! Rod remained conscious, his head crashing downward. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as his hair shielded Lewis like a protective barrier. The soft strands absorbed the force with remarkable efficacy, and when hardened, they transformed into an exceedingly resilient shield. Crack! Lewis spun around, delivering a powerful kick to the head of Rod, whose cranium was ensnared. This forceful blow sent the man soaring into the air. Rod tumbled across the deck, blood and fragments of his innards spilling forth in a gruesome display, his body trembling as he lay on the ground, desperately attempting to rise once more. Yet it appeared to be a futile endeavor. Damn it! Rod strained to lift his head. Lewis took a couple of breaths, as the consecutive discharge of the Six-King spear had begun to exhaust him. Although he did not experience the same debilitating fatigue as when he first faced Ciro, his increased proficiency had indeed enhanced his efficiency. However, the physical toll remained equally formidable. It seemed that he could no longer rise to his feet. Lewis took a deep breath, and as the aches in his body gradually subsided, he declared, "This shall be the end." "Silence, you scum," roared Rod. "You have no right to address me in such a manner. You are nothing but a traitor to the principles of honor. Do not speak so pompously. It is truly repugnant." Lewis approached Rod, gazing down upon him. "Was it not I who just saved your life? Yet you still choose to disregard my refusal and compel me to return with you. How absurd. Can one who truly cherishes their companions resort to such coercion? It is laughable, is it not? One often misjudges their own character." "Mario." Rod spat blood, his voice growing feebler. "Is it, Barlow? Indeed, I find myself helpless. Barlow questions my loyalty. You are truly disappointing, Captain." Lewis scoffed, questioning whether a true friend would allow another companion to investigate him. "Indeed, I have my issues, but Captain, you are not the person you believe yourself to be. Surely you must have realized this by now, Your true nature, I have long harbored disdain for you. You shout your lofty dreams, yet you are nothing but refuse." Rod's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Lewis, his teeth seemingly on the verge of shattering. "Beast. A soulless beast. Why does scum like you continue to exist upon these seas? Because I do not wish to perish. It is as simple as that." Lewis approached the helm, withdrew the sword from the ground, and walked over to Rhodes. "Strangely enough, I do not relish engaging in excessive banter before taking a life. When I dispatched Barrow, it was rather swift and decisive. Yet, do you comprehend the reason I deliberately sought to belittle you?" Rhodes found himself at a loss for words. "Perhaps it is because of the desire to." Lewis raised the sword in his hand, attempting to alleviate his guilt. "Ha ha ha. It was something akin to that." He chuckled aloud. Whether Rod lived or died was of little consequence, yet he found such a person rather detestable. With a laugh, he discarded Rod's lifeless body into the sea and lowered the sail, steering the ship onward, striving to escape the tempest. Rod was indeed formidable, should a true battle ensue. Lewis's chances of victory would be slim, for he was a pirate from the New World, endowed with the rare dual hockey. However, much like Barrow, Rod was oblivious to Lewis's techniques, making him susceptible to a surprise attack. Not to mention that he was in a grievously weakened state, having been severely injured by a member of the Roger Pirates before Lewis's ambush. Turning the tide against him would be an improbable feat. The storm grew increasingly fierce, with thunder occasionally crashing upon the tumultuous waters. Yet, within Lewis's heart, a peculiar calmness emerged at this juncture. Even the most skilled navigator would be rendered futile in the face of such natural calamity. It was a matter of surrendering to fate. As one could never predict when a bolt of lightning might strike the ship, an inevitability no one could avert. "Help! Help!" After sailing for a while, these desperate cries reached his ears. A figure bobbed up and down on the waves, and upon spotting Lewis's vessel approaching, he called out for assistance. Lewis hesitated for a moment before decisively stepping to the edge of the ship, casting the rope he had previously used to rescue Rod towards the fellow in the sea. After scrambling onto the deck, he was immediately overtaken by a wave of nausea, retching violently. The man, appearing to be in his 20s, subsequently collapsed onto the deck, gasping. "I thought I was done for. Is everything all right? If so, ascend the mast, and be prepared to furl the sails at any moment." Lewis, steering the ship, spoke directly. "I find myself rather overwhelmed." Oh. The man hastily nodded, leaping onto the mast, only to belatedly turn to Lewis and exclaim, "Ah, I nearly forgot. I am truly grateful. Brother, you have saved my life." "No need for thanks. We are all comrades of the Gold Lion pirate crew, after all," Lewis casually remarked. "I am Mario of the Bloodhand pirate crew." "Oh, the Bloodhand pirates? I recall hearing about them, particularly in relation to that murder incident from a couple of days ago." The man suddenly fell silent. "My apologies. I am Shaq of the Great White Shark pirate crew." "Well, that crew no longer exists, haha." His voice grew somber. "A complete defeat, indeed. Yet, we are still alive, are we not? No matter how dire the circumstances may seem, as long as we continue to breathe." As Lewis deftly steered away from a towering wave, there remained a glimmer of hope on the horizon. "Ha ha ha, indeed. I am, after all, still alive." Shaq placed his hand upon his chest, feeling the vibrant rhythm of his heartbeat, and laughed. "May I accompany you on this journey of survival, Mr. Mario?" "Ah, Lewis. Of course, would not refuse. Once aboard this vessel, we are companions, are we not?" Ha! Help! Help! The cries for assistance rang out once more, clear as day. Shaq looked down at Lewis. I am unable to lend a hand. Lewis firmly grasped the ship's helm. Understood. Shaq grinned broadly as he landed on the deck. The further they advanced, the more souls gathered aboard the vessel. Countless lives were lost to the storm, yet a considerable number had survived. Nearly 20 individuals had congregated on Lewis's small boat. Moreover, those who managed to endure the tumultuous seas until Lewis arrived were formidable characters in their own right. Among them were 5 pirate captains under the banner of the Golden Lion Fleet, 3 of whom boasted bounties exceeding 100 million. Interactions among pirates are often fraught with difficulty. A group of unruly individuals can easily descend into chaos. However, if these individuals were now united in purpose, the scenario would be markedly different, especially with the presence of Lewis, who had saved their lives. Among pirates, a sense of honor is highly regarded. Thus, without realizing it, Lewis had unwittingly become the leader of this formidable crew. The small vessel surged through the waves, and collectively, this assembly of individuals could withstand even the most formidable of surges. While one alone might falter, together they could withstand the mightiest of torrents. Even the most defiant of souls, when confronted with such peril, would find common cause against a shared foe. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through the air. What? Hey, look over there. Shaq, who had been perched atop the mast, exclaimed in panic. The sea over there, it's completely frozen. Truly, what is happening? It's frozen? The vessel erupted into a flurry of anxious chatter. It's a paramecia user. Snarled Sword, the vice captain of the Blade Pirates. Brandishing a sword and carrying a bounty of 56 million. I've seen this ability before. It belongs to a rear admiral of the Navy. Lewis spoke straightforwardly, mentioning the rising star within the Navy, the formidable newcomer known as Kazan, the wielder of the ice fruit. Indeed, that is the name. Sword pressed his left hand, which bore clear frostbite marks, a testament to the strength of this monster. So, Shaq leaped down from the mast. The Navy has arrived? What should we do, Mr. Mario? The man, appearing to be in his 40s, wore a warm smile, yet his brow was tightly furrowed. His slender physique resembled that of a serpent, with 2 curved blades sheathed at his waist. Known as the Serpent Snake, he commanded a bounty of 187 million, making him the most wanted man aboard the ship. Against the Navy, we seem utterly defenseless, with retreat being our only option, am I correct? Lewis, attempting to steer away from the battlefield and distance himself from the Navy, unexpectedly found himself inadvertently heading straight towards them due to his lack of direction, a grave miscalculation. Given that his targets were Admiral Golden Lion and Roger, it was likely that more than one formidable admiral from the Navy had been dispatched. Venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. Ha 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 ha. Thus, Shaq let out a hearty laugh as he embarked on the path of escape, fleeing with all his might. Lewis chuckled, urging everyone to exert themselves fervently. Alas, there is no other option, sighed Snake. The battle between Admiral Golden Lion and Roger was nearing its conclusion, was it not? Sword lifted his gaze. The colossal ship had vanished from sight, having ascended into the clouds. The small vessel altered its course and sailed in a different direction. Hey, the ice is advancing, cried out in alarm. A monster indeed. How on earth did that creature accomplish such a feat from this distance? Smash it. Smash the ice. Do not allow it to freeze the ship. Chaos erupted aboard as those of considerable strength hurried to shatter the encroaching ice surrounding the vessel. Fortunately, whether due to limitations of ability or constraints of power, the ice did not relentlessly pursue the small ship. Instead, it began to spread in another direction, eventually halting after encircling the area. Lewis no longer held the helm. The tempest began to wane, and aboard the vessel stood a skilled helmsman, whose expertise was no less than his own. He stood at the bow, gazing at the surrounding waters, where a wide expanse of ice nearly enveloped the sea. Trapped like fish in a barrel? Mr. Mario, the situation appears dire. Shaq approached Lewis, tugging at his hair in distress. Behind us, naval warships have been spotted. The Navy is closing in on us. A pirate, taking over Shaq's lookout duties, shouted from the mast. Have they arrived? Lewis gritted his teeth. The arrival of the Navy marked the most perilous moment. Hey, is it just me, or has it suddenly grown warm? Does the sky not appear to have a reddish hue? There seems to be something lurking within those dark clouds. Could it be? Lewis abruptly raised his head. A thunderous roar echoed as the clouds were violently torn asunder, revealing colossal chunks of dark red lava plummeting from the heavens, exuding an astonishing force and searing heat. What on earth is that? Swade exclaimed in terror. In the sky, magma masses larger than this small vessel cascaded down like a torrential rain, resembling a meteor shower, hurtling towards us with relentless fury. Is this the end of the world? Some, overwhelmed with fear, clutched their heads and wept, emitting desperate cries of anguish. Damn it! It is time for everyone to fight with all their might. Lewis bellowed, do not let the ship be destroyed. This is where the true escape begins. Whoosh! Something plummeted from the sky. The once dense, dark clouds appeared to be dissipating, as the vapor condensed into tiny droplets, eventually coalescing to form rain. However, if the clouds were subjected to an abrupt surge of intense heat, even they could be dispersed. What fell from the heavens was such a phenomenon. A terrifying force capable of altering the weather with ease. Magma. Could it be magma? Has a volcano erupted somewhere? Pirate Shack's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, that couldn't be right. There are no islands nearby. Could it be an underwater volcano? Is there truly such a formidable underwater volcano that can propel magma into the sky? Yes, a devil fruit user. The seasoned snake, furrowed his brow. The monstrosity from the Navy, akin to the earlier ice, was also a creature of terrifying power. Another user of such cataclysmic abilities? Shack gritted his teeth, cursing the Navy. They have become increasingly formidable lately. Are all the newcomers such monsters? Steer. Hard to starboard. Avoid. Lewis roared loudly. The small vessel signified agility, suddenly veering off course. Boom. The waves began to swell ferociously as colossal magma projectiles descended from the heavens, crashing into the sea like meteors, creating towering splashes that rivaled the ferocity of the previous storm. The seawater was boiling. Swordsman's sword leaned against the ship's railing. Observing the churning waters below and the fish that had flipped onto the surface, gulping with a dry throat and licking his lips. What tremendous power! Surely, only Lord Soren, standing atop the ranks of the Golden Lion Admiral's crew, could possess comparable strength. A sense of relief washed over him as he realized they were still some distance from the epicenter of the bombardment. Shack thumped his chest. Damn it! Lewis lifted his gaze to the sky. They were now a considerable distance from the sea area bombarded by concentrated magma blasts. After all, Lewis had indeed been sailing for some time, having largely evaded the conflict between the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion fleet, which was the epicenter of the bombardment. However, the pressing issue remained. To escape the Navy's pursuit, they must traverse that very region. Should they take a detour? Both sides of the sea were encased in Akiji's ice blocks. If they chose to circumvent it, they would have to abandon the ship. While it was possible to escape by stepping on the ice blocks, what would come next? Fly? Mr. Mario, Snake inquired. What should we do? The gaze of everyone on deck was fixed upon Lewis. After initiating their escape from the Navy's pursuit, 10 more individuals had boarded the ship, bringing the total to 29 formidable pirates, including Lewis. Each possessed at least a 10 million bounty. And there was no doubt that the strength of this small vessel far surpassed that of the former Bloodhand pirates. Yet, the pirates from different crews harbored a certain mistrust towards one another, with Lewis, their savior, being the sole exception. All awaited his decision. Was there truly no other option? Lewis revealed a faint smile, for pirates have always revered the strong, whether in terms of tangible might or extraordinary spirit. Let us charge forth. There is no other option. Sword chuckled. Ah, my friends, in the past, we were comrades in the Golden Lion fleet. Now, we are allies aboard the same vessel. It is utterly impossible to escape the current peril relying solely on individual strength. Therefore, dear friends, we must unite. We must harness the collective power of us all. Lewis turned around and declared loudly, lend me your strength. Ha. If needed, Mr. Shack, the first to be rescued by Lewis, laughed heartily. Feel free to take it. Mr. Mario chimed in, no problem. Ha. Then it's in your hands, Mario. Let us forth, my dear Mario. Now, please issue your commands, Snake said with a slight smile. Captain. Understood. I will take it from here. With a grand gesture, Lewis declared that such an outcome was exceedingly favorable. Escaping from this predicament solely by his own means was utterly impossible. He required assistance, as much as could be mustered. Lower the sails. Full speed ahead. Lewis spoke with unwavering confidence. If a leader lacks self-assurance, their subordinates will undoubtedly mirror that sentiment. It seems that the Navy's interference has reached a point where they no longer wish to pursue the matter further. We shall proceed directly. Remain vigilant to the movements in the sea. We require additional manpower. The forthcoming events are unpredictable, and the more combatants we have, the better. Understood. Shark nodded emphatically. Lewis turned his gaze back, observing the direction behind him. the naval warships still managed to keep pace. In terms of the vessel's quality, none could rival the Navy on these seas, as both firepower and speed were impeccable. The current situation was far from favorable, Lewis mused. The communication through the snail phone was obstructed, and if confirmation was not received within a certain time frame, he would automatically be deemed a defector, leading to an inexorable pursuit. However, the complication lay in the fact that the CP series communication channels were encrypted, rendering normal snail phones ineffectual. Lewis had no access to the phone numbers of other internal members, and even if he were to acquire a new snail phone, reporting back would still be impossible. There was only one solution. Lewis squinted his eyes, pondering whether he would mind. It was merely a small request. There was indeed another individual who could assist him in reaching his partner, but now was not the appropriate moment to discuss such matters. Those communications could wait. What was of utmost importance at present was to extricate himself from this perilous situation. Perishing here would render any further words futile. Has it ceased? Shaq exclaimed in astonishment. Is it fatigued? It was understandable. Such a relentless and extensive assault would surely overwhelm even a practitioner of natural abilities. Just as their small vessel approached the heart of the battleground, the incessant rain of colossal magma projectiles finally came to a halt. The sea had been rendered a boiling cauldron, bubbles incessantly rising, with dead fish strewn about in abundance. What fortuitous luck! There was no time to hesitate. Lewis shouted at the top of his lungs, full speed ahead. A colossal column of water erupted alongside the vessel, causing the small ship to shudder violently. Teetering on the brink of capsizing, Lewis struggled to maintain his balance, instinctively grasping the railing beside him to steady himself as the deck became strewn with fallen pirates. Cannon fire! It's the Navy's bombardment. Shaq, observing from the mast, exclaimed, "The Navy has opened fire. Here they come." Is this merely the beginning? Lewis unsheathed the long knife from his waist, prepared for the impending challenge. This is the true test. Let not a single hair of our vessel be touched by the cannonballs. Oh. When it comes to matters of life and death, no one will hold back. With a thunderous roar, Lewis leapt into the air, his sword slicing through the air with a forceful stroke, severing several cannonballs mid-flight. A flying slash? Could it be that Mr. Mario is also a master swordsman? Sword, another skilled swordsman, was equally astonished as he effortlessly cleaved through numerous cannonballs. After witnessing Lewis's prowess, he exclaimed with delight, "Let us engage in a friendly duel sometime." Lewis's swordsmanship can only be described as passable. To claim he has reached the realm of severing iron through a profound understanding of the breadth of all things, achieving the ability to unleash soaring slashes, would be a considerable exaggeration. However, it suffices to substitute with the technique of gale steps, for he possesses the remarkable ability to generate slashes even with his hair. Let us discuss this further later. Lewis spoke in a low voice. Do not relax just yet. Leave it to us. Snake moved like a phantom, darting across the deck with agility, his twin curved blades carving splendid arcs as he cleaved through the barrage of cannonballs. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Shark lifted his gaze, and in an instant his eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, barely able to articulate. What on earth is that? Lewis lifted his gaze, his pupils narrowing in astonishment as an island plummeted from the heavens. It was the dominion of the Golden Lion, a sight so terrifying that the already tenuous cloud cover was violently rent asunder, and the colossal entity descended with unwavering force. Vast, vast, vast. The landscape appeared entirely consumed, with naught else visible to the eye but this singular marvel. Enormous, beyond imagination, it resembled a small isle. A stark contrast to the earlier volcanic projectile, like a giant juxtaposed with an infant. The once clear sky was once again shrouded in gloom, darkened by this extraordinary fall. Indeed, Snack seemed to behold something utterly inconceivable, the flagship of the Golden Lion Admiral. The lower section was of earthen structure, while the upper was crafted from timber. This was the flagship of the Golden Lion, which had been suspended in the air, now brought crashing down. Had its power faltered? Sword struggled to articulate. Has the Golden Lion Admiral been defeated? The outcome is clear. Lewis took a deep breath, attempting to rein in his emotions. Had Roger emerged victorious? However, there was no time for lamentation now. Turn, hard to starboard. Lewis exclaimed loudly. Do not come any closer. Given the current speed and trajectory of the small vessel, it would undoubtedly be engulfed by the monstrous waves generated by the colossal ship, plunging into the depths of the sea with no alternative escape. Get away from here. The crew on deck immediately sprang into frantic action, maneuvering the ship's course. Boom, boom, boom. The naval bombardment persisted. Yet it was no longer the primary peril for the small craft. With an overwhelming force, the massive ship descended heavily. "It's too late," Lewis bellowed. "Seize the ship's body. Do not be thrown off." With a thunderous crash, the grand vessel plunged into the sea. Marking the conclusion of an era, the reign of the Golden Lion in the New World had come to an end. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending towering waves surging outward in all directions. "It has arrived." Lewis gripped the ship's railing with all his might as monstrous waves surged towards him. With a thunderous crash, the vessel began to capsize, plunging him into the abyss of the sea. Yet, Lewis clung tenaciously to the railing, resisting the overwhelming force that threatened to engulf everything in its path. The small boat was rendered utterly powerless, swept away by the ferocious currents. Beneath the water, Lewis's hands had plunged deep into the ship's structure, while his hair became ensnared in the crevices of the deck. Should the current drag him away? He could only wonder where it might lead him. Despair washed over him. He feared he could not hold on much longer. Lewis gritted his teeth, unable to withstand such terrifying force with his frail body. His hair felt as if it were about to be torn from its roots, and the ship's hull seemed on the verge of splintering. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as the vessel was violently jolted, launched into the air before crashing down heavily. Shattering into countless pieces, Lewis collapsed onto the ground, rolling over as blood mingled with seawater gushed from his mouth. The earth beneath him? Lewis was taken aback, finding himself sprawled upon the icy surface, evidently having been propelled upward by the impact of a vessel colliding with the ice formed by the blue pheasant. Otherwise, he could only imagine where the waves might have carried him. Is there anyone alive? Lewis gasped for breath, turning back to behold the small vessel, now utterly shattered from the previous impact and descent. Coughing persistently, he muttered to himself, "At least I'm still alive." In the distance, upon the icy expanse, Shark rose, a trace of blood staining his lips. Yet, he too remained among the living. What fortuitous luck! Perhaps a word of gratitude is due to the Navy? Amidst the wreckage of the ship, Snake and Sword emerged. The recent tempest had wrought significant devastation. Of the original 30 crew members, only 15 remained, including Lewis, while the others had vanished without a trace. Above, more debris plummeted from the sky, intact and shattered remnants of vessels that had once soared aloft with the Golden Lion. The airborne pirate fleet, once formidable, had now succumbed to complete disintegration. Lewis rose to his feet and glanced back, realizing that the Navy had also been significantly affected. Although the massive waves had been frozen, this seemed to obstruct their path instead. Behind them, the pursuing Navy was hindered by a towering iceberg, the very waves that had previously threatened to engulf them. On the surface of the sea, Akiji's powers proved to be remarkably advantageous. "What shall we do, Mr. Mario?" Shaq murmured, clutching his chest as he approached. The ship had been destroyed. "Should we flee across the ice?" Swat furrowed his brow, expressing concern that such an escape would ultimately lead to nowhere. "We require a vessel," Snack interjected, "before the Navy obliterates that iceberg. As for a ship, there lies one beneath our very feet." Lewis stamped his foot. Shaq glanced down, his eyes suddenly brightening. "What brilliance! Truly a stroke of genius. Mario." The ice block beneath their feet was indeed the finest vessel. It could float upon the sea's surface and was remarkably sturdy, with the strength of Kazan. It would likely remain intact for 3 to 5 days without melting. As a means for short-term navigation, it was exceptionally suitable. So, should they flee directly across the ice? Snake interjected, suggesting they construct an ice boat at the end. No, Lewis shook his head, expressing uncertainty about the challenges that lay ahead. "I believe we require greater strength. Of course, as members of the Golden Lion fleet, we should also endeavor to seek out any other survivors." Mr. Mario's astonished gaze fell upon Lewis, marveling at his grand ambitions. "What remains of the Golden Lion fleet?" Snack inquired, shaking his head. "The recent shipwreck appears to be the final outcome. However, since this is Mr. Mario's decision, then, esteemed colleagues," Lewis spoke in a low voice, "set sail." Approaching the edge of the ice, he drew his sword and cleaved through the surface, carving out a vast expanse of ice. He then positioned the mast of the small vessel at the center of this icy platform. On the opposite side of the ice, he excavated a hole and meticulously thinned out a smaller piece of ice, leaving a protruding section, which he inserted into the small aperture. The thinned part was then submerged in the sea, thus creating a rudimentary helm. With that, the simple craft was complete, and the materials from the small boat were transferred over, marking the departure of the icebound vessel. Lewis has come to understand why the Navy surged forth in the original work but failed to make any significant impact on either side, particularly against the formidable figure of Gold Lion Roger. The immense iceberg that obstructed the Navy was simply too colossal, even if shattered, it would fragment into smaller pieces, still hindering the Navy's advance. Even if a Kainu were to melt it, it would require an extensive amount of time. And the splattering magma would pose a threat to the Navy itself, which was further impeded by the iceberg. Is he still alive? His chest is still rising and falling. He has not succumbed. Occasionally, a few pirates would drift by on the sea, and Lewis would haul them aboard directly, discarding the deceased while striving to revive the living. Those he could not save were returned to the depths. Soon, the ice vessel was filled with dozens of panting pirates. Fortunately, it was spacious enough to accommodate them. We must gather more timber and provisions. Lewis remarked that it was uncertain how long they would drift upon the sea, so it would be prudent to prepare a bit more. Indeed, Master Mario, the honorific had already been bestowed. Suddenly, Shaq exclaimed, "The Roger pirate crew." Not far ahead, a large vessel was racing across the water. "Master Mario?" The pirates gazed at Lewis. "Pay them no mind. Charge ahead." Lewis proclaimed loudly, "The battle has come to an end." Roger is not the kind of man to be underestimated. Yet, despite his outward bravado, he could not deny the flutter of trepidation within his heart. However, before such towering figures, one must never exhibit fear. Indeed, the esteemed Lord Mario exuded an impressive aura. Forward, onward. What could the Roger pirates possibly do? The ice ship surged ahead. "Hey, look, that scoundrel Shanks. Behold, it is that rascal. He still lives." At the stern of the O.L. Jackson, the red-nosed boy exclaimed, "What a perfect opportunity. Let us eliminate them." "Is that really him?" The red-haired man, caressing the remnants of his left ear, chuckled. "Never mind, the battle is over." "Huh?" The red-nosed boy responded incredulously. "What are you saying? That scoundrel nearly killed us." "Hey, Mr. Rayleigh, sink them." "No, Buggy, ignore them," came the weary yet defiant voice of Roger, his body marred with injuries, a gaping wound traversing his chest, bones visible. Despite his grievous state, he stood as the victor. "To see you brave enough to approach us, ha 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 ha. There are indeed such brave souls among Shiki's crew. They have survived the battlefield, and it would be a pity for them to perish here. Let this be a reward for their indomitable spirit. I am eager to see what the future holds for him. I shall defeat him," the red-haired man declared with confidence. "You rascal." The red-nosed boy could only simmer in frustration. "All right. Ha ha ha. Stop dawdling. The Navy is closing in." Rayleigh's voice resonated. "Prepare to counterattack." Meanwhile, as Lewis brushed past the Roger pirates, a chill of sweat trickled down his back. The pirates cast him admiring glances, believing he possessed an extraordinary courage in the face of Roger, unperturbed by fear. "Onward. Let us completely escape this battlefield," Lewis bellowed, sending a powerful slash that sent the incoming cannonball flying. Oh. The Battle of Eight Wall has come to a close. We survived. Miraculously. We truly survived. From such a battlefield. From such a tempest. We have truly broken through. Ha. I am still alive. Thriving even. All thanks to Lord Mario. Were it not for him, we would have sunk to the depths of the sea long ago. Indeed, he embodies the essence of a conqueror. Even in the face of the Roger pirates, who had just triumphed over the formidable Admiral Golden Lion, he showed no fear and boldly confronted them. "Oh no, I think I'm becoming enamored with him." The white glaciers glided across the sea, and after the immense storm, the weather in this area has finally cleared. With a sky devoid of clouds, gentle sea breezes, and softly undulating waves, truly a splendid weather that brings serenity to the soul just by gazing upon it. The ice ship helmed by Lewis has indeed departed from the waters of ET Wall, thoroughly extricating itself from the throes of this great conflict. While the war has come to a close, Lewis is acutely aware that the ramifications of this battle are still unfolding. What was the standing of the Golden Lion in this new world prior to the Battle of ET Wall? A cursory analysis reveals that during this period, the New World had yet to witness the emergence of the 7 warlords, and the configuration of the 4 emperors remained a distant prospect. The current power dynamics in the New World can be roughly categorized as 3+2. The 3 refers to the triumvirate of the most formidable pirates reigning at the pinnacle of the New World: Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. Ever since the collapse of the previous era and the fall of rocks, these 3 titans have eclipsed all other pirates, embodying the essence of unbridled piracy. The 2 signifies the 2 formidable figures beneath them, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. These 2, having risen to prominence during the Rocks era, have remained active on the seas even after its conclusion, and they are now among the top-tier powerhouses of the New World. In terms of individual strength, they may not necessarily be inferior to the aforementioned trio. Regrettably, the strength of their respective crews remains woefully inadequate. For Kaido, it is not merely the absence of 500 capable subordinates, but rather a lamentable state of affairs where he finds himself amidst a motley crew of misfits. His followers, in both quantity and quality, are profoundly lacking. Charlotte Linlin fares slightly better, having birthed several children who are beginning to showcase their burgeoning powers. However, it is still not their time to shine. Before this recent conflict, there was no denying that the Golden Lion was the unchallenged sovereign of the New World, commanding the mightiest fleet, unrivaled strength, and terrifying fruit abilities. He occupied the most expansive territory in the New World, taking advantage of Roger's prolonged absence in pursuit of adventure, and Whitebeard's preoccupation with his sons, coupled with the relative weakness of his own crew during this period. The Golden Lion was, therefore, universally acknowledged as the ruler of the New World. Yet now, this dominion has crumbled. Roger has upended the Golden Lion's reign with the outcome of this war, shattering the once invincible fleet and inflicting heavy casualties upon his formidable subordinates. Even if the Golden Lion has not perished in the skirmish, the strength at his disposal is no longer sufficient to defend his territories. As the lion loses its pride, the hyenas will soon close in. The New World is on the brink of upheaval, and if predictions hold true, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are poised to make their move. With even Whitebeard potentially entering the fray, Lewis yearned intensely to return to paradise. This was not where he was meant to be. No, this could not continue. Lewis raised his head, gazing at the sun in the sky. The sunlight was just right, exuding a warmth that bordered on the uncomfortable. "Mr. Mario, is something the matter?" Shaq inquired with a hint of confusion. "The weather is simply splendid." Lewis spoke in a low voice. "The ice is likely to melt sooner than we anticipated. We must take action and utilize the wood we have previously gathered to construct a raft. Otherwise, it won't be long before we find ourselves swimming in the water." "Indeed." Snake nodded slightly. "When numerous ice blocks congregate, the melting process tends to slow down, yet we are currently adrift in the sea, and the ice may not endure for long. Then let us get to work." Lewis stood up and exclaimed, "Let us construct a vessel." "Oh, what a monumental task it is to build a ship." In this world devoid of industrial production lines, shipbuilding relies almost entirely on manual labor. Crafting a seaworthy vessel for long voyages is no trivial endeavor. During his training with CP, Lewis had learned about the intricate processes of shipbuilding and repair. To single-handedly create a ship capable of navigating the New World would undoubtedly require several months, even with extraordinary strength. However, assembling a makeshift raft for temporary navigation is not an insurmountable challenge. Anticipating such a scenario while traversing the battlefield, Lewis had gathered an abundance of timber, which now proved invaluable. "Fool, you cannot bind it that way. Do it like this, it will be more secure. Lay that timber across to reinforce the raft. The mast. Bring the mast over and secure it. Yes, carve a hole in the center of the raft to insert the mast. As for the rudder, this piece of wood is perfect for it. We can employ the techniques used for crafting the rudder of the iceboat." Lewis is the sole individual among the 50 or so pirates present who possesses the shipbuilding skill, and as the acknowledged leader, he naturally took command of the shipbuilding efforts. "Wow, how impressive, Lord Mario. You can even build ships?" "Indeed, following Lord Mario is the right choice." The enthusiastic pirates were moved to tears. Truly a group easily touched by emotion. "Well, that should suffice." Lewis nodded. The newly constructed raft was somewhat smaller than the ice vessel, yet it was adequately spacious to accommodate 50 individuals. It had been reinforced several times, for such a size was indeed rather substantial for a raft. Transferring all the supplies onto the raft, the ice ship was ruthlessly abandoned. Sitting atop the icy remnants was undeniably chilly. At last, a momentary sigh of relief could be exhaled. Lewis wiped the sweat from his brow and took a seat. "Let us take a moment to rest, my friends." However, a shadow of concern crossed his face. Mr. Mario, the swordsman, furrowed his brow. "Where exactly have we drifted to? We lack a navigator among us." Those who have survived to be rescued by Lewis are primarily combatants from various pirate crews, all warriors, with not a single civilian navigator in sight. "I am at a loss." Lewis shook his head, mentioning that the heart lodged in his throat had yet to loosen its grip. He gave a slight shake to the pointer in his hand, lamenting that the record had not been properly kept, rendering it incapable of indicating a clear direction. For now, it seemed, he could only leave it to fate. "I see," Sword remarked as he settled beside Lewis. "Well, it matters not. This life was destined to be lost amidst the chaos of war, all due to the assistance of Mr. Mario." "Do not say such things." Lewis shook his head slowly, affirming that they were now partners. "Indeed, Sword nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lewis remained oblivious to the fact that beneath the surface of the sea, the telephone insect was vigilantly monitoring every movement above. Yesterday, both collections and recommendations had dwindled significantly. Are there other distractions outside? Pirates? How audacious to boldly intrude upon our territory. In a dimly lit room, a man's laughter resonated, somewhat melancholic, as he pondered aloud. What should one say? Is it a matter of recklessness or a quest for demise? Tell mama, tell mama. Suddenly, a teacup on the table leapt into the air, its surface adorned with anthropomorphic features, exclaiming, "Hurry, tell mama." Ah, I see. The man chuckled lightly, adding a bit of amusement to Mama's tea party wouldn't be so bad. Would it? She would surely be delighted, wouldn't she? Ha! With that, he produced a telephone insect. Telephone insect? Shaq remarked, visibly surprised. Ah, Lewis nodded and casually remarked. Admiral Gold Lion has been defeated. The whereabouts of our comrades in the pirate crew are also known. I wish to ascertain whether they are still alive. And I would like to communicate with my family back home, at the very least to assure them of my safety. Is that so? Shaq nodded in understanding. Speaking of the transponder snail, I believe I have one here. He began to fumble about, searching his jacket and trousers, exploring every conceivable pocket. Ah, my apologies, Mario. I seem to have misplaced it, Shaq said, scratching his head in a gesture of regret, as if it had been lost during the previous storm. I see. Lewis felt a tinge of disappointment. If he could not establish contact with his superior, it would lead to considerable trouble. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that once he found an island, it would not be too late. My dear Mario, I happen to have a snail phone right here. The phrase where mountains and rivers converge, doubts vanish. In the midst of willows and blossoms, a new path emerges aptly illustrated the situation. Noticing the conversation between Lewis and Shark, a pirate raised his hand and retrieved a snail phone from his pocket. Oh, this is truly a tremendous help. Lewis was overjoyed. Indeed, retrieving these individuals from the water proved to be an exceptionally wise decision. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. If I could assist Lord Mario, that would be splendid. The pirate generously handed the transponder snail to Lewis, who expressed his gratitude. Lewis extends his heartfelt gratitude to the individual who has been of immense help. Mere verbal expressions of thanks, no matter how sincere, are far from excessive. Have you found yourself submerged? It was at this moment that Lewis noticed the telephone bug in his hand, his eyes transforming into a mesmerizing spiral pattern, while droplets of liquid continuously spilled from his mouth. Such vitality. It had been nearly 2 days since he had left the battlefield, and this creature was still alive. Lewis marveled at this phenomenon, extending his right hand to apply pressure on the abdomen of the telephone bug. Suddenly, a small jet of liquid erupted from his mouth, and the captivating spiral in the bug's eyes vanished as it exuberantly shouted with renewed energy. Is this truly life? Lewis once again marveled at the wonders of this world. The telephone bug is a living creature, inherently possessing the ability to communicate with one another. Even more astonishing are the image telephone bugs and the eavesdropping telephone bugs. Such peculiar beings of this world, which are truly magnificent. Indeed, the vitality of these creatures is remarkably resilient. Shaq nodded, recalling an instance when he had forgotten to feed them for an entire month, yet they thrived as if they were monsters. Is that so? Lewis smiled as he held the phone bug in his palm, the number etched deeply in his heart, never forgotten. However, it was certainly not the appropriate moment to make that call. Excuse me, is there a boat approaching ahead? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Lewis rose to his feet and gazed towards the front of the raft, whereupon he discerned the silhouette of a vessel on the sea, seemingly heading directly towards them. Oh, an opportunity has arisen, chuckled Shark, clenching his fist in excitement as he stood up. Perhaps we can exchange this raft for a proper ship? Aha. I have truly grown weary of this makeshift craft. Indeed, it is fortuitous, Swode remarked, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. For our supply of fresh water is dwindling. Wait, something feels amiss. The seasoned veteran snake squinted, stepping forward to the end of the raft. He scrutinized the approaching ship, which loomed larger as it drew nearer. What a massive vessel. It appears rather imposing. Lewis leaned against the mast, gazing into the distance. Yet, the view remained obscured, rendering even the shape of the ship indistinct. However, with a rough estimation, the perceived size at such a distance was already considerable. Should it approach, it would likely appear astonishingly colossal, perhaps even surpassing the largest vessels of the Navy's highest specifications. A grand ship does not necessarily indicate formidable pirates aboard. Nevertheless, it is a natural truth that the more formidable the pirates, the more imposing their vessel tends to be. Something feels amiss. Change course. Lewis decisively declared that there was no need to risk it all on this gamble. I concurred. Snake nodded in agreement, affirming that there was no necessity for such peril. Oh, is that so? Well then, since you say so, Mario, Shaq expressed a hint of disappointment, reluctantly deciding to remain aboard the vessel for a while longer. The esteemed Mario has spoken. Change course. Change course. Evade the approaching ship. Lewis's devoted admirers promptly adjusted their course at the very moment he issued his command, steering the raft in a new direction. Lewis's gaze was fixated on the vessel, and it was no mere illusion. As it altered its course, the ship mirrored its movements, steadily advancing towards them. It has turned. The adversary has indeed adjusted its trajectory. Is it approaching us? Swad furrowed his brow. It appears so. Shaq replied in a hushed tone. There seems to be no escape. In terms of speed, our raft is utterly incomparable to such a grand ship. Wait, that vessel is. The enormous ship drew ever closer, reaching a proximity where its general outline became discernible. Sneak uttered in disbelief, the Queen Mother's anthem? What? Lewis was suddenly startled, lifting his gaze to behold a ship's sail adorned with a skull sporting a pink fur hat. Could it be that we have intruded upon Big Mom's territorial waters? Shaq exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the land of all nations, Trollent? Sword gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, the veins on his hand protruding ominously. The Queen Mama Chanterelle, is this not the flagship of the Charlotte family? We are doomed. This time, it is truly the end. We have trespassed into that monster's domain. What shall we do? Flee? The pirates were in an uproar. Silence. You rascals! Lewis exclaimed. Now is not the time for despair. Oh, Lord Mario. Do you have any thoughts on what we should do, Lord Mario? Remain calm. Stay composed. Lewis repeatedly reminded himself in his mind to remain calm, insisting that he must maintain his composure. The more chaotic the situation became, the more he needed to be tranquil. Stop. Lewis spoke in a low voice, asserting that, in terms of speed, escape was futile. Let us pause and observe their intentions. He declared, there is no escaping. Even if one were to leap into the sea, becoming disoriented in the vast expanse of water would surely lead to demise. Lewis found no alternative course of action. Ah, the audacity of you, Master Mario. It is astonishing that the enemy, the Charlotte family, remains so self-assured. Master Mario, I vow to follow you for all eternity. Halt. Obey the command of Master Mario. Halt. The sails were furled, and the raft gradually came to a standstill, ceasing its forward motion. The imposing vessel behind them continued its advance, soon casting a heavy shadow over the wooden raft below. It seemed that there existed pirates with a sense of humanity. On the ship's railing, a man leaned forward, surveying Lewis and his companions below. Realizing the futility of resistance and the impossibility of escape, had they chosen to remain? It must be said, this was indeed a prudent decision. Lewis's pupils suddenly constricted as he recognized the man before him, a figure wrapped in a scarf. Known as Charlotte Katakuri. Should he continue his flight, once within range, they would unleash their firepower. Thus, he found himself coming to a halt. The man on the great ship, the second son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Kakuri, spoke in a deep voice. Was it fear or composure? Mario Shark, standing behind Lewis, whispered, do not act foolishly. Lewis let out a slow sigh, his voice equally subdued. This individual is not an adversary we can contend with. A single person could effortlessly annihilate all of us. Just how formidable is Charlotte Katakuri? In over 20 years, he will undoubtedly emerge as a monstrous figure. Second only to the four emperors, a hero who has traversed the New World for decades without a single defeat. Even at the age of 21. He is not a force that Lewis and his mere cohorts can hope to withstand. The Big Mom pirates. Louis exclaimed loudly, is this the land of all nations? I sincerely apologize. We have just escaped from a tempest, and our condition is evident to you all. We lost our way and inadvertently stumbled into Torrent. We do not dare to hope for forgiveness. We merely wish for a chance to atone. Lord Mario, why utter such despairing words? Lord Mario, let us fight back. So please, do not speak like this. They are merely the Big Mom pirates. We have survived battles against Roger. The unruly pirates were evidently not intimidated by the reputation of the Charlotte family. Instead, they were incensed by Louis's humility. Be silent. Sneak shouted angrily. Mario possesses more pride than anyone, yet he has humbled himself to protect us all. Do you wish to render his efforts futile, you fools? Whoa. Lord Mario, how infuriating. It is all because we are too weak. Pirates, at times, can be a rather simple-minded lot. Do they lack the courage to resist? Katakuri's voice was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. He appeared merely as a defeated hound who had escaped the storm. "Follow me. Mother wishes to see you." Lewis and his companions ascended onto the grand vessel, aided by the soft ladder cast down by Lee. On board, only Charlotte Katakuri remained among the living. All others were mere chess pieces crafted by Charlotte Linlin. It appeared that Charlotte Linlin was utterly confident in Katakuri's ability to dominate them all, a presumption that, indeed, proved accurate. As the colossal ship set sail, the group quietly huddled in a corner of the deck. Lewis surveyed the surroundings with wonder. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. The chess pieces possessed life. The sails thrived with vitality, the cannonballs pulsed with existence, and the artillery itself seemed animated, reminiscent of a fantastical realm. This ship was undeniably enchanting. Such was the terrifying prowess of one of the future emperors of the sea, Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom. The voyage aboard the Queen Mama Singh was brief. As an island soon emerged on the horizon, Cake Island had arrived. At present, whole Cake Island lacked the immense expanse it would later attain. It was but a vast sea territory, significantly hindered in its expansion by the formidable presence of the Golden Lion. The ship docked at the port, and Katakuri turned to Lewis and his party, urging them to proceed. Lewis rose silently to follow, and the other pirates similarly stood and trailed behind. Everything on Cake Island was far more enchanting than aboard the grand ship, featuring sentient flora, animated dwellings, and living landscapes, all inhabited by wise creatures, truly a realm of fairy tales. Katakuri led the way in silence, while Lewis and his companions quietly followed. The expanse of Cake Island was substantial. Yet fortunately, this group possessed remarkable stamina. Even the weakest pirate among them, trailing behind Lewis, was a formidable force with a bounty in the tens of millions. Thus, it was not long before the magnificent palaces came into view before them. Lewis squinted his eyes, and there she was, Charlotte Linlin. A mere pirate yet ruling the seas like a queen. "Mother, is it truly you?" As he stepped into the palace, he advanced with purpose, revealing a vast reception hall before him. The cloying scent in the air was almost overwhelming, as a throng of people surged and voices clamored. It was a grand banquet. At the head of the table sat a woman of towering stature, far exceeding the average height, clad in a resplendent pink gown. Though her physique was somewhat robust, it did not verge on obesity. Her belly was notably protruding, suggesting she was with child. Her hawkish nose was a family trait passed down through decades, and her laughter carried an eerie resonance. "Judging by your course, you must indeed be the ones who escaped from Igwal." For the first time, Lewis stood face to face with a behemoth at the pinnacle of the world. Previously, he had encountered the Golden Lion under similar circumstances, yet this moment felt distinctly different. Although Charlotte Linlin had yet to make a move, Lewis could already sense an oppressive weight bearing down upon him. The pirates who had accompanied him instinctively huddled behind him, including those with bounties exceeding 100 million, all too aware that the reputations of great pirates were forged in the crucible of blood and battle. Fear must not take hold. Fear must not take hold. Lewis compelled himself to step forward, resolutely refusing to succumb to fear. Even in the presence of this monstrous being, whose mere aura could render him unable to lift his head, he must not falter. Confronting Charlotte Linlin, the moment trepidation took hold, the chance for redemption would vanish completely. Thus, fear was not an option. The hair at the back of his neck stirred slightly, piercing into his flesh, and then it twisted violently, the sharp pain instantly silencing his restless spirit. "Yes, as you can see, Big Mom, we have indeed just escaped from the clutches of Igwal. Pirates under the command of the defeated Shiki the Golden Lion." "Ah, a participant in the war, you say?" At the table where Charlotte Linlin sat, a tall bird in a suit stood up, an extraordinary sight. "Hey, lad, recount to me everything you have experienced in detail." Lewis is acquainted with the president of the World Economic News Agency, the renowned newsmaker Morgan, a man with a penchant for sensational journalism. To his surprise, he has now become a close companion of Charlotte Linlin. Oh, what a bold little rascal. To see him maintain his composure in my presence is quite impressive. With a sly grin, Charlotte Linlin inquires, "So, tell me, what exactly transpired in the conflict between Roger and Skeet, those two rascals?" Indeed, Lewis had no choice but to recount in detail the entirety of the conventional warfare he had witnessed, of course omitting the part where he eliminated Rod. "My goodness. So, that scoundrel Shurji was indeed taken down by Roger?" Charlotte Linlin erupted into laughter, reveling in the misfortune of that arrogant fellow. "The opportunity has arrived. My chance is here. Since he has fallen, let him never rise again. Golden Lion. Oh dear. Was there truly nothing left to salvage? Ha ha ha, the Navy, truly. Morgan laughed heartily as he noted down in his little notebook, "Breaking news. Breaking news. Has everything been said?" Charlotte Lingling nodded knowingly. "Then you are of no further use. Dispose of him, Katakuri." Lewis felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, realizing that there was no chance, no opportunity for escape. In this place, there was undoubtedly no hope for survival. "Yes, Mother." Katakuri wielded an additional trident in his hand. "Please grant us a chance." "Big MOM," Lewis proclaimed loudly. "Now we can only gamble once more. The Golden Lion fleet has collapsed, yet our voyage is far from over. Please grant us an opportunity. Allow us to join the Big MOM pirates. I firmly believe our combat prowess can significantly contribute to the grand ambitions of the Big MOM pirates." Mama. Help. Charlotte Linlin erupted into laughter. Are you attempting to amuse me to death? Well, I shall grant you a chance, considering you have entertained me. A tea party devoid of any lively entertainment seems rather dreary. With a broad grin, Charlotte Linlin continued, "Now, let me witness your so-called combat strength. Hey, Cracker, entertain him." "Yes, Mama." A towering man rose from the crowd. Lewis's heart sank suddenly. Charlotte Kreja, one of the future Four-Suite commanders, a high-ranking official of the Charlotte family, possessed immense strength, formidable enough to be ranked among the 7 warlords of the sea. The rugged appearance of this seemingly boorish man was merely a facade, a protective armor crafted from his biscuit fruit powers. In reality, he was only 18 years old. It was precisely because Lewis understood the depths of this individual that he felt an overwhelming pressure. Despite his tender age, the prowess of Charlotte Kreja was still extraordinarily formidable. Even among the elite of the Navy headquarters, he would undoubtedly be capable of holding the rank of Rear Admiral. "What will it be? Are you ready to fight?" Charlotte Linlin observed Lewis with keen interest, chuckling mischievously. "Or do you wish to concede? Surrender only leads to death, and I am not yet ready to embrace that fate." Lewis gazed intently into Charlotte Lingling's eyes and said solemnly, "Only if you ascend. Mother, I am quite fond of you." The little rascal, Charlotte Lingling, burst into hearty laughter, remarking, "With such audacity, I must admit, your purported combat prowess is somewhat believable. Go on, Krieg, entertain this young lad well." "Of course, Mother." Krieg's voice, muffled by a layer of biscuit armor, resonated with a distinctly deep timbre, yet the playful undertone was unmistakably clear to Lewis. "Hey, Mario." Behind Lewis, Shaq's hand rested on his shoulder, panicked as he exclaimed, "There is no choice in this matter." Lewis, without turning back, declared that he would rather die than withdraw. "Do you wish to perish?" The hand that had rested on his shoulder promptly retreated. "Go on, Mario." After a brief hesitation, the voice of Shaq emerged. "Lord Mario. For our sake. Press on. Lord Mario. We cannot lose. We must not lose. Victory is imperative. Lord Mario." The cries of encouragement spilled forth from the frightened pirates, though they did little to uplift Lewis's spirits. To protect the pirates behind him, Lewis was compelled to confront an overwhelmingly formidable foe. "Mother, clear the area. The show is about to begin." Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. Within the vast arena, all tables and chairs began to shift autonomously, swiftly creating an expansive space. "Ha ha ha. Come on, you scoundrel." Correja strode to the center of the arena, beckoning Lewis. "Ha ha. Don't wrap things up too quickly. Correja, make that brat bleed a little. Ignore his nonsense. Correja, take him down in one blow. Let this arrogant fool witness true power. Just tremble and await your demise. Ha, you insolent wretch. Correa's strength is far beyond your grasp. Simply submit to being obliterated." Lewis let out a long sigh, unsheathing the longsword at his waist with a firm grip. He advanced a few steps, facing Kalia directly. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lingling clutched a gigantic cream puff, stuffing it into her mouth, cream oozing from the corners, a most revolting sight. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ground shattered as Kalia's immense form barreled forward like a heavy steamroller, drawing forth his sword with a whistling gust, preparing to strike. How swift! Lewis's gaze suddenly sharpened. Immense power heralded an equally tremendous explosive force. Crack! The ground fractured abruptly, deep fissures swiftly extending forward, all originating from a heavy sword that had plunged into the earth. What? It actually evaded? Is that fellow truly so agile? Be cautious, Brother Kelly. That individual is behind you. Although the techniques of the Marine 6 styles cannot be employed here, all skills remain at one's disposal. Every hair on Lewis's body tingled with vitality as he harnessed the wind. The activation of his skin heightened his sensitivity. Even if his eyes could not keep pace with Kelly's movements, he was still able to react, and with the technique of shaving, his speed surged. allowing Lewis to dodge Kelly's strike and propel himself instantaneously to Kelly's rear. With a thunderous roar, Lewis wielded his sword with both hands, delivering a powerful blow that struck heavily upon Krejak's back. What? Lewis's eyes widened abruptly, a hardness that was unparalleled. His strike merely carved a shallow mark on the back of the Colossus, serving no further purpose. Are you attempting to tickle me? A fierce wind howled as the Colossus suddenly turned. In that critical moment, Lewis raised the long sword before him, and an incomprehensible force surged forward, crashing into him. Lewis was directly hurled away. Thud. The wall was shattered as Lewis flew out of the hall. Remarkable. Truly, he is the formidable Brother Clea. With a single strike, it was accomplished. Surely, this must be the end. I had already stated that there was no way that Brat could rival Brother Clea. In stark contrast to the exhilarated members of the Charlotte family, the pirates were engulfed in a chilling silence. This is unbearable. He is overwhelmingly powerful. Operating on an entirely different echelon. Lord Mario has utterly lost. If only Snake had been the one to fight, would the outcome have been different? It's over. We are doomed. Standing beside Charlotte Linlin, Charlotte Katakuri whispered, "It is not over yet. Mother. Hey, Brat, are you conceding already?" Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. "If you can still move, scurry back." With dust swirling around the breached wall, Lewis staggered back step by step, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet he stood upright. This must be a joke, right? After enduring Brother Clea's devastating blow, he still manages to stand? This fellow. Hey, Brother Clea, don't hold back. Finish him off with the next strike. Lord Mario, you're still alive. Lord Mario. Whoa. Keep it up. The clamor surged once more. TSK. He is not dead yet. Clea rested the massive sword on his shoulder, pondering that perhaps it would be better if he were to perish now. It's not that simple. Lewis spat, the mixture of saliva and blood betraying his condition. He had promised himself that he would survive. The disparity in strength between him and Clara was monumental. Even with his power surge, ironclad defense, and thickened skin, Clara's formidable strike still inflicted severe damage upon Lewis, resulting in at least one fractured bone. Nevertheless, the battle was far from over. Lewis tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Absolutely, he must survive. Whoosh. Lewis shot forth. Lewis moved swiftly, his shaving technique partially employed, though it had yet to reach its pinnacle. Nevertheless, he was far from slow. At this moment, he was devoid of any superfluous thoughts. The realization that victory was unattainable lingered in his mind, yet he could not afford to halt. For to cease would mean the end, an end to life, promises, and the future. Thus, he must be swift, ever faster, fast enough to evade Katakuri's sword, fast enough to conquer it, fast enough to alter the course of his existence. What? He evaded? This fellow is remarkably agile. Katakuri's sword was both heavy and rapid. Yet Lewis proved to be more nimble. His fur-covered skin allowed him to sense the flow of air. The fiercer the attack, the more potent the airflow. And he narrowly avoided Katakuri's strike. Observation hockey. Charlotte Linlin blinked in surprise. No, perhaps not. Mother, Katakuri gently shook his head. Even now? Charlotte Linlin's mastery of observation hockey might not surpass that of her son. Purely instinctive reflexes. Oh, mother, this boy is intriguing. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Lewis's right hand traced a line across Katakuri's biscuit armor. As he leaped and performed a somersault in midair, Katakuri's longsword grazed his face. And Lewis delivered a kick to Katakuri's chest. Indomitable, that kick merely propelled Lewis back, landing him a short distance away. Impossible. How could there be any chance of victory? Shaq gritted his teeth. Mario lacked even the will to use hockey. Charlotte Katakuri, a name well known. Swordsman's sword gripped his sword hilt tightly. A high-ranking member of the Charlotte family, a formidable monster, there was no doubt he was proficient in both forms of hockey. No chance, Snake shook his head. Yet, this life was saved by Mr. Mario. Dying here alongside him held little significance. It was only natural to feel pessimistic. The Charlotte family's might could only be rivaled by 4 others in the New World. Though still young, Katakuri's prowess had already begun to circulate across the seas. None believed Lewis could stand against him. Like a monkey, Katakuri swung his sword heavily once more, creating a massive fissure in the ground. Lewis's figure flickered beside Katakuri, targeting the gap in his biscuit armor with a thrust of his sword. The stalemate between the two had persisted for quite some time. Katakuri's biscuit armor was immensely large, while Lewis's physique was comparatively petite, yet he maneuvered with remarkable agility, evading significant disadvantage. Thud! A muted sound echoed as the long sword pierced a shield. Enough is enough. It appears I must take this more seriously, Katakuri declared, his long sword remaining unsheathed as he executed a horizontal slash. Lewis retreated hastily, but it was already too late. Swiftly, exceedingly swiftly, the speed, force, and angle of this sword swing were in a realm of their own, leaving no avenue for escape, no possibility of evasion, entirely surpassing anything encountered before. Lewis barely had time to raise his sword before the blade came crashing down upon him with terrifying force, sending him hurtling through the air once again. Thud. His head struck the ground with a heavy impact, followed by a series of rolls that led him to collide with the ranks of the pirate crew. Has he utilized observation haki? Katakuri murmured, exerting his strength without restraint. Is this lad truly serious? Oh dear, it seems this might be the end, Charlotte Linlin remarked, licking the cream from her fingers. That boy never stood a chance from the very beginning. No, mother, it appears he has not yet conceded. Katakuri's expression grew grave. That boy has risen once more. Coughing, blood surged from Lewis's mouth. It had been quite some time since he had sustained such injuries. His shoulder felt fractured. Approximately 3 ribs were broken, and a searing pain radiated within his chest. Fortunately, the ribs had not pierced his lungs, yet his arm was numb, making it difficult to feel the sword still clutched in his hand. As dazzling stars filled his vision, he shook his head, finally bringing the towering figure before him into focus. Enough. This has gone on long enough. Lord Mario, do not rise again. We might as well perish together. It is impossible to win. Please, cease this battle. Lord Mario, this creature is a monster. The pirate's eyes brimmed with tears. Lewis took a deep breath, feeling a renewed vigor coursing through his body as he pushed aside the pirates blocking his path and resolutely stepped forward. To halt now would mean certain death, a fate he was not yet prepared to embrace. Damn it, still unwilling to perish? Krija scoffed. Very well, I shall indulge you a little longer. The colossal cookie man surged forward, and this time, the sword was entirely different. Evading the attack with mere instinct had become exceedingly difficult. Krija's blade was swifter, heavier, and more cunning, with reflexes that were equally astonishing. Was that the color of observation haki? Lewis gritted his teeth, realizing that he had reached his limit. It was becoming increasingly arduous to evade the strikes from Korea. This adversary was unlike the others, under the tutelage of the renowned Kinbunshiku user Kokuri. Korea's mastery of observation haki was formidable, capable of being applied effectively in combat. Whether in evasion or offense, Lewis consistently found himself a beat behind. Even the sensation of the wind seemed to arrive too late. After only a few exchanges, his body bore numerous wounds, had it not been for Lewis's remarkable agility, which allowed him to evade the blade's edge just in time. He might have been reduced to countless pieces by now. Focus more intently. Focus more intently. Lewis was shouting in his mind, too slow, still too slow. He struggled to discern the glint of Kleek's sword. Relying solely on reflexes proved to be insufficient. What an irritating opponent. Despite several rounds of confrontation, Kleek had failed to inflict any significant damage on Lewis, which left him exceedingly vexed. Suddenly, 4 additional arms erupted from his back, and 5 cookie-like swords materialized in the unoccupied hands, declaring, "This will be your end." What? Lewis barely had time to be astonished before several colossal swords came whistling through the air. There was no escaping. No matter how agile he might be, Lewis, who was unable to wield the paper-drawn weapons, could not fully evade such a tempestuous onslaught. He managed to dodge a few of the swords, yet there were still many more to contend with. Clang! Lewis raised his sword high above his head, shielding himself from the overwhelming force that descended upon him like a collapsing mountain. A cry of anguish escaped his lips as he was brought crashing to the ground. Die! Clea bellowed with laughter. This is the end. Whoosh! 6 long swords whistled through the air, lunging at Lewis from every conceivable angle, leaving no gaps, no room for escape. Lewis's pupils suddenly widened. Was he about to die? He did not wish to perish. He absolutely must survive. His pupils contracted in an instant, as if something within his mind erupted with a thunderous roar, an intangible force spreading outward. He perceived it, saw it with utmost clarity, the sword of Cracker Jack. Not through his eyes, but through a newly awakened sense. Without a moment to spare, Lewis's nearly exhausted body sprang into action, launching upward. He twisted his back sharply, evading 2 swords aimed at his chest and abdomen. He tilted his head just in time to avoid the long sword that sought to pierce his skull. His left shoulder shrank away from a strike intended to sever his arm, and he bent at the waist to dodge another thrust aimed below. With a firm push of his right foot, he propelled himself upward, narrowly escaping the sword that lunged toward his left leg, ultimately diving into the embrace of the biscuit armor. He saw it again, the deeply concealed gaps within the biscuit armor. There, at the junction of the abdomen and lower armor, lay a fissure. With both hands gripping the sword, he thrust it forward. The long blade pierced slightly into the body of the biscuit armor. What? Charlotte Lingling's cream puff dropped to the ground, her expression one of utter astonishment. This fellow, Katakuri, was equally taken aback. Had he awakened his observation haki at such a moment? How painful! You bastard! A colossal roar erupted from within the biscuit armor, and a pitch-black hue instantly enveloped its entire form. 6 swords began to flicker with a faint light. Die, you bastard! A tempest of sword blades surged forth. Continue reading, my friends. This is the fate of the readers. But what is the price of the floral water? Everything. Recommendations, collections, rewards, book lists. I desire it all. His face throbbed with pain, not from the actual contact of the blades, but from the fierce winds generated by their swings, which inflicted a clear agony upon his body, unbearable, undeniably insurmountable. The difference in intensity was overwhelming. Yet he could see it. See it all with extraordinary clarity. The trajectory of each colossal sword, the movement of every biscuit arm, the trembling of the sword's body. Everything was vividly apparent. Lewis's pupils had turned into a vacant void, his means of information acquisition shifting from his eyes to an extraordinary ability known as observation haki, granting him a vision akin to that of a celestial seer. Everything around him became an open book, devoid of concealment. Holding his breath, his body, nearly at its limit, sprang into action. He bent his frame, narrowly evading the oncoming great sword, and with a deft push of his right hand against the ground, he propelled himself upward. His sword struck with pinpoint accuracy against a colossal blade that was virtually invisible, the immense force surging toward him. Utilizing this power, Lewis's body soared backward like a kite caught in the wind, creating a significant distance between himself and Cracker. Remarkable fellow, Katakuri remarked solemnly, though he had only just awakened. The intensity of his observation haki seemed to be exceptionally high from the outset. This lad. Hey, Katakuri, Charlotte Linlin, observing her most cherished second son, mused. Could it be that he possesses a similar innate talent for observation haki as you do? Perhaps so, Katakuri replied, casting a glance toward the queen of their nation. His mother. Should we eliminate him? If he continues to grow, he may prove to be a formidable adversary. Eliminate? Mother, Charlotte Linlin cackled, stuffing a cream puff into her mouth, ceasing her words. Katakuri crossed his arms, burying his face deeper into his collar. How could it be? He managed to evade Cracker's attack? That fellow is truly impressive. Remarkably so. Stop toying around, Cracker. Finish off that scoundrel at once. Unsurprisingly, the Charlotte family began to stir restlessly. Lewis had once again escaped Cracker's relentless pursuit, a reality that many who believed Cracker could swiftly dispatch Lewis found hard to accept. How painful. So excruciating. Damn it. Cracker's voice echoed like a demon from the depths of hell. His only flaw lay in his profound fear of pain. I will slay you. I shall undoubtedly slay you. With a clap of his hands, Cracker summoned forth his biscuit armor, scattering crumbs that enveloped the arena. In an instant, these crumbs coalesced, forming 4 towering biscuit soldiers, casting a heavy shadow over Lewis. This time, there was no avenue for escape. What? Shaq gasped in horror, his eyes widening. He, like the majority, had assumed that Cracker's biscuit armor was his true form. Die. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled as fine particles of sand quaked beneath the weight of the colossal biscuit soldiers, charging toward Lewis in a relentless wave. Lewis exhaled deeply, his body nearly rigid, his hands tightly gripping the sword he held, yet it seemed he lacked the strength to wield it further. Huh, he exclaimed, raising his blade. Cease this, Cracker. Charlotte Linlin's laughter echoed throughout the hall. Mama, this is where it ends. That boy possesses a certain intrigue. Mama? The biscuit soldiers came to an abrupt halt, their movements frozen as if by instinct. Cracker's actions ceased as well, a perplexed murmur spreading thereafter. It would be a pity for such a fellow to perish so easily. Mama, she casually remarked, gazing at Lewis. Little one, it appears you possess some fighting spirit. Just as you claimed. As the tension within him dissipated, Lewis realized that perhaps he would not meet his end this time. A wave of intense pain surged through his body, causing his legs to buckle, unable to support him any longer, and he instinctively began to collapse. Clang. His sword remained steadfast against the ground, It was not yet time for him to fall. However, he allowed his head to lower, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Big Mom. I am immensely grateful. Oh, grateful? The girl replied with a wide grin. But I had my people beat you to this state. I understand that the consequence of failure is death. I am fully aware that I am no match for Mr. Cracker, yet I am still alive. Therefore, I express my deepest thanks. Lewis did not lift his gaze. Oh dear, what an amusing little imp. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Would allowing you to live truly be a wise decision? Charlotte Lingling laughed with unrestrained joy, resembling a carnivorous flower. Nevertheless, having made my choice, I shall not waver. Little imp, I ask you. Charlotte Lingling leaned forward slightly. It was a mere simple gesture, yet Lewis felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, leaving his mind momentarily blank. This was the aura of a supreme being upon the ocean's peak, without any overt action. She had already instilled a sense of futility and resistance. Death or allegiance? Allegiance. Lewis released his grip on the hilt of his sword, placing his hand upon his chest. Bowing deeply. In the face of death and loyalty, Lewis chose loyalty. Ha ha ha. An unexpected gain. An unexpected gain. This tea party has brought delightful surprises. Mother, I am utterly elated. A brilliant smile suddenly blossomed on Charlotte Linling's face. Now that the battle has concluded, let the tea party continue. With a single command from Charlotte Linling, the tables and chairs that had previously fled returned at once, their playful demeanor dispelling the earlier tension of combat. Hey, little one. What is your name? Mario, Lady Big Mom. My name is Mario. Lewis did not lift his gaze. Mario, come forth. Join this tea party along with your ragtag followers. I bestow upon you this honor. Charlotte Lingling stuffed another cream puff into her mouth. A table came to a halt before Lewis, laden with an array of confections. It is my honor. Lewis gently lifted his head, a radiant smile gracing his face, while blood trickled down from his forehead, spreading across his features. He took a deep breath, his body slowly beginning to move, as if it were being torn apart. With each motion, a sharp pain pierced through him, akin to knives slicing within. By the time he reached the edge of the table to take a seat, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Mama, come and taste this. Mario and Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily. An array of international desserts, the finest delicacies in the world. Indeed, it was a most exquisite honor. Lewis smiled as he extended his right hand to grasp a delectable donut. With a slight twitch of his wrist, the donut slipped from his grasp and landed on the table. Lewis chuckled, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I was just a tad too eager and ended up making a blunder." He then cupped the donut in both hands, unable to contain his excitement as he took a hearty bite. Absolutely delightful. The most scrumptious donut in the world. Lewis exclaimed with exuberance, eagerly devouring the donuts. Mom, the celebration continues. Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily, the joyous atmosphere nearly bursting through the roof. In this realm, whatever Charlotte Lingling desired would undoubtedly come to fruition. So delicious, so delightful. Lewis devoured the desserts on the table with great enthusiasm, as replenishing sugar after his body had weakened was of utmost importance. The sweets gradually made their way into his stomach, mingling with the blood on his body. How delightful. Truly delightful. Mario. It is astonishing that Lady Big Mom has shown us leniency. Shaq crept up behind Lewis. It is all thanks to you, Mario, Sword chuckled. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Indeed. Lewis nodded slightly, indulging in the deliciousness before him. He came to a profound realization, victory, and only through incessant victories can one truly live in freedom. How delightful it is. Such delectable donuts, truly sweet to the point of excess. Perhaps one should savor them only once. Mother, why? The banquet had concluded, and night had descended upon the palace of Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte's eldest daughter, Charlotte Katakuri, gazed at her mother in confusion. That man is no ordinary pirate. His restraint and resilience are remarkable, and his talent for observation hockey is formidable. Why allow him to remain? To be candid, Lewis's exhibited traits do not render him an ideal subordinate for the captain of a pirate crew. Who knows when such a character might betray? Mother. Perispero would never pose such queries. Katakuri, Charlotte Lingling chuckled, reclining on her grand bed. That little brat is inconsequential, even if we were to eliminate him later. What matters is the attitude, Katakuri. Attitude? The eldest daughter of the Charlotte family pondered, perplexed. What do you mean, Mother? The times have changed. That scoundrel, the Golden Lion, has met his demise. Charlotte Lingling scoffed. The Golden Lion's fleet has nearly been annihilated. He can no longer command the vast seas. Mother is about to make her entrance. Thus, the existence of that little brat is crucial. I never intended to dispose of him. His purpose is singular, do you understand? Katakuri. To send a signal to the outside world. Signal? Charlotte Katakuri was utterly bewildered. What sort of signal? Of course, it signifies that I welcome all hyenas aspiring to rise. Charlotte Lingling remarked as she adjusted herself. You lot are still too young. It's far too early for you to contend in the new world. I require additional forces. That little brat's identity is perfectly suited. He is a member of the Golden Lion's fleet, a survivor from the Battle of Eitwall. Huh. Having such an individual among us serves as the finest advertisement. The Golden Lion is finished. I am the future. Do you understand? That is the essence of it. I see, Katakuri nodded. Mother indeed possesses foresight. Yet, should we not enhance surveillance over those individuals? Mother, do I truly need your instruction? Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily. In this Totland, is there anything that could elude my notice? The entirety of Totland is teeming with homies that I have created, omnipresent. Exhaling slowly, Lewis reclined on the bed, releasing a deep sigh. His injuries were only permitted treatment after the banquet had concluded. The surface scratches were easily manageable. Yet the fractured bones posed a challenge, requiring a long period for proper healing. Lewis's life force had yet to reach the skeletal realm, and he was now striving to control the muscles of his upper body. Observation hockey? The unexpected delight lies in awakening it amidst the brink of life and death. Lewis had always felt that he would awaken observation hockey with relative ease, and it appears his intuition was correct. His formidable mental strength facilitates a heightened perception of the world. His observation hockey is unique. Lewis sensed this from the moment of awakening. Mastery of observation hockey requires innate talent. Most users possess only ordinary perception, nothing more. However, individuals like Katakuri have elevated their mastery to foresee the future. While Fujitora can hear the distant thunder, and Princess Odin can discern the thoughts of others, feats that ordinary users of observation hockey could never achieve. Lewis's observation ability is particularly unique, distinguished by the fact that while others perceive through hearing, he perceives through sight and observation. Once he expands his perception, everything around him becomes vividly clear in his mind, whether living or inanimate, as if countless eyes have been added to the surrounding space, allowing him to see everything with utmost clarity. In this moment, as his perception spreads, the entirety of his surroundings is imprinted in his mind. With numerous homies gathering around him, trees, houses, and furniture, even within the house itself, including teapots, teacups, and paintings, leaving Lewis with no semblance of privacy. It is evident to him that he and his companions are not trusted. He understands this obvious truth. Their residence has been arranged in the outer layers of Cake Island, distanced from the coast and far from the Charlotte family's palace, with considerable surveillance in place. Lewis muses that perhaps he and his companions serve merely as bait for Charlotte Lingling. However, there exists a way out. He tears off the bandages from his body. The wounds, illustrated by Kureha, are visibly prominent, but that is merely superficial. In reality, they have been forcibly healed by the manipulation of life return, and recovery will not take long. Stripped bare, his muscular physique is exposed, and the pain coursing through him has yet to subside. Stepping outside, he finds a vast lake nearby and plunges into the water, his body stained with blood, eager to cleanse himself. The water is not particularly clear, yet as he submerges, his perception expands and reveals no homies lurking at the lake's bottom. However, their presence exists above the surface, with the surrounding trees nearly all being homies. That suffices for him. Breaking through the water's surface, Lewis's hair dances wildly before plunging heavily back into the water. At the moment of entry, his hair surges outward, the outer strands remaining still while the inner strands swiftly grow and intertwine, forming a sealed space that envelopes his head. With a splash, his head is encased in this closed mass of hair, which tightly retains the air. A tendril extends from the back of his head, holding a phone bug that he had previously acquired from a subordinate pirate, hidden within his hair all this time without detection. The tendril stirs and begins to dial a number etched in his memory. Who is this? Comes the low, slightly puzzled voice of a man from the other end of the line. Lewis skillfully recited a string of passwords. Is it you? The man over there suddenly paused, and instinctively, he uttered a series of codes as well, belonging to CP9. It is Lewis, isn't it? You are still alive? His expression was one of astonishment at the realization that Lewis had survived. It is I, Admiral St. Goku. The individual Lewis contacted was Admiral St. Goku, a person who could undoubtedly reach CP and simultaneously verify his identity. I am indeed alive. There was a malfunction with the transponder snail, which hindered my communication. Currently, I am unable to reach my superiors. Could you assist me in contacting a superior at CP? I have infiltrated the big MOM pirates, and I am uncertain about the next course of action, thus requiring directives from above. What? The big MOM pirates? You, who just detached from the Atwal, have now joined the big MOM pirates? This is splendid. Sengoku's voice brimmed with excitement. With the demise of the Golden Lion fleet, Charlotte Linlin is likely to be stirring. Lewis, is it? Excellent. I will promptly reach out to CP for you. Your forthcoming mission is of utmost importance. Lewis was not surprised. I understand. General of the Warring States, please be sure to relay this message to your superiors. Contact should be made at this time tomorrow or subsequently delayed. I will remain on standby at all times. Please refrain from sending communication during daylight hours as you did last time. I nearly exposed myself. The General of the Warring States fell into a brief silence and replied, understood. Lewis hung up the phone, concealing the device within his hair, and surged forth from the depths. Thus began a new chapter in his life as an undercover agent. He exhaled deeply, allowing himself to float serenely upon the water's surface. Above, the full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading over his heart. In that moment, both the world and his soul felt profoundly tranquil. There was no sound, no thoughts to occupy his mind. At the same hour the following night, Lewis received an urgent communication from CP while submerged in the water. Is this Lewis, a member of CP9 in training? The voice on the other end was notably grave. It is I, sir. My name is indeed Lewis. Lewis replied promptly. Excellent. You are indeed on Cake Island, correct? The man from that place spoke. The Economic Journal has already published the news regarding Mario, a subordinate of the former Golden Lion, joining forces with a group of pirates under the Big Mom Pirates. The Charlotte family and the remnants of the Golden Lion have already severed ties, and at this moment, your role becomes paramount. Yes, Commander, I am always at your service. Lewis is very obedient. Excellent. This time your mission is under the full command of us, CP0, so you can rest assured. The man over there assures you that the concerns you had will no longer occur. We will provide you with the finest logistical support. Although Lewis had anticipated this moment, he still felt a surge of excitement upon finally establishing contact with CP0. After all, this organization represents the pinnacle of the CP hierarchy, holding a position of immense authority even within the world government. He wisely refrained from inquiring about Skypea, recognizing that such matters were best left to his superiors. I hereby declare, Lewis, that you have successfully passed your assessment. From this moment forth, you shall serve as an official CP9 agent. This mission will be directly under my supervision. You may refer to me as Pigeon, the man, codename Pigeon, announced. Yes, Commander. The current objective, Lewis, is to ascertain the movements of Charlotte Linlin. Beyond this, there is little more you can undertake, Pigeon continued. Providing us with timely information will suffice, allowing us and the government the necessary time to respond. Understood, Commander. Lewis nodded, recognizing the task at hand as rather humane, requiring little from him. At this juncture, he was reminded to exercise utmost caution in communication. Revealing too much could lead to dire consequences, leaving no one to rescue him, a truth he comprehended well. After the call ended, Lewis exhaled in relief. Having established contact with his superior alleviated his fears of being perceived as a traitor, providing him with a sense of security. The assignment was not overly arduous. Now serving under Charlotte Lingling, discerning the movements of the big MOM pirates was relatively straightforward, and his superior displayed a commendable consideration for his subordinates. However, this time, Lewis emerged from the depths of the lake, his body bare and his gaze imbued with a profound intensity, as if he had once again become entangled in the tumultuous conflict surrounding the expansion of the Charlotte family. This was far from an auspicious development. Charlotte Linlin did not act immediately. Instead, she embarked on a large-scale recruitment campaign. Initially, it was presumed that the pirate forces under her command, which had been weakly suppressed by the Golden Lion pirates, would expand like a balloon during this period. In a remarkably short time, she had summoned dozens of pirate crews to her banner. In the New World, it is customary to align oneself with formidable pirate factions. Even the notoriously brutal Kaido has managed to gather a significant number of subordinates during this time, with Lewis serving as a paragon. The influx of pirates joining Charlotte Linlin's ranks surged dramatically. During this period, Lewis has not been idly passing the time. His relentless pursuit of victory necessitates continuous self-improvement. Aside from recuperating from injuries, he dedicates all his time to rigorous training. The cultivation of his observation haki takes precedence, as its initial awakening remains feeble, particularly in terms of its capacity. When employed to its fullest extent, it cannot be sustained for long. The only way to enhance his observation hockey lies in its persistent application, coupled with continuous exertion followed by replenishment. Lewis hones his skills through relentless battles with formidable opponents like Snake. His combat proficiency and the application of observation hockey are still developing, as his practical experience remains limited. These adversaries possess considerable strength, particularly Snake, whose power surpasses that of Rod, whom Lewis previously defeated. Lacking the mastery of armament hockey, Lewis finds himself unable to inflict substantial damage unless he employs the six-king puncture. However, upon acquiring observation hockey, it becomes exceedingly challenging for Snake to even approach Lewis physically. Lewis surmises that if he exerts himself fully, he stands a significant chance of overcoming this foe, as the enhancement brought by observation hockey is monumental. Moreover, his training in the art of life restoration continues unabated, focusing on mastering the muscles of his upper body. Once he achieves control over these muscles, the force infused into the six-king puncture will undoubtedly escalate considerably. This endeavor is not a trivial task, and Lewis's progress is somewhat gradual. He has discerned that true and rapid enhancement of strength lies elsewhere, in the New World, a realm teeming with hockey users. His offensive capabilities have once again emerged as his most significant limitation. With the advent of observation hockey, Lewis's paper drawings likely rival the elemental transformations of Logia-type users, rendering him untouchable by ordinary foes. Yet, without armament hockey, Lewis is equally incapable of delivering meaningful damage to hockey users. He requires a spear, one capable of piercing the shell of a hockey wielder. This spear is the six-king puncture. The six-king puncture manifests as an invisible shockwave, penetrating and elusive. Even the defenses of armament hockey cannot fully negate it. However, the execution bears considerable vulnerabilities. It necessitates the coordination of both hands and entails a brief charging period. In the midst of fierce combat, if the opponent is not restrained, landing a hit proves to be a formidable challenge. During this period, Lewis has been contemplating how to improve the six-king spear. Firstly, the ability to release it with one hand is essential. The two-handed version ultimately imposes significant limitations. However, with one hand, the situation transforms entirely. Although Lewis is currently wielding a sword, his true expertise lies in unarmed combat. Releasing the six-king spear with one hand would indeed be far more convenient. Achieving this is not overly complicated. The necessity of using both hands primarily lies in maintaining stability. After all, converting internal energy into a forceful impact and subsequently releasing it is no trivial task. It is all too easy to lose balance and potentially injure oneself. Thus, the dual-handed release serves to preserve equilibrium. Now, Lewis needs to focus on maintaining balance while utilizing a one-handed release of the impact, which truly tests his control abilities. Fortunately, control is Lewis's forte, especially after acquiring the insight akin to the observation hockey, which allows him to perceive not only the external world, but also his own internal state. Although he cannot yet observe the micro-level intricacies, monitoring the muscular control of his strength suffices. The second limitation of the six-king spear is the necessity for a brief accumulation of power. Even Lewis cannot bypass this. The movement of muscles, the transformation of strength, and the subsequent build-up before the explosion all require time. What Lewis can do is accelerate the process to further reduce the duration, yet he cannot entirely eliminate this requirement. However, he has made substantial progress, and after further training, he has become sufficiently swift. By the second month of Lewis's stay in the world government, he successfully mastered the one-handed six-king spear, completing two-thirds of the restoration of his upper body. Meanwhile, the big MOM pirates have finally set their plans into motion. Indeed, Commander, this time the target of the Charlotte family is Rand Island. The time is late at night, and Lewis is discreetly informing his superiors. My crew and I are accompanying Katakuri's ship as the vanguard, aiming for Rand Island and sweeping through all the islands along our path. Following us, the subsequent fleet will spread along our route, seizing territory. Rand Island. It certainly bears the hallmark of Charlotte Lin. It is an island renowned for its cream production, a place of considerable prosperity and abundance. The sound of the dove seems somewhat distorted, yet there is an undertone of amusement in the voice. Rest assured, Lewis. The Golden Lion pirates are currently in a state of disarray. Even the Golden Lion himself remains gravely injured. The only adversaries you will encounter are the remnants of his pirate crew, which should pose no significant challenge. Understood. Lewis nodded. The intelligence arrived just in time. The dove acknowledged Lewis's performance at work. I will promptly inform the Navy. They must prepare in advance for the developments in the New World. The affiliated nations in the vicinity of the waters must also be ready ahead of time. It is gratifying to be of assistance. Lewis is quite humble. Keep up the good work, Lewis, the dove remarked. I have great expectations for you. After hanging up the call from his superior, Lewis let out a slight sigh of relief. He was set to embark on a voyage the following day, targeting Rand Island, a considerable distance from Cake Island, once the territory of the Golden Lion pirates. It has been a month since the Battle of Itwal. Yet the Golden Lion has yet to make an appearance on the seas. Charlotte Linlin could no longer contain her impatience. Lewis was aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Golden Lion bore a new helm upon his head, a testament to wounds that would not easily heal. The mere fact that he still drew breath spoke volumes of his monstrous vitality. Thus, the Big Mom pirates finally set forth, with the vanguard led by Charlotte Katakuri, the sole heir of the Charlotte family capable of commanding a team independently. Lewis and his crew followed Katakuri into battle, while the subsequent fleet was comprised of the Charlotte family ships and a coalition of allied pirate crews. Lewis felt no surprise at this outcome. After all, his group had been among the earliest to capitulate, albeit through a convoluted path. Charlotte Linlin was no fool. She remained wary of Lewis, assigning Katakuri to keep a close watch on him. At the break of dawn the following day, the grand ship set sail. Lewis and his band of pirates followed in Katakuri's wake onto the massive pirate vessel. Aside from Lewis and his companions, few others were aboard, apart from Katakuri himself. No members of the Charlotte family were present, with the majority being chess pieces and a considerable number of allied pirates. The journey was marked by a notable lack of communication. Katakuri held Lewis in disdain for his submission to brute force, while Lewis showed no inclination to engage with the other pirates, resulting in a serene atmosphere. The only noteworthy occurrence was in the afternoon when Katakuri, who had diligently observed from the deck, retreated into the cabin, only to emerge after a significant interval. Lewis, aware of the tension, refrained from seeking confrontation. Mario, do you think we might encounter old friends from the past? Shaq leaned over the ship's railing, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. It matters not. Lewis, drenched in sweat, wielded a colossal barbell, stirring up a tempest with each vigorous swing. While the explosive force derived from concentrated muscle power undeniably amplifies strength, it stands to reason that a more formidable foundational strength would yield an even greater explosion of power, wouldn't it? The past is but a distant memory. A true man need not remain shackled by it. In moments of leisure, one might indulge in camaraderie over drinks and revelry, yet presently, we find ourselves entrenched as adversaries. Understanding this is sufficient. Ah, how resolute you are, Mario, Chuck chuckled heartily. Well then, we have no choice but to draw our swords and advance. To refrain from action is but a path to demise. Even Chuck grasped this truth. The battle arrived swiftly, as by the second afternoon of their voyage, the fleet had reached an island. The Golden Lion's dominion in the New World was notably expansive. From this point onward, they were firmly on his territory. A pirate crew was stationed here, yet the skirmish was far from fierce. Katakuri's might was beyond the comprehension of ordinary pirates. Even the crew he commanded surpassed the meager forces of the island's small pirate faction. It is important to note that even Lewis's subordinates were formidable figures, each with bounties exceeding 10 million, with several boasting rewards surpassing 100 million. The bloodied pirate captain, lying on the ground, sneered, "I shall not let you escape. Perhaps, but you will never witness it, which is rather unfortunate, isn't it?" Lewis believed that seeking vengeance, regardless of the circumstances, was utterly futile. Once a life was extinguished, any subsequent action seemed equally devoid of meaning. With a single thrust, he dispatched the not particularly formidable pirate captain. Thus, the conquest of this island was deemed complete. With the Golden Lion pirates annihilated, the fleet would anchor here for one night before departing, leaving the subsequent tasks to the following pirate armada. While the act of seizing territory may be straightforward, assimilating it proved to be an entirely different challenge. On the night following the battle, the banquet commenced as scheduled. Katakuri, no fool, understood the necessity of such motivational measures to bolster the morale of the pirates. Lewis, as per his usual practice, seized an opportunity to submerge into the depths of the sea to communicate with his superiors. Engaging in such activities away from Cake Island proved to be considerably easier, especially without the incessant harassment from home eyes. The subsequent voyage encountered no significant battles. It appeared that the Golden Lion pirates were retreating their forces. The fleet advanced unimpeded, capturing several islands in quick succession. It was not until a fortnight later, when Lewis had nearly mastered the control of his upper body muscles. That a substantial confrontation finally arose. The Golden Lion pirates were indeed diminishing in strength. The Battle of Itval had inflicted severe damage upon them. Even when faced with the fleet led by Katakuri, they appeared somewhat beleaguered, yet this did not signify their intention to resign themselves to defeat. As the fleet once again approached an ostensibly unguarded island, an unsettling realization struck Katakuri. He abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the deserted street ahead. "Come forth." A voice, tinged with regret, emerged from the shadows. A notably robust man squeezed through the narrow openings between the houses, the passageway collapsing under his sheer force. "I am Bill the Giant Bear, a subordinate of Admiral Golden Lion and a scion of the Charlotte family. Prepare to be crushed." The man, a cadre of the Golden Lion pirates, sneered at Katakuri. Silently, Katakuri tightened his grip on his trident. "Onward. Eliminate those scoundrels. Let them witness the might of the Golden Lion pirates. Charge." Like a tidal wave, the pirates surged forth from the desolate corners of the street. Quite a number of familiar faces. Behind Lewis, Snape lamented, "Indeed, it seems that only the clash of blades remains. Then let us proceed." Lewis drew his sword. "Today, on the eve of the new year, gifts were not accepted. Recommendations were the only offerings I sought." "Just kidding. Besides recommendations, I also desire donations for my reading list." "You rascal." With his sword raised, a look of disbelief spread across the man's face. "I have seen you before. You are one of Rod's subordinates." Clang. Lewis descended from the heavens, wielding his sword with the might of a force that could cleave Mount Huashan itself. With astonishing power, he drove the man into the depths of the earth. "I also have some recollection of you, the one who dared to insult Barrow." Lewis effortlessly severed the man's neck with a swift stroke of his sword. As the body swayed, he evaded a cold blade thrusting from behind him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sliced through the throat of the assailant, and he indeed recognized the fallen figure. This was the man who had emerged to mock him after he had dispatched Barrow, only to later receive a thorough reprimand from his captain. The presence of this individual raised the question of whether his captain still drew breath. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from behind. Lewis's body resembled a willow in the breeze. With a gentle push against the ground, he soared into the air, executing a somersault. He then brought his longsword crashing down. The blade met the man's shoulder with a resounding thud, yet instead of blood gushing forth, a spark of fire flickered, revealing the presence of armed hockey. How curious. He mused, that just as he pondered this, it materialized before him. Lewis fell to the ground, subsequently piercing the chest of a pirate. "Mario, is it? Rod's man." The very captain of the pirate whom Lewis had previously vanquished had earlier confided in Rod that the most suspicious individual was the one named Flog, wielding a spiked club. His eyes marred with bloodshot veins. "How could you betray Admiral Goldlion? I find myself utterly helpless in this situation." Lewis turned his head, stepped back, and deftly evaded the ambush from behind. With a casual motion of his left hand, he grasped the assailant's neck, and with a gentle twist, the attacker ascended to the heavens. If one does not yield, death is the only alternative, and it is not merely an individual who perishes, but also my brothers who have accompanied me through life and death. The cost is not insignificant, is it? Spare me the grandiloquent rhetoric. You are nothing but a cowardly traitor." The mace hurtled through the air, producing a sound akin to a torn burlap sack. With such divergent worldviews, communication is rendered impossible. With a light chuckle, Lewis remarked that there was no need to even deploy his observation hockey. Such a formidable and forceful attack was simply too easy to evade after all. It was not Kaido's thunderous bagua. He sidestepped and retreated, as the heavy wolf fang club swung past his face and crashed to the ground. Stepping forward, Lewis extended his left hand. Although it was not immediately visible, the muscles within his body had begun to tremble, accumulating power that surged forth. Sending a tingling sensation throughout him, akin to an electric current, this strength ultimately coalesced in his left hand. Buzz. What felt like an eternity was, in reality, but a fleeting moment. Lewis's seemingly empty left hand now emanated an invisible wave, distorting the air around it and skewing the visual perception, as if he had grasped the very atmosphere itself, which emitted a faint reverberation. Tap. His left hand lightly slapped the man's face, reminiscent of a jest between close friends. Buzz. The energy amassed in his left hand exploded forth in a tumultuous shockwave, penetrating and obliterating all in its path, directed precisely where Lewis intended. A piercing scream erupted from the man, whose face was already shrouded in armament hockey, yet it proved futile. Receiving such a blow directly to the head from point-blank range was no trifling matter, although it lacked the stability and might of a two-handed strike. The complete mastery of Lewis's upper body muscles. Lewis shook his somewhat numb left arm and softly remarked, "Now, do you finally comprehend? Captain, you scoundrel! What have you done to the captain? Perish! Scoundrel! Slay him! Slay him!" The surrounding pirates roared, rushing forward, their blades glinting with a cold, menacing light. "Weakness is the gravest sin of all." Lewis closed his eyes. "And you are indeed too feeble. My apologies. But I have no desire to reveal the secrets of my techniques. Every swing of the blade is visible, every trajectory, angle, and speed is crystal clear." Stepping back a pace, I flawlessly evaded the close-range slash. With a casual flick of my wrist, the blade twisted through the air, severing the necks of 5 pirates. Leaping into the fray, I dodged further strikes while descending amidst the pirate horde, my body spinning abruptly, and the rotating blade cleaved through the bodies of those surrounding me. What on earth is this? A monster! A monster! A monster! Run! Such a creature is not an adversary we are equipped to confront. The pirates began to flee. Did I not already express my apologies? Lewis gripped his sword tightly, and with a swift motion, a dazzling slash erupted from the blade. As he spun in a complete circle, a ring-like arc of attack surged forth, instantly catching up to all the fleeing pirates, causing blood and entrails to splatter in every direction. Yet, the battle was not yet concluded. A certain man still endeavored to rise from the ground, blood gushing from every possible orifice on his face as if it were of no consequence. Not dead yet? After sustaining such a blow to his head, he still wished to stand. This world, it seems, never fails to astonish. Lewis strolled before the man, raising the knife in his hand. "For allowing me to test my skills, farewell." He swung the blade. How could this be? The enormous grizzly lay helplessly on the ground, a substantial portion of flesh missing from its right flank, intestines and entrails cruelly spilling out, revealing the human skin beneath, merely a wretched spawn of the Charlotte family. Breathing heavily, Katakuri wielded his trident, bearing several wounds, yet ultimately, victory belonged to him. The era of the Golden Lion had long since concluded. With the battle's end and the demise of their leader, the subordinates were targeted relentlessly by ruthless figures like Lewis, causing the gathered pirates to finally crumble and flee to the sea aboard their vessels. Mr. Katakuri stood on the shore, gazing at the retreating ships. As Lewis wiped the blood from his sword, the once sharp blade now serrated. "Are we not pursuing them?" "Just a pack of strays," Katakuri replied nonchalantly. "With most of the subordinates dead, let these insignificant fish return, they may still serve some purpose." In terms of morale, it was indeed crucial for the pirates among them. Few would fight with their utmost if they knew their adversary was insurmountable. "Hey, look up. Is there something in the sky?" Suddenly, a pirate shouted. Lewis lifted his head, and in the distance, above the sea's surface and the clouds, there indeed appeared to be something elongated and immense, resembling a serpent. Lewis's pupils contracted instantaneously. A thunderous roar erupted as a terrifying beam of light descended from the heavens, instantly reducing the distant fleeing pirate ship to mere ashes. The waves surged violently, and a veil of white mist abruptly enveloped the surface of the sea. Lewis was momentarily speechless, his mind a blank slate, consumed entirely by 3 words. How is this possible? How can this be? How could this happen? In Lewis's mind, only one thought prevailed. How could he be here? What? Katakuri, equally astonished, felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. Retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately. Without needing further prompting from Katakuri, Lewis darted out like a flash of lightning, racing towards the fleet anchored behind the island, showing no signs of hesitation. Unconsciously, he employed the technique of Soru, propelling his speed to its utmost limits. His observation haki expanded, enveloping everything around him, rendering all things visible in his mind's eye. Obstacles such as houses were effortlessly bypassed, and massive boulders were deftly navigated around. Although his velocity reached its peak, Lewis's escape exuded no hint of panic. He consistently chose the shortest routes and the easiest passages, leaving no time wasted, nor any space unaccounted for. Before long, the fleet moored at the coastline came into view. The gloom in Lewis's eyes had not dissipated. He did not perceive this as the end. With a powerful leap, he landed on the ship's hull, executing several agile steps before flipping onto the deck. He believed he had achieved remarkable speed, yet Katakuri had already been standing on the deck for some time. "You, my friend," Katakuri remarked, his gaze fixed on Lewis with a hint of surprise. "Your speed is impressive." He was taken aback to discover that Lewis seemed to share a similar style, extraordinary speed, remarkable evasion skills, and a notable talent for observation haki. The difference lay in the fact that Lewis possessed the power of a devil fruit, and moreover, He was significantly stronger, not quite at the level of Lord Katakuri. Lewis shook his head, gazing at the distant sky. But is it truly that fellow? There can be no other possibility. Katakuri's tone was somber. Soon, following the lead of Lewis, a multitude of pirates began to emerge on the beach, rushing towards the grand ship in a flurry of activity. After a chaotic scramble, the majority of the pirates had boarded the vessel. No more waiting. Let us set sail, Katakuri declared decisively. Return to port. The chess soldiers swiftly sprang into action, lowering the sails as the grand ship began to move slowly, gradually turning to head back in the direction from whence it came. Hey, Mario, what on earth is happening? Gasped Shaq, his body marred with numerous wounds. Having not enjoyed a moment of respite, a monstrous foe has arrived, one we cannot withstand. Lewis casually remarked, a monster? Shocked, Snake hesitated for a moment. Indeed, a monster, he replied, his relatively clean body trembling slightly as he revealed a bitter smile, not expecting such a confrontation during their meeting. Have you ever crossed paths with him? Lewis was quite astonished. Having encountered that monstrous being and still emerging unscathed was truly remarkable. This fellow is not to be underestimated. Oh, so now I find myself a solitary pirate. Snake revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Thus, Lewis nodded knowingly. After all, who could it be? Shaq inquired. Can't they just say it directly? Fool, in this new world, how many individuals could evoke fear in Lord Katakuri? Sword ambled over, letting out a sigh. Huh? Shaq was taken aback. The fleet had commenced its return journey, sails billowing, riding the winds and waves. Such a grand vessel possessed remarkable speed, swiftly leaving the island behind. Left behind? Luffy exerted himself to the utmost in expanding his observation haki, yet even at his full capacity, its reach barely enveloped a radius of several hundred meters, leaving the realms above the clouds utterly inaccessible. Katakuri stood at the bow of the ship, arms crossed, his expression gravely serious. A grunt escaped him as he lifted the trident embedded in the deck. Haha, I thought it was someone noteworthy, but it's just Katakuri, Big Mom's beloved son. Boisterous laughter echoed from the heavens, parting the clouds above. A colossal figure descended through the mist. Shaq's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly unhinged in disbelief. What on earth was that? A dragon? From the depths of the sky, amidst the clouds, an enormous dragon's head emerged, its whiskers dancing in the air, scales shimmering with brilliance, as its elongated body gracefully coiled downwards, drifting towards the ship. What an extraordinary encounter this was. Lewis clenched his fist tightly, suppressing the urge to turn and flee. What a jest. The Nine Heavens dragon revealed its true form from the clouds, its massive body reminiscent of a sea leviathan. Lewis felt minuscule in comparison, barely larger than one of its nostrils. The dragon, elongated to an extreme, spiraled through the air like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over the entire sea. The dragon was a man, known as Kaido, the Beast. Kaido. Katakuri gripped his trident firmly. Ha. So Linlin has indeed made her move? This time, it seems we share a rare understanding. Kaido laughed heartily, his laughter alone stirring the winds around him. But know this. I have set my sights on this place. Do you understand, brat? Beyond here lies my territory. Katakuri remained silent, wary of provoking this monstrous being. He knew that with a mere flick of Kaido's tail, this ship could be shattered into oblivion. Katakuri understood that even with all his might, he could not even scratch a single scale of Kaido. Ha. It would be delightful to finish you off here. Linlin will surely be furious, won't she? Kaido's head slowly dipped, nearly hovering above the mast. Are you afraid, Katakuri? Katakuri remained silent, his trident now enveloped in a layer of ominous black haki. Hey, how terrifying. Brat, ha. Do you wish to engage me? Kaido continued to lower his head, nearly parallel to the deck, his elongated form coiling around the great ship, almost resembling Linlin. Ha. Come over here, Katakuri. That fellow Linlin only needs desserts. I am the one destined to conquer the world. Katakuri remained unmoved. If Kaido desired battle, then let it come. Lewis yearned to plunge his sword into Katakuri's back. Was this fellow truly seeking death? Ha. Little brat, do you genuinely wish to perish? Kaido laughed heartily, rising into the clouds. However, he reconsidered. Eliminating you would surely drive Linlin into a frenzy. And now was not the opportune moment to engage her in full-scale war. Return and inform Linlin that this island is my territory from now on. Katakuri, take your men and retreat. Should I ever lay eyes upon you in these waters again, do not expect me to show mercy. If you dare to defy me, then let Linlin come forth. Lewis's breath, once tightly held, finally relaxed. He departed. Kaido actually left? It appears that the relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin is indeed quite complex. Katakuri also exhaled in relief and turned, commanding, "Set sail. Return to Whole Cake Island and prepare yourselves." "Prepare for what?" Lewis was taken aback. "What preparations?" he inquired. "Of course," Katakuri replied in a grave tone, "the preparations for war against Kaido. Mother will certainly not let this rest easily." "War against Kaido?" Lewis licked his lips. As he extended heartfelt wishes for the new year, wishing all his friends a joyous celebration and abundant fortune. Although the festive spirit has undeniably waned over the years, he still hopes everyone enjoys a splendid holiday, taking ample time to rest and rejuvenate for the academic and professional endeavors that lie ahead. Surely, this new year will usher in an array of anticipated and delightful events, much like his eagerness for more recommendations, collections, and generous contributions to his reading list. Kaido. That scoundrel. The setting is Cake Island, a week after the advance team encountered Kaido. The advance team, along with the following reinforcements, has been in a relentless retreat back to Cake Island. No one knows precisely which waters Kaido refers to or when he might appear. For now, only Cake Island remains a sanctuary. Inside the palace of Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin is in a furious rage, her conqueror's haki unconsciously radiating, causing the entire palace to tremble as if the very earth were quaking beneath them. Lewis stands obediently behind Katakuri, head bowed and silent, sweat pouring down his face. The mere presence of Linlin's overwhelming haki is nearly unbearable, a testament to the formidable nature of the world's most fearsome monsters. "Are you attempting to seize territory from me? Then I shall grant you your wish." Charlotte Linlin roars, shattering the table before her with a single blow, the terrifying force creating deep fissures in the ground that spread like wildfire. "Let the battle commence." "Mother," interjects Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family. Standing at her side, "This is not the time for war. We should take advantage of the Golden Lion's weakened state to encroach upon his territory. If we wait until he regains his strength, it will not be so easy to act." "Are you suggesting that I endure Kaido's insults and turn around to continue seizing territory, so that he can mock me for my cowardice?" Linlin bellows, her fury palpable. "Do not let your pride blind you, Perispero. That you are my cherished son, do you dare defy my wishes?" "Yes." Perispero hastily lowers his head. "If he seeks death, then this time I shall grant it." Linlin shouts fiercely, "Let us first eliminate Kaido before we continue to expand our territory. Katakuri, you shall lead the charge." "Is that acceptable?" "Yes, mother, leave it to me," Katakuri responds with confidence. Meanwhile, Lewis, hidden behind Katakuri, buries his head deeply, his eyes wide with trepidation, trembling with uncertainty. The implication of Katakuri leading the charge suggests a direct confrontation with Kaido, one of the most terrifying beasts of the New World. Lewis's gaze suddenly became remarkably resolute. In essence, being a vanguard equates to a near-certain demise, does it not? It seems to be the case. Fearful of death, I must take action. "Commander, I wish to retreat." "What?" "Lewis, do you comprehend what you are saying?" From the other end of the line, a deep voice resonated. The commander's tone, though somewhat intense, remained remarkably composed. As a member of CP0, his tranquility was striking. "You may not yet grasp the true value of the intelligence you previously provided. The significance of that intelligence eludes me, and I harbor no desire to discover it. However, Commander, if I remain here any longer, I fear my demise is imminent." Lewis casually remarked. "What? Have you been exposed?" The tone of the dove suddenly turned grave. "No, not at all. If I had truly been exposed, I wouldn't have had the chance to converse with you, sir." Lewis murmured softly. "The only predicament lies in the imminent conflict between the big MOM pirates and Kaido of the Beast. I am aware you have already reported this," Banda replied gravely. "If that rascal Kaido engages in battle with Charlotte Linlin, he will find himself at a disadvantage. The strength of Kaido's subordinates pales in comparison to the current might of the big MOM pirates. TSK, if that scoundrel had invested a little more effort in recruiting allies, he wouldn't find himself in such a dire situation. Should Charlotte Linlin emerge victorious, our position will become precarious, as the emergence of a new Golden Lion is something the government wishes to avoid. Indeed, Kaido is about to confront Charlotte Linlin." Lewis paused for a moment, his tone somewhat ethereal. "I shall accompany Katakuri as the vanguard, which implies that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Commander Kaido, with his limited subordinates, is expected to appear on the front lines." Suddenly, the agent was at a loss for words. After all, agents are human too, and it is only natural to fear death. "In that case, Commander, I request to withdraw." Lewis reiterated, "Logically, I have no reason to impede you. However, Lewis, You must understand that the turtle dove speaks sincerely. Your intelligence is of paramount importance to us and to the government's subsequent strategies in the New World. The peace of the New World and the tranquility of the Allied nations, to a certain extent, rely on your efforts. Lewis, do not underestimate your worth. You managed to escape unscathed from the fierce clashes between the Golden Lion and Roger. What do Kaido and Charlotte Linlin signify in comparison? Back then, the Golden Lion and Roger did not necessitate my direct confrontation with Roger. Lewis sighed, expressing his indifference towards matters such as peace and tranquility. Very well, I understand now. Commander, what I require is sufficient merit, correct? The commander paused, taken aback. Lewis, what is it that you intend to do? Commander, the reason we cannot withdraw is due to the lack of adequate merit, is it not? Whether it pertains to my own or yours. Lewis spoke plainly, Commander. Please bear with me for a moment. I believe it is time for me to take action. The voice of the dove finally exhibited a fluctuation, gravely warning. Do not act recklessly. If you expose us, everything will be lost. Your Excellency, please consider my plan. Lewis took a deep breath. You madman. I believe that the chances of surviving this way are quite high. Moreover, by doing so, both the esteemed commander and I will gain considerable merit. Let us proceed. Damn it. If I die, it's no concern of mine. I shall not perish. Lewis abruptly hung up the phone. Buzz. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself through the lake water, his hair unfurling around his head as his body surged towards the surface like a torpedo. It mattered not. In the eyes of everyone, he was insignificant. Lewis tore through the waters, indifferent to the notion of death. There are countless individuals like him scattered across the vast ocean, and replacements can be readily found. Thus, it matters not. His demise is of no consequence. Lewis burst forth from the water like a dragon emerging from the depths. His mouth agape. To hell with it. Lewis began his quest for self-preservation, acutely aware that no one cared for his survival. Yet he was resolute in his desire to live. Hey, you lot, do you wish for death? What do you mean, Mario? That day, the monster. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Do you intend to act as the vanguard and confront him head-on? Lady Big Mom has already decided that we shall join Katakuri as the forefront in the battle against Kaido. You should be well aware of the outcome. It appeared they had reconsidered. Understood. Therefore, a foundation for cooperation has been established. I share your reluctance, hence I believe we ought to devise a plan. Lewis understood that withdrawing from Whole Cake Island posed two significant obstacles. First, the very act of departure was fraught with challenges. Escaping the island alone was a formidable endeavor. The place was teeming with homies, and the surrounding waters were swarming with countless surveillance snail phones. To say nothing of Lewis. Even a solitary bird attempting to traverse the skies of Tato Land would require the approval of Charlotte Linlin. Second, as anticipated, Admiral Pigeon would not permit Lewis to leave Whole Cake so easily. It had not been long since they had acquired an operative capable of infiltrating Charlotte Linlin's vicinity. The higher-ups would undoubtedly not relinquish such a valuable asset without a fight. Moreover, for Pigeon himself, as Lewis's direct superior, Lewis's achievements were tantamount to his own. Would he simply forsake the opportunity to bask in the accolades at headquarters? These two constraints effectively anchored Lewis to Whole Cake Island, forcing him toward the impending confrontation with Kaido, a path leading to his potential demise. Yet, Lewis was unwilling to embrace death. Thus, he sought a way to break the impasse. There existed methods to achieve this, whether it be homies or snail phones. The efficacy of these surveillance mechanisms hinged on the presence of a responsive individual. Should that individual cease to exist, even the most intricate web of surveillance would become meaningless. Similarly, if great accomplishments were attained, even Pigeon would find himself powerless to object. These two elements could indeed be harmonized, the pursuit of monumental achievements while simultaneously eliminating the capacity for surveillance. Lewis and his fellow pirates, equally unwilling to meet their demise, have commenced their actions. It is not an unattainable feat. The time is set for tonight's oath ceremony. This evening, two conditions must be fulfilled simultaneously, allowing them to depart from the land of Wano with great confidence. To achieve this, one crucial task remains, to acquire a certain individual. Have you grasped this? In the depths of darkness, Lewis's voice reverberates continuously. Cake Island is rife with homies, and discreetly initiating a conversation is no simple endeavor. However, where there is a problem, a solution exists. All that is required is to excavate a tunnel beneath. Generally, the intelligence of the homies is rather limited. Indeed, this is not an arduous task. Then came the voice of the seasoned veteran, Snake, with a casual tone. Since morning, Numerous pirate crews have been transporting ammunition in preparation for tomorrow's departure. I have already infiltrated the armory. Excellent. This implies that the many pirate ships anchored around Cake Island are now stocked with a sufficient amount of ammunition, correct? That is indeed the case. Splendid. This means that half of our preparations are complete without us needing to intervene. Now, for the remaining preparations, where is that woman? As for her whereabouts, I regret to inform you, Mario, that we are unable to ascertain her location. It is no surprise, her abilities render her difficult to locate. Continue to gather information about her. I shall take care of the rest. For now, you all should rest well. Do not falter tonight. How reliable. Mario. Haha. We can now indulge in some daydreaming, can't we? Once we escape from here, I envision the formation of a pirate crew, with Captain Mario taking the helm, perhaps? A pirate crew? No, Lewis's voice was resolute, asserting that it was unnecessary. Are we to so easily forget the aspirations of our fallen comrades? Despite hailing from different pirate crews, while the notion of separate pirate factions may stand, I believe there is a possibility for us to forge a defensive alliance. Lewis had no desire to assume the mantle of a pirate captain, perpetually leading a band of rogues through the treacherous New World as a member of CP. Such an endeavor was far too unprofitable. However, a mutually protective alliance was an entirely different proposition. In a dimly lit chamber, a lifeless body lay sprawled on the floor. Blood seeping across the ground, an eerie ambience enveloping the stillness of the room. Particularly striking was the enormous mirror that adorned the wall. A full-length reflection revealing the corpse of the deceased man, creating the unsettling illusion of an additional body. Abruptly, the surface of the mirror rippled. Akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters, and a woman emerged from within its depths. She possessed violet hair, a notably prominent nose, and a conspicuous scar upon her face, her emaciated form resembling that of a slender reed. Her name was Charlotte Bre. A paramecia-type devil fruit user with the ability to traverse the realm of reflections at will. What transpired here? Bre gasped in astonishment at the sight of the man collapsed on the floor, stepping closer for a more meticulous examination, confirming his lifeless state. Murder? Who could be responsible for this? Moreover, homies, she observed the disarray around her, various items strewn haphazardly across the ground, remnants of what once were sentient homies. Now reduced to mere chaos. What on earth had occurred? Bre scratched her head, a look of bewilderment crossing her features. She had merely intended to investigate the newly acquired mirror. Was someone attempting to exploit the turmoil? Clenching her teeth, she resolved, no, I must inform Mother. At that moment, a voice erupted from behind her, startlingly exclaiming, finally, I've been waiting for you, Miss Bre. She spun around, yet found no one in sight, momentarily perplexed. Realizing the voice seemed to emanate from the mirror. Could it be another user of the mirror fruit? Before she could fully comprehend, a sudden crack echoed as the mirror shattered, a live man bursting forth with the agility of a swift leopard. What? Bre barely raised her hand in defense before his iron fist struck her face mercilessly. With a jolt, her vision went dark, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. At last it is done. Lewis gazed at the soft form of Charlotte Bre sprawled upon the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. The capabilities of this woman were indispensable to his forthcoming scheme. Capturing her had demanded considerable effort. He had dispatched his underlings to incessantly seek information about her. Yet their endeavors yielded no results. Thus, he found himself resorting to somewhat foolish tactics, disguising himself as a pirate. He brazenly infiltrated the grand palace of Big Mom under the pretense of attending the evening's festivities. This immense palace, with its numerous neglected chambers, had yet to be filled with the multitude of Charlotte's kin that would follow in later years. Cautiously, he cleared a few rooms of the homies. And due to their limited numbers, he was entirely capable of neutralizing them before they could raise an alarm. Subsequently, he would masquerade as a companion of the carefully selected pirates, luring them into these rooms to eliminate them. With a few large mirrors repositioned, the trap was thus set. Lewis found himself unable to locate Bre. His only recourse was to bide his time while also taking the initiative. The trap served as a means of waiting, while he and his band of pirates took a more proactive approach, discreetly mingling with numerous other pirates as they toured the castle of the Charlotte family. Ultimately, the trap proved effective. Charlotte Bre., a woman whose penchant lay in spying on herself through mirrors, exemplified this trait, particularly as she was the sole member of the Charlotte family privy to the secret affection Katakuri harbored for donuts. One might ponder, would the sudden appearance of additional mirrors pique her curiosity? Would the deceased within the room wish to emerge and take a glance? Lewis, we have succeeded. Although it is possible to operate without you, your presence undoubtedly adds a layer of security. Lewis displayed an innocent smile, and the plan was already half established. Wake me up. Happy New Year. Hey, buddy, is it the passing of fire or perhaps the passing of faith? Would you care to embrace the belief in the underworld deity, Usher? With fair skin, beauty, and long legs, joining the cult grants you soul magic as an incentive. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly and join the faith. This is a tale of a dark knight in the Marvel Universe, serving the Lord of the Underworld. This is the introduction he sent me. Just remember the protagonist is flamboyant, the author is impoverished, and the story is exhilarating. Is this the mirror space? The predominant hue is a soft pink. The patterns are not chaotic, resembling a vast cavern instead. It is entirely distinct from the room outside, with winding tunnels that seem to extend into the unknown. Most striking, of course, is the mirror appearing at intervals along the wall. Here lies the mirrored realm of Charlotte Brule, a separate space from the real world. As far as Lewis knows, only two fruits possess such powers. One is the mirror fruit wielded by Brule, and the other, not yet revealed, belongs to Bruno, a future CP9 member with the Door fruit, a far more potent ability to open portals. Nevertheless, it suffices, while it may not rival the Door fruit's capabilities. The mirror fruit is adequate for Lewis at this moment. After tidying up a few corpses within the rooms, Lewis compelled Brule to lead him into the mirror space. You scoundrel! You intend for me to take you away from Whole Cake Island, don't you? Not a chance, scoffed Charlotte Brule, tightly bound with a sword at her throat. You must have seen that the mirror space is entirely different from the outside world, though the spaces are interconnected. The positions and distances between mirrors correspond to the real world. Do you understand? You naive fool. Attempting to escape Whole Cake Island through the mirror space is a delusion. Even the nearest island to Whole Cake Island is several dozen nautical miles away, separated by vast seas. No mirror can lead you away. Do you truly believe you can navigate the convoluted mirror space? Just go apologize to your mother, and I might still speak a good word for you. Silence. Crack. The blade swiftly struck Brule's mouth, leaving it crimson in an instant. Lewis coldly remarked, so? Relying on the mirror space to flee is impossible? Though I had anticipated this and prepared accordingly, learning the truth still brings a tinge of disappointment. Enough of these thoughts. Take me to a specific location. Huh? Brule covered her mouth. You scoundrel, how dare you treat me this way? I will kill you. I will ensure that Katakuri brother avenges me. Swish. The blade lightly grazed Brule's face, instantly etching a new scar. My time is limited. Choose one. Either death, or take me there. Eek. Brule's body twisted in an instant, tears streaming down her face. All right. You scoundrel. The woman, favored by her elder brother, was rather timid. Where is Mario? Has he not arrived yet? In a certain room within the central palace of Whole Cake Island. Pirates had gathered, and the homies in the room had been entirely cleared away. Time was drawing near. If they did not act soon, the banquet would begin. I have arrived. The mirror on the wall writhed as Lewis emerged, holding Brule in tow. We did it. Mario. Indeed, we succeeded. Lewis nodded. What about the items? Are they prepared? Of course, they're readily available in the armory. A large bag was handed to Lewis. Although the timing mechanism wasn't exact, a rough detonation could certainly be achieved. That's sufficient. Lewis chuckled. The fireworks for tonight are already prepared. I trust that Lady Big Mom will be quite pleased. You scoundrel. What are you attempting to do? Is this to the detriment of Mother? Brule struggled incessantly. How audacious. Slap. Without a moment's hesitation, Lewis delivered a powerful punch to Bree's head. Enough with the chatter. Now, I shall take charge of the remaining matters. You shall leave one person in this room. Snake. That will be you. I will return to find you shortly. The rest of you, proceed to the banquet. Do not let anything slip. Understood. Lewis once again stepped into the mirror with Brule. Recently, a pirate ship has docked at Cake Island. You can find it, right? Lewis pulled BR close and urged. Take me with you. What do you intend to do? BR instinctively focused on the large bag that Lewis held in his other hand. Do not think that after committing such an act, you can simply escape. Before I have the chance to flee, do you wish to perish first? Lewis grasped Brule's neck. How infuriating. The Big MOM pirates have recently welcomed a considerable number of pirate crews, and following the destabilization of the Golden Lion's dominance, they have emerged as one of the iconic powerhouses of the New World. With the sincere allegiance of pirates like Lewis, who once aligned with the Golden Lion, Charlotte Lean's magnanimity has sufficiently captivated the hearts of the New World's pirates. However, during this period, approximately 20 pirate crews have gathered under the banner of the Big MOM pirates. their ships moored in the ominous shadow of Whole Cake Island. Pirates, of course, are not oblivious to their surroundings. Thus, when Bruley escorted Lewis, their presence went unnoticed, allowing them to slip in quietly and successfully. Is this the place? The armory. It was as if they had entered uncharted territory. Lewis's stealth capabilities were truly remarkable. There were hardly any pirates left aboard the ship. Who could possibly suspect that someone would dare to stir trouble in Charlotte Lean's domain? Even the few patrolling pirates had not approached. And relying on his keen observation akin to the observation hockey, Lewis had already concealed himself, effortlessly reaching the armory. This one should suffice. Lewis extracted a bomb from his deep pocket, which was equipped with a diminutive timer. With ease, he set the timer and casually stuffed the explosive into an alley filled with cannonballs. This was Lewis's scheme, utilizing Bruley's abilities to obliterate all ships belonging to the Big MOM pirate crew, an act that would undoubtedly be deemed a monumental achievement. A headline worthy of attention. You scoundrel! How could you entertain such a notion? Bruley gritted her teeth, aware that even a fool would have recognized Lewis's intentions by now. Do not blame me. Lewis began to shift his focus onto Bruley, for after all, no one desires death, right? A pirate ship here, another pirate ship there. Lewis effortlessly inserted the timed bomb into the ammunition room. Soon, he would undoubtedly present Charlotte Lean with a magnificent display of fireworks. It was at this moment that Lewis encountered a minor, unexpected occurrence. Expanding his observation hockey, he caught sight of two pirates approaching from around the corner. Remaining calm and composed, he casually opened a nearby door and stepped inside. Outside, the voices of the two men easily penetrated the not-so-thick door. The captain has been careless. He forgot to bring the gift. Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry and deliver it to the captain, if it's not there by the time the banquet begins. He will have our heads. Indeed, the captain is quite generous. This is the ocean's treasure, a devil fruit. It's my first time seeing one in person. Don't be foolish. If we can earn Big Mom's goodwill with just one fruit, it's worth more than anything else. In the room, Lewis let out a long sigh. This is quite an unexpected gain. He turned to Snake. This one is yours. Keep an eye on her. She is our crucial lifeline. Take her to the designated location and wait for us. Our successful escape relies on you. Not a problem, Snake replied, nodding earnestly, a smile gracing his weathered face. Leave it to me, Mario. What are your next plans? Snake inquired. Are we heading straight to the banquet? No, not yet. Lewis shook his head, utterly insufficient. The actions taken previously could only serve to infuriate Charlotte Lean, ultimately leading us to a point of no escape, neither to the heavens above nor to the earth below. Could we truly evade capture? What then shall we do? Snake spoke in a low voice. Mario must surely have a solution, akin to guiding us through the turmoil of that wall. Huh. Lewis smiled gently. Therefore, I am now about to undertake a decisive task. I shall wait for you at the appointed place until your arrival, Snack stated solemnly. Indeed, we are allies in both offense and defense. Lewis chuckled. Then I shall take my leave. Snake lifted blade, positioning the curved blade directly against her throat. Woman, lead the way. Ah, you bastard. Blade cried out helplessly, ultimately guiding Snake into the mirror space. What followed next? Lewis exhaled deeply. That was the crux of the matter. He retrieved a set of clothes that he had previously asked Bruley to fetch for him. Suddenly, a door creaked open, and a diminutive man with a bushy beard, clad in a chef's uniform, emerged cautiously, ensuring the door was shut behind him. He swaggered towards the palace kitchen, unimpeded by anyone. Hey, are you a chef too? I don't believe I've seen you before, inquired the chef as he approached the vicinity of the kitchen but did not enter right away. Instead, he turned and slipped into a restroom nearby. After a brief wait, another chef, of similar height and appearance, hurriedly entered the restroom, surprised to see the man standing there. I'm a newly arrived chef, he replied with a bright smile. Hey, why are you back so late? Does it really take that long to use the restroom? Everyone is utterly swamped. The head baker is on the verge of exhaustion. The cake is in its final stages, and I can't step away. You need to assist the head chef. This banquet is enormous, and there are far too many pirates attending. We must recommend expanding the culinary team afterward. Apologies. My stomach was a bit unsettled, the chef who had been absent said hoarsely, revealing his hands, which were oddly dislocated. What? No? Never mind, hurry up. The cake needs to be baked and decorated. That should be manageable, right? I'll assist the head chef. There's no one else left. All right. Observing the hurried chef dash towards the far side of the expansive kitchen, the chef who had been absent sighed. Honestly, spending a little time to interrogate is quite worthwhile. What good fortune. Yet, perhaps it's wise to take extra precautions. Move faster. echoed the voice of the head chef, a figure of international renown, calling for the long baguette. The banquet is about to commence, and the food, particularly the cake, must be ready. Ling Ling does not appreciate waiting. The event must start in 30 minutes, and the cake must be presented to Ling Ling within 2 hours. Yes, the chefs responded, united in purpose. The banquet was not held within the castle. Its magnitude was considerable. It was not merely a gathering of the Charlotte family. The primary attendees were 20 or so pirate crews who had recently joined, totaling thousands of participants. The venue was set in the plaza outside the castle. Early on, tables, chairs, and dishes had arranged themselves in their designated places, and as night fell, the pirates entered, laughing and chatting, filling the plaza to capacity, even spilling into the surrounding forest. Once darkness enveloped the area completely, members of the Charlotte family began to arrive in succession: Charlotte Ling Ling, Charlotte Perispero, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Oven, and Charlotte Daifuku. The future pillars of the Charlotte family gathered in one place. Louis exerted considerable effort to forge alliances with the pirates, particularly those situated near the Charlotte family. After all, in the eyes of subsequent pirates, they were among the earliest to join the Charlotte family, and undoubtedly, they ranked as the most formidable crew among all present. Oh my goodness! So many people have come to celebrate my banquet. It is indeed a joyous spectacle. This is precisely what I have long pursued. A realm of dreams filled with restless rascals. Come join me. Let the delightful feast commence. Charlotte Lin Lin did not need to rise. Her imposing stature was sufficient to instill awe while seated, her arms wide open as she laughed heartily. Only the true core members of the Charlotte family were worthy to share a table with her, while an outsider, the enigmatic Morgans, curiously approached, seemingly eager after hearing news of Charlotte Lin Lin's collaboration with Kaido. Notably, an empty chair was reserved beside Charlotte Lin Lin, adorned with a picture frame that held a photograph. Oh, long live Big Mom. Defeat Kaido. Let the feast begin. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Soon, the food made its grand entrance. Indeed, arriving on its own accord, as if the dishes sprouted legs, merrily wheeling towards them. What are you waiting for? Eat up. Louis, observing the somewhat restless pirates, casually remarked that if they wished to avoid exposure, they should act naturally. Having engaged in numerous activities today, he had expended considerable energy and thus needed to replenish his strength. Louis began to devour the food that he had leaped onto the table, and similarly, the pirates at the surrounding tables indulged heartily. However, Louis abstained from alcohol, believing it prudent to refrain from drinking before undertaking significant endeavors. As the revelry unfolded, with cups clinking and spirits flowing, most of the pirates had become quite inebriated, yet the feast was only reaching its peak. The cake has arrived. The head chef, Long Bread, personally wheeled over a cart bearing a colossal cake that emanated an irresistible fragrance. Oh, it smells absolutely divine. Long Bread, you truly have a talent, exclaimed Charlotte Lin Lin, her elongated tongue extending from her mouth, drooling with anticipation as her gaze fixated on the cake. I am exceedingly confident about this cake, Long Bread declared with a triumphant smile, firmly pressing the cart's handle. The cake soared into the air, and Long Bread leaped up, carefully cradling the cake beneath him, gently placing it upon the table. Come, give it a taste, Lin Lin. Mother, I cannot contain my excitement. Charlotte Lin Lin stood up, suddenly recalling something, glancing at the frame beside her, thinking that the nun would surely wish to sample it as well. Ha 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 ha. Cake. Delicious cake. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of fire. The cake instantaneously expanded just as Charlotte Lin Lin reached for it, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent a powerful shockwave, displacing everything in the vicinity. Was there truly no need for a backup plan? The scene unfurled before Louis, as the tempest howled around him. He discerned a peculiar object soaring through the air, silently extending its reach to a nearby table where a few strands of a pirate's hair gradually recoiled. A cake? Charlotte Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise, her body already smeared with a layer of cream. Yet, the explosion, so close at hand, had caused her no harm. Thud. Something struck her face. Huh? Instinctively, she lowered her head, only to find the corner of a shattered frame before her, containing a fragment of a photograph. A nun? The moment had arrived. It was time to act. Louis declared decisively, it appears to be going smoothly. Shaq chuckled as he pulled out 2 earplugs from his pocket, and the other pirates followed suit. Although they were unsure of Louis's intentions behind these preparations, they complied without hesitation. After all, Louis's directives had yet to lead them astray. The current bizarre demeanor of Charlotte Lin Lin served as the most compelling testament to that. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin seemed exceedingly peculiar, utterly motionless. Her gaze fixated intently on the ground, her eyes seemingly forgetting to blink. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Sparrow, who had just risen from the debris caused by the explosion, discarded the candy enveloping his body, gritting his teeth. An attack? Who was responsible? In contrast to his elder brother, Katakuri appeared far more composed, having reacted swiftly at the moment of the explosion. Erecting a wall of glutinous rice to shield against the blast, someone was clearly orchestrating a sinister plot. Mother's demeanor, it seems somewhat off. Charlotte Combat frowned, questioning the rationale behind such a bomb's attack being able to harm her. Could it be? Sparrow's gaze fell upon the shattered photograph at Charlotte Linlin's feet, Mother's most treasured possession, the nun. I will certainly make that scoundrel pay. The enormous cookie soldier rose, demanding. Who did this? The nun. Before the Charlotte family could fully comprehend the situation, an unprecedented transformation overtook Charlotte Linlin. She lifted her head, her eyes completely devoid of focus, and her mouth opened wide, letting out a deafening roar. The sound wave surged like a tsunami, sweeping away everything in its wake. As dark lightning flickered through the air, the ground beneath them was instantly torn apart. Tables and pirates alike were sent flying. Sparrow felt his mind go blank, desperately covering his ears. What is happening? What is wrong with Mother? Katakuri also shielded his ears, but quickly regained his composure as he activated his ability, sealing his ear canals with glutinous rice to mitigate the unbearable noise. He promptly fashioned numerous rice dumplings to toss to his siblings, blocking their ears. What has happened to Mother? After donning their earplugs, the members of the Charlotte family felt a slight relief. Combat exclaimed urgently. However, her voice was utterly drowned out by Charlotte Linlin's monstrous cries, rendering her words inaudible. Is it you? Have you hidden the nun? The strange wailing from Charlotte Linlin abruptly ceased, her colossal fist rising high before crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. Katakuri swiftly dodged Charlotte Linlin's strike, causing the ground to sink like foam. A massive shockwave released beneath, making the surface ripple like water as cracks rapidly spread across the square. Has Mother gone berserk? Sparrow gritted his teeth, demanding to know who was responsible. You despicable fiend. Mother, please, stop this. Do you wish to destroy Whole Cake Island? Katakuri shouted, asserting that this was a conspiracy. Return the nun to me. Completely unfazed, Charlotte Linlin raised her hand, summoning a fireball from an unknown source. Enveloping it in her grasp, son, Prometheus. Boom. Her mighty punch sent flames billowing forth, obliterating the unfortunate pirates who had lost consciousness around her in their slumber. Mother, please, calm down. Cracker stepped forward, attempting to intervene with Charlotte Linlin. If you eliminate all these nuisances, what will become of the battle with Kaido? Get lost. None. Where are you? The response to Cracker was a fist, leaving him no time to evade. He barely managed to raise his shield before the fist collided with him. Crack. The cookie shattered, and despite his hockey-enhanced defense, Cracker was sent soaring like a meteor across the sky. What should we do? Sparrow cried out. Charlotte Linlin was rampaging, and countless pirates had unknowingly been annihilated. Even the members of the Charlotte family dared not confront her directly, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. Is it all due to the photograph? Evading another of Charlotte Linlin's attacks, Katakuri frowned deeply. Is there a backup of the nun's picture? Yes. Yes. Combat exclaimed loudly. Mother was so protective of it that she made several backups. Bree. Katakuri searched desperately, longing for the voice of his most beloved and guilt-ridden younger sister. Damn it. At the moment I need her most, she's nowhere to be found. His observation hockey expanded, seeking someone who could locate the photograph. Katakuri suddenly froze. Haha. This time, we executed the plan flawlessly, Mario. In the forest, a group was making a swift escape. It was Lewis and his crew. Following the explosion, they began retreating towards the outskirts. All eyes on the commotion caused by Charlotte Linlin at the center, leaving them unnoticed. Once Charlotte Linlin began her dreadful wailing, they took the opportunity to flee. As they ventured further, they came upon an inconspicuous mirror standing amidst the lush greenery, nestled within a thicket. Is this our ticket to freedom? One pirate laughed, ha ha ha. What a joke. The big MOM pirates are nothing but a farce. At last, someone emerged from the mirror, Snack, carrying Bree. I was terrified. What if the plan failed? How could it fail? The swordsman's sword patted Snack's shoulder reassuringly. It's Mario. Indeed, it's Mario. Shaq laughed heartily. Pleasantries can wait. We must depart at once. Lewis turned back, observing flames soaring into the sky. The tremors beneath his feet were palpable even from such a distance. The monster was in a rage. Well, let us proceed. Snake nodded, urging, "Hey, woman, activate your abilities." "Hey, you scoundrel, what have you done?" Blay squirmed anxiously, feeling a sense of foreboding from their reckless demeanor. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a dark figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the forest behind them. "What?" Lewis was taken aback. "What a remarkable coincidence. Bree, what brings you here?" The man's deep voice resonated. "And you, Mario? Why are you here as well?" Bree's voice was filled with excitement. "Why are you asking for recommendations? How shameless to even request rewards. If you've decided to abandon all sense of shame, then be consistent in your folly. How brazen you are." Suddenly, with a painful groan, blood gushed from his mouth, splattering onto the ground and forming a small puddle. The man with purple hair rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. His gaze blankly fixed on Lewis and his companions. "Who is this guy? He just flew in out of nowhere. I've never seen him before. Wait, did that woman just call him Brother Click? Could he possibly be Charlotte Click? No way. Isn't Click supposed to be a giant with a bushy beard? His abilities. That must be a fruit power. I thought there was no way to withstand Mario's sword without using hockey. That must be a shell created by his powers. What terrible luck to be intercepted by this fellow." Sword drew his blade from his waist. "Mario, what should we do? He seems to be gravely injured." "Wait. Bree is with you, and it seems she anticipated this escape. Could it be that Click is in cahoots with you all? Ah, have we been exposed?" Lewis drew his sword from his waist, his gaze piercing and defiant. "Indeed, it was I who orchestrated everything. So what of it? Lord Kriya, do you have any counsel to offer?" "Ha ha ha, what audacity." The scoundrel Kriya had never anticipated that he would be sent flying by a mere blow from his mother. Yet here he stood, having uncovered the true culprit behind the current state of Cake Island. "I regret not eliminating you the last time." "Ha, what arrogance from a mere individual." Shaq stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Just look at you. Can you even wield that sword? It would suffice to eliminate you." A radiant smile spread across Kriya's face. "Come on, Mario, if we all charge together." Shaq turned back to Lewis with a grin. "We will surely vanquish him." "No." Lewis stepped forward, sword in hand, declaring, "I alone am sufficient." "What?" Shaq hesitated. "Hey, Mario, it's the final moment. Don't falter now." Sword exclaimed, "No matter how formidable this individual may be, he cannot possibly contend with so many of us. He is merely a wounded foe." "Phew." Lewis gently shook his head, the sound of his neck cracking echoing softly, as he murmured, "The last hospitality I received remains etched in my memory, and thus, I wish to extend my own invitation to Lord Krijak." However, Shaq was still inclined to persuade further. "Rest assured, Shaq," Snack replied with a smile, shaking his head. Mario would never undertake an endeavor without confidence. With a determined grit of his teeth, Shaq conceded, "Very well, Mario. Victory is imperative." "Indeed." Lewis nodded slightly and strolled forward. "Aha, youngster, have you come here seeking death?" Krija gripped his longsword tightly, a dark aura coiling around the blade like a serpent, its dim light beginning to flicker. "One strike will suffice to eliminate you." Lewis gripped his sword firmly, propelling himself forward like a fierce gale. "Huh, that was a line of mine." Krija shot forth like a cannonball, the ground beneath him cracking deeply underfoot. With his sword raised high, he had his observation hockey firmly locked onto Lewis. The air was torn asunder by his movement, and the excruciating pain that had once overwhelmed him seemed to vanish in an instant. All that consumed him was the singular desire to eliminate the man before him, the architect of chaos who had plunged the nation into flames. "Die, little N?" The smile on Krija's face vanished in an instant. The man who had, just a moment ago, shone brightly in his vision had suddenly disappeared, as if he had never existed. Even his observation hockey failed to detect anything amiss. What the hell? Just as Krija was engulfed in confusion, a shadow darted past him, and Lewis's form materialized abruptly, followed by an excruciating agony that escaped his lips in an uncontrollable scream. What was that? What just happened? That Krija? What have you done, you bastard? What have you done to my brother Krija? Uri, held tightly by Snake, shouted in fury, only to pause in realization. Could it be that this is your true power? TSK. What a pity. Lewis's body suddenly sprang upwards, soaring backward like a bird in flight, landing beside Snake. The anguished cries of Krija had yet to subside, his left hand firmly clutching his right shoulder, blood gushing forth. My right hand. His right hand, still gripping the sword, lay a short distance away, the wound on his shoulder clean and smooth, severed by the very blade of Lewis. Lewis's objective was certainly not merely to sever one of Cracker's arms. His true aim was directed at Cracker's throat. Unfortunately, His intent was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a trident. In the midst of evading the assault, he found himself unable to eliminate Cracker entirely, and could only manage to slice off one of his arms. Damn, was he too late? A towering figure emerged from the depths of the forest, rushing to Cracker's side. And with a swift motion of his right hand, he bandaged Cracker's wound tightly with strips of glutinous rice. Cracker had already lost consciousness. The man, who was exceedingly sensitive to pain, was already gravely injured and had just suffered the loss of an arm, leaving him unable to endure further agony. Big brother. Upon witnessing Katakuri's arrival, Broly was rejuvenated with vigor. It's all this guy's fault. It's all because of him. Mario, this fellow named Mario, he consumed a devil fruit. Be careful, brother. Cracker fell victim to his tricks. Originally, she sought only to uncover Broly's whereabouts, but inadvertently discovered a throng of individuals mingling and swiftly moving about. Katakuri fashioned a glutinous rice bed to envelop Cracker, then turned to retrieve the trident that had been planted in the ground, contemplating whether Lewis was indeed the mastermind behind it all. Was his suspicion correct? Truly, the situation was rife with unexpected developments. Lewis sighed, pondering whether plans are inevitably disrupted by unforeseen circumstances. What can be done when it is impossible to maneuver with a mirror in your presence? It appears that my dear siblings have received considerable care from you. The air began to tremble, an indescribable aura emanating from Katakuri. The might of conqueror's haki? TSK. The demeanor of a true sovereign. Lewis smacked his lips, pondering whether this was a manifestation of anger. Katakuri, did our actions truly offend the world government, bringing disgrace upon the Charlotte family? No, honor is of little consequence. Katakuri solemnly replied. It is the harm inflicted upon my family that drives my ire. Thus, you and your companions are as good as doomed. Indeed, what a terrifying man he is. Lewis exclaimed. However, are you not angered for the sake of the family's honor? Alas, have my other arrangements been in vain? What? Katakuri furrowed his brow. Can't you hear? Lewis tilted his ear, as if straining to hear the song of the world carried by the wind. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in the distance. A colossal explosion illuminated the horizon, casting a stark brightness across the night sky. What? Katakuri abruptly turned his head toward the source of the sound. Haha. Do take a moment to appreciate it, Lord Katakuri. Lewis erupted into a hearty laugh, a cathartic release of all that had been suppressed within him, amidst the resounding echoes of fireworks. Boom, 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 boom. The intense explosions reverberated continuously, causing the entire Cake Island to tremble, with flames soaring skyward, far more dazzling than those from the castle. You scoundrel. Katakuri's forehead bulged with veins, for Lewis's actions would inevitably lead the Charlotte family to lose their advantage in the forthcoming war. What has come from me shall be seized by me. Has Charlotte Leanlean's meticulous plans been thwarted by my interference? Tell me, because of my actions. The future of this new world has indeed been altered, hasn't it? I have changed the course of the world. Am I not right? Lewis gazed at Katakuri, grinning widely. Katakuri, why do you not smile? Is this not amusing? A band of insignificant figures skillfully manipulating those lofty individuals. Surely, that is a source of laughter. Come on. My companions and I are on the brink of hysterics. Am I right? Haha. Indeed, big brother Mario. This is simply splendid. Is this the Charlotte family? Hardly impressive. Look at his face. It has turned completely dark. Smile, Katakuri. I have already explained why you should. Lewis plunged his sword into the ground, arms outstretched as if yearning to embrace Katakuri. The brilliant flames erupted behind him. Could such exquisite fireworks not be utterly captivating? Fireworks, ascending into the heavens this night. Whole Cake Island was illuminated by a cascade of dazzling pyrotechnics emanating from the Charlotte family castle at the island's heart. The devastation wrought by Charlotte Linlin continued unabated, as the raging flames along the coast transformed the darkened sky into a canvas of crimson, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Brother, it's Mario. It's still Mario, shouted BRLE, who was being held by Snack. He has threatened me. He delivered timed explosives to every pirate ship surrounding Whole Cake Island. The warships, which we painstakingly gathered, are now doomed. You scoundrel, Mario, Katakuri sighed, his initial fury now replaced by a serene composure. For a true master of observation haki, maintaining calmness is the most fundamental ability. Without tranquility, no matter how formidable one's haki may be, it cannot be wielded. Katakuri is a paragon of perfection, leaving no room for weaknesses. I confess, we have all underestimated you. Katakuri's voice was deep and resonant. A man who had been overlooked by all had completely dismantled the strategy of the entire nation, obliterated the family's plans, and undermined his mother's designs. Such actions have compelled even me to regard you with newfound respect. Mario, you are indeed a formidable man. Is that a compliment? Lewis chuckled. You may think so. Katakuri's voice was remarkably calm. In the end, even a moment of joy is not to be dismissed. After all that has transpired, can one still hope to extricate oneself from this myriad of nations? It is uncertain. Lewis chuckled, taking 2 steps back, drawing the sword embedded in the ground, and resting it against Brle's neck. Is it true that the impeccable brother Charlotte Katakuri would sacrifice his sister's life to vanquish his foes? Brle. The name nearly escaped Katakuri's lips through gritted teeth. Katakuri is a paragon of virtue, undoubtedly an ideal brother to his siblings. Yet, in his eyes, Brle holds a unique significance, setting her apart from the rest. Very well, Brle, open the mirror world. With a smile gracing his face, Lewis felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. By exploiting the vulnerabilities of others, even the 4 emperors could be vanquished. This sensation was utterly delightful. Do not move, Katakuri. I can see you. Lewis noticed the expansion of observation haki as everything around him fell under his dominion, including the slight tremor in Katakuri's legs. Muscles poised to unleash their power. A trickle of blood flowed gently from Bruley's neck. Tch. Katakuri let out a soft grunt, his body relaxing. Brother. All right, Bruley. Open the door. Lewis chuckled. Isn't this the end? I refuse. Br tightened her jaw. What? Lewis furrowed his brow, exclaiming, I warned you. Should you refuse, I shall end your life. Despite the circumstances, she persisted, tears and snot streaming down her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet her voice rang clear and resolute, declaring, if it endangers my brother Katakuri, I would willingly forfeit my life. Brule. Katakuri's reaction was swifter than Lewis's, his voice booming with authority. Do not utter such foolishness. Do you think I require assistance of your nature? Brother. Brule sobbed. I am acutely aware of your kindness, Katakuri. It is because of me that you have become this way. If I were to obstruct you once more, I could never forgive myself. Damn it. Lewis gritted his teeth. This operation had indeed been fraught with complications. Krija had inexplicably flown directly into the fray. While this initially posed no significant threat, the severely injured Krija, exploiting his own underestimation alongside his abilities, had the potential to eliminate the adversary outright. Yet, he was swiftly thwarted by Katakuri's interference. However, this was not entirely unfavorable. In fact, it might even be advantageous. The thought of a quiet retreat left Lewis feeling quite dissatisfied. Life in this world was far from comfortable. And articulating his thoughts in the presence of Katakuri provided him with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, especially since he had Katakuri's beloved sister in his grasp. Thus, he felt unperturbed, confident that he had seized Katakuri's Achilles heel. Yet, while he had indeed secured Katakuri's vulnerability, he had inadvertently loosened his grip on Bruley's retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lewis swiftly comprehended the course of action he needed to take in light of Bruley's adamant refusal to cooperate. He hoisted Bruley aloft and spoke in a low, commanding tone. The pirates behind him, already unnerved by Bruley's sudden awakening, immediately began to flee upon hearing Lewis's orders. Lewis pursued them with rapid speed towards the island's periphery. Katakuri, you'd best not follow me. Unfazed, Katakuri remained steadfastly on Lewis's heels. He understood that with Bruley's refusal to cooperate, he had become her only safeguard. As long as he remained, Bruley's life was not in jeopardy. It was Lewis who would meet his demise if he dared to pursue. Conversely, if he were to abandon the situation, Bruley would be truly doomed. Tch. Lewis gritted his teeth. The plan had spiraled into chaos once more. 2 factions pursued one another, hastening towards the shores of Cake Island. The entire Cake Island had descended into a veritable maelstrom. The members of the Charlotte family were in disarray, overwhelmed by the rampage of Charlotte Linlin. The pirates attending the banquet faced death, while those who survived were coerced into joining the fray of the Charlotte family. Charlotte Linlin's adversaries encompassed them all. The pirate ships that lingered nearly faced annihilation, flames engulfed the sky, and the inhabitants of Cake Island teetered on the brink of madness, surrounded by a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. At last, they arrived. Lewis did not glance back, his keen observation fixed resolutely upon Katakuri's form, who remained steadfastly anchored behind him. Before his eyes, a vessel emerged into view, anchored just beyond the shore, a ship that had long been prepared. Although the original plan had entailed their arrival here through BRLE's abilities, thus circumventing any risk of detection, such considerations were now rendered moot. You all board the ship. Lewis did not move forward. He remained still at the water's edge. What? Snake exclaimed. Mario? What do you mean? With the words of this woman, Katakuri will pursue us to the ends of the earth. We cannot shake him off. Someone must stay behind to hold him back. Do you understand? The pirates fell silent, lost in thought. Lewis said calmly, but why you? Snape shouted, after all the effort to get here. Do not attempt to play the hero. Let me take charge. I am the eldest among us, and death means little to me. You are not yet 20. The vast ocean still beckons you. Indeed, Mario, let me take the lead. Allow me. Permit me. I fear not death. Enough with the chatter. My plan has faltered, and thus we find ourselves in this predicament. It is I who must rectify the errors. Lewis proclaimed loudly. Now, in the name of the Alliance leader, I command everyone to board the ship immediately and evacuate. Depart from Cake Island and continue your voyage to freedom. Mario. Shaq gritted his teeth. You bastard. Get lost. Lewis's voice suddenly dropped to a somber tone. Begging them. You bastard. Shaq clenched his fists until they bled. Mario. Lord Mario. Big Brother Mario. It is infuriating. Remember this, big MOM pirates. The swordsman's sword fixed his unwavering gaze on the silent Katakuri. This could not conclude here. You must survive, Lord Mario. Do not die. Lord Mario. Everyone. Snake bellowed, embark. The tearful pirates swiftly boarded the ship, hoisting the sails as the grand vessel set sail. Lord Mario. Damn it. You must survive. The Pirate Alliance, no? The Mario Grand Alliance sets forth. The ship gradually drifted away from the shore, embarking on an unknown journey. I never anticipated that a man like you would be selfless. Katakuri remained indifferent. Those fools could pursue whenever they wished, as long as his sister was safe. Lewis remained silent, standing quietly by the shore until the vessel had vanished from sight. I shall not perish. Lewis took a few steps back, clutching the brule, and then whispered. No one can kill me. Not you, Charlotte Lingling, not the Navy, not the world government, and not even a god. A radiant smile illuminated Lewis's face as he proclaimed. No one can kill me. Suddenly, he forcefully pressed Brule down onto the ground. In that very moment, Katakuri surged forward, and almost simultaneously, a long sword pierced Brule's body, pinning her to the earth. Lewis leaped back, distancing himself like a kite soaring into the sky, a smile adorning his face. Splash! He plunged into the sea. Hey, Brule. Are you all right? Katakuri, the de facto core of the big MOM pirates, a man revered and trusted by many, found himself in rare disarray this time. His sister had been pierced by a sword, her frail body pinned to the ground, blood flowing profusely from the wound, staining the earth. That scoundrel. Katakuri seldom lost his temper, but this occasion was an exception. I'm fine, brother. Brule's pale face broke into a smile, her eyes squinting slightly. I'm all right. It's just. I'm sorry, brother, she whispered. It's my fault. My cowardice allowed that scoundrel to wreak havoc, turning the whole Cake Island into this state, ruining Mother S' plan, causing great loss to our family, and leaving you to helplessly watch them depart. It's all my fault. No, Brule. Katakuri carefully withdrew the long blade embedded in her body, akin to how he had previously bandaged Cracker. The sticky rice transformed into bandages to staunch her bleeding. The fault lies with me. What? Brule was taken aback. It's my fault. Katakuri gently lifted Brule into his arms, speaking softly. I failed to protect you. I overlooked Mario's scheme, and I did not respond correctly when the crisis struck. Ultimately, it is my inadequacy. I'm sorry, Brule. I promise it won't happen again. Never again. No. Brother. Brule screamed, gripping Katakuri's scarf tightly, revealing the fierce expression hidden beneath. You're like this again. Why do you always bear the weight of everything? It's not your fault. How could it be your mistake? Why must you shoulder all the burdens? We are siblings, aren't we? Calm down, Brule. You need to rest. Katakuri gently pried her hand away, speaking in a soothing tone. You were forced into this. It's all right. Mother will forgive you. Brother Katakuri. Brule cried out in anguish. I'm the one at fault. That scoundrel, Katakuri, paid no heed to his sister's cries. As an elder brother, it was only natural to shield his siblings from harm. Had Lewis truly perished? He recalled the composure Lewis had displayed before diving into the sea. Brule. Was that scoundrel truly an ability user? That scoundrel? Mario? I personally witnessed him consume the devil fruit. He is indeed an ability user. Was he truly seeking death? Katakuri pondered, But this was not the time for such thoughts. Bruley in his arms and Cracker left behind both required medical attention. Mother S. rampage was far from over, and the explosions of pirate ships surrounding the island had begun to spread flames across whole Cake Island. This night was still long. Time rewound slightly. In Lewis's eyes, the night sky was resplendent, the stars twinkling amidst the vast expanse, the serene and alluring beauty captivating him. Splash! The chilling sensation began from his head, gradually spreading downward. His vision of the night sky vanished, his head submerged in liquid, followed by his body, engulfed by the ocean. He had fallen into the sea. Motionless, his body rendered helpless, he felt an unprecedented weakness. Even when facing Cracker, he had possessed the strength to move, yet this time was different, entirely unlike before. Every ounce of energy within him seemed to have been stripped away. Even the power to wiggle a finger eluded him. The freedom to move in the water had become a distant dream. Lewis was now an ability user scorned by the sea. Stripped of the ability to swim, a universal truth in this world. As he sank deeper, the night waters turned dark, the azure of daylight completely vanished. Within mere seconds, the glimmers on the surface that had once been visible disappeared, and darkness enveloped him. Motionless, his body drifted with the current. He could hear nothing, see nothing, like death itself. Silent, eternal, the ultimate destination of life. Life returned, but he did not wish to die. It absolutely could not end here. With a body utterly devoid of strength, he forced himself to move. Whoosh! His immobile form suddenly surged forth like a torpedo. He could not utter a sound, yet a smile graced Lewis's face. His hair, transforming into a wing-like formation, unfurled behind him, allowing him to glide through the water with remarkable speed. The sea could not deter Lewis. The sea restrained ability users due to some unknown factor. When an ability user's body is mostly submerged, their strength is sapped, leading to a state of exhaustion, while simultaneously suppressing their powers, resulting in inevitable drowning. But was the use of life return contingent upon physical strength? Did the movement of his hair rely on stamina? No, it did not. Hair lacks nerves, lacks muscles. Its motion is entirely driven by Lewis's will. Could the sea erase Lewis's consciousness? Clearly not. As long as his will persisted, he could utilize life return, allowing Lewis to navigate through the water. Though immensely weak, though his body was immobile, he overcame the sea. The surface lay in darkness. Yet the island was ablaze, the clamor echoing even from afar. The chaos of the big Imoan pirates continued unabated. In a corner of the island, behind the rocks, a small boat floated serenely. Whoosh! From beneath the water, black tentacles shot forth, swiftly wrapping around the mast of the small boat, then suddenly contracting, pulling Lewis's body from the depths. Huff, huff, huff. Lying on the boat, he gasped for air, fearing that Katakuri had yet to leave. Lewis refrained from ascending to the surface to use the moonwalk technique, yet he had made it. The small boat he had prepared earlier was fully stocked. This was the destination he had initially intended to reach. He had no desire to act alongside those scoundrels. Wasn't he their goal too grand? Being bait was indeed quite fitting. Lying on the small boat, his strength gradually returned, energy slowly seeping back into his body. Lewis lowered the sail, untied the anchor, and the small boat began to drift away from the shore, sailing toward the vast sea. Lewis rose to his feet, his strength fully restored. The vibrant Cake Island was now a distant memory. He would return. Indeed, he would. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and suddenly, Lewis felt a flicker of brightness in his vision, prompting him to glance back. In the distance, the surface of the sea erupted in a blaze of crimson hues. As the water and sky shimmered with a radiant glow, a searing orb of fire emerged from the depths, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. Tears suddenly welled up in Lewis's eyes, cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably as he pressed his hands tightly against his face to shield his eyes. His shoulders trembled with quiet sobs, yet simultaneously, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was so intense it caused his throat to ache. The long night had come to an end. Dawn had arrived. A small boat glided silently across the vast ocean, enveloped in a tranquility that had not been felt in ages. It was the third day since departing from Cake Island, and the journey had been uneventful. Lewis had achieved his objective flawlessly, as the Charlotte family had completely lost their power to pursue him. The rampage of Charlotte Linlin and Lewis's final fireworks display had deterred the formidable pirate crew of this new world from continuing their chase. Perhaps, those who remained in the surveillance room had already vanished as well. Charlotte Leanlean's fury was no trifling matter. What splendid weather it is. Louis lay quietly on the small boat, his eyes closed in a state of serene repose. After indulging in a satisfying meal, he sought to bask in the sun. Relishing a moment of rest where thoughts and concerns were cast aside, only the pure essence of relaxation mattered. He had reverted to his original form, that of a 13-year-old boy named Louis, languidly soaking up the sun's warmth. It had been a while since he had allowed himself such freedom. The last time he felt this relaxed was perhaps during his training camp in the South Sea with Wade Dillon. In this tranquil expanse of crystal-clear waters, he wished for nothing more than to bask lazily in the sunlight, free from thoughts of strength, adversaries, comrades, or missions. Just as he was drifting into a state of blissful slumber, his phone began to buzz in his pocket. With a click, he picked up the receiver and casually inquired, "Is this Your Excellency?" On the other end, the voice of his superior, Mr. Pigeon from CP0, resonated with a blend of enthusiasm and excitement. "Your report has been confirmed. Louis, you are truly a genius." "Is that so?" Louis let out a sigh as the previously disordered state of his mind began to gradually settle. "Does this imply that I can finally withdraw? Have I indeed fulfilled my mission, Commander?" "Of course. Louis, absolutely. Such an achievement, ha ha ha." The cuckoo laughed uncontrollably. "Almost like a fool. You, my lad, have turned the entire world upside down. One of the most terrifying monsters of the New World, Charlotte Leanlean, has been ensnared in your web. If this does not constitute the completion of a mission, then what indeed does?" "Huh." Louis leaned against the ship's railing, lifting his gaze to the heavens. The clouds above, soft and fluffy like cotton candy, drifted slowly with the sea breeze, mirroring the gentle warmth of his heart. "Hey, Louis, come over here," the dove said earnestly. "A talent like yours is wasted in CP9. Join CP0 under my command, and we shall become the finest of partners." "I apologize, Commander, but the time is not yet right." Louis shook his head, remarking that the mission of CP0 is far more perilous than that of CP9. "I am still too weak, and during my time in the New World, I have come to realize just how inadequate I truly am. A moment's carelessness could lead me to face death itself. It is still too early for me, Commander. I am merely 13 years old. As for CP0, I must become stronger." "Indeed, and more importantly," Kiji's voice suddenly took on a teasing tone, suggesting that there is another fellow waiting for you on Judicial Island, isn't there? "Who knows?" Louis casually replied. "Allow me to share some good news ahead of time." The dove chuckled. "Discussions regarding the personnel structure of CP9 have already commenced." It won't be long before the chief of CP9 changes. After all, your situation has reached Admiral Sengoku, who holds a rather favorable impression of you and mentioned it in passing when contacting CP. Therefore, Louis furrowed his brow. "So you must act swiftly, Louis." The dove's voice suddenly dropped to a somber tone to ensure it is accomplished before that individual is reassigned. "Yes? And be cautious not to draw any attention." "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Commander," Louis chuckled, remarking that personnel changes are quite commonplace, and this has no bearing on a rookie from CP9, right? "Heh." The dove smiled, asking, "Your destination is Moa Island, am I correct?" "Indeed." Louis glanced at the permanent pointer in his hand, an artifact procured from the Charlotte family. "Just wait there. I shall send someone to fetch you," said the dove. "Understood. Haha, then this is where we part ways. Safe travels, Louis." Click. After hanging up, the dove did not inquire about Louis's fruit abilities, nor did Louis divulge anything. He stared at the phone bug for a considerable time before finally tucking it away into his bosom. What a commendable leader, meticulously considering every aspect for him, even pondering whether such significant achievements at a young age might lead to hubris. It seems the superiors have greater faith in this commander's remote operational skills, doesn't it? Heh. The voyage continued. Moa Island was a distant isle from the myriad nations, situated on the periphery of Whitebeard's territory. Due to Whitebeard's influence, it remained a remarkably tranquil island. Louis was en route to his destination. In the sky, a pristine white newsbird swiftly descended and alighted upon the edge of Louis's vessel. A newsbird? Louis chuckled with amusement, contemplating how he had grown weary of desserts. It had been quite a while since he had savored bird meat. One must never forget that behind every newspaper lies a tantalizing story waiting to be uncovered. Newspapers? He licked the grease from his fingers and casually picked up the newspaper he had initially cast aside. As he opened it, his pupils dilated in disbelief. What on earth is this? His body stiffened, almost unable to fathom the genius behind it. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Louis erupted into laughter. Really now? What a prodigy! Is this meant to send me into fits of laughter? The front page bore an extraordinary headline. With unmatched valor, Mario outwits the nations. Glancing at the publication's imprint, it came as no surprise that it was the World Economic News Agency. Indeed, that bird was responsible for this monumental news. The article recounted in detail the events involving Lewis and the pirates in the Land of Nations, describing how they disrupted the Charlotte family's banquet, inciting Charlotte Linlein's wrath, and ultimately dismantling the formidable pirate fleet that had taken years to establish, overturning the entirety of Cake Island, while most managed to retreat unscathed and without a claim. Beyond a mere recounting of events, the article extensively highlighted two key subjects. Firstly, the mastermind behind the incident, the little-known pirate Mario, whose selfless decision to remain behind for his comrades' escape was articulated with an evocative flair that filled nearly half a page. Even Lewis, a first-hand witness to the events, felt a surge of fervor upon reading it. The brilliance of that bird was undeniable. The report emphasized three attributes of Mario: his fearlessness in the face of formidable opponents like Charlotte Linlein, his cunning that rendered even the most unpredictable adversaries at his mercy, and, of course, the headline itself, with unmatched valor. Apart from Mario, the article also delved into another significant topic, an analysis of the shifting tides in this new world. Morgan stressed the impact of Lewis's actions on the current state of affairs, noting that despite being a seemingly inconspicuous group of pirates, it was precisely these individuals who had profoundly altered the trajectory of the New World. Prior to this, the Charlotte family's power had burgeoned, with the number of pirate crews under Charlotte Linlein's command approaching the zenith of the Golden Lioness reign. This emergent force had become one of the most formidable powers in the New World. It is crucial to understand that dominance in battle is not solely reliant on top-tier strength. The auxiliary power of subordinates is equally vital. How else could one maintain dominion over the seas? How could one instill fear in rivals? At a time when the Golden Lion pirates were nearly obliterated, the Kaido pirates were on the rise, and the Roger pirates had vanished without a trace, the Whitebeard pirates were engaged in their own familial games, while the Big MOM pirates began their ascent, potentially becoming the new Golden Lion pirates. The news of the conflict between Kaido and the Big MOM pirates was not concealed. In fact, Charlotte Linlein summoned Morgans to her oath-taking banquet specifically to disseminate this information throughout the New World, showcasing the Charlotte family's might. No one believed that Kaido would gain an advantage in the impending conflict. Indeed, Kaido was formidable, with few in the world able to rival his individual strength. Yet, was Charlotte Linlein any less formidable? Having traversed the seas for decades without a single scar, her prowess was well known. The leaders were evenly matched, but the strength of the crews under their command revealed that the Charlotte family overwhelmingly surpassed the Beast pirates. It was a consensus among all that the Charlotte family was on the verge of resurgence. However, this was not to be, for it was Lewis, and that pirate named Mario, whose actions thwarted all of Charlotte's meticulous plans. The pirate fleet, painstakingly amassed, was utterly obliterated, and even their stronghold, Cake Island, was thrown into chaos, with Charlotte Linlein herself being deftly outmaneuvered, inadvertently demolishing half of her own fortress. Thus, the forthcoming conflict would be irrevocably transformed, with the Charlotte family's advantages against Kaido entirely vanishing, and perhaps even facing a slight disadvantage. The era of a singularly dominant pirate crew would dissipate, and the dynamics of the New World would once again become tumultuous, all instigated by a seemingly unremarkable band of pirates. The world was left in awe. Lewis cast a keen gaze upon the section of the newspaper detailing the ultimate fate of the man named Mario. After selflessly protecting his comrades and ensuring their escape, he, unwilling to endure humiliation, chose to leap into the sea, thus embracing death as a testament to his valor. This is precisely why Lewis erupted into hearty laughter. The noble Mario is no mere jest. The article describes him as tenacious, courageous, and unwavering. Yet he was compelled to join the ranks of the Charlotte family to safeguard the lives of his companions. Nevertheless, driven by an unwillingness to see his friends perish futilely in the war against Kaido, he resolutely chose betrayal, delivering a devastating blow to the Charlotte family. Ultimately, after securing the safe passage of his comrades, he opted for suicide. Such a man embodies the spirit of brotherhood. If he does not exemplify it, then who does? Lewis must be laughing uncontrollably. The chivalrous Mario? Will there be a gallant Luigi as well? In any case, it appears that the tale of this man, Mario, has reached a conclusion. Lewis continued onward, making his way to the designated location. Moa Island, situated in the heart of the New World, has long been the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. This island exudes a sense of peace and tranquility, as it is widely acknowledged that while the Whitebeard pirates harbor no interest in dominion, they are unwavering in their resolve to punish those who defy the principles of righteousness. What constitutes righteousness? For pirates, rules embody righteousness. Those who harm their comrades or violate these codes are utterly unforgivable, for no one wishes to face the wrath of Whitebeard. One fateful afternoon, Lewis arrived at this place, effortlessly scuttling his ship before disembarking. He let out a sigh of relief, although sailing at sea was initially exhilarating. It soon became exceedingly monotonous. This quaint and harmonious town has a way of transforming even the most unruly pirates into creatures of compliance, more docile than the most rigorously trained hound. They approached the shore with humility, dutifully resupplying before departing once more. Lewis strolled leisurely down the bustling street, where no one recognized him and no one cared about his presence. He was free from the scrutiny of others, unburdened by the fear that a single slip of the tongue might unveil his identity, plunging him into a life-or-death predicament. There was no need for him to exhaust himself contemplating how to accomplish his mission or how to preserve his existence amid the treacherous confines of enemies and superiors. This sensation was, indeed, profoundly delightful. Lewis spent approximately an hour exploring the island, committing its terrain to memory. Perhaps this is a sign of his profession? With a self-deprecating smile, he sought out a bar. The atmosphere was lively, with pirates and townsfolk mingling indistinguishably. Even in the early afternoon, the bar remained teeming with patrons. Lewis casually found a seat and beckoned the bartender for a glass of beer accompanied by a slice of special apple pie. After indulging in long-lasting rations and dried fish, a change in palate was most welcome. Nestled within the crowd, Lewis was utterly inconspicuous. Despite his naturally striking appearance, donning a hooded sweatshirt sufficed to blend in. Perhaps complemented by a flat cap. Silently savoring his meal, he attentively listened to the raucous discussions of the surrounding pirates, for information gathering is fundamental for an agent. The most fervent topic of conversation was undoubtedly the recent events at Cake Island, where Lewis had made quite an impression. The pirates spoke of it with exuberance, particularly lauding the pirate named Mario, an otherwise unremarkable individual with mediocre strength, akin to themselves, who had managed to disrupt the plans of the formidable creature reigning at the pinnacle of the New World, Charlotte Linlin, thereby upheaving the entire nation. Moreover, he had selflessly remained behind to ensure the escape of his comrades, a testament to his intellect and valor, embodying both courage and righteousness, deserving the utmost respect from every pirate. The rise of Lewis was accompanied by intermittent sips of wine, accompanied by a soft ouch. The chair across from him was pulled out, and a fellow took a seat opposite him. "Apologies, my friend, for the lack of available space." The voice was somewhat deep, yet tinged with a hint of youthful naivety. "No, it's nothing." Lewis raised his head, momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Such encounters are indeed serendipitous. Please, have a seat." The thief burst into laughter. The individual appeared to be of a similar age to Lewis, slightly taller yet equally rotund, embodying a jovial demeanor. His eyes squinted together, and a warm smile curled at the corners of his mouth. However, his tone shifted, brimming with excitement. "Isn't it splendid to encounter one another? How beautifully articulated!" he exclaimed. The youth, comparable in age to Lewis, laughed heartily, asserting that the meeting of souls is merely fate. The vast ocean is indeed replete with such fortuitous encounters. Wouldn't you agree? He suddenly exhibited an exuberant demeanor. "Calm down." Lewis took small bites of the pie, casually remarking, "Is this really something to be joyous about?" "Oh, I apologize for my indiscretion." The young man ruffled his somewhat tousled hair and chuckled. "Your words resonate well with my appetite. Are you a pirate as well?" "Why do you say that?" Lewis sipped his drink, which was rather unremarkable in flavor. In contrast, he held a greater fondness for sweet apple pie, as the intake of sugar could elicit a sense of bliss, enveloping one in warmth as if revitalizing the very essence of their being. "For you see," the young lad extended his right hand, sweeping his gaze across the surrounding pirates. "This place is filled with pirates, is it not? Surrounded by pirates. Does that mean I too am a pirate?" Lewis scoffed. "Isn't it absurd?" The thief laughed heartily, indeed. The young man smiled. "My name is Teach, and I am soon to become a pirate." Lewis remained silent. "Ha ha, is that so?" chuckled Teach, Marshal D. Teach, a man who seemed perpetually amused, his laughter resonating not as a mere smile, but as a boisterous, almost mad cackle. "Indeed. It was rather foolish to reveal one's identity to a stranger amidst the vast ocean. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you?" Lewis retorted. "Ha ha ha. I am indifferent, for I have resolved to become a member of Whitebeard's crew." "Whitebeard?" Lewis furrowed his brow, realizing that Blackbeard had joined the Whitebeard pirates at this very moment. If memory served him well, this individual was of the same age as himself, both being 13 years old this year. However, it seemed he had matured rather hastily. Did he not? Such ambition. That man would undoubtedly one day dominate the seas. Wouldn't you agree? Teach remarked with fervent conviction, asserting that Whitebeard was indeed the one destined to conquer these waters. Lewis would certainly not disclose to him that the era of Whitebeard's dominance over the seas commenced after Roger conquered the Grand Line. Does he hold a deep admiration for Whitebeard? Lewis inquired, observing that the glimmer in the man's eyes was genuine and not feigned. Indeed, was it not so? Teach leaned forward, locking his gaze onto Lewis's, declaring that the man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was indeed the strongest in the world. Ah, it becomes clear now. Teach's admiration for Whitebeard is rooted in the profound strength he embodies. Well then, I have finished my meal. Farewell. Lewis wiped his mouth, rose to his feet, and prepared to depart. There was little left to discuss with Tiki, who was not yet the infamous Blackbeard. Is he truly leaving? Tiki made no effort to retain him, maintaining his calm smile. Then, farewell. A strong premonition stirred within me, suggesting that our paths would cross again. Oh? Lewis raised an eyebrow. Isn't that obvious? Blackbeard chuckled. The sea connects us all. As long as one is not dead and remains upon the waves, there will inevitably come a day of reunion. Is that so? I quite look forward to it. Lewis chuckled as he stepped out of the tavern. The unexpected encounter with the future Blackbeard was indeed a delightful surprise. At 13, the same age as Lewis, he appeared somewhat unremarkable. However, Lewis was acutely aware that this individual was likely the most formidable person he had ever encountered, excluding Roger, whom he had never truly faced. Just as Blackbeard had stated, their paths would inevitably cross again, as long as Lewis remained alive. They were destined to interact as counterparts. So there was no need for haste. This man was off to chase his dreams, while Lewis was set to continue his own journey. There was no necessity for them to remain together. They would surely meet again. As two covert operatives, they parted ways without further exploration. Lewis found a lodging to stay in, as he had several days to wait for his ship's arrival. It was hardly prudent to sleep on the streets. During his stay at the inn, Lewis found himself with nothing but time. The only activities available to him were to continue his training. He could not afford to pause in the cultivation of his life-restoring abilities. Having completed the control of his upper body muscles, he had begun working on his right leg, which was nearly finished. It was likely that within a few days, he would commence with the left leg's musculature. Once he successfully mastered control over his entire physique, Lewis surmised that the potency of his Six Kings gun would significantly increase, alongside a marked enhancement in his agility and explosive strength. His training in observation hockey had not faltered either. He maintained a constant state of its use, serving both as practice and vigilance. For an operative, Lewis's mastery of observation hockey was exceptionally fitting. Through persistent application, he could discern an increase in the subtleties he could perceive, even to the minutiae of an ant's expression when focused. Lewis eagerly anticipated the evolution of his observation hockey, envisioning the day he could perceive at the cellular level. By then, his aspirations would no longer seem like mere fantasies. In addition to his routine life restoration and hockey training, Lewis had acquired a new endeavor, mastering the powers of a devil fruit. During his time on Cake Island, while delivering explosives to a pirate ship, he fortuitously obtained a devil fruit. In its initial application in combat, he nearly incapacitated Cracker, and despite being disrupted by Katakuri, he still managed to sever one of Cracker's arms. The fruit was exceedingly powerful, and intriguingly, it had not appeared in the original narrative, likely due to the butterfly effect of his actions. Although becoming a fruit user drastically diminished his combat prowess in water, Lewis deemed this trade-off worthwhile. The strength of this devil fruit undoubtedly justified the risks involved. The devil fruit ability possessed by Lewis is not one of combat prowess, which indeed comes as quite a disappointment. After enduring a crushing battle against Kreja, Lewis yearns for the power to effortlessly breach his opponent's defenses. However, it now appears that he must rely solely on his own strength for offensive capability. The ability acquired by Lewis, which he has named the illusion fruit, belongs to the paramecia type. This extraordinary fruit grants the power to impose illusions upon others. Lewis found himself at a loss when it came to articulating the nature of his abilities. While he could confidently assert their potency, he also recognized their somewhat lackluster quality. The illusion fruit, belonging to the paramecia class, grants him the power to bestow illusions upon others. But what exactly constitutes an illusion? It is, in essence, a fabricated sensation. The human experience can be categorized into 6 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and the ethereal 6th sense, commonly referred to in this world as kinbunchikahaki. The essence of the illusion fruit allows Lewis to fabricate all sensations he can perceive and draw others into the environment he has woven, whether it be visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile, or even the perception of kinbunchiku. As long as Lewis comprehends the sensation, he can craft an illusion and ensnare his opponents within it. Notably, the illusions Lewis conjures must be within his understanding. For instance, a congenital blind person cannot fabricate a visual illusion, nor can a deaf individual create an auditory one. Therefore, having mastered kinbunchikahaki, Lewis, as a normal person, is likely capable of creating any illusion, save for those unique abilities possessed by individuals like Roger, who can hear the voices of all things. In essence, barring those with exceptional kinbunchiku abilities, Lewis's power is likely sufficient to deceive anyone. Once he acquires the mastery of busashokahaki, this assertion may hold even more weight. Moreover, what adds an intriguing layer to Lewis's capability is its absolute nature. Provided the conditions are met, his target will invariably succumb to the illusion. This is akin to the luck fruit, which guarantees the deprivation of one's fortune upon mere contact, or the toy fruit, which instantly transforms an individual into a toy. This power resembles a law-like force, unaffected by the strength of the opponent, whether they be a Yonko commander or an ordinary citizen, though the possibility of escape remains a different matter. However, the challenge lies in fulfilling the requisite conditions. Lewis's formidable abilities come with significant limitations. To activate his powers, he must satisfy 2 prerequisites: construction and projection. Construction is the initial and most crucial step. It is not merely a matter of wishing for someone to perceive a field of flowers for them to do so. Such a notion is preposterous. The activation of an illusion necessitates that Lewis meticulously constructs it in advance. Only then can the other party witness what he has envisioned. This task is by no means trivial. While he need not create every intricate detail, a broad framework must be established by him. Truthfully, he envies characters like Eisen, who wield powers such as Mirror Flower, Water Moon, which seemingly require far less mental exertion. Unlike Lewis, who cannot activate his abilities without prior construction, Eisen's powers offer a degree of spontaneity. If Lewis's constructed illusion lacks certain elements, the target will not perceive any additional details. He cannot adapt in real time during combat. Consequently, Lewis likely cannot achieve effects akin to Mirror Flower, Water Moon in the heat of battle. The second limitation pertains to projection. Once the illusion is constructed, it is not enough for a mere thought to ensnare the opponent. If that were the case, Lewis would already be invincible. In reality, the greatest restriction lies here. He must project the illusion, injecting it into the opponent's mind, which is the only way to ensnare them. Regrettably, this projection can only occur through the intersection of gazes, meaning if the opponent does not establish eye contact with Lewis, his abilities cannot activate. This aspect is not overly concerning, as maintaining eye contact is a nearly instinctual behavior in humans, and Lewis does not perceive this as a limitation. The true complication arises from the fact that projection is not an instantaneous process upon establishing eye contact. It unfolds over time. To illustrate, the process whereby an opponent accepts Lewis's illusion is akin to watching a live broadcast, the content of the broadcast being the illusion itself, and the intersection of gazes representing the network. Thus, the troublesome aspect is that if the opponent averts their gaze during the projection, the process halts, and the illusion dissipates. Lewis does not possess the ability to render someone incapacitated with a mere glance. In light of these considerations, one might conclude that his ability is rather underwhelming. Both construction and projection are indispensable. Therefore, in combat, Lewis can only hope to momentarily disrupt his opponent without the expectation of achieving instantaneous incapacitation, akin to Mirror Flower, Water Moon, or Tsukino Kami. Nevertheless, his powers remain formidable. For skilled combatants, a fleeting moment of oversight can signify defeat, as exemplified by Kurizumi. In the moment Lewis comprehended his own capabilities, he realized that his development should strive to transform live streaming into downloadable content, aiming to achieve a level where illusions could be seamlessly projected into the minds of others, akin to the ocular techniques depicted in Naruto. He believed that the reason for the reliance on live streaming was the sluggishness of projection speed. By merely enhancing the bandwidth, his vision could indeed be realized. Lewis's exercise consists of incessantly employing illusions upon himself. Not only is this practice secure, but it is also profoundly intriguing. Whatever Lewis wishes to perceive, he is able to behold. Whatever he desires to hear, he can listen to. Whatever sensations he yearns to experience, he can indeed feel. This extraordinary ability is akin to a dreamlike power, perhaps comparable to a single-player version of the world of Tsukuyomi. Lewis can even transport himself into realms of his own making, provided he can construct them. However, in reality, Lewis utilizes this opportunity to hone his observation haki. He envelopes his five senses, sight, smell, hearing, touch, and taste, in total darkness, rendering himself incapable of sensation. This state is more terrifying than death itself. Fortunately, Lewis possesses the gift of observation haki, akin to a celestial eye. The progress of his observation haki is visibly remarkable. Lewis even believed that such training could be taken a step further. By meticulously observing and emulating the actions of formidable characters through his keen perception, he crafted a unique regimen for himself. Lewis was utterly convinced of his own genius. After all, wasn't his ability to perceive akin to the copying prowess of the Sharingan? The 3 days passed in a whirlwind of fulfillment, and Lewis sensed a remarkable acceleration in his growth, particularly in his perceptual abilities and fruit powers. His fruit powers were extraordinarily convenient, to the extent that during moments of boredom, he would entertain himself by screening movies in his mind, a truly immersive experience. Akin to traversing through another reality, Lewis suddenly felt a surge of curiosity about what would happen once his ability awakened. Infinite monthly reading? On the morning of the 4th day, his door was knocked upon. Has the moment finally arrived? The magnificent cosmic vista that had unfolded in his mind vanished in an instant as Lewis snapped back to reality and opened the door. Lewis stood in a daze, his eyes wide open, frozen in place. How wonderful it is that you are safe. Outside the door, a man with golden hair wore a warm smile. Lewis. Indeed. It has been a long time since we last met. Wait, it has truly been ages, Lewis exclaimed, a rare expression of joy illuminating his face as he beheld the man named Wade, who stood at the threshold with a beaming smile. It had been nearly a year and a half since their parting at the training camp in the South China Sea. Lewis had undergone a multitude of thrilling experiences during this time, having trained in the CP9 camp and battled various opponents, ultimately emerging victorious. Shortly thereafter, he faced the greatest crisis of his life, being dispatched to the New World, infiltrating the Bloodhand pirates, and even becoming embroiled in the conflict between the Golden Lion and Roger. Although he managed to escape unscathed, the trials he endured could certainly be described as a brush with death. After finally extricating himself from the clutches of the notorious Eight Wall, he found himself confronted by the imposing walls of the Charlotte family and the deadly struggle with the Cracker, with Katakuri embarking on overseas expeditions and subsequently clashing with Kaido. The chaos that ensued turned the entire nation upside down. The experiences of the past year and more were nothing short of spectacular. Akin to the unfolding of a gripping tale, Lewis encountered numerous experiences, cultivated a plethora of new ideas, and grew significantly. His heart brimmed with an abundance of words yearning to be shared. However, at this moment, upon seeing this man, the very individual to whom he could unburden his thoughts, he found himself utterly speechless. You're also untroubled. Lewis chuckled. How splendid it is. After countless words, now a mere smile suffices. Affiliated with CP0, codenamed Young Lion, Wade smiled, his voice suddenly lowering as he came forth to greet the returning hero. A hero? Ah. Lewis let out a scoff, remarking on the weighty title. Who could argue otherwise? Wade shook his head. I would rather see you lead a tranquil life. The more one seeks the spotlight, the more susceptible they become to being ensnared in turmoil. I trust you comprehend this truth. Lewis looked at him and remarked. It appears that you are the one who relishes the spotlight the most. Isn't that so? Come, let us partake in a meal. Lewis stretched lazily, as if to welcome you warmly. You were treating? Naturally, as a mere newcomer to CP9, encountering a formidable figure from CP0. I must extend a cordial reception and cultivate a favorable rapport. Oh, is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Wade did not come alone. He was accompanied by numerous other members from various CP ranks. Navigating the vast seas of the New World is undeniably arduous for an individual. However, it is Wade alone who has come to meet Lewis. Those engaged in espionage are invariably meticulous and cautious, apart from certain exceptional circumstances that necessitate revealing one's identity. Even CP0 operatives would not flamboyantly parade in white coats and masks. Stealth is imperative for agents, and having multiple individuals seeking out Lewis would certainly compromise that discretion. This is Whitebeard's territory. Who knows what contingencies he may have in place? To disregard the basest aspects of human nature in judging others is a steadfast principle of the dark world. Lewis led Wade into a restaurant in the small town. The culinary offerings of the New World, in contrast to the Four Seas, boast an unparalleled superiority, featuring an array of exotic ingredients that are unimaginable in the Four Seas, yet abundantly available in the New World. After finding a place to sit and placing their orders, Lewis seized the moment while waiting for the dishes to arrive and inquired, "You are likely aware of my experiences, but what about you, Wade? What tales does your life hold?" Wade wiped the corner of his mouth and, with a demeanor reminiscent of an elder brother, slowly shook his head. "It's quite ordinary, really, training, assessments, then passing them to officially become a member of CP0. Isn't that the norm for everyone?" He then added with a hint of mischief, "But you, Lewis, are indeed an exception. Causing such a stir merely from your graduation assessment is truly remarkable. You might not be aware, but your name has become well known across the entire CP hierarchy." Lewis emitted an enigmatic sound. While the precise circumstances remain unclear, it is widely rumored that a newcomer from a certain couple has stirred chaos in the New World due to the difficulties imposed by their superiors. Wade chuckled, remarking that this is the prevailing sentiment among everyone. That could spell trouble. Lewis slowly shook his head. For individuals like us, being conspicuous often signifies doom, does it not? Yet, Lewis, you're the exception, are you not? Wade wore an expression that suggested he had discerned everything. Huh. Lewis chuckled lightly, and what of Dylan? How is that fool faring? Quite well, Wade responded without a moment's hesitation. He bypassed the graduation assessments entirely and directly joined the headquarters of CP5. He is now a member of the logistics team in the field department, spending his days idly within the base, alternating between training and leisure. I've heard he even consumed a devil fruit and has become a capable individual, much like yourself. I see, that is splendid news. However, I have always believed that only fools are graced with foolish fortunes, and Dylan, that rascal, never adheres to the usual protocols. Lewis nodded slightly, indicating that the matter he had entrusted to Spandane had indeed been accomplished. That fellow proved to be quite reliable. For someone like Dylan, who has grand ambitions but lacks the necessary skills, it is far better for him to stick to a clerical role. He is ill-suited for the life of a spy. His boisterous nature would serve him better as a pirate, or perhaps even in the Navy. The one truly fit for the role of CP is the individual seated before me, who appears gentle yet is utterly unyielding. Ha 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 ha. Lewis, I have come to you on an important mission. After indulging in food and drink, Wade spoke up. Aside from taking me back? Lewis was slightly taken aback. Indeed. Wade nodded, speaking in a low tone. The implication is that there remains a matter for you to attend to before your return. Lewis smacked his lips. Now that you have arrived and CP0 is here, do you still require my assistance? Wade chuckled. Is that so? Lewis curled his lips, wondering if I had become indispensable at this moment. It felt rather strange. Ha ha ha. Don't say that, Lewis. You have always been exceptional. Wade reached across the table and patted Lewis on the shoulder, affirming his sentiment. Well then, what is the task? It won't require too much of my time. Will it? Lewis casually remarked. I am in a hurry to return to Judicial Island to see the commissioner off. Haha. I have heard about your dealings with the commissioner of CP9, that fellow named Skilo. Nevertheless, it matters not. It should not take up too much of your time. Wade lowered his voice, suggesting that there are matters that can be attended to on the journey back. So, what exactly are those matters? Lewis inquired with great interest about what could only be accomplished by him or during the journey back. Above all, there was hope that Mario, this man, would continue to thrive upon the sea. Wade spoke candidly. What? Lewis furrowed his brow. Mario was deceased, lost to the depths of the sea, a truth universally acknowledged. Yet, his superiors desired his revival. Wade articulated this notion. The mission of CP0 in the New World extended beyond the promise made to retrieve Lewis. It encompassed another imperative, to collaborate with Lewis in ensuring that the man known as Mario continued to thrive upon the ocean's expanse. The authorities were reluctant to allow such a man to remain entombed in the frigid waters beyond Cake Island. Evidently, his existence held greater worth. This sentiment was palpable, as discussions surrounding Mario dominated conversations within the restaurant. Recent newspapers had sensationalized the narrative, casting Mario in a heroic light, adorned with numerous accolades. To the pirates of the New World's lower echelons, he was emblematic of resistance against the formidable creatures that reigned above. Mario was indeed such a figure. Thus, the government deemed it a tremendous loss that he had perished. They preferred him alive, as one of their own. Consequently, Lewis was compelled to resurrect Mario. He lacked the strength to defy the government's will. The orders he received did not originate from CP9, nor even from CP0, but from a higher echelon, from Mariewa. From the intricate web of power, from the Five Elders. Could Lewis possibly refuse? Thus, with merely a slight maneuver, a man engulfed by the sea, Pirate Mario, rises once more to create a stir in the New World. What a fearsome tactic! A pirate ship, adorned with the Jolly Roger, sails across the vast ocean of the New World. The flag depicts a skull, beneath which lie two blood-red, crossed arms, a symbol of the notorious Bloodhand pirates. Wait. Clad in a somewhat tattered sailor's outfit, wields a curved dagger at his waist. His hair, reminiscent of golden sand, is styled into unkempt dreadlocks, equally disheveled, emanating an off-putting odor. As a professional spy, one must strive for utmost expertise. The sound of admiration escapes his lips, directed at Lewis, who stands at the ship's bow. Donned in a captain's hat, though perhaps he should now be addressed as Mario, he has once again assumed the appearance of a youth. Lazy yet strikingly youthful at 18 or 19. Wade gazes in astonishment as he witnesses Lewis's transformation from a childish visage to this. The ability to restore life to such an extent is truly remarkable. Wade muses, it is extraordinary. I could never master such a feat. This is a gift bestowed by nature. Lewis chuckled coldly. Truly, Captain Mario is quite the proud one. Wade grinned. Captain, we are approximately 10 nautical miles from our destination. From atop the mast, someone called out loudly, prepare for action. Undoubtedly, every individual aboard this vessel is an agent from CP, with the ship's officers being elite operatives from CP0. For the government, assembling such a formidable force is an effortless task. How does one prove that a person is still alive? There is no need for intricate physiological examinations or psychological evaluations, merely appearing in public suffices. To resurrect Mario, all that is required is for Lewis to make an appearance in a prominent setting. It is as simple as that. Buffy Island was originally a neutral territory situated between the Charlotte family and the territory of the Golden Lion, serving as a buffer zone for both parties. After the defeat of the Golden Lion pirates and the subsequent expansion of the Big MOM pirates, this island fell under the control of the Charlotte family. Now, following the substantial blow dealt to the Charlotte family, it has become the farthest outpost of the nation, practically isolated in the sea. The pirate ship boldly entered the harbor of Buffy Island. Who goes there? After signaling to fire the cannons, the pirate vessel showed no signs of stopping, charging straight onto the beach. The pirates stationed on Buffy Island quickly rushed over, surrounding the ship completely. How forgetful! Has it really been only a few days? A man's voice, slightly languid, emerged from the ship's railing. You don't recognize me anymore? You rascal! The pirates guarding Buffy Island were led by a man named Jack, a pirate captain who had survived the upheaval of that fateful night. He immediately recognized the figure standing at the bow of the ship. Mario. Mario? Is it that Mario? At the mention of this name, the surrounding pirates began to murmur among themselves. The name Mario had swept across the seas of the New World like a tempest, but if one were to pinpoint its most notorious significance, it would undoubtedly be in the nation, the very backdrop of this tale. Could it be? He is still alive. The pirates found it nearly unbelievable that the man who single-handedly brought chaos to the entire nation was still among the living. Did they truly think it had all ended? Lewis chuckled. Is it really that simple? The vengeful spirits have returned from the depths of the sea. Spirits? Ha ha. Mario. After the initial shock, a man named Jack burst into laughter, his face flushed with excitement. I was just irked to be sent to this wretched place. And here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. How courteous of you. Is that so? Then I hope you can savor this grand gift. Without further ado, Lewis leapt from the ship's railing, arms wide open, crashing into the midst of the pirate crew like a meteor. Ha ha, my friends, the opportunity has presented itself. Eliminate him. Jack drew his sword from his side, laughing heartily, convinced that vanquishing him would surely earn him the favor of Big MOM. So it is. Lewis chuckled, rolling up his sleeves as he surveyed the pirates encircling him. His observation hockey expanded, instantly assimilating everything around him. Even the subtle movements of a pirate at the back who was unconsciously adjusting his waistband. Let us see what you've got. His body shot forward, hurtling towards Jack's position. Attack. Eliminate him. He is merely a solitary figure. Take him down. The fervor of the crowd is truly a terrifying phenomenon. Once frail individuals unite, they instinctively perceive themselves as formidable. Dozens of blades descended upon Lewis almost simultaneously. Humph. With a mere huff, he extended his arms. effortlessly navigating through the wall of weapons, seizing the hands of two pirates. With a powerful twist, their blades carved through the air, creating two exquisite arcs of crimson that blossomed around him. Stepping onto the shoulder of a pirate who was slowly collapsing, losing warmth, Lewis soared skyward, only to immediately plummet back down, crushing the two beneath his feet. With a vigorous swing, he hurled them into a group of pirates who were caught off guard. How is this possible? The realization struck them. This man was untouchable. No matter how many they were, nor how sharp their swords, they could not lay a finger on Lewis. The once enthusiastic pirates began to hesitate. Is this truly observation hockey? This guy. Finally, Captain Jack, unable to maintain his composure, lunged into the throng, his long sword enveloped in a dark aura of armament hockey. Die, Mario. Lewis snapped back to reality, effortlessly crushing a pirate's throat in his grasp, as an extraordinary glimmer began to spread across his eyes. Suddenly, Jack's body froze. What is happening? Where is everyone? Mario? Shifting to Jack's perspective. The moment he locked eyes with Lewis, everything vanished. Nothing could be seen, heard, or felt. He could not even discern whether he was speaking. What on earth is this? Am I truly speaking? Do I even exist? There was nothing, no sensation whatsoever, not even the concept of dark void, for nothing existed at all. In an instant, Jack felt as though he was on the brink of collapse. This seems to make it a bit easier, Lewis muttered to himself as he swiftly approached the frenzied Jack, who was wildly swinging his sword. With effortless grace, he evaded the long blade and placed his hand upon Jack's head. In contrast to more intricate illusions, the sheer simplicity of nothingness proved far more effective. Unseen, unheard, unfelt. This form of illusion was both straightforward and convenient. Lewis did not require any time to construct it, allowing for its spontaneous application, and it was remarkably potent. What? As Jack's gaze diverted, the illusion dissipated, leaving him momentarily disoriented, gasping for breath. Yet Lewis's hand remained firmly on his face. Mario, please accept this generous gift. An invisible wave began to emanate from Lewis's right hand as he lifted Jack before bringing him down forcefully. Boom. How cruel indeed. The beach of Barfi Island lay in utter devastation, a gruesome tapestry of blood and bodies transforming the shore into a hellscape. Wade leaned against the ship's railing, propping his chin on his hand, and chuckled softly. Captain Mario, is such brutality truly necessary? After all, the subordinates of Charlotte Lingling are my enemies. Lewis flicked the blood from his hands and leaped onto the ship's railing, proclaiming loudly, since they are adversaries, there is nothing left to discuss. Allegiance is of utmost importance upon these waters. We shall each fulfill our designated roles. He laughed heartily. So, Captain, it is time to set sail, is it not? Let us depart. This is merely the beginning. The end is far from sight. For now, we shall remain in the shadows, but we shall return in due course. Lewis exclaimed loudly as the grand ship slowly departed, venturing into the unknown expanse of the ocean, until the vessel vanished completely from sight. Among the multitude of corpses on the beach, a few began to stir. One blood-soaked individual crawled forth from the heap of bodies, sitting amidst the carnage in a daze, utterly motionless. His hair remained still, his gaze vacant, eyes unblinking, resembling a lifeless statue. After an interminable period, a scream erupted from his lips, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably. His body, akin to an arrow poised on a taut bowstring, shot forth in a frenzy. Uncertain of where to flee, yet driven by an instinctual need to escape, to distance himself from this place and that man. Is everything all right? Lewis gently inquired aboard the departing vessel, observing that the individual seemed to be in a precarious state of mind. It's fine, Wade replied, shaking his head. As long as he is still alive, that is sufficient. Let us not forget Big MOM's capabilities. So, even you journalists are adequately prepared, I presume? Lewis leaned against the ship's railing, chuckling. The world is always full of coincidences, Wade remarked casually. For instance, it is quite possible that a reporter might disembark for a break and unexpectedly encounter that fortunate survivor. After all, in this vast ocean, anything can happen, wouldn't you agree? You rascal, Lewis chuckled softly. After more than a year of rigorous training with CP0, Wade had indeed transformed in some ways. Was that your ability just now? Wade inquired, referring to the one acquired in the international arena. Take a guess. Lewis chuckled. Well then, let us return. Lewis was reluctant to speak, and Wade did not wish to pry. Stretching lazily, he mused, is there nothing left to attend to in this new world? Indeed. Lewis nodded. It was indeed time to return. If they delayed any longer, that fellow skeleton would likely be reassigned. Moreover, during this journey back, he had conceived an intriguing idea regarding capabilities. Who knows? He might be able to transform unstable Wi-Fi into a broadband connection, enabling people to watch live broadcasts at any moment. Lewis began his return journey, yet the tumult stirred by the pirate Mario in the New World was merely commencing. Mario, that scoundrel. The once resplendent palace of Cake Island lay in ruins, and a horrifying tremor surged forth, as if the very island were collapsing. He is still alive. This man, whose fists are clenched tightly, erupted into a mist of blood, unable to even utter a cry. Find him. Bring him to me. He has harmed the none, tarnished my reputation, disrupted my plans, and turned my precious empire into utter chaos. I shall extract his soul and cast it into the abyss. The colossal monster's voice reverberated through the heavens, shaking the world itself. Katakuri. Find him. Bring him to me. Yes, mother. The man, shrouded in a scarf, buried his face deep within it, his voice muffled. Is he really still alive? He pondered, a long-forgotten flame igniting in his eyes. The one who harmed my siblings must not be allowed to exist in this world. Hey, Captain Roger. Ha 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 ha. This guy is still alive. Somewhere in the New World. A red-haired boy shouted excitedly, clutching a newspaper. Wonderful. I knew he wouldn't perish easily. Is that so? That kid is still alive? A bespectacled man took the newspaper from the red-haired youth, unfolding it with a shake. Oh, remarkable. Is he retaliating against Charlotte Linlin? He has initiated an attack on the Charlotte family. He certainly has a temper. Fantastic. The red-haired boy beamed, his hand resting on the straw hat atop his head. That guy is still alive. It's truly splendid. Hey, are you mistaken? A boy with a large red nose sat on the ship's railing, tossing a throwing knife. That guy is the enemy. It would be better if he were dead. No, Buggy. The red-haired man's expression suddenly turned serious. That man is my rival. I must be the one to defeat him. TCH, so full of himself. Buggy rubbed his nose, turning away in disdain. Ha ha ha. If we're opposing that guy. The captain's voice echoed from the bow. We must grow even stronger. Shanks. Oh. The red-haired youth was diligently striving to enhance his strength in order to vanquish formidable foes. Hey, am I seeing this correctly? Is that Lord Mario? He is alive. He is indeed alive. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew a man like him would never perish so easily. His legend has only just begun to unfold. Splendid. His continued existence is simply marvelous. Is he intentionally proclaiming his survival to us? Acknowledged. Already received. Mario, has he rebuilt the Bloodhand Pirates so swiftly? We cannot afford to lag behind. The Mario Alliance must not allow that scoundrel to shine alone. The battles ahead for Mario will surely be arduous. We must provide him with ample support. It is time to mobilize, to reconstruct our own pirate crew, to expand our power, and transform the Mario Alliance into a formidable force not to be underestimated in the New World. Since the Charlotte family is now our enemy, let them come. The Mario Alliance, let us commence our actions. With the reputation of acting alongside Mario, it will surely be much easier to bolster our strength. The New World is stirring due to Mario's influence, while Lewis has returned to Paradise, heading towards Judicial Island. Certain matters can finally be addressed. The unexpected journey in the New World concludes here. To return to Judicial Island from the New World, back to the first half of the Grand Line. Paradise offers two navigable routes. One is to coat the ship and traverse the depths of Fishman Island, which is perilous. As a direct force of the world government, Lewis and his crew need not undertake such dangerous paths. They traverse the Red Line, the heart of the world government, crossing through the white town of Mariewa. Mariewa is a proud and magnificent city, and someone of Lewis's stature is not permitted entry. He can only catch a distant glimpse before crossing the Red Line towards Paradise. This is the epicenter of global power, the domain of those who stand at the summit. As before, Lewis hurriedly came and went, quickly departing from Mariewa. At this point, CP0 ceased to follow him. Mario's story has reached a temporary pause, and Lewis need not assert his presence for the time being. What he must do is to make occasional proclamations of existence, the specifics of which are determined by the government. In any case, Lewis must continue to embody the role of Mario. Parting from Wade, a man's farewell requires no more words. A few encouraging exchanges suffice. As long as they both remain alive upon these seas, there will surely be opportunities to reunite, and Lewis is steadfast in this belief. After disembarking from the Red Line, he switched ships, setting his sights on the Navy headquarters. There, he would board a warship, passing through the gates of justice. Riding the powerful currents surrounding the three major institutions of the government, which would swiftly lead him to Judicial Island. The distance from the Red Line to the Navy headquarters at Marineford is not great. Admittedly, it is somewhat disgraceful. But the Navy headquarters was indeed chosen for its proximity to safeguard the celestial dragons. Everyone knows that should anyone harm a celestial dragon, the admirals of the Navy headquarters will swiftly come to retaliate. Is it possible for the Navy headquarters to be far from Mariewa? Because of its closeness. It did not take long for Lewis to arrive at Marineford. It was his first visit to this bastion of justice. Undeniably one of the most fearsome places in the world, where formidable monsters congregate, a terrifying density of strength. Awaiting Lewis was a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Lewis sensed no particular emotions from him. He felt neither curiosity nor aversion, merely a calm reception akin to that of a guest, albeit with a hint of warmth. He informed Lewis that Admiral Sengoku had initially intended to meet him personally, but developments in the New World had arisen. The Golden Lion has re-emerged upon the seas, brazenly repelling Kaido's advance. As Sengoku's longtime adversary, the last battle at Ite Wall had forced the Golden Lion to flee, and Sengoku could no longer restrain himself. He departed for the New World several days prior. Lewis expressed his understanding, even with a hint of astonishment, at the profound significance that Sengoku placed upon him. He had not even set foot inside the headquarters building, yet he boarded the fleet's warship. The admiral accompanying him remained by his side throughout the journey. As they departed from the crescent-shaped port of Marineford, the colossal Gate of Justice stood majestically amidst the sea, resembling a towering mountain. Gradually, the gate opened, revealing a narrow crevice that was nearly indistinguishable from a distance. However, upon closer approach, it became evident that even such a slender opening was sufficient for the passage of a vessel of immense size. Crossing through the Gate of Justice marked the formal entry into the maritime currents connecting the three great institutions. The ship's speed surged dramatically, akin to a thrilling race, and Lewis could even feel the wind rushing towards him. The admiral responsible for escorting Lewis stood beside him and quietly remarked that this gate is not easily opened. But the will of Admiral Sengoku is a force that even the fleet admiral cannot alter. Is that so? Lewis replied. Lewis nodded knowingly. He was merely a CP agent. Yet it seemed that Admiral Sengoku genuinely valued his presence. Was it perhaps the lingering guilt of Eight Wall? He had accomplished his mission, yet found himself pursued by the Navy. Did Admiral Sengoku harbor some sense of remorse? Or did he simply perceive Lewis as still possessing considerable utility? Lewis felt indifferent, as everything seemed quite similar. Riding the currents, the distance between the naval headquarters and Justice Island no longer posed a challenge. The slow wooden vessel transformed into something akin to a cruise missile, its speed astonishingly accelerated. In just a few short hours, Lewis beheld another colossal Gate of Justice, beyond which lay the sleepless city, Justice Island. The Gate of Justice swung open once more, this time lingering without haste to close. Lewis courteously bid farewell to the esteemed rear admiral and descended to the ground, where a grand bridge stretched forth, culminating in an imposing tower. The Bridge of Hesitation and the Tower of Justice, renowned landmarks of Justice Island, were places that no visitor would wish to revisit. What a remarkable reception it was. A long-forgotten yet eerily familiar voice echoed from behind, surprisingly belonging to a naval ship that had accompanied him. Ah, Lewis, my dear brother, you certainly have quite the prestige. Meow, is that you, Ciro? Lewis turned around to find Ciro, his long-lost companion. Of course it's me, Ciro exclaimed, his cheerful demeanor unchanged since their last encounter. As soon as I heard the news of your return, I was the first to rush over to greet you. What do you think? Am I not thoughtful? I can't believe you're still alive. Lewis disregarded everything, striding forward with determination. I had thought you might perish during the graduation assessment. Ha ha ha, how could that possibly be? Ciro, unfazed, trailed behind Lewis, for not everyone possesses the same audacity as you, my dear Lewis, plunging headlong into the conflict between the Golden Lion and Roger. My task, however, was remarkably simple, effortlessly accomplished. Naturally, like Spandam, this individual also had connections with powerful allies within the CP ranks. Even if he were to inform Lewis that his mission was merely to prepare a meal on Judicial Island, Lewis would undoubtedly believe him. The Bridge of Hesitation serves as the link between Judicial Island and the Gates of Justice. As Lewis walked along the Grand Bridge, he gazed ahead, where a colossal structure loomed over an immense void. The enormity of the chasm was astonishing, with vast quantities of seawater perpetually cascading down, yet it remained insatiable, prompting an insatiable curiosity about what lay beneath. Judicial Island, a marvel of architecture suspended in the air, Ahead stood the Tower of Justice, the true heart of Judicial Island and the genuine base of operations for the CP9 agents. By the way, my dear Lewis, Commander Skypea has requested that you see him upon your return. Ciro suddenly interjected from behind. Lewis was taken aback. Is that so? Lewis was eager to meet the enigmatic Lord Skylo, curious to discern what manner of character he truly was. Progressing along the bridge of hesitation, he soon realized that it did not lead directly to the Justice Tower. The two were not interconnected and required traversing a submerged tunnel. A formidable steel gate barred the tunnel's entrance, yet it now stood ajar. In addition to CP9, the island was also occupied by other CP personnel, various government officials, and a substantial number of Marine soldiers, though most gathered on the front island. The Justice Tower, however, was the exclusive domain of CP9, a fact that even CP0 could not contest. Winding through the tunnel, Lewis finally emerged, officially entering the Justice Tower. Come along, my dear Lewis, Zyro said with a cheerful grin, leading the way. Follow me, and I shall escort you to Commander Skylo's office. The Justice Tower, the tallest edifice on the island of Eternal Night, boasted numerous floors, with the total number of rooms likely exceeding 100. Thus, Zyro thoughtfully chose to personally guide Lewis. Ascending the stairs, they continued their climb until they reached the pinnacle of the tower, the uppermost floor. Here, there was but a single room. Yet this expansive level was not at all cramped compared to the others. Despite its vastness, it indeed contained only one room. A door stood abruptly at the top of the staircase, white and nearly indistinguishable from the wall, save for its intricate pattern. Here we are, Zyro remarked with a raised eyebrow and a peculiar smile. This is the place. Lewis paid no heed and stepped forward, gently rapping on the door 3 times. Then refraining from any further knocks. Come in, came the deep and resonant voice of a man from within the room. Lewis pushed open the door to the room, revealing a rather surprising sight. The expansive office was starkly empty, dominated by a large desk at which a man was bent over, engrossed in his work. Behind him loomed a massive shelf laden with numerous bottles of liquor. In front of the desk, a set of sofas was positioned, and on the one facing away from him sat another man, his hand resting on the armrest, turning to regard Lewis. His hair was a shade of yellow, lacking the pure brilliance of Wade's, and instead appeared somewhat inferior. His gaze was as fierce as that of a hyena, and though his stature was not imposing, he bore a slight frame reminiscent of Lewis. A lip ring adorned his lower lip, connected to a chain leading to his left ear. You are Lewis, aren't you? The man behind the desk lifted his head, giving off an immediate impression of an erudite intellectual. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair meticulously styled, and stood at approximately 2 meters tall, significantly taller than the current Lewis, though perhaps not surpassing the height he would attain in adulthood. Dressed in a suit, he maintained an impeccable appearance even within the confines of the room, his face adorned with a warm smile that exuded a sense of innate approachability. Indeed, it is I, Commissioner Skylo. Lewis nodded slightly. Impressive, isn't it, Mario? Although confidentiality has been mandated from above, as a former direct superior, such matters are certainly not beyond my grasp. Truly remarkable, Skylo exclaimed, that you have managed to stir the entire landscape of the New World single-handedly. It fills me with great joy to know that CP9 has a talent like you among its ranks. A modest contribution, indeed. Lewis gently shook his head. Although he was tempted to snap Skylo's neck immediately, Commander Bonjiao was indeed correct. One must exercise caution, for the leaders possess great wisdom. Humility is a virtue. Skylo set down his pen and chuckled softly. However, excessive humility may border on hypocrisy. Lewis, you ought to take pride in yourself. Your actions have, in fact, greatly benefited the government. This is what I ought to do. Lewis spoke in a deliberate tone. Skylo rose to his feet, retrieving a bottle of wine from the shelf behind him and placing it on the table. He then bent down to extract 2 glasses from the drawer. Over the years, he had savored many fine wines, yet his fondness remained for the humble rum he had first enjoyed, coarse and inferior. Yet it evoked memories of the time spent striving alongside friends. I relish sharing this drink with companions. Here is to you, he said as he uncorked the bottle, poured a glass, and offered it to Lewis. No, thank you, sir. Lewis casually remarked, I am only 13. It is still too early for me to drink. Is that so? Skylar responded with a hint of regret, raising his glass and downing its contents in one swift motion before placing it back on the table and returning the bottle to the shelf. What a pity. Skylar shook his head. Very well, Lewis. You must be weary from your long journey. Perhaps you should rest for now, as there are no tasks at hand. Understood. Lewis nodded and unhesitatingly turned to exit the room. "This fellow is utterly ungrateful," remarked the man seated on the sofa, speaking the moment Lewis closed the door. "It seems he intends to resist us to the very end. What a mischievous youth." Skylo slowly settled into his chair, picking up a pen to resume his paperwork. Murmuring softly, "Such vitality, this disdain for authority, this nonchalance reminds me of my younger self." Regardless of the circumstances, the man urged, "That guy has returned. And there are now 4 individuals on that side, bringing us to parity. We no longer hold the advantage in strength. Moreover, should Ellery not seek an opportunity to eliminate Lewis?" "Do not utter such foolishness," Skylo replied calmly. "Resorting to force in a political game is rather base, isn't it? Furthermore, eliminate him? By your means? Even though a directive for confidentiality has been issued, I shall reveal to you that even Charlotte Lingling has been thoroughly vexed by him. What do you consider yourself? Charlotte Lingling?" The man was taken aback. "Moreover, possessing greater strength is not necessarily advantageous. Can Ellery truly accommodate Lewis? You know well what manner of person he is." The man fell silent. "Wait," Skylo spoke gently, "now is not the time. Lewis currently dons a golden aura. The upper echelons are observing him. What then? Shall we merely watch them ascend?" The man stood, glaring at the situation. "Patience, patience," Skylo continued to manage his documents, softly stating, "As long as I remain the chief of CP9, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot escape my grasp. The intentions from above seem yet to be unperceived by the subordinates." Skylo remained ever confident. "How about that? In truth, that fellow is quite a decent chap, isn't he?" Zyro teased. "To be frank, in terms of both capability and sense of responsibility, Skylo surpasses Spandam significantly. This fellow rose to the position of chief of CP9 purely through his talent. Then, do you prefer such a chief over Spandam?" Lewis cast a sidelong glance at him, grinning widely. Cyril fell silent, merely chuckling, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Hey, are you Lewis?" At the turn ahead, 3 figures emerged, directly blocking Lewis's path. A towering man on the left stepped forward, inquiring with a smile, "The newcomer who completed the task the slowest?" The veterans of CP9 had made their entrance. The trio consisted solely of men. The one in the center, surprisingly the shortest, was an unremarkable middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s. He bore no distinguishing features. With an ordinary height, appearance, attire, and expression, nothing set him apart from the countless strangers one might brush past on the street. The man on the right possessed a more distinctive demeanor, clad in pajamas and appearing as if he had just awakened. His head resting on the shoulder of the man in the middle, with bleary eyes and heavy dark circles beneath them. He almost led Lewis to mistake him for an otherworldly practitioner. Lastly, the man who spoke to Lewis was an imposing figure, towering at approximately 3 meters tall. Lewis found himself at the level of his waist, his muscles bulging, the suit stretched to its limits, seemingly on the verge of bursting. He was bald, with a face full of ruggedness and triangular eyes that glinted with menace, resembling a thug more than a government official. Perhaps this was the very reason he stood there. Who could have imagined such a brute was an undercover agent? "Is it you?" The bald man stepped closer, towering over Lewis like a wall, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "You don't appear to embody the legendary prowess they speak of. I heard you survived the battle between the Golden Lion and Roger? Just a mere child, it seems." He turned his head to glance at the 2 men accompanying him, pondering whether they had mistaken their target. Is this really the one who navigates the new world with such ease? Lewis stepped back a couple of paces, finding the individual before him rather imposing. He turned his gaze towards Zyro. "Hee, let me introduce you," Zyro said, taking a step forward and gesturing towards Lewis. "Esteemed seniors, this is my good brother, Lewis. He is the man who, amidst the clash between the Golden Lion and Roger, managed to emerge unscathed, I assure you. Lewis, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed predecessors," Zyro continued, indicating a man who was now sprawled on the ground, shouting. "These individuals have made indelible contributions to the government as CP9 long before our arrival. This gentleman here, Senior Sleep, possesses a combat power of 1,220. He pointed to an unremarkable-looking man, the most seasoned among all CP9 operatives. "And this is our elder brother, Common, whose combat power has reached an impressive 1,400, he added with a grin. "Lastly, we have this heavyweight contender," he said, gesturing towards a burly, bald man, Big Baldy, renowned for his exceptional martial prowess even within CP9, boasts a staggering combat power of 1,600. Lewis often felt that he was being mocked. Is this truly the caliber of the official CP9 members? Can these 3 really defeat Stewart? who was bested by Lewis in the training camp. TSK, you're here too? The man named Baldy glanced down at Ciro, surprised to discover that the associate was so well acquainted with their newcomer. Naturally, Ciro paid no mind, patting Lewis on the shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Lewis and I are good brothers, you know. Never mind, I'm not interested in you today. Baldy shifted his attention back to Lewis. Lewis? Huh, how amusing. Hey, newcomer. Are you interested in a sparring match? I'd like to see just how formidable your strength is, considering you've survived the New World. Hey, Baldy. A man named Common frowned from behind. The curve of his frown was as ordinary as any other, for this person was utterly unremarkable. Rein in your temper. We're teammates, after all. There is no need. No, there is a need. Baldy grinned widely, leaning down to scrutinize Lewis. It's precisely because we're teammates that I must ascertain whether this little brat is truly worthy of my trust. Fine, do as you please. Common ceased his protest. So what will it be, kid? Show me what you've got. Baldy displayed a broad, toothy grin. Louis gazed silently at him. The man's eyes were fierce and resolute, depicting an individual of great arrogance and self-importance. Hey, what is the matter? Baldy stepped forward, placing his hand firmly on Louis' shoulder. Newcomer, what does your silence imply? Do you look down upon me? Louis exhaled softly, lifting his head as he placed his hand on his shoulder to dismiss Baldy's large hand. Gazing into his eyes, he pondered. Since the senior wished to offer guidance, what was he doing? Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sudden voice of a middle-aged man approaching from the end of the T-shaped junction. Baldy, are you engaging in emotional exchange with the newcomer? TSK, Baldy retreated a step, distancing himself from Lewis. His features contorted in disdain as he cast a glance at the man behind him, his expression seemingly filled with loathing for the repugnant individual. His voice was barely audible as he chose to remain silent, turning instead to lift the sleeping sleep from the ground and promptly walked away. My apologies. Common said with a nod of regret towards Lewis. That fellow means no harm. He has always been like this. He then directed his gaze towards the newcomer. We shall take our leave now. As the latter approached, he shook his head and remarked to Lewis, do not mind him. We will all be fighting alongside each other from now on. Oh, this merits special mention, exclaimed Silo, who had been observing the scene with an unusually warm smile. Almost glaringly so. He affectionately draped his arm around the man's shoulder, laughing heartily. CP9 has long been the backbone of our team. With unparalleled professional skills and formidable martial prowess, truly deserving of our utmost reliance. It is no surprise he resembles a captain, Brother Ellamy. His power level exceeds 3,000. Lewis was slightly taken aback. A combat power exceeding 3,000? What a formidable individual. You must be Lewis, correct? The man named Elmir stood approximately 2 meters tall. His hair cropped close to his scalp, the color indistinguishable. His features were sharply defined, and his physique was robust and muscular, with long limbs. He welcomed Lewis with a warm embrace, exclaiming that he had been eagerly anticipating this moment. So, you must be the esteemed Elmir. It is a pleasure to meet you. Given the amiable demeanor of his counterpart, Lewis, of course, refrained from undermining his graciousness. It would be foolish to create enmity without cause. Let us proceed, Elmir smiled. For Lord Spandane has been awaiting us for quite some time. Lewis had a vague understanding that this individual was likely one of their own, a comrade trailing behind Spandane. The previous three, if all went as expected, must belong to Scarlo's faction. The antagonism between the two sides had become overt, which explained why those above had begun deliberating the possibility of removing Scarlo. If this continued, how could the CP possibly carry on its work? Those in higher positions required not a fractured intelligence organization, but a cohesive entity. Ellery led the way, with Lewis and Silo following closely behind. Spandane's office, of course, was situated on the upper levels of the judicial tower. An old friend awaits, Silo whispered softly before the office door. Lewis recalled the words of Ciro as he had introduced those three predecessors, stating, "We three." Upon pushing the door open, he beheld two individuals within the chamber. Spandane's room was significantly less impressive than Skylo's. It was considerably smaller and lacked the lofty vantage point, yet it was by no means lacking in character. In fact, in terms of opulence, it surpassed Skylo's office in its extravagance, plush carpets, enigmatic oil paintings, all exuding grandeur and lavishness. Among the two present, one was a familiar figure, Spandane, who was sprawled on the table, his snores echoing throughout the room. The other was a woman, also an acquaintance. Her hair cropped to a bob and donned in a slightly form-fitting professional ensemble, exuding an alluring demeanor. Ah, Lewis gently smacked his lips, surprised to learn that this woman had also passed the final assessment. Yet, it was to be expected. Her strength likely rivaled that of the other official members. Save for Baldy, with whom she was not far behind in prowess. What do you think? Surprised, are you? Louis, my dear brother, Ciro nudged Louis playfully in the ribs. Whispering, Yelica has also passed the examination, and now she is our teammate, Miel. Lord Spandane. Ellermy observed Spandane lying dejectedly on the table and approached him from behind. Gently shaking him. Louis has arrived. Spandane sluggishly sat up, a glistening strand of saliva clinging to his lips as it stretched toward the table. Suddenly, his spirits soared. Louis, you rascal. He burst forth with exuberance, leaping from his chair and scampering over to Louis, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder. Louis felt a peculiar sensation. The impact was akin to a baby's tiny fist landing on him, utterly devoid of force. If one were to describe it in terms of spiritual energy, this fellow barely seemed to possess the strength of an average person. At last, you have returned. Spandane laughed heartily. I always said you were no ordinary student. Haven't you stirred quite the commotion in the New World? It appeared he was well aware of all the underlying matters. The connections indeed seemed quite formidable. It is all thanks to your adept leadership, Commander. Louis maintained his composure, reflecting on the dire circumstances that surrounded him. He thought, Commander Spandane still requires my assistance. Thus, I cannot succumb to death in this place. Beside him, Ciro's smile gradually faded, his gaze towards Louis becoming increasingly peculiar. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Spandane remarked with a sense of entitlement that makes perfect sense. This is splendid. With Louis's words, the pressure against Skylo will be significantly alleviated for us, beamed Ellermy. Humph. That scoundrel. Spandane's demeanor shifted sharply at the mere mention of Skylo. I shall eliminate him sooner or later. With Skylo around, Spandane's existence within CP9 had become quite burdensome. The astute and capable Skylo would never permit a fool to usurp power and jeopardize the CP9 he had painstakingly cultivated. However, things have improved now. Spandane surveyed the four individuals in the room and remarked with a smile, the initial embarrassment has passed. With the addition of the three of you, my strength is now sufficient to contend with that scoundrel. Humph. Those foolish ones who fail to recognize the situation. Ellermy was astute, deciding from the outset to follow me. The tide has now turned. Louis unconsciously cast a glance at Ellermy. This individual, seemingly the foremost figure of CP9, had unexpectedly shifted allegiances upon Spandane's arrival. This suggests that he might not be the most amiable person to engage with. Please leave it to me, Your Excellency. Louis chuckled. Skypea is also my adversary. Haha. I knew it. Spandam, judging by your expression, you must yearn to tear that fellow into shreds as well. Ha ha ha, splendid. You will undoubtedly be my greatest ally. A person like you could stir up a tempest in this new world. I believe you surpassed the current CP9 by far. Indeed, Louis was exceptionally talented. However, Spandam, with a contemplative expression, remarked, could it be that his remarkable prowess has drawn the attention of CP0? Quite possibly, he continued. It's truly impressive. I had never even considered such a possibility. Oh, right. Spandam paused, then turned to Louis. Louis, you rascal, your previous mission was conducted in liaison with CP0, wasn't it? Louis could not help but glance at Ellermy once more. This man truly possessed a certain intrigue. No, Commander, you are overthinking it. I am merely 13. Oh, indeed. Ha. You are just a little rascal. Spandane laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that his words also reflected poorly on himself. Then there is no issue, Louis. I shall rely on you more from now on, Spandane declared. Leave it to me. Louis chuckled. Having such a commander is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Therefore, whether driven by personal vendettas or professional obligations, it is imperative to eliminate the man known as Skylo. Louis understood that Skylo would not dare to act rashly against him at this juncture, especially since the matter had escalated to higher authorities. Unlike the foolish Spandane, Skylo was not one to take reckless actions. Thus, it was clear that this time, Louis was not merely reacting defensively, but rather taking the initiative to strike. Louis turned his head and glanced at Ellery behind Spanda, who also returned his gaze with a cheerful smile. In that moment, Louis comprehended the peculiar undertone in Ciro's earlier grin. What was this fellow planning upon his return? Ciro trailed behind Louis, wearing a playful expression. I presume you can no longer contain your anticipation, can you, dear Louis? He teased. Why are you following me? Louis inquired. Naturally, it's because accompanying you, dear Louis, promises a plethora of excitement, especially now that you have returned to Judicial Island, Ciro replied with an air of confidence. Where are we headed? Ciro suddenly paused. If we continue in this direction, dear Lewis, we might encroach upon the territory of those individuals. I believe I have mentioned before that each formal member of CP9 occupies a floor in the judicial tower as their residence. This is indeed the domain of their faction. Let's find something to do, Lewis casually remarked as he wandered through the labyrinthine corridors of the Tower of Justice. After rounding a corner, the sound of rhythmic thuds against a sandbag echoed in the air. Had he not found it? Lewis smiled and stepped forward. The spacious room was filled with an array of training equipment. A bald man, bare-chested, was exercising. He picked up a towel from the side to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and, upon raising his head, noticed Lewis. Isn't this our newcomer? What brings you here? Suddenly recalling that my senior had mentioned wanting to spar with me, I thought to myself that I must not disappoint him. Lewis chuckled softly. So, I came. Oh? Baldy exclaimed, grinning widely. Is that so? You truly are quite thoughtful, aren't you? Lewis also smiled, beginning to probe into the matter concerning Skilo. Ciro, bear witness, he instructed, as he cleared the training room of its props, revealing a vast, open space. Lewis extended his hand to remove his black suit. Rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt, loosening his meticulously tied tie, and unfastening the top 2 buttons of his collar. He casually tossed the suit into Ciro's hands and looked at him, asking, This is indeed a sparring session agreed upon by both me and Senior Baldy, correct? Hee, indeed. Baldy chuckled, bare-chested. While private duels are prohibited within CP9, mutual sparring is certainly permitted. Ciro, as a trusted associate, ensure that no one can seize upon this for gossip. Hee, leave it to me, Ciro declared, stepping back with Lewis's suit in hand, the astonishment on his face having vanished, replaced by a vivid expression of intrigue. The combatants were none other than Lewis, the strongest newcomer in the CP ranks, and Baldy, a veteran CP9 member of many years. How utterly fascinating, he exclaimed. He held up a transponder snail, asking, Is a video transponder sufficient? Then let us commence, Baldy said, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Lewis, come forth. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Then please, Senior, Lewis replied. Lewis clenched his fists and raised his gaze to meet Baldy's eyes, expressing a desire for guidance. Ha. With a hearty laugh, Baldy's figure vanished in an instant, employing the Navy's 6th style, shave. Boom. His right leg soared high before crashing down with tremendous force, shattering the solid ground beneath him. What? Baldy was momentarily taken aback. He had missed his target. Was he not a tad too slow? The voice of Lewis echoed from behind. Boom. The formidable force of his right calf struck fiercely against Baldy's right cheek. An incredible display of power. Baldy's towering frame was launched into the air like a locomotive, crashing straight through the adjacent wall and into another room. This man may not be any stronger than Stewart at that moment. Well, no way. Lewis, my brother, Zyro exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that my technique? The continuous use of the shave technique, even while the previous movement had yet to conclude, and then forcibly redirecting it, was akin to activating an acceleration buff. This was Zyro's most prized maneuver following his beast transformation. It appeared not to be overly difficult. Louis casually remarked that this technique has only 2 constraints. First, the strength of the body. The continuous use of the shave technique imposes a tremendous burden on the leg muscles. However, for Louis at this moment, it is not an insurmountable task. After all, he has nearly mastered the control of his entire leg muscles, achieving maximum output with minimal input. The second constraint lies in reaction ability. Human reflexes are inherently limited. The faster the speed, the harder it becomes to respond. Can the light speed abilities of Kazara truly allow for unfettered movement? In an instant, he could be far beyond the realm of perception. Reaction time and control are the greatest limitations, yet coincidentally, Louis has learned to harness observation hockey, rendering this obstacle trivial for him. Remarkable. Such strength. Only 13 years old? A loud exclamation emerged from the ruins as Baldy burst forth, a streak of blood running down his forehead. Even my iron block could not withstand your assault. Of course, Louis replied, having already gained the ability to manipulate his muscles throughout his body, focusing them to unleash several times their usual strength. But do not presume this guarantees your victory. With a swift motion, he tore apart his long pants, leaving only a pair of shorts. His muscles bulged, gleaming like steel, embodying the essence of the iron block technique. Without a moment's pause, he surged forward at a terrifying speed, continuing to execute the iron block techniques, while seamlessly integrating other movements. His mastery of the iron block had reached an astonishing level. Finger gun. Boom. The ground was once again shattered, creating a large crater. But had he evaded it? Baldy gritted his teeth. Louis was simply too nimble. So it seems this is it. Louis, appearing quietly behind him, sighed. Well then, Senior, this is where it ends. What? Baldy turned around. Your level of skill fails to pique my interest. Shave, accelerate the world. Whoosh. Louis's form abruptly vanished from sight. His observation hockey extending to its utmost limits, allowing him to perceive everything around him with utmost clarity, leaving no detail overlooked. With a series of swift footfalls, he leaped adeptly, positioning himself behind Baldy, who remained completely oblivious. Suddenly, with an explosive surge of muscular power directed towards a singular point, he delivered a fierce kick to Baldy, propelling him skyward. The impact was formidable, yet it seemed insufficient to inflict substantial damage. Baldy had evidently honed his resilience to a remarkable degree. With a decisive stomp on the ground, Louis launched himself into the air. Skillfully treading upon the atmosphere with the moonwalk and shave techniques, his speed akin to that of a fleeting shadow, directly pursuing the ascending Baldy. In midair, he executed a deft turn, landing a powerful kick squarely on Baldy's chest. Ugh! Baldy let out a pained cry as he was once again sent crashing down. Louis flashed a grin and executed the moonwalk once more, relentlessly pursuing his target. At that moment, Silo witnessed a rather spectacular scene. Baldy resembled a ball, his body refracting and soaring through the air, darting back and forth, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. Yet, he remained unable to touch the ground. He had no opportunity to retaliate, nor even to utter a cry of anguish. He fell silent. Though Baldy was not particularly strong, Louis's display was nothing short of extraordinary. He appeared to be an entirely different person from before. What had transpired during this time? It was over. A booming voice seemed to resonate from nowhere. As if struck by an invisible force, Baldy's body abruptly folded in half, and then Louis's figure slowly emerged, his foot connecting with Baldy's abdomen. Boom. The air erupted in a cloud of white mist, and Baldy's body plummeted like a meteorite, crashing through the ground and continuing to fall incessantly below. The entire Tower of Justice seemed to tremble in response. Brief. Louis gently descended beside Zyro, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zyro gazed at Louis in disbelief. Such a sight was beyond his imagination, utterly extravagant. Louis, my dear brother, Baldy is indeed a formidable individual. By that logic, wouldn't I also be swiftly defeated by you? Strong? Louis curled his lips, pondering the vast distance yet to be traversed. Is this truly what one would deem formidable? A being devoid of any semblance of dominance, cast adrift in the New World, would likely struggle to attain even a bounty of several million. A stark contrast to the captains under the banner of the Golden Lion Pirates. Within the confines of the Navy headquarters, such an individual would scarcely rise above the rank of a junior officer, perhaps managing to scrape by as a commander at best. Oh, I suddenly sense that Louis' world diverges completely from ours. Is this the poise of a man who has weathered the trials of the New World? Ciro extended a garment to Louis. This fellow far surpasses that so-called Baldy by several magnitudes. Power is never absolute. Louis donned the attire, turning to leap directly into the gaping hole from which he had been expelled. Navigating through successive breaches, he ultimately located Baldy after traversing 4 floors. The man Louis turned away, deeming his victory in this exchange over his senior. It appears he is merely a fool. I shall test whether Skylo truly harbors any reservations. However, it seems evident that the two parties are irreconcilably at odds. Upon my arrival, I was met with such fervent hospitality, and even after being thoroughly bested, Baldy himself seemed unfazed, as if it were entirely to be expected. The relationship between the two seems to hinge on just one final spark. Louis pondered this notion. Louis strode with an air of confidence, a smile gracing his face, ready to ignite the spark he had been waiting for, unwilling to linger any longer. He had no time for games with Skylo. Within the confines of the Justice Tower, a certain ward was enveloped in a heavy silence. That fellow did this. The blonde-haired man mused, arms crossed against the wall. Indeed, it was termed a sparring session, with footage as evidence, and it was sanctioned by Baldy. A man of unremarkable appearance sitting on the hospital bed replied gravely. He inflicted such injuries on Baldy with seemingly effortless ease. That guy truly is someone capable of retreating from the New World unscathed. His strength is unparalleled. A raucous laughter erupted from the blonde, his shoulders shaking as he chuckled. Is that so? How amusing, truly amusing. To think he would instigate trouble himself. Spandane really has raised a couple of fine hounds. This fellow seems even more eager to present himself than that Aramy chap. He can't wait to prove his worth before his master, can he? This is a blatant display of dominance. I still maintain that the greatest threat is Arami, the ordinary-looking man, Common, stated heavily. He has been our de facto leader for a long time, far too familiar with us. Don't even mention that man. The blonde's reaction was fierce as he grasped Common's collar tightly. No matter the past, he is merely a traitor, understand? He betrayed us for his own gain, aligning himself with that waste. Yet, precisely because of that, pale, Common continued unfazed. That man is so resolute, completely disregarding U.S. Old Guard, showing no concern for Commander Skylo. Isn't that truly frightening? Just a day before Spandane arrived, he was the most loyal to Commander Skylo, our caring captain. Call me Yarrow. The blonde, Yarrow, released his grip. This isn't where it ends. He enjoys sparring. Does he? Humph. With a cold scoff, he turned towards the door. Where are you going? The door swung open, revealing the towering figure of Skylo, who looked down upon them like a mountain. To attend to my duties, Yarrow replied, lowering his gaze momentarily before squeezing past Skylo and exiting without a backward glance. Shall we just watch Yarrow go about his business, Commander? Common frowned. Should we stop him? Skylo stepped into the ward, casting his gaze upon Baldy, who lay swathed like a mummy on the hospital bed. That boy is anticipating such actions from me. The more we try to halt him, the deeper our internal divisions will become. Don't underestimate Yarrow's intelligence. It's rather stifling. Common hesitated before speaking. Commander, are we to allow that fellow to act so arrogantly? Lewis, that young man has already donned a gilded shell. You are unaware of the intricate details. The last incident displeased our superiors, and we nearly caused a hero to perish in the New World. A hero. Do you understand? Skylo's tone turned grave. Thus, upon Lewis's return to Justice Island, we must act swiftly. Our superiors will not remain passive. However, even the most heroic figures must adhere to order. They seek a harmonious CP9. Mark my words, with Baldy injured, our superiors may chuckle, deeming him spirited, but should Lewis persist, their countenance will surely darken. Common regarded Skylo, implying that facing Lewis's provocation head-on was not an option. They could only evade. When Yarrow found Lewis, the latter was enjoying lunch with Spandane and Arami, seemingly placing great trust in the latter. The joy of having secured a significant asset upon his return prompted Spandane to treat Lewis to a meal. During the gathering, the esteemed commander expressed keen interest in Lewis's experiences in the New World, eagerly listening to his illustrious tales. Spandane was thoroughly delighted, while Arami, despite his warm demeanor, appeared somewhat displeased. His geniality seemed confined to Spandane, and as he observed the camaraderie between Lewis and Spandane, Arami's smile grew increasingly strained. Newcomer, follow me. Disregarding the presence of Spandane and Arami, the blonde-haired man strode directly to Lewis, towering over him. Since you relish sparring, let us see how you fare against me. Lewis lifted his gaze to him. Ciro had informed him that, prior to their arrival, the second most formidable figure in CP9 had already surpassed a combat power of 2,000, and it was quite possible that he was now closely trailing Ellery, having reached a level exceeding 3,000. Hey, you there. Spandane slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. Do you not see that I am speaking with Lewis? Oh, my apologies. I didn't realize you were also present. Although he was addressing Spandane, his eyes remained fixed on Lewis, completely disregarding Spandane. Good afternoon, sir. Now, Lewis, shall we engage in a spar? What are you doing? Ellery stood up, positioning himself in front of Spandane, his brow furrowed. Yarrow, do not be so audacious. I return that remark to you. Skeleton is the true commander of CP9. Yarrow shot a glare at Ellery. Do not assume everyone is like a wild dog, eager to feast on refuse. Ellery's face flushed with anger. You scoundrel. Spandane gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. As a commander, being so blatantly disregarded and insulted by one of his nominal subordinates was intolerable. He was not one to passively accept such affronts. On the contrary, this man, who relentlessly pursued power, would not allow anyone beneath him to insult him. TSK, truly audacious. My dear friend, he remarked. Lewis cast a glance at the furious Spandane. Skilo truly seemed unlikely to stir up trouble, thus it was necessary to give him a nudge. Relying on the protection of our esteemed commander, does he think he can act without restraint? This calculation may very well be misguided. What? Yarrow furrowed his brow, implying that you were too timid to accept the challenge? If I were in your position, I would kneel and offer my sincerest apologies to Commander Spandane at this very moment. Lewis chuckled, for the man upon whom you rely is soon to meet his downfall. Speaking of which, Your Excellency. Lewis turned his head to gaze at Spandane, his voice lowered. I haven't yet mentioned to you, have I? About the information I received from above, concerning the imminent reassignment of Commander Skylo. What? Spandine exclaimed in astonishment, springing to his feet, every wrinkle on his face animated. His eyes seemingly ablaze with light. Beside him, Ellery's expression morphed similarly. His face appeared nearly frozen, his eyes almost incapable of movement, as the unfolding events surpassed all expectations. Lewis smiled as he observed the sudden change in Jiro's expression and remarked lightly, "Isn't this quite natural? Commander Spandane, you were originally assigned to take over CP9. That fellow committed such a grave offense. Oh, you might not be aware, but just know that while my life may not hold much significance, he nearly jeopardized the government's plans. Under any circumstances, he surely has no reason to remain, right? Ha ha ha. I knew it." Spandane bellowed with laughter. "That guy, opposing me, is destined for misfortune." Jiro was utterly stunned, staring at Lewis with wide eyes. "What? Aren't you going to kneel down and apologize?" Lewis smiled, suggesting that perhaps His Excellency might still find it in his heart to forgive you. Indeed, as long as you are willing to kneel and offer your apologies, I could certainly extend my forgiveness this once." Spandane chuckled, his confidence already surging. "How ridiculous!" Yaros bellowed, his bravado masking his trepidation as he turned away, abandoning any notion of avenging his teammate alongside Lewis. This was to be expected. With Skilo reassigned, his greatest support vanished. Naturally, he would not follow Skilo, for could it be that Skilo might be transferred to CP0? As a member of CP9, he had offended the eminent superior of CP9, which painted quite the curious picture. "Congratulations to you, Your Excellency," Elram remarked with a cheerful bow towards Spandane. "There should be no issue with that. Hold your tongue for a moment." "Hey, Lewis, is what you said true?" Spandane's expression bore a hint of disbelief. "Certainly, Your Excellency," Elram began, only to be cut off by Spandane's impatience, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lewis chuckled softly, casting a glance at him, thinking to himself, "This fellow has no grounds for competition. Haha, splendid. Lewis, you truly are my finest subordinate." Returning with such delightful news, Spandane exclaimed, clapping Lewis on the shoulder. "I have always said, Your Excellency, you need only rely on me." Lewis chuckled, while the sidelined Ellery fixed his gaze intently upon him, to which Lewis responded with a smile. It was rather amusing. The match had already been lit by someone else, and now it was aflame. So, what would unfold next? You haven't done anything at all? Well, if you were to move into the ward, we would be in an even more passive position. That boy, like Ciro, is a capable one. Within the confines of the ward, Skilo had yet to depart. As a diligent commander, amidst the immense pressure he faced, he needed to maintain stability among his subordinates. Thus, exhibiting such an attitude could significantly provide warmth to his subordinates, fostering a tighter bond among them. However, he was somewhat surprised that the usually fiery Yarrow had returned so swiftly, devoid of any dust. He certainly did not believe that Yarrow had become so formidable as to defeat Lewis, who could easily best Baldy, without effort. In fact, he perceived that Yarrow was unlikely to be Lewis's match. Allowing Yarrow to approach might risk Lewis inflicting serious injury upon him, after which Yarrow could request a justified execution of Lewis from his superiors. Nonetheless, it was better if nothing occurred at all. A capable one? You choose not to inform me? But never mind. What can I do? Yarrow's voice was no longer imbued with the previous respect. Rather, it brimmed with aggression. "Commander, we are doomed." "What?" Skilo furrowed his brows, astonished. "I never anticipated that a man such as yourself would falter upon witnessing the might of an adversary. I believe you have misinterpreted my meaning, my esteemed commander." Gazing at the commander's perpetually imposing visage, Yarrow felt an inexplicable sense that this man was not as unattainable as he had once thought. It seemed he was merely a failure, and a sudden, inexplicable thrill surged within him. "You are unaware, are you? The higher-ups have already decided. Soon, you shall be reassigned from CP9. "What?" Skilo's face contorted in disbelief, his muscles nearly twitching with incredulity. His brows twisted into an intricate knot, and it appeared as though his eyeballs would pop from their sockets. "What did you just say?" He had been informed of many matters regarding Lewis, yet this particular piece of information had escaped him. What could this signify? Lewis had stated. Yarrow sneered, "Commander, you are about to be reassigned. What is there to be surprised about? At worst, you will simply command elsewhere." "Yarrow, do you truly believe everything that little brat says?" Common rose, questioning. "Have a modicum of your own judgment. What if he is attempting to sow discord among us with such declarations?" "Sow discord? Can Lewis's words truly divide our small circle?" "Certainly. If Skilo leaves, then what shall become of us who remain?" Initially, We believed the astute Skilo would secure victory. But to our astonishment, before the battle even commenced, the war had already concluded. What if? To say what if implies you harbor some belief, do you not? Euro scoffed. That little brat spoke in the presence of that fool. Are you suggesting he is deceiving Spandane? Even that fool would be incensed. Common fell silent, turning to Skilo. Another individual, a man named Sleep, who had remained dormant and unnoticed, lifted his head, casting a glance at his commander. Silence enveloped them. The others were at a loss for words, while only Skilo yearned to speak. Yet an invisible pressure constricted his chest, rendering him nearly breathless. Although the prospect of reassignment seemed manageable, for Skilo it was utterly intolerable. This failure signified the end of his political career. Was he to squander his life in a mere sinecure? Yet what could he do? Lewis's words were not fabrications, and Skilo was acutely aware of this. He knew well that Spandane had been sent by the higher-ups to assume command of CP9. To persistently undermine Spandane while bearing the pressure from above was tantamount to defiance against his superiors. This seemingly inconsequential matter had catapulted Lewis into the limelight of the CP hierarchy, garnering significant attention from the upper echelons. Such attention, reflected upon himself, would likely breed heightened resentment. It was probable that the orders would arrive in just a few days. Indeed, we have now reached a critical juncture. Skilo finally calmed his thoughts and spoke, his voice as tranquil as ever. From the outset, our chances of defeating Spandane were slim. It is evident that such a fool could arrive at Judicial Island only with the backing of his superiors. Ha ha ha, I knew it. From the very beginning. We were lured onto the ship by your deception, were we not? Euro sneered. Thus, Ellery chose to follow that fellow from the onset. Even though he previously displayed unwavering loyalty to you, he is simply that kind of person, never making the wrong choice. No, he still chose incorrectly, Skilo replied solemnly. He believed Spandane depended solely on him. Upon Spandane's ascension to commander, he thought he could wield the actual power of CP9. Yet he did not foresee the rare emergence of three prodigies among this batch of trainees, alongside monsters like Lewis and Ciro. Clearly, Spandane places greater trust in that fellow Lewis. Are you suggesting that they are likewise discordant internally? Common frowned. But how does that pertain to our current predicament? Even with Lewis, Ellery still made the right choice. He can continue to thrive. It does pertain. Of course, it does. Ellery cannot abide Lewis. One Ciro is already unbearable for him. Skilo exhaled deeply. Their discord presents us with an opportunity. An opportunity? Euro licked his lips. His instincts warning him that what Skilo was about to propose would be far from easily acceptable. A desperate chance to fight back. Although his backers seem to have abandoned him, as long as Spandane is absent and sufficient interests are at stake, there remains a possibility for negotiation. You mean, Skilo is cornered and desperate? Indeed, even he must be feeling the urgency now. Orders from above will soon arrive, and at that point, he will find himself truly without recourse. He is that kind of man. He appears mild and composed, yet in action, he is more ruthless and radical than anyone. However, he never anticipated that we have always stood together. Euro was correct. One would never choose wrongly. I do not know how to make choices, so I can only follow you. There is no error in following me. Spandane and Skilo are ultimately not the same. Unlike Skilo, who is filled with a desire for control and seeks to grasp everything within his grasp, Spandane requires only achievements. Soon, Judicial Island will be under our command. But what about the newcomers, especially that one named Lewis? Fear not. Has Skilo not already provided us with the best opportunity? With no options left. That fellow shares the same intentions as I do. He will not tolerate me, and I find him equally irksome. Ah, I see. I have no further issues. Furthermore, please take note that that individual also appears to possess extraordinary abilities. On the diminutive Judicial Island, undercurrents begin to surge. Confronted with Spandane's undeniable superiority, Skilo finds himself at a dead end, yet this does not signify his surrender. In recent days, Lewis has spent his time in tranquility, immersed in training. He has likely taken stock of his current situation. The cultivation of life restoration has reached a bottleneck. His skin, hair, and muscles are now under his deft control. Yet, in a moment of uncertainty, he finds himself at a loss regarding his next steps. As his body enters a developmental phase, the enhancement of his physical prowess accelerates. But he remains perplexed about how to advance his mastery of life restoration. Should it pertain to his bones? Lewis once entertained a notion after watching Naruto. He became aware of the concept of the Shikatsumi-Aku and pondered whether the activation of all his bones might allow him to emulate this bloodline limit featured in the series. Such an ability would undoubtedly prove advantageous, yet it would also entail a protracted journey. Alternatively, should he delve into the intricacies of the internal organs? It has been quite some time since he grasped the fundamentals of the digestive system. Perhaps it is time to explore other systems as well, such as the respiratory system. How do fish breathe underwater? Could he potentially achieve that as well? Lewis hesitated, knowing that whichever path he chose would entail a lengthy journey, with results unlikely to manifest in the short term. This was akin to the arduous training of hockey. Several months had elapsed since he learned the method to wield it from Rod, yet Lewis still struggled with even the most fundamental aspect of it. Perhaps it was due to his youth, or perhaps a lack of innate talent, but he could distinctly sense that mastering hockey would require a considerable amount of time. In contrast, his progress with observation hockey was significantly swifter. With the assistance of his fruit's abilities, the advancement in his training could be described as rapid, akin to a compensatory mechanism. By employing illusions to deprive himself of his five senses, his sixth sense became immensely amplified, greatly enhancing his perception of the world. The principle of use it or lose it was exemplified here. Improvements in coverage, duration, and observational precision were accelerating. And Lewis estimated that it would not be long before his observation hockey could penetrate to a microscopic level, enabling him to achieve his envisioned control over his body's minutiae, such as muscle fibers and even cells. Conversely, progress with his fruit's abilities had been slow. Over a month had passed since he obtained the powers, and during his return to Judicial Island, the capabilities of the Moreau fruit remained limited to basic visual streaming. The distance to his goal of transforming this streaming into a download, where a mere glance could transfer 5 gigabytes of data, was still vast. Nevertheless, he had whimsically devised a method to convert the unstable eye-to-eye Wi-Fi into a stable broadband connection, which proved successful. If one were to identify the area of greatest advancement for Lewis, it would be in the 6 styles. As a mastery of 6 extraordinary martial techniques, he had integrated them into a fundamental skill set, enabling him to execute moves with effortless precision. Notably, he had mastered the 6 Kings gun, a culmination of the 6 styles' essence, and could now effortlessly launch it with one hand, experiencing a significant surge in power due to his full control over his muscles. A new idea sparked within him. If he could unleash the 6 Kings gun with one hand, could he also generate shockwaves from other parts of his body? Proposing and striving towards new concepts had always been Lewis's admirable trait, and thus he began diligently working to create a martial art uniquely his own. In summary, Lewis had become quite formidable, with an even stronger future on the horizon. Achieving this enhanced future would require relentless effort, and Lewis was unreserved in his dedication. Even amidst the peculiar atmosphere of the Tower of Justice in recent days, he remained undeterred, tirelessly honing his skills. Lewis was acutely aware that Skylo would undoubtedly take action. Even if he wished to depart quietly, could he rely on his subordinates to do the same? They could hardly remain idle and await their demise. They would either present Skylo as a gift to Spandane or follow him in carving a path to escape. Lewis need not ponder further, since such events were inevitable. All that remained was to bide his time. His leisurely training was abruptly interrupted when Ciro arrived to seek him out, accompanied by Elika. "Have you sensed something amiss in the atmosphere lately?" Ciro inquired, swaggering into Lewis's training chamber and leaning against the wall with a hint of concern. "Is it not peculiar that Skylo has yet to cause any trouble? Did you not send Elder Baldy to the infirmary? He only regained consciousness yesterday. Could it truly be over just like that? Who can say?" Lewis wiped the sweat from his forehead and casually remarked, "So why bring her here?" He cast a glance at Yelika, who remained strikingly beautiful, seemingly unchanged from the past. "It wasn't me who brought her, meow." Ciro shrugged and chuckled. "It was my own request." Yelika crossed her arms, a posture that accentuated the vastness of her feminine spirit. "The situation on Justice Island is somewhat precarious," she continued. "I believe it is imperative for us to unite, be it those from Skello's side or our own. Neither group is particularly reassuring. The fact that such words came from your lips is astonishing." Lewis raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to believe. Who is Yelika? A champion of women's rights. It is indeed surprising that she would propose an alliance with Lewis. "You are absolutely right," Yelika remarked casually. "Power is the foundation that determines everything. Lacking such power myself, I require individuals who can join me in forming this strength. So, what reason do I have to collaborate with you?" Lewis gazed at her, remarking that even Zyro could easily handle her. Within this CP9, she seemed to occupy the lowest tier. "Hey, what do you mean by even me?" Zyro retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. "United, I shall follow your lead. I am wholly devoted to you." Yelika fixed her gaze upon Lewis and spoke. "Oh my, such a stunning beauty. Zyro exclaimed. Lewis, my friend, you are striking gold. This was indeed difficult to decline, prompting Lewis to nod in agreement. Well then, may I have the second head to serve as a double-headed horse? Zyro too desired to follow suit. It seemed that an intriguing turn of events was about to unfold. Lewis remarked that preparations could commence. He was on a quest to find someone. Judicial Island is one of the three principal institutions under the aegis of the world government. May lack substance, yet it remains pivotal in its responsibilities. The three institutions consist of Marine headquarters at Marineford, the government's most formidable force, Impel Down, the underwater prison for the incarcerated, in Judicial Island, which ostensibly serves the function of adjudication, although it is largely nominal, lacking even a competent judge. The protocol dictates that prisoners destined for Impel Down must first traverse Judicial Island, where their crimes are formally acknowledged. In essence, they board a direct conveyance to Impel Down from the Gate of Justice. Consequently, Judicial Island frequently witnesses the passage of various criminals, and this day was no exception. Appearing rather ordinary at first glance, a warship docked at the harbor, and a group of hooded prisoners was escorted off the vessel, beginning their journey from the front island. Their route led through the main island, past the courthouse situated upon it, towards the Judicial Tower, and ultimately through an underground passage to the Bridge of Hesitation, culminating at the Gate of Justice where a prison ship awaited to transport them to Impel Down. This established procedure unfolded as usual, but today, an unexpected event was about to transpire, heralding a peculiar occurrence. Remarkably, Lewis found the sight before him almost ludicrous. As the main island of Justice hovered above a colossal abyss, with torrents of seawater cascading endlessly downward, never filling the void below, his curiosity piqued. He wondered what lay beneath the chasm, what secrets it held, and felt an irresistible urge to explore its depths. Furthermore, he was equally astonished by the mystery of how the main island remained suspended in the air. Was it some strange floating island? Standing by the window of the Judicial Tower, Lewis observed the drawbridge on the opposite main island descend gradually. Simultaneously, a bridge from the Judicial Tower lowered with a resonant thud, successfully establishing a connection between the two previously isolated entities. Government-armed personnel clad in black suits and Navy soldiers in white and blue uniforms escorted several hooded individuals across the newly formed bridge, marking the transport of prisoners. The customary route led them through the deserted courthouse of the main island, then across the Bridge of Hesitation towards Impel Down. In the first half of the Grand Line, a notorious pirate crew emerged, and Ciro suddenly materialized from behind him. Even before entering the New World, the captain's bounty had already surpassed 100 million, rendering him, in every sense, a remarkably perilous individual. Lewis turned around with great interest. Quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed, remarkably so, Zyro nodded. The captain of the paper pirate crew, Papercraft Peppa, boasts a bounty of 14,500,000. Such a reward in the paradise signifies that they are no ordinary foes. They are indeed perilous individuals who have effectively obliterated an entire nation. An exceptional user of the paramecia-type folding fruit, his subordinates also include formidable officers, especially his first mate, the giant Fist Hand, who has a bounty of 9,800,000. He is a ruthless character who single-handedly defeated the army of a certain nation in the Grand Line. It is astonishing that such a formidable individual is still present in this location. Lewis perched upon the windowsill, observing as the convoy gradually traversed the lengthy bridge, on the verge of entering the Tower of Justice. Ha ha ha, what dreadful luck. Zyro chuckled heartily. It is said that they happened to encounter Rear Admiral Kazan of the Navy headquarters, the very embodiment of the new generation of naval prodigies. A genuine monstrosity, indeed. Despite his tender age, he possesses the prowess to contend with the most formidable of adversaries, yet he was easily apprehended. Lewis nodded, acknowledging that luck was indeed on his side, for he encountered Akiji rather than Akainu. Otherwise, it was conceivable that he might never behold these fellows again. Given their formidable strength, they were indeed the ones he had to contend with. Lewis stifled a yawn, casually shedding his suit and draping it over the windowsill. He loosened his tie and remarked, "Go on, Zyro." "What?" Zyro responded, somewhat bewildered. "You are to seek out Yelica and ensure the safety of our esteemed commander." Lewis smiled and turned to walk towards the door. "Huh, what exactly is happening, Meow?" Ciro hurriedly followed, inquiring, "What interesting event could possibly unfold, Meow?" Lewis placed his hand firmly on Cyril's chest, halting his advance. "But you should refrain from getting involved, and as for Yelica, she is even less relevant. This is my game. TSK, quite mischievous, aren't you, dear Lewis?" Cyril clicked his tongue. "Well then, I shall take my leave for now." Just don't go too far with your antics, meow. Ah, of course. Lewis smiled. The routine for escorting prisoners involves traversing the underground passage of the judicial tower, ascending to the bridge of hesitation, and then boarding the prison ship through the gate of justice. The government officials escorting the paper crane pirates walked through the dimly lit corridor with an air of nonchalance. Having performed this task countless times before, their proficiency was evident. Regardless of how formidable a pirate may be, once they entered this place, their fate was to be dutifully transported to Impel Down or Marineford. Suddenly, one man, visibly distressed, tugged at the chain connected to another's neck collar, exclaiming, "I need to use the restroom. Could you help me out?" He handed the chain to another naval soldier, who took it and replied, "Really? At a time like this? Hurry back." "Ha ha ha, my apologies, it's no big deal," the soldier chuckled, dismissing the situation. However, as he turned, he inadvertently bumped into one of the prisoners, cursing under his breath as he hurried away. Whatever, let us continue. The escort personnel were evidently quite indifferent to their duties, and a member's temporary absence did not raise any alarms. The man claiming to need the restroom turned a corner and exhaled a long sigh of relief, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead as he quickened his pace. Not looking back as he fled towards the other end of the passage. Bang! He collided with someone. Lord Silvers. He could say no more as a hand tightened around his throat. "Look at what you've done. Am I not even allowed to take a nap?" A loud crash echoed from the passage behind them. Moments earlier, voices rang out, "Let us go, you bastards. Once we pass this point, Impel Down is just ahead. Ha ha ha, look forward to our future." Impel Down? Ha ha ha, I've heard of that place. It's where the most heinous criminals are imprisoned. Are we being sent there? A prisoner scoffed. How frustrating. That guy is terrifyingly strong. I'd love to face him again. Huh? You, against Admiral Kazan? Ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh. Do you think you can escape from here, ascend the Judicial Tower, defeat CP9 stationed there, and then board a warship to leave Judicial Island? Don't be ridiculous. CP9? Never heard of them, but they sound impressive, chuckled the man in the hood. So, if we want to escape, they are my adversaries? Are you trying to make me laugh? Even though Admiral Skylo and Admiral Spandam lack combat prowess, the official members of CP9 are monstrous warriors. Why am I even discussing this with you? You're just a prisoner. No, what you said is quite significant, the hooded man smiled, raising his hands shackled with sea prism stone and removing the hood. Thank you very much. What? The escort personnel were taken aback. The shackles clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. What? The escort personnel were utterly stunned. Ha ha ha. I don't know why. But you people are truly good folks. The man laughed heartily, seizing one of the escort's heads. Thank you. In an instant, the bodies of 2 escort personnel were snapped without a trace. Now, let the games begin, the man declared, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems I haven't expressed gratitude to the generous patrons for a long time. Ha ha ha, my apologies. No wonder the donations have been sparse lately. Let me rectify that. He proceeded to thank various patrons for their contributions. Beep, beep, alarm, alarm. Within the Judicial Tower, red warning lights suddenly began to flash, and a sharp voice echoed, "Pirate uprising! Pirate uprising! The first level of the Judicial Tower has been breached and is now advancing to the second level. All CP9 members, please proceed to suppress the situation immediately." Hey, what is going on? Spandam crouched behind his desk, incredulous as he peeked out the window. The bridge connecting the island to the Judicial Tower had been retracted. Looks like Lewis's interesting predicament has come to pass, Zyro chuckled, leaning against the wall. Don't worry, Commander, Lewis will handle it. Before that, allow us to protect you, Erlica said calmly, sitting on the sofa with an unflinching demeanor. Well, you two are incredibly reliable, unlike that guy, Ellermy, who claims to be loyal but is nowhere to be found at a time like this. Spandam lamented, tears streaming down his face. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Erlica has changed significantly, she reassured Spandam. Lewis has already been dispatched. Is that so? Then we have nothing to worry about, Spandam smiled through his tears. With Lewis on the case, there is no doubt things will be fine. Hey, Captain. Are we heading there? At the bottom level of the Judicial Tower, a group was moving rapidly. The most conspicuous among them was a man with a bald head. A large scar on his forehead, bare-chested, and covered in frostbite, blood dripping from his hands. Heh, let us cause some real chaos, shall we? Don't be foolish, Hand, the leader, slightly shorter with dirty brown dreadlocks and tattered clothing, maintained a smile. Didn't we just hear those guys say that we're too close to the Navy headquarters? If things escalate, they might dispatch troops to suppress us. And that would be the end. Ha ha ha. We'll charge straight up, capture that officer they mentioned, and all our problems will be solved. The man's name was Peppa, a dangerous individual with a bounty exceeding 100 million, who had a penchant for skinning his victims and was somewhat dissatisfied with his moniker. Oh, I see. The bald man grinned widely. So, we a carefree group of individuals. However, wait, why is there no defense here? What is going on? Is there really no one around? The bald giant, Honda, complained as he shook the blood off his hands. How utterly dull. We've only encountered someone lying in a hospital bed. It's so lacking in excitement. Hee, I think I figured it out, the man named Peppa grinned. We are indeed fortunate. It seems we've stumbled upon some internal strife within that CP9 group. Ha ha ha, it appears we have been utilized as a mere tool. Captain, what should we do now? What else can we do? We must forge ahead with unwavering determination. Ha ha ha, the top 2 levels must house the 2 commanders. So the worries do not lie with us. The pirates, without a shred of hesitation, swiftly ascended. Peppa was right. The concerns were not theirs. At least for Lewis. There was considerable worry. Instead of confronting the enemy, he headed straight to the pinnacle of the judicial tower to bask in the sun. All the while keeping a vigilant eye on the movements within the tower, lost in thought. Where should we begin our approach? Lewis pondered with a sense of unease. Within this judicial tower, 3 factions awaited his intervention. The first comprised the relentless pirates, persistently pressing upwards. Next were the Skylos faction, who were likely searching for both him and Elim while awaiting news. Finally, there was Elim himself, who theoretically should stand alongside him. Each of these groups demanded his attention. Yet he was but a solitary figure. The order of precedence was indeed a source of vexation. Ultimately, who should be the first to meet their demise? Lewis found himself in a quandary. Firstly, the pirates were not to be provoked, much like Skilo, who foolishly relied on the pretext of an impending rebellion to justify the forthcoming demise of Spandam. Lewis, too, hoped to employ such a nonsensical excuse to eliminate Skilo and his band. It was imperative to bring these individuals to the forefront. And it seemed Ellermy shared a similar sentiment. His ambitions mirrored those of Lewis, both aspiring to become the de facto rulers of CP9. Meanwhile, Skilo and his crew should now be gathering, and they were of no concern at this moment. Thus, a decision was made. Lewis rose to his feet and stifled a yawn. Ellery, indeed. It was a commendable choice. Predictably, the fellow should now be scouring the interior of the Justice Tower. Undoubtedly anxious, for he needed to assist Spandane immediately after resolving his own predicament, valiantly rescuing the esteemed commander in a moment of dire need, while simultaneously retaliating against Skilo. It was precisely the undertaking Lewis aspired to accomplish. Thus, any individual attempting to emulate him must meet their demise, as Lewis had envisioned. Ellery was indeed in search of him. Just as Lewis had prepared himself, Ellery was equally equipped. Lewis was destined to perish amidst this pirate upheaval. Yet, he could not be found. No matter where he looked, he could not locate him. He had evaded the pirate's trajectory, yet even after scouring nearly the entirety of the Justice Tower, he remained elusive. Ellery, panting slightly, pondered. Where could he be? Suddenly, he turned sharply. Oh, what brings you here, Senior? A languid, leisurely voice reached his ears. It was Lewis. This is what I wish to inquire of you. Newcomer, Ellery replied, a smile tugging at his lips. Why are you here? Ah, I specifically came to find you, Lewis answered. Unlike Ellery's arduous quest to locate Lewis, the latter found it far easier to track him down. Within the confines of the Justice Tower, nothing could escape Lewis's observation. May I ask, would you kindly consider dying today? Lewis inquired. Oh, Ellery exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. So you too entertain such thoughts? Lewis smiled, his eyes beginning to sparkle with light. Indeed, the battle had concluded. However, Ellery, momentarily disoriented, felt as though everything had been stripped away. All his senses vanished in an instant. Such a jarring disparity was beyond the capacity of an ordinary human to comprehend. In that fleeting moment, Lewis's long hair surged forth like a torrent. Ellery, still somewhat bewildered, found himself in an empty corridor where Lewis had already disappeared. As if everything that had just transpired had been a mere dream. What had occurred? A distant rumble echoed from above, signaling that the battle seemed to have commenced. Cursing under his breath, Ellery clenched his teeth, realizing there was no time to search for Lewis as he dashed towards the staircase. Hey, Zyro. Didn't you say Lewis had already mobilized? Commander Spandane screamed from his office as alarms blared incessantly, indicating that the rampaging pirates had begun their incursion, drawing perilously close to their level without any hindrance. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, abruptly silencing the alarms. It was evident that the personnel in the surveillance room had been taken out. "I can't fathom what Lewis is doing," Zyro exclaimed innocently. "He hasn't informed me of anything." Was even Lewis unreliable, aside from Elamy? Spandane, clutching his head in despair, lamented, "It's all over. We're doomed. We must lower the drawbridge and summon reinforcements from the island." Stationed on Justice Island were not only CP9 agents, but numerous government troops, and even more Navy soldiers, along with 2 towering giants guarding the entrance. This was a formidable force, yet they were isolated on the other side of the island. "No," Yelika interjected, shaking her head. "Only the highest authority of Justice Island, namely Skylo, can order the drawbridge lowered." "Then let us hurry and find that man," Spandane insisted, eager to rush outside to make the request. "Don't you understand, Commander?" Yelika pulled Spandane back, her expression one of exasperation. "The pirates have breached this far. Yet Skylo remains unresponsive, and those accompanying him show no intention of attacking. What more needs to be said?" Spandane blinked in confusion. "It means—" Zyro's form gradually transformed, his fur sprouting and ears perking up. "The situation has escalated because of Skylo." "What?" Spandane stared blankly, then erupted in fury. "That bastard. Is this because I achieved victory? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Very well, I shall report to higher-ups and ensure that scoundrel meets a grim fate." "That's impossible." "Commander," Yelika stepped forward, shielding Spandane. "Do you still expect any signal here?" "It's utterly futile." "Then what shall we do? Isn't this tantamount to a death sentence?" Spandane swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a step. Trust in Lewis, Zyro had transformed entirely into a standing feline. There are no more options available now. "Yelika, protect the commander." With a swift motion, he darted out. "What is happening?" At nearly the same moment, atop the Justice Tower, the architect of it all furrowed his brow. Realizing events were unfolding in an unforeseen manner, he had anticipated that Spandane's subordinates would fiercely resist the pirates, allowing him to take advantage of the situation for a surprise attack. Had the opposing side been prepared all along? They showed no signs of resistance. It appeared as though they had anticipated this, as the pirates moved freely within Spandane's office. "Commander, can our plan truly succeed?" With Lewis and Elamy nowhere to be found, they were unable to locate their targets for a counterattack. To evade confrontation with the pirates, they had to retreat. Now, both the pirates and Spandane's faction remained unscathed. Could they truly eliminate both sides simultaneously? "It matters not," Skylo asserted confidently. "The previous calm was merely due to the ample space, but that will soon change. The pirates continue their ascent, and there's no reason for Spandane's group to avoid conflict. A battle is imminent. We need only to wait for the opportune moment. Victory will ultimately belong to us." The man, who had always scorned violence, now found himself reliant upon it to resolve the situation. "Haha, this is going smoothly." With CP9 in disarray, Skylo likely believes that the unprepared Spandane will send men to hinder the pirates' advance. Unfortunately, Lewis had already instructed Zyro and Yelika to safeguard Spandane, and no one has mobilized to impede the pirates. Thus, they brazenly ascended to the upper levels of the Justice Tower. The man named Peppa laughed heartily. "Is this the penultimate level? The place where the vice commander resides? It must be here." Behind him, a towering giant chuckled. "Captain, the vice commander's words are of no consequence, right? You little rascal." Peppa turned to his subordinate, grinning. "Indeed, once we capture the true commander, the vice commander will be of no use. Then, let it be." The man named Hand, vice captain of the Origami Pirates, boasted a bounty nearing 100 million. "Leave it to me." He charged forward, his presence akin to a massive wall, blocking the wide passageway. There were few rooms on this level, with Spandane's office standing out prominently. "Here it is." Boom. The room shattered instantaneously. Hand barely registered what had transpired before pain struck his face, sending him crashing into the wall, breaking through it and into an adjacent room. "Yai?" Peppa blinked in disbelief. "Wait." But he was given no chance to wait. As an unseen assailant rushed toward him, the howling wind arriving too swiftly for him to evade. "What?" A few figures emerged behind the bewildered pirates. It was Zyro, now harnessing his fruit abilities. His speed had escalated to a point where the pirates could scarcely perceive him, let alone retaliate. Yet, his attack never reached Peppa, who seemed to vanish before his very eyes. "Wow, a Zoan-type user?" The voice echoed as Zyro's eyes widened in astonishment. The air before him writhed, akin to folded paper suddenly unfurling, revealing a large cat in his presence. A superhuman, the folding fruit? How terrifying. Not bad, right? I have folded space, rendering me invisible to you and untouchable. An unremarkable man, yet I possess a terrifyingly potent ability. Everything I touch can be folded. Will you be touched by me? No. No, for you face me. It was not the voice of Ciro, but rather a more youthful tone that emerged from behind. Louis, dear brother? Ciro turned to see Louis slowly descending from the staircase. What have you been up to? I went to seek assistance. Louis smiled, and before he could finish his words, another man dashed out. It was Ellery, appearing as though he had not noticed Louis at all, standing at the entrance of the stairwell, gazing around in a state of confusion. What? Ciro could scarcely believe it. You and Elika took the commander to find Skylo. Louis kindly patted Ellery on the shoulder, assuring him, leave this to us. Huh? Rest assured. Louis smiled, for Elder Elmir was a man of unwavering loyalty, willing to sacrifice his very life to ensure my safety. Zyro found himself at a loss for words. Elmir sensed that something was amiss. Ever since his encounter with Louis, an unsettling feeling had taken root within him. During their brief journey to Spandane, he experienced a series of sudden disorientations, as if the reality he confronted was not the world he truly inhabited. Had he fallen victim to some trickery? Elmir was aware that Louis possessed extraordinary abilities, yet he remained oblivious to the specific nature of those powers, leaving him unable to ascertain whether he had indeed succumbed to Louis's influence. Louis had vanished without a trace. All he could do was hasten back to rescue the situation. What if Spandam had truly perished? Would all his prior efforts have been rendered utterly futile? Strangely, as he emerged from the staircase, he could only see the pirate standing before the office door, gazing at him. Spandam and the ever-faithful Cyroy Licca were nowhere to be found. Had he arrived too late? And had Spandam already departed with his crew? Elmy had no time for such musings as the enemy had already launched their assault. A user of the fold fruit ability? He must not be allowed to touch him. Elmy furrowed his brow, his body already in motion. Keep it up, my esteemed predecessor. Louis stood behind Ellery, observing as Ellery leaped into the air, propelling himself off the corridor's ceiling. His muscles were taut, and with a resounding crash, he plummeted to the ground. Boom. The earth was instantly shattered, creating a massive crater. Good heavens. Peppa, still shaken, drifted out from the edge of the hole. Folding space once more, he exclaimed in astonishment. Are all the members of this unheard of CP9 this formidable? They ought not to be so arrogant, these pirates. Louis stood leisurely behind Elmy, his hair undulating like tentacles. Dozens of strands arranged themselves with precision, resembling sharp spears aimed menacingly at the bewildered pirates. Another wielder of powers? Peppa turned his head in disbelief to gaze at Louis. Such abilities are a rarity upon the vast ocean. On a ship, he was the sole user. Yet, within such a brief span of time, two individuals possessing extraordinary powers from this so-called CP9 had manifested before him. Was he losing his focus? Louis smiled, and almost simultaneously, Ellermy was taken aback. Who was this adversary conversing with? What had caused him to suddenly lose focus? Surprise was one thing, but he would never let any opportunity slip by. With a swift motion, as if traversing through space, he appeared behind Peppa, his right leg arcing in a powerful strike. The Gale Scythe. The brilliant slash coalesced upon his leg, transforming the ordinary limb into a size capable of cleaving through anything, aimed directly at Peppa's neck. The cut. Peppa's reaction was nothing short of astonishing. Instinctively, he pressed against the wall beside him, which instantaneously warped and folded towards him like a door, perfectly shielding Ellermy from the attack. With a sharp clang, the wall was severed, yet Peppa's figure had vanished, seemingly retreating once more. Captain? Suppressed? The crew exchanged glances, bewildered by the sight before them. What were they witnessing? With a smile, Louis gently waved his hand, and a long spear formed from his hair surged forth with a thunderous sound. Hell's needle. Ah. There was no space to evade. In an instant, blood stained the corridor. Damn it. Emerging from the folded space, Peppa gritted his teeth. It appeared he could not remain within that folded realm for long. You scoundrel. The captain, with a dull thud, staggered out from the adjacent room. Still clutching his dazed head, his face a mask of disbelief. What on earth happened? He could hardly comprehend the events that had unfolded. And there is another one. A somewhat languid voice came from behind, a hand pressing against his back. What? Hand had not reacted in time and instinctively turned his head. Buzz. But it was too late. Something erupted from his chest, and after a searing pain, the world faded to black as he crumpled helplessly to the ground. Ugh, Hand. Peppa's eyes widened in fury. Right before him, his companion was dispatched with such ease, a humiliation far greater than being instantaneously defeated by that man named Kazan. Swish. Swish, 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 swish. Ellery's assault came in an instant, fingers suddenly flicking, creating a sharp sound in the air. Peppa was caught off guard, instinctively dodging. Yet 2 new wounds appeared on his body, blood gushing forth. What is this? Stumbling backward, Peppa gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! What is the situation with these creatures? Bastards! I shall send you all to your demise. Peppa pressed his hands heavily against the air, distorting the space. Simultaneously unleashing 2 forces of folding, the space twisted violently, the ground ripping apart as a terrifying power surged toward Lewis. TSK. Lewis resembled a majestic bird, gracefully retreating with an ethereal lightness. His keen perception and formidable presence rendered him nearly impervious to such a sudden assault, effortlessly evading Peppa's attack range. What? Ellery gasped. Recognizing that this assault was indeed formidable, befitting a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. If struck, his demise was all but certain. He pushed the technique to its limits, swiftly propelling himself forward. Clang. It was not an illusion. Something had been severed. Ah. In an instant, Ellery's mind cleared, and the world appeared more vividly than ever. TSK. Lewis's smile gradually faded. Lewis? Ellamy turned around, suddenly exclaiming. Skylo is hoping for our demise, and we are to willingly march towards our death? Yelica grasped Spandane's arm, swiftly ascending the staircase. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying. Spandane gasped heavily. Hang in there, Commander. Lewis assured me we could proceed directly, Zyro casually remarked. Although Spandane had requested him to transform into a large cat to carry him, Zyro resolutely declined, maintaining his beastman form as he led the way. He was indeed a cat, and thus would heed his own instincts. What is he prepared in advance? Yelica frowned. Is everything unfolding as he anticipated? Who knows? Zyro suddenly propelled himself forward. Ready. Yelica. Bang. Zyro's body twisted mid-air, resembling a phantom as he collided with another shadow, both retreating simultaneously. They actually sought us out? Skylo held a handgun, smoke wafting from its muzzle. As he looked down at the panting Spandane slumped on the stairs, with the blonde-haired Yarrow behind him, the dazed Slip and the unremarkable Cayman quietly following. Damn it, Skylo. You actually intend to kill me? Spandane, unable to rise, lifted his head and shouted, Just wait. You're finished. I will report this to my superiors. You're doomed. Ha, Skylo sighed. The government chose to replace me with scum like you. How can I accept that? To eliminate someone like you feels like an affront to me, but alas, you must perish here, Spandane. Hey, Commander, Zyro stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Spandane. By saying such things, do you truly consider us invisible? Yelica stood beside Zyro. Zyro, you are indeed formidable. Even Yarrow may not be your match. However, we have 3 on our side. Skylo regarded Zyro. I share some connections with your father, yet you refuse to engage with me. Let us see, shall we? Zyro grinned. Bring it on. Skylo waved his hand. Whoosh. A figure shot forth. 1. Skylo was taken aback. 2 hands pressed firmly on his shoulders, forcing him to the ground. What? Zyro was astonished by this sudden turn of events. Ellamy stared blankly at Lewis, with a pirate named Peppa between them. Ellamy vowed that Lewis had absolutely not been there moments before. As a seasoned CP9 agent, his vigilance was beyond reproach. If he claimed he wasn't there, then he surely was not. Yet, in an instant, Lewis had appeared before him, just as he had previously vanished. Lewis, what exactly have you done? Lewis appeared somewhat helpless. Ironically, it was this pirate who assisted you once. So, Ellamy's expression darkened. The sense of discord I felt earlier was indeed a manifestation of your abilities, was it not? Who can say? Lewis smiled nonchalantly. And what of the ability? Has it truly been relinquished? What? Ellery instinctively took a step back, his hands raised defensively before him. What exactly is this ability? An illusion, perhaps? What do you think? Lewis chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. I always believed that internal strife was the exclusive domain of pirates. The pirate named Peppa suddenly darted to the edge of the corridor, forming a triangular arrangement with the other 2. The man who had just been seething with anger now burst into laughter. Is this how noble government officials behave as well? Huh. Is this a shared trait of humanity? It is not to say that standing on the same ground makes one a comrade. Pirate. Lewis glanced at Peppa and casually remarked. It is often among companions that the most blatant animosities arise. Ha ha ha. I understand. The adversaries of pirates are predominantly other pirates. Peppa leaned back, grinning widely. Now that my subordinates are all gone, there is no need for me to engage in conflict with you. Would you like to have a bout first? Is it an attempt to seize the opportunity to flee? Lewis gazed at the walls that began to warp, capable of folding space. Thus, even the suspension bridge could not hinder him. He chuckled ominously. Well then, farewell. We shall meet again, won't we? Your name is Lewis, correct? A member of CP9? Peppa spread his arms, the space behind him contorting, fixing his gaze on Lewis. His subordinates, all vanquished by Lewis, bore a grudge that would not dissolve simply due to their current smiles. Hey, Lewis suddenly spoke. Pirate, is there something you wish to discuss? Peppa was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to meet Lewis's gaze. We should keep him around. The abilities this individual possessed were far too troublesome. If such an adversary were to wander the seas, Lewis would find it difficult to sleep peacefully. Farewell. Suddenly, Lewis's presence manifested itself, his right index finger raised, emanating an invisible wave. The finger gun. Uft. Aya. The agonized screams echoed, and by the time Peppa emerged from the seemingly endless void, her heart had already been pierced by a mere finger. The intangible shockwave, originating from that digit, instantaneously launched an assault on her internal organs. With a single blow, the outcome was determined. Peppa's cries were filled with terror and anguish. Unlike the monstrous Whitebeard, she could only emit a mournful sound after her heart was struck, before collapsing limply to the ground. Your power is but an illusion. Witnessing Lewis eliminate the pirate Peppa, Ellamy asserted with certainty, deliberately avoiding Lewis's gaze. Oh, is that so? Lewis flicked the blood from his hands. The fusion of the Six Kings spear and other Six Styles techniques appeared to hold significant promise. It is the eyes. It must be the eyes, Ellamy stated solemnly. The condition for activating your ability is to be able to see your eyes. I experienced this myself, as did this pirate. They were ensnared only after laying eyes upon you. What significance does this hold? Lewis kicked Peppa's lifeless body, confirming his demise. He advanced a couple of steps and gazed at Ellamy, who promptly averted his eyes, unwilling to meet Lewis's gaze. It was futile to acknowledge the inevitable. Your fate is sealed. Acknowledgement would only serve to prevent him from falling into the trap. Ellamy grinned. In an astonishing display of speed, he propelled himself to the ceiling above Lewis in an instant, then employed his technique again, landing deftly on the ground before launching himself towards Lewis's back. Finger gun. The assault unfolded with such swiftness that even Peppa, who had recently garnered a bounty exceeding 100 million, might have been unable to react in time. In the next heartbeat, Lewis's head was poised to suffer a grievous wound, but then the paper-drawing wind manipulator intervened. His body rode the currents of air. Flowing as fluidly as water, his head contorted inward, forming a substantial indentation, effortlessly evading Ellamy's strike. What? Ellamy could scarcely believe it. Such a level of paper drawing, such reflexes? Lewis, after all, embodies an aura of dominance. With a swift motion, he struck. Ellamy had no time to evade. Lewis's palm gently landed upon his back. A resonant force erupted from Lewis's hand, instantly penetrating Ellamy's chest and delivering a devastating blow to all his vital organs. A cry of anguish escaped Ellamy's lips as he tumbled to the ground, rolling like a gourd and succumbing to the overwhelming inertia that propelled him against the wall of Spandon's office, staggering to lift his head from the debris. Blood gushed from his mouth. Clutching his chest in disbelief, Ellamy's expression twisted in horror. How could this be possible? You must have misunderstood something. In Lewis's tone lingered a hint of mockery. Do you truly believe that I proclaim my superiority solely based on my capabilities? Is that not a touch too arrogant? Between us, who stands as the true mightier one? It is I who, by wielding my powers, assess your continued worthiness of existence. Not you who possesses the strength to escape my grasp. Do you comprehend? It is merely because I have yet to desire your demise that you still draw breath. Aramy is formidable, a former CP9 elite with a combat prowess surpassing 3,000. Yet, Lewis eclipses him. The mastery of observation hockey and the art of paper drawing bestow upon him unparalleled evasion, while the manipulation of his muscular form combined with the Six King gun grants him an invulnerable offensive capability. The true power lies on this side. How could this be? How could you possibly be this strong? Merely a 13-year-old brat. No, Aramy swayed unsteadily to his feet, still unable to meet Lewis's gaze, as if he had suddenly unearthed a revelation. Could it be that I am still ensnared within an illusion? Oh, you have finally come to that realization. So Lewis spread his arms wide, seemingly unable to accept reality. It was rather amusing. When did you develop the illusion that I lack the ability to act? Is the person before you truly me? Is the voice you hear genuinely mine? Is the pain you feel authentic? Did you truly experience what you believe you have? Aramy took 2 steps back, his foot colliding with the shattered stones on the ground, causing him to fall unceremoniously to the earth, rendered speechless. Or rather, is the world you know truly the one you comprehend? Do you really exist? How can you be certain that your thoughts, perceptions, and encounters were not orchestrated by me? Silence. Arami propelled himself upwards, executing the sixth style with unparalleled finesse. Though he could not replicate the relentless execution of Lewis and Ciro, his speed was still remarkable. Raging Phoenix. He soared like a great bird, delivering a sweeping strike that cut through the air. Impressive. One must commend the technique born of 3,000 paths of power. Its intensity was undeniably formidable, to the extent that Lewis felt uncertain about blocking it with his hair. Thus, he raised his hands, palms open, to shield himself. Six King's Spear. Buzz. An intangible substance began to emanate from his right hand, instantly transforming into a powerful shockwave that surged forth. Crash. The overwhelming slash was obliterated into a myriad of stardust by the all-pervasive impact. Be gone. Illusion. A thunderous roar erupted from behind, accompanied by the howling winds. Lewis's head twisted back abruptly, a complete 180-degree turn, as if he were devoid of bones. The skin and muscles on his neck bunched together in a rather grotesque manner. Was this truly an illusion? Elamy roared, as Lewis's sudden motion brought his gaze to meet another pair of eyes. How infuriating. What on earth are you doing? The cold ground pressed against his face, the hard stone floor offering no semblance of comfort. His cheekbones throbbed painfully, especially now, as his head was forcefully held down, making it feel as if his face might be crushed. Skylo sensed the chill not only in his cheeks but also in his heart in that moment. It felt as though his heart had plunged into the deepest abyss, the surface shrouded by an eternal, unmelting ice. Coldness. Darkness. Only one emotion could arise from within, an unfathomable blackness. Yet, instinctively he uttered a singular phrase. Everyone froze. Spandane, Ciro, Yelica, and most notably, Sleep, who had rushed out to confront Ciro and Yelica, stood still, dumbfounded by the unfolding scene, utterly unable to react. Initially stationed behind Skylo to protect him, Yarrow and Cayman seized the moment when Skylo was still in shock and decisively pressed him to the ground. Yelica, equally bewildered, pondered the situation. She had prepared for an epic battle. Ciro was formidable, with astonishing speed, and if executed properly, could swiftly eliminate Cayman and Sleep. Thus, she believed that together with Ciro, they could defeat Yarrow. Yelica had thought this was Lewis's plan, one she endorsed, but what was happening now? Similarly perplexed was Spandane, who thought they were doomed. His own strength was lacking, and he struggled to assess the power of the others accurately. However, counting was still within his capability, 3 against 2 clearly. They were at a disadvantage. What was happening? Self-preservation, of course. Yarrow pressed Skylo's face firmly into the ground, coldly remarking, "Are you expecting me to die alongside you?" "Apologies, Commander," Cayman added with a bitter smile. "Following your lead would only lead to our demise, but this way, we might survive." "You," Skylo exclaimed in frustration. "Was it Lewis who had orchestrated this? He sought you out, didn't he?" Since Spandane and the others appeared utterly clueless, it could only be Lewis who had pulled the strings. "Lewis?" Yarrow's expression shifted, a mocking laugh escaping him. "Indeed, Lewis. Do you believe you have triumphed over him? Ha ha. What a joke. Skylo, your long tenure in power has rendered you arrogant, even if you perceive yourself as humble. That individual, that monster, Lewis." Cayman chuckled grimly. Yarrow recalled just days prior when that being had approached him, swiftly overpowering him with terrifying skill, his mastery surpassing Yarrow's own agility, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. He had then been presented with a choice, to perish alongside Skylo or to follow Lewis and live. Naturally, he chose life. Thus, Lewis was privy to their intricate plans. He was confident that Ciro and Yelica could sufficiently safeguard Spandane's safety. It was as simple as that. Damn it. Skylo realized they were doomed. Everything was lost. No one would protect him. If Spandane perished, the forces behind him would surge forward. After a display of fealty and a few offerings, he might still retain his position. But now, all was irretrievably lost. So, Lewis's assertion that everything would be fine meant this? Ciro reverted to his human form, shrugging his shoulders. "I thought you meant you were entrusting the task to me. How disappointing." Truly, Lewis was remarkable, Yelica mused, a rare smile gracing her face. Had the outcome been determined from the outset? Ah ha ha. So it was all Lewis's doing. Spandane finally regained his composure, striking a triumphant pose. "Do you understand now, Skylo? This is the chasm that separates us. My subordinates are far superior to yours. Cut it out." Skylo ceased his struggles. Ultimately, he was merely a civil official, lacking formidable combat prowess. The traditional subjugation of military officers by civil officials left him powerless against two adept practitioners. Do not revel too much, Spandane. Do you think this is your victory? No. This is the government's defeat. Individuals like you have countless forces eager to elevate you. This situation has persisted for centuries. But do you truly believe it will continue indefinitely? I have sensed it. The world is shifting with an unprecedented surge in the number of formidable figures. Whitebeard, Roger. The Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Lin. The maritime heroes are burgeoning in number. Brace yourself. Skylo bellowed. I cannot save this government. My talents go unrecognized. And the time for change is upon us. What change? What victory? What defeat? Do these concepts hold any significance for you? Regardless of how the future unfolds, your present failure has already become a reality. Lewis's voice echoed from the hallway, proclaiming that regardless of what the future holds, we still have time to embrace it and opportunities to alter its course. Yet you are already doomed. Lewis, initially resigned, Skelero began to writhe in desperation. Lewis, you have ruined me. You scoundrel. You have destroyed CP9. This is truly enough. Lewis approached slowly, his body marred by numerous wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. Is this what it means to be a prominent figure? They never seem to contemplate their mistakes from their own perspective. You are exceedingly arrogant, Scalo. The world would neither gain nor lose anything with your presence. You believe your absence would cause a seismic shift, yet in reality, it would make no difference. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Recognize your true self. You may possess certain abilities, but you are not great, and CP9 is not reliant upon you. Scalo clenched his teeth tightly. You are finished. Lewis smiled, a haughty figure who ultimately seemed destined for an unfavorable outcome. How could it be otherwise? The moment you intended to take action against me, the conclusion was already predetermined. You are nothing more than a mere wild dog. Blood trickled from Scalo's mouth. However, dear Lewis, why do you appear this way? Zyro gazed in astonishment at the battered Lewis, questioning whether those pirates were truly so formidable. Well, the pirates are not exceptionally powerful. Lewis leaned against the wall, his hand pressed against the wound on his shoulder. However, the frantic cries of "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you," reverberated from the corridor behind him. A figure, almost in pursuit of Lewis, stumbled forward, flailing fists and legs, wreaking havoc in the corridor. At times, he would roll on the ground, directly bypassing Lewis, and charge ahead. Elrimi? Ciro was taken aback. This seemingly deranged individual was indeed Elrimi? It appeared he had been provoked by some unseen force. Lewis shrugged, embodying the strength of CP9, truly formidable. Why not to provoke him? Shiro furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. At last, you have arrived. Elrimi, silent until now, maintaining an air of awkwardness, finally revealed a smile on his previously weary visage at the sight of Elrimi. Quickly, prove your identity. I am the one who has infiltrated Scalaro's side for you. Scalaro, pinned to the ground, was at a loss for words. One of his 4 subordinates lay in a hospital bed, uncertain of his fate, while the other 3 were traitors. I will kill you, Lewis. Yet Elrimi remained unfazed, seizing the head of the approaching Slip, and with a swift motion, his palm blade pierced through Slip's chest. The overwhelming power of over 3,000 Dalfors was beyond Slip's capacity to resist. In an instant, his heart was extracted. Slip, unable to rest in peace, collapsed softly to the ground. Brother Lewis, did he just call your name? Perhaps I have unwittingly offended him in some way. Lewis slumped to the ground, panting heavily, urging everyone to keep their distance, for he was in an unstable state. Lewis, I will kill you. I must kill you. Elrimi did not relent, charging straight at Skylo. Lewis, you scoundrel. Skylo finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Stop. Elrimi. Common raised his head and shouted, do not lose your mind. Suddenly, a piercing shot rang out, leaving a gaping hole in his forehead. What have you done, you bastard? Helplessly witnessing his comrade fall before him, Yero's long-suppressed emotions erupted, crushed by Lewis's mercilessness, compelled to betray. Since Lewis's return, a series of events had brewed a volcano within him, and now, that volcano was primed to erupt. Raging wind. A close-range strike struck Elrimi squarely in the chest. This is the real body. The piercing shot sent him flying. Yet Elrimi's reflexes were remarkably swift. He used an iron block at the last moment, sustaining only a shallow wound across his chest. With rapid finger movements, he unleashed a barrage of piercing shots. Puff, puff, puff. Blood spattered as several holes erupted on Yero's body, while Skylo fared worse, sustaining a shot to his shoulder. blood gushing forth. Die, die. Completely oblivious to his own injuries, Elamy had descended into madness. Employing the moonstep, he leapt through the air in a flurry, his feet twitching as he unleashed a torrent of slashing strikes akin to a raging river. You bastard! Yarrow swiftly executed a shave to evade the onslaught. But Skylo could only let out a tragic cry before being cleaved into several pieces, losing all semblance of manhood, and in his final moments, his eyes remained fixed on Lewis. Hey, little brother Lewis, Zyro has transformed into an orc. Are we truly not going to intervene? Intervene? Apologies, but I am currently in a severely injured state. Lewis languidly sat upon the ground. The fierce confrontation between Elamy and Jiro persisted. Yet Ciro understood that the struggle for power between Skylo and Spandane had reached a definitive conclusion, with the victor being Lewis. What on earth transpired? Elamy, who had previously been panting and incapacitated on the ground, now exhibited the agility of a rabbit, swiftly evading to conceal himself behind Lewis. What has happened to him? The battle with the pirates was indeed quite brutal. Lewis spoke carelessly, asserting that everyone was dead, and the only two survivors were himself and Elamy, who was essentially finished. He felt free to say whatever he wished, as it seemed that the senior had sustained some injury. What an exasperating individual! Spandane exclaimed in anger. Having been of no assistance at all, and instead had only caused further trouble. Hey Lewis, just take care of him. This simply would not do. Lewis smiled broadly, exclaiming. The senior is our companion, a comrade indeed. TSK. Zyro clicked his tongue, exasperated. Damn it. Then hurry and stop him. Spandane tugged at Lewis's clothing, raising his voice. That bastard Skylo has already been taken down. Lewis nonchalantly pulled Spandane's hand away from himself and addressed Yelica, stating that the senior was indeed formidable. It would not be an easy task to impede him. Thus, he urged, Yelica, please escort the officer back. I shall handle matters here alongside Shiro. All right. Leave it to me. Spandane readily nodded, showing no inclination to refuse. As a man who had mastered the art of self-preservation, he certainly did not wish to remain on such a battlefield. Yelica cast a profound glance at Lewis before leading Spandane downstairs. Now, Lewis, what are your thoughts on this matter? Shiro inquired, observing the fierce confrontation between Elamy and Yarrow ahead, his brow furrowed. Skylo is already dead, Shiro remarked. What do you think? Lewis remained seated on the ground, yet the previous semblance of weakness had vanished, replaced by a visage as tranquil as the Dead Sea. General Spandane, is it preferable to rely on 3 individuals or 5? Is it better to have just the 3 of us, or to include 2 more who are disobedient? Silas felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow seemed to suggest that merely the 3 of us would suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Lewis remarked that he initially found Yelica rather bothersome. However, after a long absence, he was unexpectedly impressed by her ability to navigate social situations. Understanding this, Ciro exhaled deeply, extending his hands as sharp claws emerged. You, always speaking in a manner that is utterly irresistible, he mused. Ciro comprehended that he could not afford to be a hindrance. With a swift gust of wind, his form vanished. Has help finally arrived? He wondered, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Using an iron block to deflect a Lerm strike, Yarrow finally grasped that his imagined approach to a Lerm was merely a fantasy. The disparity in strength remained significant. Blood surged from his mouth, his insides feeling as though they were being shattered. Yet, he noticed Ciro had made his move. Though new to this, his prowess was no jest. While he may not match the monstrous Lewis, he undoubtedly possessed the power to alter the tides of battle with ease. Gasp! Yarrow's eyes widened as his perspective abruptly shifted. He saw the ceiling, then the floor, and finally a headless corpse from which blood gushed forth. Was that his own? Lastly, he beheld Lewis seated in the background. The world of men, represented by Lewis, plunged into darkness. He is gone? Lewis! Lewis! Yarrow's demise sent a Lerm into another frenzy, roaring and wreaking havoc, smashing through floors and collapsing walls. Do you not see me? Ciro stood frozen before a Lerm, his expression a mix of uncertainty. Why are you still dawdling? Ciro, deal with him. A Lerm has completely lost his mind, having taken the lives of 2 comrades. We can no longer afford to let him live. Lewis leisurely spoke. How strict indeed. Zylo grinned, leaning closer. With a swift motion, the alloyed claws gleamed, and blood gushed forth. Elamy cried out in agony, his right arm completely severed, accompanied by 4 deep gashes across his right chest, his insides cruelly sliced open. He collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Zylo paused in surprise. In the act of severing Elamy's body, it seemed he had also cut through something else. Something elusive yet undeniably present, a connection to Alimi. "Hey, look at what you've done," Xylo exclaimed. Lewis shook his head helplessly. Wasn't it preferable for Elder Elimi to perish in madness? Lewis. This time, Lewis's voice was not disregarded by Elimi. The blood-soaked figure lifted his head and beheld Lewis. "Ah, we meet again, my dear elder." Lewis raised his right hand in a greeting. "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you." Despite having reached the brink of exhaustion, this man leaped forth, blood cascading onto the floor and blooming into several crimson flowers, his body hurtling forward with ferocity. "Hey!" Xylo sighed in resignation, casually gesturing with his right hand. With a swift motion, a slashing attack erupted. The wind kicked up by his foot was equally formidable. "Ah!" Elrami let out a mournful cry as deep gashes appeared on his back, causing him to stagger and collapse toward Lewis. "I apologize. But CP9 does not permit the existence of traitors." Lewis extended his right hand, unleashing the Max Wheel 6 King's spear in a wave of force. A humming sound resonated as an invisible shockwave radiated from his palm, enveloping Elrami's body in an instant. The anguished cries echoed, utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. His already battered form could withstand no more. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his head bobbing playfully twice. Finally, it was over. Lewis stood up, brushing off his trousers. It had indeed been a hectic day. Lewis Elrami was not yet deceased, yet the figure of Lewis before him had begun to blur, reduced to a mere shadow. "Lewis." "My dear brother," Xylo approached, having reverted to his human form, gazing down at the fading Elrami with a sigh. "I shall never again be your adversary, Meow." "Isn't that rather splendid?" Lewis smiled, remarking that friends are always better than foes. "However, is this truly your strength? How terrifying indeed." Ciro lamented, expressing that his own abilities seem rather ordinary in comparison. Lewis remained silent, gazing intently at Ellery, who lay on the ground. Surrounded by a multitude of scattered strands of hair, some his own, and others belonging to Lewis, it appeared that the concept had been remarkably successful, as the broadband functioned exceptionally well. Upon realizing the limitations of his own abilities, Lewis pondered why the projection of illusions could only be achieved through eye contact. What could be the underlying principle? Although it is said that the devil fruits defy logic and trample upon the laws of physics, not all of their powers adhere to this notion. For instance, the powers of the op-op fruit, the back-back fruit, and the hobby-hobby fruit are undeniably unscientific. However, there exists a discernible rationale behind the powers of the natural type, the animal type, and certain subsets of the paramecia type. Lewis should feel fortunate that his abilities are not exceedingly outrageous. The notion that the eyes are the windows to the soul holds particularly true for Lewis's capabilities. He has become acutely aware that his refined life restoration endows him with an exceptional sensitivity towards mental and spiritual activities. He has observed that the projection of illusions fundamentally involves a connection between minds. The illusion fruit possesses this unique power. When two individuals lock eyes, their spirits intertwine, allowing the illusion stored within Lewis's consciousness to manifest within the other's mind. This intricate process involves the convergence of gazes, followed by the activation of abilities, forcibly linking the spirits of two distinct entities to conjure illusions. Therefore, it stands to reason that a genuine connection can also be established. Lewis, the return of life. Until today, his will pervades every part of his being. His spirit resides within his body, encompassing even his hair. Given that the intertwining of two spirits can facilitate the transmission of illusions, it follows that by merely connecting their minds, one can circumvent the constraints of intersecting gazes to unleash such illusions. Thus, it seems that by inserting hair into the body of another, the return of life can be enacted, allowing Lewis's will to flow into the other's form. This connection of spirits would indeed be established, enabling the activation of his fruit's powers. The hair acts as a conduit for Lewis, as long as it remains intact. The other can be kept ensnared in a continuous illusion, greatly enhancing its practicality and allowing for multiple targets rather than just one. The ability of life return is undoubtedly Lewis's greatest reliance. Both his combat prowess and the strength of his fruit rely heavily on this ability as support. With the hair penetrating another's body, he can subtly manipulate their form, and now, through such a technique, he can ensnare others in illusions. The return of life governs the body, while the illusion fruit governs the mind. It is indeed becoming ever more intriguing. Lewis could not help but ponder that even after detaching from his corporeal form, his will would briefly linger upon the severed strands of hair. He mused that the amount of willpower he could currently infuse was still woefully insufficient. If life could be returned with greater depth, it would indeed become intriguing. The pirate insurrection incited by Skello had come to a close, with CP9, led by Skello, being utterly vanquished. Spandane emerged triumphant, albeit at a considerable cost. The formidable strength of CP9, Ellermy, had succumbed to madness during the battle against the pirates, mercilessly eliminating 4 rebellious CP9 members, along with the sinner Skello, before ultimately being dispatched by the newcomer, Ciro. Following this calamity, CP9 sustained grievous losses. Given the gravity of the situation, it was inevitable that higher authorities would take notice. Step forth, dear Lewis. The time has come for you. On the 3rd day following the incident, CP0, having swiftly traversed the currents from Mariewa to Mariford, commenced their investigation into the events that had transpired. Lewis nodded, rose to his feet, and pushed open the grand door of the room. Ah, Lewis. Although we have conversed numerous times, this marks our first actual meeting, does it not? Inside the room, an elongated table lay across the space, with a solitary chair positioned at one end. Lewis instinctively took his seat, while 5 individuals occupied the opposite side of the table. 4 of them were shrouded in masks and draped in white robes, their features obscured as they silently scribbled on paper. Only the man at the center revealed his true appearance: a bushy beard, disheveled hair, and an imposing stature, nearly 3 meters tall. He wore a white suit without a shirt, displaying a robust chest, and held a cigar between his lips, his voice strikingly familiar. "Is that you, Commander Pigeon?" Lewis was taken aback, never anticipating that it would be this individual who had arrived. "Ha ha ha. I specifically requested to come here," the dove chuckled. "You little rascal. Your actions are rather excessive, aren't they?" "Commander, what are you referring to? I do not quite comprehend." Lewis pondered, albeit in a state of confusion. Although Skypiea had indeed been forsaken, he had spent numerous years within CP9, forging connections with many influential individuals. Given sufficient incentive, should he truly eliminate Spandam, it would not be impossible for him to continue his tenure in CP9. "Do you comprehend?" The Heron grinned, exhaling a ring of smoke. Lewis furrowed his brow. So, after eliminating Skylo, there were still some individuals awaiting his resolution? Was this some sort of cliché fantasy tale? After dealing with the lesser, the greater emerged? He was not fond of complications, yet he invariably found himself entangled in them. However, there was no need for concern. The dove shook its head. Presently, no one would wish to associate with Skylo. If one succeeded, they could naturally survive. But failure would mark one as a grave transgressor guilty of murder against comrades and inciting rebellion. Such individuals, he cast a sidelong glance at Lewis, were hardly worth lamenting. "That is good." Lewis chuckled softly. "I am indeed apprehensive about encountering troublesome individuals again. You see, in our profession, if our superiors have any inclinations, our survival is truly at stake. Now, let us cease this idle chatter and proceed with the formalities. Lewis, please reiterate the details of the incident." "Very well," he replied. Lewis nodded, elucidating the events from beginning to end, which were largely consistent with the facts. After all, it was indeed Skylo who instigated the incident. However, what differed was his manipulation of Ellermy, compelling him to eliminate several members of CP9. Such matters are delicate and difficult to articulate, particularly when it comes to the eradication of dissenters. By the way, he did not mention that Yarrow and Common had previously contacted him. That would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't he? If they had indeed reached out beforehand, how could they stand by and watch as their companion perished before their eyes? Wouldn't they risk being labeled as incompetent by their superiors? Thus, he aligned himself with Spandam, Shiro, and Erica, suggesting that those two had merely reacted to the precarious situation at hand. Naturally, Shiro and Erica complied without hesitation. Spandam, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of his subordinates dying in front of him, concluded that since death was inevitable, it mattered little. Consequently, the undercover operation had devolved into treachery, a rather poignant turn of events. "Very well, let it be so." Kuroha nodded with indifference. Death is death. However, Lewis. Yes, perhaps Mario should first engage in activities at the Paradise. Given the circumstances surrounding Charlotte Linlin, there is no need to rush into the new world just yet. Kuroha continued. The Marine Corps is eager to cleanse Paradise of pirates, and you have the opportunity to form a pirate alliance, much like the recently renowned Mario Alliance. Understood. Lewis nodded, seemingly aware that Mario's journey was far from over. A phone bug was tossed my way by the dove, affirming that I was solely accountable. All departments within CP would fully cooperate with you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Understood. Lewis nodded. Do not worry about Skello. The dove chuckled. I am here as well. Indeed. For the time being, following this fellow is not a bad idea. Time began to pass. The Grand Line, a wondrous sea that encircles the globe, flanked by the nests of sea kings and windless zones, is a fantastical ocean that gathers all mysteries, adventures, and treasures. Bounded by the geographical marvel of the Red Line that also encircles the world, the Grand Line is naturally divided into two sections. From the entrance at Reverse Mountain to the other side of the Red Line, this expanse of water is known as the first half of the Grand Line, referred to as Paradise. Paradise is deemed so merely in contrast to the hellish New World. In truth, this expanse is not a place for just anyone to tread. The chaotic meteorological and geographical structures pose the first barrier to entering this sea. It would be miraculous for even an exceptional navigator to sail here for a week. Paradise serves as a crucible. Only those who have survived its trials qualify for the true arena of decisive battles, the New World. The number of pirates in Paradise far exceeds that of the New World, though they still pale in comparison to those in the Four Seas. Yet, they remain a rampant presence. Despite the Navy's vigorous suppression, their influence is ultimately limited, for they are required to protect the world, while pirates continue their reckless pursuits. Flames blazed fiercely upon the sea, as a large ship engulfed in fire slowly sank into the depths. Amidst the distorted flames, one could vaguely discern numerous corpses strewn across the deck. Beside the silent ship, a somewhat smaller vessel bore a man leaning against the railing, laughing heartily. It was a two-masted sailing ship, its mast adorned with a black flag, the pirate emblem, a skull, drawing attention. This was a pirate ship. The Act pirates did not intend to venture into the New World upon arriving in Paradise. Captain Act was merely a lowly pirate with a bounty of 32 million. Yet it was such insignificant fish that wreaked the most havoc upon the world, for their narrow-mindedness bred madness. Who would have thought luck would shine upon us? Act, a middle-aged man with a massive hammer slung across his back, gazed at the treasure piled on the deck, exclaiming with satisfaction, "How audacious for a merchant ship to trespass in our pirate territory! Dreams and ambitions? I have never pondered such things. Treasure alone suffices. Captain, a small boat is approaching." Just as Act reveled in his fortune, the lookout on the mast shouted loudly, "A small boat?" Act raised his head, puzzled. "There are only about 10 people aboard." "It looks like a lifeboat with a broken mast," the lookout continued, "but it seems, wait. Captain, there are several large chests on it." "Oh? Ha. What splendid luck." Act laughed heartily. "Another windfall awaits us. Turn the ship, head over there." The large ship swiftly altered its course, distancing itself from the nearly submerged merchant vessel to approach the lonely, drifting lifeboat. Alas, how tragic. The small boat was also drifting towards them. As the large ship advanced, the distance between the two quickly diminished to nothing. Act leaned over the railing, peering down at the small boat, which appeared tattered as if it had endured a fierce battle at sea. About 10 men leaned against the sides, with several large chests in the center, their contents unknown. "Hey, down there, what is inside those chests? If it's treasure, I might be inclined to offer you some food." Act laughed, relishing the power to dictate others' fates with mere words. "Ah, we're saved. I thought we were doomed." A chubby man in the small boat looked up, grinning widely. Act was taken aback, finding the man vaguely familiar. "Captain, don't sleep on the job. We've found a ship." Act's eyes widened in realization. He remembered where he had seen this chubby man before. Another man stretched and stood up, appearing to be in his 20s, not particularly striking, but tall and sturdy, looking up at Act and saying, "This ship is in terrible shape. At a time like this, don't overthink it, Captain," the chubby man chuckled. "Having a ship is already a blessing, right? And no, it's impossible." Act broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the man who shared his title of captain. "Turn the ship. Turn the ship. Retreat. Quick, retreat." The crew, bewildered by the sudden change, hesitated, but the captain's authority compelled them to act without question. Immediately starting to maneuver the ship. "Don't be hasty in leaving, would you?" a voice called from behind. Unbeknownst to them, a man had already crouched on board, the captain of the Mario Pirates, the notorious pirate admiral with a bounty of 300 million, Blood Hand Mario. Alongside him was his lieutenant, the Phantom Shiro, with a bounty of 60 million. "Why are you here?" The Mario Pirates and the entire Mario Alliance were supposed to be besieged by the Navy. Admiral Sengoku personally intervened, obliterating Hiroya Island. The shattered ships should have completely sealed off the island. This fellow should have perished. Recognized, Captain. Pirate Shiro casually lounged on the ship's railing, swinging his legs and grinning. "It doesn't matter. In this first half of the Grand Line, this sea, which instills fear in pirates, is led by Captain Mario. Listen, I'll be taking the ship. Why, yes, of course, Act stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he nodded incessantly. Please, go ahead. Mario shrugged, and without a moment's hesitation, the pirates disembarked, crowding the small boat to the brim. As the pirates departed, Shiro suddenly sighed. Those Navy fellows are truly excessive. They almost blew us up too. I hope these lads can spread the word. Mario, as Lewis softly remarked, can we finally return to Judicial Island for some much-needed rest? It has been over a year since Lewis last set foot on Judicial Island, and the current year is 1497 in the Sea Circle calendar. The Mario pirate crew emerged in the paradise over a year ago, led by none other than the infamous pirate Mario, who had previously stirred monumental upheaval in the New World, fundamentally altering its dynamics and leaving Charlotte Linlin unable to mount a decisive assault on the territory of the Golden Lion. By the time she regained her composure, the Golden Lion had managed to catch his breath and once again displayed his formidable prowess. He launched a solo assault, pressing directly towards the world government, compelling Charlotte Linlin to retreat. The pressures on the big MOM pirate crew were finally alleviated. On another front, the Beast Kaido and the Golden Lion clashed in a titanic battle that raged for 8 days and nights, each a monstrous force of mobility, devastating 3 islands in their wake without achieving a conclusive victory. Ironically, their fervent conflict led them into Whitebeard's territory, resulting in the destruction of one of his islands. Infuriated, Whitebeard intervened, transforming their duel into a chaotic 3-way skirmish. Exhausted from the relentless battle, both the Golden Lion and Kaido found themselves at the mercy of Whitebeard's wrath. Ultimately, 2 of the Titans were driven off, and the Whitebeard pirate crew, refusing to relent, surged into the Golden Lion's domain, expanding their territory significantly in the aftermath of this series of events. Thus, a semblance of stability returned to the New World. The Whitebeard pirate crew, having avenged their losses, settled back into a period of relative calm, while the Golden Lion, the Beast Pirates, and the big MOM pirate crew nursed their severe wounds, silently licking their scars. The era of these 3 great pirate crews had irrevocably passed, with Roger and Whitebeard subtly showcasing their extraordinary might. A significant contributor to this evolving landscape was the man named Mario, whose actions had severely depleted Charlotte Linlin's early advantages, ultimately forcing her to watch as the Golden Lion restored his foundations. Just when everyone assumed Mario had perished, he reemerged, launching an attack on an island under Charlotte Linlin's command before vanishing once more. When he surfaced again, it was within Paradise, accompanied by new crew members, thus establishing the Mario pirate crew and embarking on a reign of terror across Paradise. Compared to the other pirate crews in Paradise, they possessed overwhelming strength, proving unstoppable from the outset. In just over a year, the Mario pirate crew had decimated more than 20 rival crews, a number that could have easily multiplied had they not frequently disappeared for extended periods. Yet, despite this, the Mario pirate crew emerged as one of the most formidable forces in Paradise, with Mario earning the ominous moniker of Bloodhand, each syllable steeped in the blood of his adversaries. Surrounding the Mario pirate crew, a formidable Mario Grand Alliance gradually took shape, attracting numerous pirate crews eager to ally with such a powerful faction. It seemed that the pirate forces in Paradise were on the brink of a monumental transformation, akin to the terrifying warlords of the New World. However, the Marines decisively intervened. The New World was already chaotic enough, and the Marines stationed at the headquarters in Paradise sought to maintain order. Led by Admiral Sengoku and accompanied by 5 of the highest caliber battleships and 5 Marine vice-admirals, the conflict was effectively quelled before it could escalate. Thus, the nascent pirate alliance was extinguished before it could take flight. Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. Zero laughed heartily. The pirates genuinely consider us their allies. Of course, this was merely a jest. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. The Marines, in collaboration with CP, had strategically planned every action of the Mario pirate crew, showcasing their strength, gaining renown at sea, forming alliances, and ultimately ensnaring all the pirates in a single sweep. Following this episode, the Mario pirate crew would retreat into a prolonged silence, signifying that Lewis could finally return to Judicial Island for a respite. Over a year had passed since the formal members of Judicial Island dwindled to just 3, and after 2 assessments, only 1 had truly joined CP9. This meant that apart from Lewis and Zero, who had been assigned to support him, only 2 CP9 members remained stationed on Judicial Island, rendering normal operations virtually impossible. Spandine was indifferent, but Erica had significant concerns regarding this situation. Lewis, on a personal note, yearned to return to Judicial Island for a respite, especially after enduring a relentless bombardment by the Navy. However, his desire remained unfulfilled as he navigated the pirate ship, intent on finding a location to exchange vessels before heading back to Judicial Island. A phone call abruptly interrupted his thoughts. "Commander?" Lewis pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to remain silent. All those aboard his vessel were elite members drawn from the CP sequence, frequently rotated. Only Ciro had the privilege to accompany him on missions consistently. It seemed that their superiors were somewhat wary of them forming a cohesive unit. In any case, the only individuals of real renown on the ship were Lewis and Ciro, both of whom had bounties on their heads. The others were of little consequence. Being elite, they were exceedingly obedient, and almost simultaneously, the entire deck fell into silence. "It's me, my apologies, Lewis," came the muffled voice of the Dove from the other end of the line. Lewis furrowed his brow. Just the day before, during a report on their achievements, the tone had been jubilant. What had transpired since then? "Your leave may need to be postponed." What? Lewis felt a sense of perplexity. During this period, a significant event had transpired in the New World. The Dove appeared quite distressed. Lewis listened in astonishment to the grand tales of the New World recounted by the Dove. Indeed, it was already the year 1497. To the New World, Lewis, "We are short on manpower." The Dove concluded with an urgent directive. Lewis remained speechless. The news conveyed to him by the Dove soon made headlines, with an unprecedented flurry of reports cascading like white confetti into the sea, disseminating this revelation across the globe. Even the most remote nations had etched this news into their collective memory. The world was ablaze with excitement. It had been an extraordinarily long time since such a momentous announcement had resonated, perhaps as long as 8 centuries. This announcement was none other than the remarkable feat achieved by the great pirate, Gold Roger, who successfully circumnavigated the globe, conquering the legendary Grand Line that had eluded all others, ultimately reaching the fabled island of Raftel, the final island. Thus, he was hailed as the Pirate King. Lewis felt the tide of an unprecedented era. Indeed, it was absolutely unparalleled. The Grand Line, a route of great significance, had long existed, captivating the hearts of ambitious men across all ages with its enigmatic allure. For centuries, countless heroes have set sail into the vast sea. Frankly speaking, figures like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin have always been present in every era. The previous age was marked by the infamous rocks, and even earlier, there were those whose names signified their dominance over the times. Yet, this time, it was different. Gold Roger, this man, conquered the Grand Line, a feat never before achieved, making him the first to subdue these mysterious waters. In the past, it was said that 3 individuals reigned supreme in the New World: the invincible trio of pirates, Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion, whose fleets sent tremors throughout the entirety of the New World. However, the dynamics began to shift. During the Battle of Edwar, Gold Lion was defeated by Roger, leading to his decline and inability to stand alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Consequently, people began to perceive Whitebeard and Roger as the 2 polar extremes of piracy, unmatched in their strength. Yet, this time was again different. Roger advanced further, undeniably claiming his rightful place atop the pirate world, a position from which even Whitebeard could no longer pursue him. The title of Pirate King was bestowed upon him, marking him as the sovereign of all pirates. Thus, the government could no longer remain complacent. It was truly absurd. The pirate ship had vanished, and the members of the Straw Hat crew had transitioned to a new vessel, a warship, setting sail towards Mariewa before promptly heading to the New World. Lewis had reverted to his original appearance, while Ciro donned his black suit once more. The two leaned against the ship's railing, engaged in conversation. Ciro sighed and remarked, "Pirate King, I never anticipated that such events would unfold." Lewis pondered. Perhaps the words spoken by that fellow Skylo before his demise were not without merit. An unprecedented era of transformation is on the horizon. Transformation? Zyro furrowed his brow, considering that it would undoubtedly trigger a monumental upheaval across the globe. Who can say? Lewis smiled softly, pondering the unpredictable turbulence that a man named Gold Roger would unleash upon the seas. The world government, which had stood for 8 centuries, might very well find itself submerged beneath these tumultuous waves. As naval ships set sail for Mariewa, Lewis encountered Admiral Pigeon, who appeared remarkably haggard after their time apart. The Admiral lamented to Lewis that the news of Roger's ascension to kingship was impossible for the government to contain. Chaos seekers were rampant, and the information swiftly permeated the globe. Thus, an intriguing phenomenon emerged. Roger had become a paragon, an exemplar for all pirates. He achieved what no one else could, leading them to wonder why they should not aspire to the same. It must be said, there are far too many individuals who are blissfully unaware of their own limitations, prompting a surge of new pirates venturing forth into the world. In recent times, the number of fledgling pirates setting sail had increased by at least 20% compared to previous eras, a remarkable statistic indeed. The government, unable to endure this upheaval, resolved to locate Roger and eliminate him, aiming to reassert their dominance over the seas and showcase their formidable power to the world. However, the dilemma lay in their insufficient manpower. Roger remained as elusive as ever, despite dispatching every operable agent from the CP ranks. They still could not uncover the whereabouts of the Roger pirates. The Navy had also mobilized, and their vast network of branches around the globe had, to some extent, become a more formidable intelligence apparatus than the CP. Yet, they still found themselves unable to locate the Roger pirates, who seemed to have evaporated from existence. Lewis was undoubtedly aware of the reason behind it. If all went as anticipated, the Roger pirates were nearly disbanded, leaving little hope of locating them. Yet, he could not voice this thought. The government remained undeterred. If they could not find leads on their end, perhaps the pirates might possess some information. With this notion in mind, Lewis received his assignment. Wait, infiltrate the Golden Lion pirates? As he descended from Mariewa onto the bubble ship bound for the New World, Shiro's voice nearly tore through the bubble, a jest surely. Hey, Lewis, you haven't forgotten, have you? Mario is a traitor of the Golden Lion pirates. You can't possibly expect to fleece a single sheep, can you? Shiro exclaimed in disbelief. To attempt to infiltrate the Golden Lion pirates was tantamount to courting death. Assuming a different identity was utterly implausible, it would be exceedingly difficult for an unremarkable individual to capture the attention of the Golden Lion. This mission was nothing short of a trial by fire. Yet, what choice did he have? Lewis cast a glance at Shiro and sighed. Shiro, do you have any good solutions? Shiro was momentarily taken aback. What solutions could he possibly offer? Even though his father held a respectable position within the CP hierarchy, could he truly contend against a superior attitude? Rest assured, Lewis whispered softly. It's not fatal. Individuals like the Golden Lion are rather easy to deceive. Huh? Shiro was taken aback. Upon returning to the New World, this maritime expanse bore no distinction from over a year ago. Slaughter and carnage remained rampant. Even within the waters shrouded by the Navy's G-Series base at the entrance to the New World, pirates continued their relentless skirmishes. As Lewis and Shiro set sail from this region aboard their newly acquired pirate ship, they casually annihilated 2 pirate crews, who appeared to be inexperienced newcomers venturing out from the nearby islands. Without a moment's pause, the Mario pirate crew headed directly towards the territory of the Golden Lion pirates. The government speculated that Whitebeard held no interest in the struggle for supremacy and, consequently, would likely disregard the movements of the Roger pirates. Thus, they were the first to be dismissed. Following them was the big MOM pirate crew, which was a given. Their past was fraught with demise. The Beast pirates, while not directly connected, lacked sufficient influence and their intelligence was presumably subpar. Therefore, the optimal choice remained the Golden Lion pirates. It was only natural for the Golden Lion, having been vanquished by Roger, to seek vengeance against the one who had ascended to the throne. This was the objective of Lewis's current mission, to ascertain if he could glean any information regarding Roger from the Golden Lion. Furthermore, even if Roger remained elusive, he was determined to press on. Hey, little brother Lewis. We've already entered the territory of the Golden Lion pirates. Shiro cautiously nestled beside Lewis. Isn't this going to be problematic? If it comes to that, I shall be the first to perish as captain, Lewis casually remarked. Since there are no choices left, we must proceed. How infuriating. Why must I encounter such a situation, meow? Shiro exclaimed. Ahead, the silhouette of a ship began to emerge on the sea. Mario, how dare you appear here? Lewis did not choose to evade. As the highest officer aboard the ship, he resolutely made this decision. The other CP personnel had no objections and quietly awaited the approaching vessels in the distance. As the 2 ships drew near, a multitude of grappling hooks were cast over from the opposing ship, securing the sides of Lewis's pirate vessel. The 2 ships pressed tightly against each other. A pirate from the opposite side leapt across, vociferously interrogating Lewis. Lewis cast a cursory glance at the man, who was unfamiliar to him. He did not appear to be one of the pirate captains who had participated in the Battle of Et Wall, but rather a newcomer under the command of the infamous Captain Silver Lion. However, he seemed quite acquainted with Mario. I have come to see Admiral Silver Lion. Take me there, Lewis declared. Do not be so arrogant. You are merely a traitor. How could the illustrious Captain Gold Lion desire to meet with you? I shall send you sinking to the depths of the sea. The man bellowed, seemingly filled with genuine admiration for Captain Gold Lion. As he drew his long blade from his side and charged directly at Lewis. TSK, Lewis casually tucked his hands into his pockets, displaying no intention of engaging. He took a step back and, with a swift turn of his head, effortlessly evaded his opponent's attack. I harbor no animosity, however, should you persist with your aggression. I may be compelled to take measures of self-defense. Do you dare to underestimate me? The man bellowed, his form remarkably agile, with both hands wielding a blade. The edge glimmered like a tempest, its trajectory imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving even the sound of air being sliced apart unheard. A commendable display of swordsmanship indeed. Lewis gazed in awe as he perceived the overwhelming aura of his opponent, which had expanded outward. Within a 5-meter radius, every detail was indelibly etched into his mind. His body adeptly maneuvered, weaving left and right, advancing at times and retreating at others, effortlessly evading all of his adversary's assaults. What? How is this possible? The man took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Lewis. Such attacks had not even grazed a hair on Lewis's head. Even a fool would recognize the disparity in their abilities. Just the mere standard of the amusement park. The standard of the amusement park? Lewis whispered. Do you presume that being in the New World elevates you to its standards? The Navy headquarters also resides in Paradise. Does that imply that the admirals of the Navy are merely of Paradise's caliber? Go to hell, traitor. In that instant, a man seized the opportunity while Lewis spoke, advancing with a blade poised to cleave him in 2. Enough. Lewis no longer evaded. With his left hand tucked into his pocket, he extended his right hand. A sound erupted, not overwhelmingly loud, but rather muted. What? He was immobile, utterly unable to move. The man's body became rigid. Veins bulging on the hand that gripped the knife, yet his arm remained completely paralyzed. No matter how he exerted himself, the blade remained utterly still. A hand clutched the knife's edge, ensnared in the grip of a long blade imbued with the power of armament hockey. The hand was not particularly robust. For fingers grasped the upper part of the blade, while the thumb rested below, enveloped in darkness, equally cloaked in hockey. This was Lewis's hand. Now, do you begin to comprehend? Lewis released his grip, causing the man who attempted to forcefully wrest the knife from Lewis's hand to stumble and fall to the ground, even rolling over in a flurry due to his excessive exertion. Had I harbored any hostility, Lewis gazed down upon the man sprawled on the ground, declaring, You have now sunk to the depths of the sea. The man, veins bulging on his forehead, persisted in his actions. For even a fool must recognize that to continue fighting would lead to only one inevitable outcome, death. Take me to meet Admiral Golden Lion. Lewis proclaimed, You are no match for me. Let the Admiral come to personally enact my punishment, since you insist on seeking your demise. The man cast a resentful glance at Lewis and commanded, Follow me. He leapt back onto his pirate ship, unfastened the grappling hook, and set sail in a different direction, with Lewis naturally in pursuit. Do you wish to see me? Thus, he encountered the Golden Lion, navigating alongside the pirate vessel for quite some time. Before them emerged a floating island, markedly different from the last one they had seen. This was to be expected, after suffering a grievous defeat at the hands of Roger. The Golden Lion had lost consciousness, and his abilities had consequently waned. It was likely that the previous island had sunk to the depths of the sea along with all its inhabitants. Transported to the floating island by a colossal tray from the ocean's depths, Lewis and Shiro, along with their crew, traversed through a dense forest, entering a traditional Japanese-style structure that bore little resemblance to the prior island. Here, they once again encountered the Golden Lion, now situated in a vast chamber filled with numerous pirates. A pathway was cleared through the throng, leading to the Golden Lion, who, unlike their previous meeting, now sported a ship's helm atop his head. Indeed, it was Admiral Golden Lion. Lewis respectfully bowed his head. Ha ha, how amusing. Hey, little brat. The Golden Lion grinned from behind the low table. I've heard of you. It's because of you that foolish woman, Charlotte Lingling, has significantly expanded her influence, isn't it? Yet it is also due to me. Lewis raised his head, calmly gazing at the Golden Lion. The more flamboyant such individuals are, the more they disdain those who bow and scrape. These formidable figures are perpetually arrogant. The pirate faction under the banner of Big Mom has nearly been annihilated, and the Charlotte family has suffered severe losses. Haha. Hey, little brat, are you suggesting? The Golden Lion laughed heartily, an intangible aura radiating from him. causing the very walls to tremble as if under the weight of his conqueror's haki. You surrendered to Charlotte Linlin out of humiliation, intending to strike back for my sake. Did you? While I would love to believe that, I also recognize that I cannot deceive you, Admiral Golden Lion. Lewis replied solemnly. It is simply because I am not yet ready to meet my demise. I cannot perish in that place. Moreover, at that time, we believed that you, Admiral Golden Lion, had already. What had I already done? The Golden Lion inquired with keen interest. You thought that I had perished, didn't you? Indeed. You were thoroughly defeated by the Roger pirates, were you not? Lewis nodded straightforwardly. Hey, Captain. Silo tugged at Lewis's clothing from behind, as if courting death. What nonsense are you spouting? The Admiral of the Golden Lion merely encountered a stroke of misfortune, a storm. Otherwise, Roger is nothing more than a man fortunate in his endeavors. Do you truly wish for your demise, you fool? The pirates were stirred into a frenzy, as if in the next moment they would surge forth to rend Lewis to shreds. Silence, you imbeciles, loudly proclaimed Lewis, his voice nearly eclipsing all others. Resonating like a thunderous bell, do you hold Roger in contempt? Do you scorn this man who has conquered the Grand Line and vanquished the Golden Lion Admiral, Joel D. Roger? What do you amount to? Admiral, eliminate him. This brat is truly courting death. Kill him. Kill him. Admiral, permit me to take action. Boom. The atmosphere seemed to erupt in chaos, fissures spreading across the ground, buildings trembling in trepidation. In this moment, silence enveloped everyone, as if their hearts were gripped in an iron vice. Silence, bellowed the Golden Lion. What foolishness is this? So, pray tell, who is the so-called world's greatest, Roger? What sentiments does the Golden Lion harbor towards Roger? This is indeed a complex enigma. If the relationship between Roger and Whitebeard can be described as one of fierce rivalry tempered by camaraderie, where they can spar vigorously yet sit together for a drink and converse, then the bond between the Golden Lion and Roger is undoubtedly that of bitter, life-and-death adversaries. The Golden Lion seeks dominion over the world, striving for global supremacy, while Roger, in contrast, aspires to elevate his dreams to a loftier plane, desiring to fundamentally transform this world. Likewise, the Golden Lion scoffs at Roger's ambitions, pursuing what is tangible and practical. For decades, the two have clashed violently upon the seas, with their only decisive encounter occurring in the recent Battle of Whitewall, where the Golden Lion was defeated. Does he harbor resentment towards Roger? No, quite the opposite. He holds immense respect for him. In the Golden Lion's eyes, this man is worthy of having bested him. He is undoubtedly his lifelong rival. Perhaps he believes that only he is destined to bring about Roger's demise, embodying a relationship of mutual respect, yet ruthless intensity. He was bold enough to storm the Navy headquarters single-handedly for Roger. Did he truly believe he could escape unscathed? Such a notion is absurd. At that time, the Navy headquarters was guarded by Fleet Admiral Sengo,